With summer coming to an end, I feel it's only right to compile the best stories from the past month. 50 in total. All of these stories are unique in their own way. This channel has never been known to lock down on any specific topic or style, so when we do these long compilations, you never know what will be in store. Stories of cryptids, ghosts, the plain bizarre and unusual, and much, much more. A huge thank you to all the writers who either sent in a story, or allowed me to narrate some of their work. They, and of course all of you, are what keeps this channel going. Also, a quick reminder that these stories are in no specific order. Please be sure to drop a like rating if you enjoy, as it helps out the channel in a very real way. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated. But I'll stop rambling now so we can get on to the video. I hope you guys enjoy it, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I have a story. Those 4 simple words came out of my older brother's mouth back at that very night of July 24th, 2009, over a decade ago. A night that has since haunted and left me curious of what was truly wandering in the woodlands of that little oak forest. I've spent hours every night for the past year, trying to find anything online that would at least give me something as simple as the name of that forest. But I've never found it. I stared up at him, looking at his pale round face, illuminated by the orange glow of the campfire separating the two of us. I glared for a split second, cleared my throat as I hadn't said anything to anyone for the past few hours, and spoke with a condescending but humoring tone to my voice. You're kidding. No, I wasn't a disbeliever in cryptids, ghouls, and any monster that lurked in the dark crevices of the earth, whether they were undiscovered beings and creatures, or something else entirely, but I obviously knew that whatever was going to come out of my brother's mouth was going to be a load of baloney. Allow me to describe what I mean. He's not a good liar, but always seemed to find it amusing no matter the situation. He'd tell my mother with a straight face that he didn't take one of my belongings, even though he was obviously hiding it behind his back. He'd tell my frustrated dad, who had just read his not-so-successful report card, that his C in algebra was a typo. In the end, my parents also had to sarcastically tell them that they believe him, and no matter what he did, never punish him for it. Even though my mom can see his arm folded behind his back, and my dad can most definitely tell that Mr. Harris would not make a typo on something as crucial as a school report card, but their inability to continue fighting with him became more and more distinct throughout the years, because one thing that was especially present to his lies was that he absolutely would never admit to them. One night back in 2003, my mom walked into his room and told him that he shouldn't be playing video games because he obviously didn't finish his homework, and that resulted in a full-blown tantrum by a little 9-year-old. He crossed his arms, did his notorious scowl, and stomped his feet until my mom threw her hands up and walked out in frustration, leaving him to resume playing on his PS2, and ignoring the fact that his science teacher, Mrs. White, would blow a vein in her forehead when she discovers his unfinished homework. And just a few years later, when he was 11 years old, he angrily refused to talk to my father about the detention he received that January afternoon. His PE teacher had caught him shoving down a girl in his class, and when he confronted him, he angrily screamed and spat in his face until he had to literally drag him out by the arm of the PE class. I remember his quote so vividly that night, to his constantly changing story that he was trying to keep explaining to my father. I didn't do it. Melissa pushed me first. Mr. Davis is the one lying, and he pushed me first. My attempts at relenting against him, telling him that a teacher wouldn't just push a student because they felt like it, were met with angry yells directed toward me, exclamations that I was the stupid liar. So yeah, if you couldn't tell, I'm not very fond of my brother. But I'm entirely off topic. Immediately my brother scowls in frustration. My sarcastic remark had already upset him, and I knew that if I didn't dial it back in a few seconds, my parents, sleeping inside the RV, would be immediately awakened and get on my case for making my brother upset. No, I'm serious. God, Michael. Can you not be an asshole for 2 seconds? My brother was a foul mouth. It started when he was 14 years old, and he pretty much cherished his vocabulary of swear words. Both of my parents were floored when the first time he casually dropped an F-bomb during dinner, and while my mom didn't care what he said, unless it was an insult directed towards someone, my dad made it absolutely clear that he wanted absolutely no swears in his presence again, and if not, he'd make him mow our huge front lawn every week for the next month. Yet when I was the one who got caught, my dad would go ballistic and claim he'd trash every electronic in my room if he caught me swearing again. Whatever. Fine. I'll humor you, Josh. Tell me your story. Take it seriously. I thought it would be nice, seeing how we're near this campfire in the middle of a cool night. I rolled my eyes, just barely able to contain any more sarcastic remarks towards him. Alright, I will. Go ahead. I leaned back at the fallen log I was sitting on, vividly remembering how uncomfortable it was, but that it was better than sitting on the ground and having my mother get frustrated the next morning when she sees the stains of grass and dirt on the back of my pants. I vividly remember my brother look around, almost as if he was searching for something. He was most definitely eager to tell me his story, yet when I let him, he suddenly became completely unprepared. I swallowed the urge to chuckle, and a few seconds, he asked me a question I didn't anticipate. You know what a skinwalker is, right, Mikey? I hated it when he called me Mikey, because most of the time, he does it to annoy me. But did he just ask me what a skinwalker is? I mean, I recognized the name, and some details of what exactly one was, but I had no idea he even cared about mythological creatures. I immediately began to think, trying to remember details, and the only thing I could prominently remember was that they were mythical monsters that could disguise themselves as humans by wearing their flayed skin like a suit. Sure, yeah. No you don't. He scoffs and crosses his arms. Now all we're missing is the repeated stomping and scarlet red coloration to his face, and we'll have a blown up episode. Fine, explain it to me. He begins to speak, taking in this obnoxiously ghoulish voice, doing those stereotypical ooh ghost noises. In as much detail he could remember, he informed me that skinwalkers are Navajo witches, or warlocks, capable of utilizing black magic to shapeshift into animals, either through possession or disguising by flaying the pelt off the animal and draping it over them, like some sort of demented suit of flesh and skin, and as I expected, that very method can be done to humans. I remember that he tells me a specific detail, that even after learning about mythological skinwalkers online, I don't seem to understand where he got it from. Maybe he either made it up, or got it from an odd source. I wanted to bring it up to see if others knew about it. And they say that the longer the witches and warlocks wear their striped coats to disguise themselves, they become more and more of the very being they're disguising as. The skin suits may eventually merge into their skin, and become their new exterior one day, or gradually, bit by bit. They begin to sprout irreversible animalistic features: gray wolf fur, white eagle feathers, green snake scales. They start to hallucinate, lose memories, become focused, and eventually absolutely psychotic, and eventually revert to completely animalistic phase, losing all of their humanity for good. The skinwalkers become their own skin. All skinwalkers know that they must not wear skin suits, composed out of various different sources, as if they become their skin. He chuckles slightly. Quite the patchwork abomination might come out. They don't have a nickname for those types of transformed skinwalkers, probably because they're so horrific that they should never be named. I'm a bit brought back. For once in his life, what was coming out of his mouth was actually interesting to hear. Whether it was a lie or not, he seems to see my petrified state, mesmerized by his story, and slowly speaks again, asking me a question. Now, when a skinwalker steals one's skin, what happens to the body? It took me a few seconds to respond back, as I had to abruptly escape my trance. I had no idea. Maybe they ate it, maybe they disposed of it via burial. Maybe they dismember them and stick their severed limbs together to make makeshift meat scarecrows to traumatize the village the now deceased person was from. It took me a second, before eventually I had a pretty odd answer, but a pretty plausible one. They're witches, right? What if they turn them into mindless puppets, like minions or something like that? My brother's eyes widen for a split second, and he continues, You got it right on the money. Somewhat. I was stunned for a few seconds too. I didn't expect that to be the absolute right answer, so I was quite shocked that apparently my weird guess was right. Again, my brother continues. They call them the skinned, victims of skinwalkers. The whole process of becoming a skinned can't seem to work on animals, and it's believed it's because their brains aren't complex enough. But the process can't work on most humans. They become reanimated, like zombies, but not quite. From head to toe, their skin has been removed, usually in a complete crude fashion, exposing layers and layers of peeled back flesh, lacerated muscles, and exposed tendons. They may be severely injured in appearance, as death by skinwalker is no clean one, so claw marks and tears could be dug into their flesh, leaving open scars that never heal. The lower half of their skulls has been peeled open, exposing the skull's jawbone and the permanently exposed teeth of the person. Some say the tongue is gouged out prior to the process, so that the skin can't call for help if it retains some humanity, while some say the eye sockets are stabbed, blinding the skinned so it can't see what it's become. Some say the skinned have twisted limbs, forcing them to walk on all fours along the forest floor, and some say the skinned are disemboweled, leaving empty abdominal cavities with no present organs. People don't know why they do this, but most believe it's simply the result of inflicted wounds prior to death, and punctured holes through the side of the chest, through the heat, may symbolize that the skinwalker is a past lover of the victim, who had their heart broken and thus seeks revenge by stabbing straight through their own, right before death. I got very curious, so I decided to shoot him a simple question. Why do the witches make the skinned? What's the point of having minions if they're all damaged, reanimated corpses? Again, you're somewhat right. I glared at him confused. The skinned aren't not brought to life by the skinwalker themselves. When they obtain their skin suits, they usually abandon them to allow the elements to do the rest, break down their exposed bodies, and turn them into mulch to be absorbed into the earth over the course of several years. But through some supernatural influence, perhaps a failed attempt at revival through another outer force, the corpse becomes a skinned. I stop glaring and ask another question. If they're not minions, what do they do? My brother chuckles again. I could see why, as he loved everything gruesome. He saw Freddy vs. Jason when it came out in theaters back in 2003, and had the time of his life. They look for their stolen skin. They roam the forest they were killed in for eternity, searching for whatever bastard witch or warlock left them a bleeding husk. The supernatural essence within them leaves them unable to rot and die. But over the years, their soul begins to crumple, and what little humanity was trapped in the near mindless being they have become fades away for good. The skinned are flayed of not just their bodies, but their humanity. I shivered pretty damn hard. This was crazy. The idea of having some mythical creature robbing you of your skin and turning you into an undying zombie, endlessly searching for your lost flesh as you mentally wither into nothing freaked me out. So much that my brother immediately noticed as he laughs and points toward me. Ha, you're scared. I can see you shaking. I didn't like being caught in a moment of fear, so I retaliated. No, I'm shivering because it's cold. That was a half lie. While the faint wind brushed against my back, the glowing heat in front of me mostly canceled it out. Obviously, my brother caught me in my bluff, pointing at the nearby campfire, which was gradually dying down by now. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's absolutely freezing, and dark too. If only there was something here that could provide us heat and lights. Alright, fine. You did scare me. But the fire's dying down. Let's just go in the RV and get to bed. It's probably way too late, and Dad didn't want us to stay up late so we can wake up tomorrow. No way. We're just going to go back on the road tomorrow by noon. I want to spend as much time here as I can. We can just sleep in the RV during the day. Then, do you have any suggestions about what we can do? I can continue telling you the story. A friend of mine told me that he ran into a skinwalker a few years ago, wearing the skin suit of a dead wolf. I don't think he was noticing the gradually fading glow of the campfire, so I pointed it out to him. The fire's dying down. It's because nearly all of our fuel has been used up. Mikey, do me a solid and go get some twigs. Josh, you want me to go out into the dark, damp forest, alone and in the middle of the night to go get more fuel? What, you scared that a skinwalker will pop out and take your skin? Don't be a wimp. There's sticks everywhere. It's not like you have to walk miles to find some. Come on and hurry up before the fire's dead. No way. Rock, paper, scissors for it. And no 2 out of 3. If I win, you do it. My brother scoffs in frustration, mumbling fine, under his breath, and stands up, approaching me. I vividly remember our little match of RPS. I was hoping that I didn't have to go, as I didn't feel like doing so, but my choice of scissors against his choice of rock proved otherwise. I win. Rock beats scissors. Now go." My brother quickly speaks and points over my shoulder. I grumbled in frustration but knew I couldn't protest, as it was my idea, so I turned around, kicked my feet, and took a couple slow steps. My brother's joking demand of, "If the fire's dead before you get back, the skinwalker might get you," got on my nerves, but motivated me to pick up the pace, as I wanted to be done with it as soon as possible. I think I was walking for a good few minutes. I don't remember what I was doing, but I think I just had my hands in my pockets, thinking about our little vacation trip. Back in early July, our parents thought our excessive days of just playing video games for 12 hours straight, then going to sleep, was corrupting our minds, and they wanted us to take a 5-day road trip to clear our minds. Both of them had entirely different views on video games. As well, my mom normally just didn't want us to be excessively having our eyes glued to a TV screen. My dad absolutely believed in the whole idea that video games cause violence, and banned graphic video games. Strictly limited video game time on the family computer, and told us games like GTA 3 were made by a bunch of lowlifes who want to brainwash kids and literally turn them into raving lunatics. Until we were 18, he wanted absolutely nothing excessively violent in our gaming consoles, or that if we're caught with it, we have to not only return the game from where we bought it, but humiliate ourselves by writing an apology letter to whoever it was bought from. And if that wasn't enough salt in the wound, very limited video games for the next month. After around 3 or so minutes, my train of thought came to a halt and I remembered what I was out here for. I took my hands out of my pockets and searched around, eventually finding piles of fallen wooden branches on the ground. Before I scooped up as much as I could with prominent handfuls, before turning around and starting to make my way back. Walking back, my train of thought kept going again, and I picked up where I left off. If it wasn't obvious, my father loves to utilize fear as a scaring mechanism into stopping us from doing things he doesn't like. Well, my mother absolutely hates it, and it sparked countless fights between them. Just before the trip, Dad got curious one night, found some lewd sites on the history of my brother's personal computer, and lost his shit. Mom tried to tell him he was just curious, but my brother just flat out called him out on a supposed bluff. Eventually, Mom shooed us out of the living room and fought with Dad in private for an hour straight, so much that it actually exhausted him. I heard very little details through the muffled shouts in the next room over, but I could tell Mom was sick of Dad's method of traumatizing us. But Dad thinks that Mom's giving us too much freedom, that we think we can just do whatever we want. So while they stated this whole road trip was to give us some fresh air, I think it was mainly because of the tension in between them. But they didn't want to flat out tell us. And then, I stopped. Nothing had caught my attention. My whole train of thought just stopped, like it derailed. It wasn't like I just abruptly snapped back out. It's as if it had just abruptly concluded and wrapped itself up. That's when it hit me, why I stopped. I looked around in confusion, searching through the shadowy trunks and branches of the old oak trees before me. I was frozen, and that's when I truly realized why I had stopped. I didn't recognize where I was. I remember that even while I was first thinking, I could recognize subtle details in my trail. A lonely, rotted tree stump, a crumpled up can of either beer or soda resting on a pile of leaves, and a few jagged patches of gravel I had walked over. I searched and searched for any of those details, but they were nowhere to be seen. No, it's not possible. I had turned around a full 180 degrees when I got those sticks. It's not like I just got lost out of nowhere. I searched. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. It was like a horror movie, building up to a sudden loud jump scare. A blaring scream to deafen me, in the face of a deceased, mutilated creature to lunge out of the darkness to maul me and take my skin. God damn it. I yelled out in frustration. If my father was just a few feet away, I would have gotten a raw slap to the back of my head for yelling God's name in vain. But he wasn't. I was dead lost, in the middle of a forest, alone while it was the middle of the night. I was immediately consumed with a chilling feeling, one stronger than the weak, ice-cold winds. It was my blood freezing and shivers running up and down my spine. It was fucking panic. "Joshua!" I yelled out. I knew wherever I was, he probably couldn't hear me. But I just wanted noise in the forest, besides my own gradually quickening exhales. I yelled again, frozen in place. "Joshua!" Nothing. No. I knew where I was just a few minutes ago. Never in my life had I felt so paranoid. I was absolutely shocked to my core. I could barely move my upper body, while everything below my pelvis was anchored to the ground. I vividly remember trying to lift my left foot, but it's as if I was wearing a steel-toe boot welded to the ground. I just stood there, for about a few minutes straight, just trapped in place as my breathing grew more and more hysterical. I couldn't move my legs, I couldn't hear anything, I couldn't even open my hands and drop the handfuls of twigs stuck to my palms. It was so surreal, and my own personification was the only thing keeping me from full-blown trembling to absolute shock. I felt lightheaded, as I was breathing like my life depended on it, and then, just then, I heard it. The first noise within the last 8 minutes or so, a noise that I can recall in so much detail, despite its immensely short length and abruptness. I didn't even know what it was at first, but it eventually came into my mind, and when I realized what it most likely was, I nearly vomited right then and there. It was the loud crunch of a twig snapping under someone's foot. "Joshua?" I screamed so loud my voice cracked, and for half a second, went high-pitched. At that very moment, I didn't care what it was, whether it be a wild animal or escaped, knife-wielding mental patient sneaking up on me. It's as if nothing in the world mattered to me at that very moment, a moment that only lasted just a few seconds, until I heard it again. Another twig snapping. I didn't know where it was coming from, but I absolutely knew that it was getting closer. Not like this. Anything but this. I remembered that glimmers of life seemed to flash before my eyes. Potential deaths in my mind. I get mauled to death by feral animals and semi-eaten. I get gutted to death by a maniacally laughing serial killer, and buried under a huge patch of gravel, where I never escape my petrified state and get discovered in the morning. Curled on the forest floor in the fetal position. Death from exposure. Would have preferred that last method. It was the least gruesome. I then heard it. What came next was at first entirely familiar, the third snap of a twig, but was followed just milliseconds later by a sound that I can easily describe, but can't put together in words how bone-chilling it was. A slow, guttural groan. It was a person, or what I was hoping it was. From the best I can put together, it was like the final breath of a smoker succumbing to lung cancer, or the mangled, raspy exhale of someone's life being sucked out of them via strangulation. It was human, alright, yet not natural. It was the sound of absolute agony. No man can generate that sound at will. I heard it again. Got another listen to it. Much clearer than before. It was sickening, beyond disturbing, though it felt different than before, and it took me a few seconds to understand why. The first sound was an exhale, and this one was an inhale. I'm praying by now. Praying that whatever is happening is just some fucked up prank by Josh, and stuff like the inability to locate those subtle details and his malformed gasps were just my mind twisting details from an excessive amount of fear. Maybe I had dozed off at the campfire, and whatever this was a nightmare. I would pinch myself if I could, but by now, my fingers were stuck together, and all I could do was wiggle the tips of my thumbs. I heard it again, a twig snapping, followed by a mangled inhale. I stayed silent for a couple seconds. There it was, a twig snapping, a grotesque exhale. It almost had a rhythm, and after a while, I seemed to recognize the spaces in between the combination of the breaking branch and warped exports or intake of breath was almost perfect every time, so much that I even counted it to be nearly exactly 6 seconds. I couldn't really tell if my fear had faded away by then. I was perplexed by these near-inhuman sounds, and the only thing affecting me was my inability to move, and the faint winds that I had been in so long that my teeth were chattering. Abruptly, everything just ended. The unusual noises were gone, and now, I could at least hear the faint whooshing of the wind before me. I felt pins and needles in my hands and legs, so intense that they hurt, as if all the blood flow in them had stopped. I straightened my fingers, flexed my toes, and gradually lifted my left foot, finally taking my first step in what I think was at least 20 minutes. I think at that moment, I was convinced whatever just occurred was some sort of fear-induced psychotic episode. Those strange noises were auditory hallucinations my brain created, and finally, I managed to snap out of my episode, and the noises abruptly left. Though, upon a couple seconds after the ending of my presumed episode, I felt an unusual warmth in my face, so I opened my left hand, allowing me to drop the mass of sticks as they crashed to the ground, and rub my face in confusion. Tears running down my eyes. I was involuntarily crying, but I now knew that it was just all part of the episode. I started to slowly walk again, but I was still recovering from what the hell had just happened. So while I wanted to run, until I knocked all the air in my lungs, I could only slowly drag my feet. I felt an overwhelming feeling of warmth wash over me. A sign that everything seemed to be okay now. How absolutely wrong I was. How dead wrong I was. Never in my life had I been that wrong before, and my body gave me an overwhelming feeling that it was all over. But all that really was the appetizer before the main course. What happens next has traumatized me to a massive degree, and for the next few weeks, I had recurring nightmares, where I'm forced to relive this moment every time. If I had a full bladder, I would have definitely emptied by then. What came next was not human. Nothing capable of living can generate this noise. Not even a demon straight out of hell could. In this horribly distorted, jarring voice, I can nowhere near replicate when telling this story to my friends and family. It uttered a single word I could not understand at first, but after this, I finally realized what it said. Skin. I don't know what scared me more, the abruptness and volume of it, or the fact that unlike the sounds of snapping twigs and raspy groans, I could understand where it was coming from. A few feet behind me. Then I heard it. The dragging, the crawling, the swishing of soil, the cracking of the branches I had dropped behind as it writhed over them. Like a giant leech. Before I could fully register its existence, I had gradually spun my head around and got a good look at what it was. It was what I wasn't hoping for. It was a twisted, mutilated human being, and if you couldn't tell from all that buildup, it was a skinwalker victim, flayed nearly to the skeleton with dissected layers of muscle, flesh, and other body parts exposed, formerly under the layers of skin that formerly protected its body. I remember the face, gutted and punctured with the right side looking like someone had taken a claw hammer to it, so much I could see sections of its skull. Its empty right eye socket and nasal cavity were crusted with a combination of what looked like dried blood and mucus, while the left eye had absolutely no color. It was dead. It was not alive. It shouldn't be alive. Its teeth, still pearly white as if it was alive, and almost glowing in the moonlight, were fully exposed from the lack of lips, yet were no pair of dentures. They were gnarled, sickly, and stained with various colors of substances I didn't even want to get a better look at. I could now understand its malformed breathing, as its trachea was split wide open, exposing a gaping hole in the front of its neck. What I formerly thought was the sound of crawling was not crawling. That thing was walking on all fours. Its elbows pointed up to the sky, and while I couldn't see it at first, its knees were fucking twisted backwards. One thought was in my mind during the good 10 or so seconds I had my eyes set on this creature. Not the fact that I was literally looking at a real, genuine version of the creature my brother had told me just a half an hour prior, but the fact it was dragging its extremities along the ground and scuttling toward me. I heard it speak again, this time seeing its mouth move. I didn't understand how it could muster fully audible words with no lips on its face and visibly damaged muscles in its jaws, but it could. Skin. Thoughts flooded my mind, so rapidly that I could barely register them as soon as they popped up. What I was looking at was not a creature that should be alive. It was an abomination that freed inside from whatever rotted chamber it had been locked in years ago, and I needed to get away from it now. Before my body could reparalyze itself, I opened my grip, allowing me to drop my other handful of twigs. Before I turned around, took a random path in the direction I had been searching, and ran like my life depended on it. And when I took off, I think it did, because I heard the creature speak the only 3 words I could understand at that moment. Give it back. The end of its final word gradually began to warp, as it transformed into a ghoulish howl. By the time I had gotten around 10 or so yards from it, I heard its howl twist into what I could only describe as an ear-splitting shriek, one my brother would never have the lung capacity to do. I knew what I did. I pissed it off, and before I could start praying that it was slower than me, I remember what kind of being I was dealing with. I heard several twigs break per second. Somehow through its agonizing screech, it was chasing. It was chasing me. I didn't know how long I ran, but I ran until there was little air in my lungs and stomach bile in my throat. I narrowly threw up in my mouth, yet I kept running, because I could hear that thing in hot pursuit. And through an absolute miracle, I saw it. The silhouette of my parents' RV through the gnarled branches I was plowing through, blocking my face with my arm, through the gaps in my fingers that was shielding my face. I can see glimmers of the smoke rising from the now extinguished campfire. The second I had escaped the trees and pretty much flung myself into the empty area where my parents had set up a campfire, I immediately emptied my stomach's contents. My vomit was hot and boiling from all the stress I had just inflicted on my body, and it scorched the inside of my throat. I glanced upward, my vision reduced from the tears and sweat in my eyes, but I could see the outline of my brother, standing just a few feet over me. "Michael, holy shit, where the hell have you been?" That's when I realized something. I had not just escaped. There was no finish line. That thing was still after me, and within seconds, I jumped up to my feet, my legs aching, and my entire body just overheated. Never in my life had I ran as much as that. Nowhere near, as more than any miles I've run in PE class. I could only muster out a couple words, before my voice was cancelled out by the petrifying scream of the creature. It had stopped screaming for a few seconds, just enough for my brother to not get a full listening of it, because it had lost me, but both an extremely exhausted me and my own brother were in its radius. I can remember what I said as clear as ever. "We need to get in the RV right now." My brother told me at a later date that when he heard the screech of whatever was in the forest, he had almost shit himself right there. Before I could even blink, he had his arms scooped under his armpits, and he had me dragged into the RV within a span of around 5 seconds. Did it so fast that I was shocked he didn't get a hernia, and to this day, this is the greatest thing he's ever done to me. If he had left me in a panic, I would not be online writing the story. That thing would have burst out of the shadows, wrap an outstretched hand around my ankle, and drag me into the darkness where we would never be seen again. The booming bang of my brother slamming the RV door and locking it immediately woke both of my parents. But before my father could self-detonate and chew him out for waking them up, their gazes immediately averted to me, who was left sweating, crying, a retching mass on the RV floor. I remember my mother immediately coming to my aid, horrified because, as she would tell me years later, she had never seen me in such a state of absolute disarray before. My father interrogated my brother, unsure of what to make of my current state, but believing my brother was behind it. My ears were ringing badly, but I could hear what he was telling him. "There's something in the woods. We heard it scream, and it didn't sound like a wild animal." My father showed immediate disbelief, but I remember through choking gasps of air, I assured him that I ran directly into it, and it chased me out of the woods. My parents were mortified upon realization that my brother wasn't lying again, and my father urgently asked what I had seen in the woods. I remember what I said, word for word. It was a person on all fours, with no skin. What came next was a blur. My own body was starting to power down from how much energy I had drained myself of, and even though I struggled to stay awake, just in seconds, I felt myself slip out of consciousness. All I remember is my brother frantically telling something to my parents, and my panicking mother scooped me up. I woke up an undetermined time later, and a couple years later. While reciting the story to my brother, he told me that I was out for around 11 hours straight, and I slept dead silent. I remember waking up in the back of the RV on my bed, my dad driving, my mom in the front seat, and my brother on his bed, laying down and playing his Nintendo DS. Everyone was silent, and my brain was flooded so much that it took me hours to remember the events of last night. My brother and I talked just an hour later. I asked him what the actual hell just happened, and he told me to not talk about it at all until we got home. I didn't particularly understand what he meant at first, and just a couple hours later, I discovered that our road trip had been cut a day short. However, it would be years until I would fully understand what truly happened after I lost consciousness. My mother said nothing, while my father always silenced me, telling me he never wanted to speak of it. My brother was the only one who would talk to me about it, but told me he didn't remember what happened after I passed out either, since he fell asleep as well and wanted to hear it from my father. But he always acted as if it never even seemed to happen. I had my nightmares. They plagued me so bad, but they eventually went away. Some were either me re-experiencing when I was paralyzed in the middle of the forest, listening to the sounds of snapping twigs and distorted groans, while some were me fleeing from that horrific creature that was chasing me, hysterically screaming. After about a few months, the whole thing escaped my mind. It wasn't until somehow, over a decade later, the whole experience reappeared in my mind during a conversation with my brother about past vacations, and that road trip popped up. I remember talking to him over lunch, and surprisingly, he found the whole thing so mysterious and odd. I asked him a few questions. Some I remember was how long I was gone, and he informed me that it was at least over half an hour, and he got extremely worried I had gotten lost. I told him that I did and described my whole episode, that I was just anchored to place, and heard those two noises over and over again. I asked him where he had gotten the whole information of the skinned, because I can't find anything like it online, and he told me the same friend who supposedly encountered a skinwalker told him. My brother thought they were made up at first, but wanted to amuse me with the story of them on that very night. I asked him why he apparently couldn't hear that thing screech for the first time. He told me that oddly, everything was dead silent, and it wasn't until I lurched free of the forest that he heard the thing's wail. That's when I remembered the most important question. A question I've been trying to think of an answer for years. Josh, when we got into the RV and I told Dad that it was some fucked up creature, what happened after I passed out? My brother froze for a few seconds, looking down at his plate and just chewing. He swallowed his food and finally spoke. Dad told me to lie to you before I woke up. He knew what happened. Mom and I both witnessed it, but they didn't want you to know any details. That whole experience messed you up good for at least a few weeks. You had night terrors, right? Yeah, I did. But what did you see? The rest of the night was silent after that. That thing probably wandered off or was never able to find us. So I remember we all kinda just fell asleep in our beds. Mom embraced you the whole time, and you were mumbling in your sleep. 4 words. They weren't coherent at first, and I guess only I heard them because Mom and Dad were both asleep by then. I don't have it. That thing yelled at me before it started running at me. The screech of its voice. Give it back. I think that's why. My brother picked at his teeth before continuing to talk. That's, not all. I remember waking up in the morning. Mom and Dad were outside the RV. Mom was horrified and crying. Dad couldn't look. So I came out and Mom tried to cover my eyes. But I saw it. Nearly right there. A sheriff just came a couple minutes later. If you're wondering, he was of no help. I stared at him with a combination of curiosity and fright. I felt an overwhelming chill run down my spine. The one that would never compare to the ones I had while I was stuck in the middle of the forest. What did you see? The sides of the RV, even the roof, were covered in reddish-brown splotches, visibly dried and crusted into the RV's paint. My brother winced for a split second, but continued, staring me in the eyes. They had a shape I didn't recognize at first, but seconds before Mom covered my eyes, I could tell that they were handprints. While we slept, that bastard came back and crawled all over the RV. I finished his sentence, because it was looking for me. I don't know what truly lurks in the dark crevices of Earth, but I know now not all of them are feral. Some used to be people like you and me, but they were robbed of everything they had. The very matter that covers their body, shields of meat from the outside world, the cold, empty outside world. It's driven me crazy. I remember thinking about how negative my brother was, bringing up all these awful things he's done in the past, how much I despised him prior, yet he saved my life. What if he was the one who went into the forest? What if he was the one who ran out of the forest, out of breath and vomiting? What if I abandoned him? What if he was the one who was dragged into the forest, gone without a trace? I would never, ever see him again. Not me, not our parents, not the friends or teachers or other supervisors he's had that have broken their backs over the years, trying to make him a nicer person. If the chances were different that night, one of us would not be present today. Maybe even both. Yet there's one thing that still unnerves me about this incident. It's that whatever truly that creature was, it's still out there in that dark, silent forest, condemned to walk in animate limbo, searching for not just its ripped away skin and flesh, but something else that was ripped out of it. Its soul. This happened last year, and I've only now gathered enough courage to share my story. I think it's because I'm not completely blameless, and that's terrifying to me. In fact, I'm probably the main reason this happened, and I live in guilt of this every day still. My therapist said it'll help if I share this incident with someone I trust. But it felt more difficult for me to say the words out loud rather than type them out. So here I am, posting this online, hoping this will help in my journey to heal from a rather traumatic experience. Hoping nobody would judge me for my actions. So here goes. On the 4th of July weekend last year, a few of my friends and I planned to hike a trail up a mountain. It's a pretty popular trail, and the hike is only supposed to be 5 hours round trip, and the view at the top is spectacular. We packed a small lunch and filled up our bottles with water. We needed to take 2 cars since there was 7 of us. I immediately opted to go into Rebecca's car. When I told my best friend, Kevin, who was driving the other car, he just sighed and rolled his eyes, and muttered about how predictable I was. My other best friend, Taylor, wanted to come in Rebecca's car too. I was hesitant because I wanted to spend some time alone with Rebecca, but Taylor had been really adamant, saying that I never hang out with her anymore. Never mind that Rebecca and Taylor didn't get along very well. Needless to say, I wasn't too happy about the arrangement, but I relented, since it would balance out the cars more evenly. Taylor complained the whole car ride that there would be too many people on the trail, since Rebecca had picked us up 20 minutes late. I could see Rebecca's hands tightening on the steering wheel every time Taylor made a comment, so I made a few lame jokes to try to diffuse the tension. Taylor just said, "You're such an idiot, Jackson," every time. We were running late. Meanwhile, Kevin's carpool had got there on time. We told them they could start the hike, and we'd catch up. After 10 minutes of driving around looking for parking, we finally found a spot when a solo hiker left. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide. I asked him if he was okay, but he just hurriedly got into his car and drove away as fast as he could. As if he couldn't get away quick enough, I caught a strange whiff of rotten eggs from his BO. As he pulled out, he kept his eyes glued to the rearview mirrors until he was completely out of sight. We shrugged it off, just happy to find a parking spot. As aforementioned, this was a pretty popular trail, and well, people are pretty weird. We won't even get to see the others. We might as well have gone on a different hike, Taylor whined. I thought Taylor had a crush on Kevin. I asked her once, and she looked angry for a second, before letting out a sigh and responded with a, "You're an idiot, Jackson." Taylor said that to me a lot. I'm her best guy friend, so maybe she was embarrassed to talk to a guy about it. Rebecca and I exchanged a look. I said, "We're going to meet up for drinks after anyway." I was getting pretty short with Taylor after a whole car ride of her non-stop complaining. We got to the trail, and it was nice to finally be in nature. Taylor's mood was also lifting. It wasn't so bad to have just the 3 of us, and it has been a while since I've actually hung out with Taylor. We were actually having a really good time, but the crowd was so thick, we were having a hard time making up for lost time. We definitely were not going to be meeting up with the other group until drinks. I hoped we would catch them on their way down, too. About a third into the trail, Taylor stopped whining. Rebecca and I were so deep into conversation that we had to backtrack for a good minute. Taylor was waving her phone around. "Damn it, I can't get my phone to load," Taylor said. "There's no reception," I said, gesturing to the trees and, well, nature in general. "You can upload it on Instagram later," Rebecca said, and I noticed she rolled her eyes. The problem was, so did Taylor. I could practically see Taylor shake in anger. "I'm not trying to upload anything onto Instagram," Taylor bit out. At this point, Rebecca and I are getting pretty impatient as a large family bypassed us. We urged her to move along, but Taylor wouldn't budge. Her head snapped up from her phone. "Okay, I remember. It's this way," Taylor said. "What's that way?" I asked. "Okay, so on the drive up, I was looking up shortcuts up the..." "No way," I cut her off. I could just picture this ending horribly with the 3 of us being rescued and being put on the front page of our shitty college newspaper. Taylor rolled her eyes. "I want to meet up with the others." She looked around and pointed somewhere into the trees. "It's over here." "No way," I said firmly. "No, trust me. I actually remember the way. This tree with the super gnarly roots and..." We walked closer to the incline, and her eyes lit up in recognition. "The hollow one right beside it. To the left for 5 minutes, and we'll see another dirt path." She sounded really confident, which in turn made me believe her. Rebecca and I looked at each other. Taylor continued, "Trust me, it's steeper, but there's also less people, and it cuts the hike up by 40 minutes. The idea of there being less people was appealing to me, and Taylor sounded really certain of the directions. You're sure?" I asked. Rebecca shook her head in disbelief. "What?" I asked. "You can't actually be serious," Rebecca said. Taylor grabbed my arm. "Come on, it's just this way, Jackson." I have no reason to doubt her, and she sounds like she knows exactly where she's going, so I hesitantly follow. I look back at Rebecca and urge her to follow us. She shook her head. I mumbled out an apology to Taylor, taking my arm out of her grip. Let's just go the regular path. We'll see them when we see them. Rebecca looked upset, and now I was really feeling bad. Taylor, let's just go the regular trail, Rebecca said. I don't want to get lost. Taylor scoffed. If you two assholes want to go the long way, then go. There's no way I'm spending 2 more hours of you two ignoring me. I made a disbelieving sound. We're not ignoring you. Can you please just do the regular trail with us? Instead, Taylor just grabbed onto the hollow tree and pulled herself up onto a ledge. Now screw you, Jackson. Don't bother. I'm not waiting for you guys, she said. Then she turned to Rebecca and added, and there's no way I'm getting into your cheap-ass car ever again. Rebecca called after her. Fine, then get a ride from someone else. Kevin's car is 100 times nicer than yours, Taylor shot back. Then she turned around and stomped into the thick forest. Rebecca and I just stood there for a while and decided to go on the hike at a leisurely pace. I know I should have gone with Taylor, but she was being so difficult. Hopefully this would give her a chance to cool off. Rebecca and I didn't really talk much, nor did we end up seeing our friends at the top. We must have missed them on their way down too. I hope Taylor was with them. When Rebecca and I got back to her car, we got right in and we decided to go straight home instead. Our friends wanted to go for dinner and beers after, but I wanted to spend some time with Rebecca and wasn't really in the mood to see Taylor. Life went on. Rebecca and I started seeing each other. It wasn't anything serious, but at the beginning of something. You're so wrapped up in the other person, you lose touch with everything else. A couple weeks after, our mutual friend Kelly was having a birthday party at her place, and everyone was invited. I was still a bit pissed at Taylor, but Kelly's pretty cool, and it'd be unfair to skip out because of Taylor. Before the party, I got a call from Taylor. I guess she was trying to squash the beef before we saw each other, so I picked up and... nothing. All I heard was static. I wondered if I paid my phone bill on time this month. We're all college students, and the rent of housing near campus is a real killer. I have 3 roommates, which I barely ever talk to. I think our only friends that have their own places are Taylor and Kelly. I got a text from Taylor. It said, "Come here." Her place wasn't exactly out of the way, but I didn't really feel like going over. To let her know I wasn't still mad, I wrote back, "I'll see you at the party." And she proceeded to text me, "I see you." She probably meant, "I'll see you." So I just wrote back, "See ya." Then I got 5 more texts from Taylor. "I see you. You're an idiot, Jackson. I see you. You're an idiot, Jackson. I see you." Okay, this was weird. Suddenly I got a weird chill as if someone was watching me. I'm getting paranoid. I convinced myself that she was probably having connectivity issues, and the texts were resending on a glitch. I figured she probably wasn't receiving my texts either, and I would see her at Kelly's anyway. I got another text. I put my phone on silent as the notifications kept coming up. I looked down just as a call was coming through the phone, which was now on silent, and decided to pick up. "Taylor, what's wrong with your phone?" I asked. More static. The feeling I was being watched returned. Something felt wrong. Behind the static sounds, I could hear heavy gasps of breath, as if someone was choking and desperate for air. Then, a huge crunching sound, and a thick squelch, as if flesh was being torn apart. The hairs on my arms were raising with an impending feel that something was actually very wrong now. "Taylor," I shouted. "What is going on?" The raspy breaths started getting faster and more ragged. "This isn't funny." Again, no response. Just breathing and then a choking wheeze, as if air was being squeezed out of her. "I'm coming over right now." Though I secretly hoped it would be a joke, rather than having her call me while choking or being attacked by someone. I hang up so I can drive to her place. Another text. I look down at my phone a bit confused, because I know for a fact I put my phone on silent. It was another text from Taylor. "I see you." I started suspecting that it was a really shitty joke, or her way of getting me to come over to her place before the party. I pushed back the strange feeling to the back of my mind. I was a bit irritated when I wrote back a short, "I'll see you at Kelly's." I see I had gotten a few more missed calls and a few more messages, but I didn't check them. When my car pulled up at Kelly's apartment, I see Rebecca waiting at the curb. I got out and waved at her, and started making my way towards Kelly's when she said, "We need to check on Taylor, like, right now." I looked at her and laughed a bit, trying to play it cool. "Is she mad at you too?" She looked very serious. "I think something's wrong." "What? Why?" Rebecca looked at me. "Nobody has seen her since." "Since when?" I asked dumbly. Am I missing something? "Since hiking. She never met them at the top." I felt sick. The heavy feeling in my gut comes back, and a huge weight settles over my chest, as if blocking it from moving when I breathe. How do you know?" "Jackson, nobody has seen or heard from her since we left there 2 weeks ago. We have to check on her. What if she didn't get back home?" At this point, I honestly can't tell if my friends are all in on a prank. They would do something annoying like that, but I doubt Rebecca would volunteer to be front woman of the joke. There was also the possibility that Rebecca might not be in on the joke. "How certain are you that they're not joking?" "She just texted and called me. This sounds like some shit Kevin would come up with." I sighed. Rebecca looked surprised when I flashed her my phone to show her over 70 messages from Taylor. So, maybe Taylor is in on a prank, with all her friends to get us back for leaving her to climb the shortcut by herself. Or that she probably got some other friend to come pick her up from the hike. It's a pretty far drive. I get why she's pissed. It was shitty of us to just leave her, but it's not really our fault she wanted to scale the mountain rather than hike it. Rebecca suggested we go look for Taylor, since we were the last ones to see her just in case. Even though I was hoping Taylor would just be at the party, we hopped into my car, and I drove to Taylor's. Luckily, Taylor's apartment doesn't have security, since it's not a very nice, overpriced apartment near the college. Despite Taylor's parents being very well off and dishing out a fortune for her place, the student housing areas are actually the worst. It crossed my mind that we could be burglars as we walk up the stairs to her apartment, since there are no elevators either. I guess nobody would climb up a flight of stairs to rob broke college students anyway. I knocked a few times, and nobody answered. As if on cue, my phone gives out a resounding ding. Even though I definitely still have it on silent, I looked down at my phone as I felt my brows knit together in confusion. Is nobody else getting any texts? Rebecca shakes her head no. I take my phone out and surely, there's a text from Taylor. It's just another "I see you" text. We hear a loud bang inside. "She's definitely inside," I said. As I said that, the door creaked open, and the strong scent of rotten eggs permeated the air. I choked back a gag, and my hands flew instinctively to block the smell from my nose. Rebecca covered her mouth and held back a gag from the stench. I peeked inside and called out to Taylor. Taylor's apartment is pitch dark. I flick the light switch, but nothing happens. Rebecca flashed her phone's flashlight around as we cautiously walked into the apartment. I followed her lead because I'm scared as hell. We get to Taylor's room, and Rebecca pushes the door open. The foul odor gets stronger by tenfold. I feel my eyes watering, and my throat starts to convulse, failing to hold back the bile threatening to spill itself. When I finish losing my dinner right on the floorboards, I notice that Rebecca is frozen at the doorway of Taylor's room. I peered in to see what she was so fixated on. Taylor was sitting at her desk, with her back faced towards us. But something was horribly wrong. Her hair is completely matted down with dirt, and her neck is bent in a weird angle. "Taylor, are you okay?" The words flew out of my mouth. Taylor's body flinched as if struck, and I automatically moved forward to see if she's okay. Rebecca grabbed my hand and jerked me back. I almost fought her off until I see Taylor's desk chair turning. Taylor's face was so pale and ashen. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her nose was broken. Her neck was jutting out, and she let out a wet, choking gasp. I wanted to go forward and help her, but I feel a weird sinking feeling in my stomach telling me to run. Her eyes were intensely trained on me, and the ends of her mouth shakenly turned upwards, until it split her face into a grin so wide it looked as if it hurt. I could feel that something horrible was happening in my gut, and the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. Rebecca yanked my arm back, as I reached forward again, almost as if my body was moving on its own. "We need to go," Rebecca said, keeping a firm grip on my bicep and pulling me towards the door while not taking her eyes off Taylor. I nodded dumbly. I heard the door to Taylor's room creaking shut behind us, but Rebecca's hand shot out to stop it before it could close all the way. She used all her strength to keep it open, while still holding my arm with her other hand. Finally, I snapped out of whatever reverie I was in, and I helped her pull the door wide enough so we could both slip out. Behind us, I could see Taylor stumbling out after us, and her lips were still split shakenly into its sinister smile. She reached out at me, and it looked like her mouth was trying to move to form words, but couldn't because of the smile. I looked at my best friend, knowing everything was wrong. I couldn't help but sob. "Taylor?" Again she flinched as if pained, but the grin remained. "We gotta go," Rebecca said forcefully. She kept hold on my arm and practically manhandled me all the way to my car. I could feel the heaviness on my chest lift a bit, but I was a mess. I unlocked my car and Rebecca and I both got in. I kept replaying the scene over and over in my head. When I closed my eyes, I could see that smile on Taylor's face, and the intense look in her eyes. Taylor was... What exactly was wrong with her? Rebecca was already explaining everything to the police, panic evident in her shaky voice. "I don't know, but something is definitely wrong. Please come to Taylor's address. A welfare check then. Anything. Right now, please. It is an emergency." When she hung up, I finally found my voice. I cleared my parched throat from a combination of running and fright. "What happened in there? I don't understand," I asked, trying to steady the cracks in my voice. "I don't know," she replied. She looked over at me, eyes imploring. "I mean, how do we know we're not imagining it? It might have been guilt." "Oh, okay." I was lying to myself again. "I should call her mom," I said. I pulled out my phone, and it was blowing up from messages from Taylor to the point it was draining my batteries. I actually didn't have Taylor's mom's information, but I was friends with her sister on Facebook. Her sister immediately wrote me back that her family was worried since Taylor hadn't contacted them at all since the day before the hiking trail. I filled them in that something was wrong when we saw Taylor at her apartment, and we'd call the police. I was at a loss of what to even say, since I'm not exactly sure what I witnessed. As I finished corresponding, I told Rebecca, "They're going to drive over tomorrow morning." I paused, and then said, "Why couldn't she just follow us on the regular trail?" Rebecca bit her lip, and looked as if she was ready to break down into tears. "She should have come with us. We should have waited. We should have made sure she was okay." I knew in my heart and gut, right then and there, that Rebecca was right. We should have waited, and made sure she was okay. About 2 weeks passed, and I continued getting random phone calls and texts from Taylor. It got to the point that I don't even keep it charged anymore. They officially declared Taylor dead, and Rebecca and I were the last people listed to have seen her. I wonder if maybe we should have stayed, and tried to help her in her apartment, if there was anything at all we could have done. The doorbell rang, and it was Rebecca. "What is it?" I wasn't really in the mood to see anyone, and things have been weird since we saw Taylor. It was hard for us to look at each other without remembering that incident. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Rebecca asked. "You of all people should know why," I said. "The autopsy is back," she said quietly. That was really fast. I knew something was wrong by the way she spoke, and avoided eye contact. I stayed quiet and let her continue. "Taylor's sister was messaging you to let you know, but you never responded. She reached out to me instead." Rebecca worried her lip between her teeth, hesitating to say something. I weakly rasped out, "What is it?" "She died a day or something after the hiking incident. A bunch of her bones were broken after she died. They got the results back yesterday. I thought you should know too, and you weren't picking up your phone," Rebecca said. My eyes widened. Wait. How? We saw her 2 weeks ago, still moving in her apartment. You saw her too, right? In her apartment?" "Yeah, I saw her too. I don't know." Then she lamely added, "Maybe we imagined it?" I blurted, "How? How do you unsee that?" "They think someone picked her up on the way back from the hike. They're opening up an investigation. I don't think Taylor's sister was supposed to tell us anything about the autopsy, but the police know it wasn't us." Rebecca sounded emotionless as she recited this, as if she was detached. This was so wrong. The words exploded from my mouth. "But we saw her move." She cut in. "They think that we found her dead and imagined it. from the guilt. We stood there in stunned silence. Neither of us believed this. We could both tell. What do we do now? I asked. We have to move on, she said. I smiled weakly and said, okay, what else could we do? I've only seen Rebecca a handful of times since that day, and we both pretended that incident never happened. I got a new phone number, and it seemed to stop Taylor's messages. That was shocking that it worked. I've been living day by day. It doesn't get better, and it doesn't get easier, but the days do go by. Slowly, the burden of guilt gets lighter on some days. Some days I don't think about it until I close my eyes, and I remember the stench coming from her apartment, and I almost swear I smell it coming from right next to me. Have you ever been out in the middle of a wheat field at night? They can be several square miles, so even though it only grows about 2 feet tall in America, there's still nothing but wheat for as far as the eye can see. You'd think that such an open space might leave you feeling free, but it doesn't. It makes you feel very, very exposed. During college, I worked summers for a small agricultural pest control business in Oklahoma. My boss, Owen, only had 1 truck and 2 employees. Will, a local 20-something with a punk band, and myself. We would start at sunrise and spend all day spraying hundreds of acres. Owen would drive the truck along slowly, tracking our progress with a GPS, while Will and I would apply the pesticide with hoses from the truck's humongous tank. There are much better ways to apply pesticide, like a plane or a rig, but farmers are notoriously cheap, and Owen was cheaper. We were also in one of the worst droughts in the history of Oklahoma, and agriculturalists everywhere were tightening their belts. So I took what work I could get. One August evening, we were out spraying for an old friend of Owen's. It was a large wheat field, a few square miles at least, and the sun was disappearing below the horizon. In a few minutes, it would start getting harder to see, and Owen would have to turn on the truck's mounted floodlights. About how much more? Asked Will when Owen stopped the truck for a water break. We'd have been done a long while ago if the tank weren't giving us issues, replied Owen, checking the GPS. We probably got another hour or so. Sometimes you gotta spray after dark. So we kept spraying. It was about 15 minutes later. Owen hadn't even turned on the floodlights when Will started yelling over the roar of the tank to me. When he got my attention, he started pointing forward. What's wrong with the field? He yelled. I squinted. About 50 yards ahead. The field did indeed look different, but it was too difficult to tell exactly how in the dimming light. Will rapped on the truck's window. The truck stopped, and Will shouted over the tank. After a moment, Owen turned on the floodlights, and we all gasped. 50 yards out, the field was devastated. Empty stalks were strewn everywhere. Not a single plant left standing. I'd only ever seen this sort of thing on the news or in books. Owen stopped the car, and we all jogged ahead to inspect. Harvey didn't mention any empty patches in his field, said Owen when we arrived, kneeling down to inspect the ground. He probably doesn't know about it yet. Called us too late, too. See this stalk? Looks fresh, and it looks like insect activity. Owen pulled out his phone and tried calling his friend, but nobody answered. Do we spray it? Asked Will. Seems a waste of application. He hired us for the whole field. Owen shrugged. I groaned internally. I'd rather be on my way home, but I couldn't begrudge Owen. He was cheap, but he was a good man. I turned to get back to work, but my legs froze in place when my eyes caught the outline of a dark shape on the empty ground. What's that? I said. The others turned, and we all gathered around the dimly lit form. It was a dog. Brown, medium size, and dead. I gave its leg a nudge, which flopped lifelessly, so rigor mortis hadn't set in. I couldn't tell the dog's breed, though for a moment, I wondered if it was part pug. Looks young, healthy even, said Owen, and fresh. The flies haven't even set in yet. Wait, said Will. It's moving. The dog's cheek was gently wriggling. I almost thought the dead animal's face was still convulsing when a large, brown grasshopper crawled slowly out of the dog's mouth. It was wet, and a few strands of some dark, unidentifiable fluid dangled from its long back legs. Huh? Was all I could say. But grasshoppers don't eat dead meat, said Will. Some will, said Owen. But only when they're real desperate. Not when there's plenty of wheats to chow down on. Matter of fact, I'm guessing this guy and his friends are what did the crops in. Then where are his friends? I asked. For a moment, we all stood in silence. Lots of time, especially in summer evenings as the sun sets. You can hear the chirping of grasshoppers, and even the buzz of faraway cicadas. But as we stopped in this field, while the sun continued below the horizon, our ears were met only with a stony silence. The newly discovered grasshopper continued crawling its way along the ground. It was weird to see a grasshopper crawl instead of hop. It felt unnatural. "I'll squish him," said Will. "Leave him," said Owen. "The spray will choke him soon enough. Let's get back to work." So we returned to spraying. It became much easier once we reached the devastated crops, since all we could really do was spray the ground. We'd only been spraying for another 10 minutes when, much to the surprise of Will and me, Owen shut off the tank. The stream of chemicals from our hoses weakened and died, and Will and I looked at each other in surprise. "What's up?" we asked as Owen got out of the truck. Owen didn't say anything. With a concerned look, he walked around to the front of the truck, looked to the horizon, and started staring. He was squinting westward, to where the sun had finally disappeared, leaving only remnants of the sunset. "What's up?" I asked. "There's somebody out here with us," said Owen. We squinted into the dying light. I could barely make it out against the western horizon, but after a few moments, I recognized the silhouette of a figure, a good 100 yards away, ambling slowly towards us. Then quickly, slowly, quickly. Owen was right. There was someone out in the field with us. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Who would be out here alone? It wasn't Harvey, the field owner. He was a round man, and the figure in the distance seemed almost gangly, and it appeared to be struggling. It seemed to move its whole body just to take a single, laborious step. "He's moving weird," said Owen as he squinted. "It almost looks like he's having a hard time breathing." And Owen took off sprinting to help the figure. After several seconds, I looked at Will. He shrugged, I shrugged, and we both started off in a slow jog after Owen, who had managed to get a good 20 yards ahead of us. It was late enough to see that we were getting closer to the figure, but dark enough that we couldn't actually see what it looked like. "Is that a cloud?" asked Will, panting as we jogged. It took a second, but I saw what he was talking about. A dark, floating mass had appeared out of nowhere, and it was heading straight for us. There was a dull buzz, and I only realized what it was a few moments before it engulfed us. It was a humongous swarm of locusts. The insects zoomed toward us, whizzing past our faces noisily. As the swarm surrounded us, the noise grew louder and more horrible, like 100 lawnmowers all going at once. I could no longer make out Owen ahead of us, much less the figure. The insects became so dense they started flying into us, their bodies colliding against our faces and chests. I closed my eyes as we kept running, but it got so bad that, after a minute, Will and I were forced to stop. "Did you see where Owen went?" Will yelled over the roar of the swarm, and I yelled back that I had not. For about 10 minutes, all we could do was stand there. I'd never seen so many insects all in one place before. The last bit of sunlight died, leaving us in the dark of night. Finally, the swarm seemed to thin out. We could start moving forward without the bugs hitting our faces. We jogged in the darkness for a bit, calling out Owen's name. I was right in the middle of a particularly loud and long "Owen" when, without realizing it, I face planted into the dirt. I got the wind completely knocked out of me. For a moment, I could only lay there. Finally, my brain registered that I had tripped over something. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone. Why hadn't I thought of this before? And illuminated the light to see what I had tripped over. It was Owen, and he was stone dead. I gasped as I scrambled away. Owen's body was sprawled out on its back, and it was covered in locusts. And how did I know Owen was dead? An entire mass of locusts were crawling around the inside of his open mouth, packed so densely that I couldn't see his teeth or tongue. There was no way he was alive, and to seemingly confirm this thought, I watched as a particularly large locust crawled over his glassy, open eye, and just stayed there. I gaped at the spectacle in the light of my cell phone as Will ran up. His reaction was a bit more visceral, lots more vomiting and swearing. I turned off the light of my already almost dead cell phone, and my eyes eventually adjusted to the dark. The buzz of locusts continued as they whizzed past our heads. "We should call an ambulance," I offered. "He's already dead," said Will. "What good's an ambulance gonna do?" "It's what you're supposed to do in this situation," I insisted, not actually knowing what to do in this situation. "Let's call from the truck. We should get out of here before the grasshoppers get us too," said Will, swatting uselessly at the swarm. I don't think locusts can kill a man, I said. Not by themselves. Then what did kill Owen then, Charlie? Said Will defiantly. Maybe Owen just had a heart attack. We can... But I was interrupted by a sound only a few yards behind Will. We both turned, and because my eyes had adjusted to the darkness, I was able to see the outline of a hobbling figure shuffling its way toward us. Will and I turned and ran for our damn lives. Of course this meant running through the swarm. That was the direction of the truck, and the truck was our best chance of escaping whatever had befallen Owen. We could barely see where we were going, but it was better than what was behind us. What was that thing? Will screamed as we ran. My lungs were starting to give out on me. I couldn't have answered if I'd wanted to. Still, I sprinted. I stole a glance backward, though the swarm was too thick to see anything in the dying light. But it was still coming after us. I just knew it. It had gotten Owen, and it wouldn't stop until it got us too. After a few minutes, however, we had a stroke of luck. I cheered internally as fluorescent lights slowly became visible through the swarm. It was the truck's floodlights, guiding our way back. Onward we sprinted, locusts grazing our faces. We finally arrived at the truck. Fortunately, it was still running. Owen had only turned off the tank. We immediately scrambled in, me in the passenger seat and Will in the driver's, and I was slowed down by the bottles of pesticide on the seat, which I frantically threw to the floor. We slammed our door shut, Will threw the gear into drive, and we peeled the hell out of there. The headlights illuminated the hundreds of brown locusts that flew in front of us as we drove. The truck wasn't going fast enough to splatter them yet, so they bounced noisily against the windshield like large hail. Soon a sizable collection of wings and legs started sticking to the glass. Will even turned on the windshield wipers, but try as we might, we couldn't see farther than 3 feet out the windshield as we drove. So we shouldn't have been surprised when Will drove the truck into a drainage ditch. I had put on my seatbelt. Will hadn't. His head slammed against the steering wheel. For a few moments, he seemed stunned, but he came to after a few seconds. Will slammed his foot on the gas. We could hear the tires spinning uselessly. We were at such an incline that I doubted the back tires were even touching the ground. Will swore and slammed his fist against the steering wheel in frustration. Bang, came the metallic sound of something striking one of the truck's rear doors. Our eyes widened as we looked at each other, and then turned to look back. 2 more bangs. The door shook violently. "It's outside," whispered Will. "It's trying to get in." Could it be? We'd driven away. Was the thing that fast? But what else could it be? I considered the direction we had come from, the direction that the car had been pointing, and my stomach sank as I realized that Will had not driven us away from the thing. He had driven us right towards it. Suddenly Will screamed, yanking his hands from the steering wheel. It was now crawling with locusts. I looked down. The locusts were crawling up from the floor. They'd gotten in through the underside of the truck. They even started squeezing out of the AC vents. Within a few seconds, it seemed the cab was flooded with them. We began frantically brushing them off as they flew around, and I saw the panic rising in Will's eyes. "They can't kill you," I insisted as I swatted the insects away. "They killed Owen. They're going to eat us," shouted Will, and he reached for the door handle. "That thing's out there," I screamed. "I'm running for it," he screamed back as he opened the door. He leaped out and disappeared out of view, leaving the car door open and me exposed to whatever was out there. Before I could say anything, the swarm outside flooded into the cab. I closed my eyes as they brushed against my face. I could feel them crawling on my arms and legs. The door was still open, and all I could think about was if the thing outside was going to crawl in and kill me. There was a heavy slam against the hood of the truck. My eyes instinctively jolted open. It was Will. His body was blocking the headlight, so I couldn't see much of him except for his panicking face, which was crawling with locusts. No, there was something more. There was something around his throat. No, they were thin, almost skeletal hands. Something was holding him against the hood. His face grew ruddier as he clawed at the emaciated fingers of his assailant. I was frozen in place and could only watch as his bulging eyes rolled back into his head. Finally, Will's body relaxed and slumped over, his eyes unfocused. If I had to guess, I'd say his windpipe and spine had both been crushed. The locust seemed to take no notice of this, and continued to crawl around his face. I didn't even have a chance to hop into the driver's seat when the thing appeared through the open door, and it looked right at me. If it was once human, I couldn't tell. Its flesh looked like that of the naked mummies they sometimes pull out of desert sands. The skin stretched and hardened. Where there should have been eyes were only sockets, from which a few locusts would randomly emerge. Where there should have been a nose was only a cavity, where I could see various antennae and the occasional leg sticking out. But this was not the worst. The thing's ribcage was exposed, and I could see into it, and it appeared to be completely filled with humongous locusts. Even over the din of the swarm, I could hear the dull buzz of the crowded insects as they writhed around in their bony cage. Occasionally, a smaller locust would manage to squeeze its way between two ribs. It would crawl around the exposed ribs for a few moments before leaping off and joining the swarm. The thing cocked its head. How it sensed me without eyes, I don't know. The thing moaned, and its jaw began to creak open. I could hear the straining and cracking of leathery tissues, revealing a mouth with uneven, rotting yellow teeth. Suddenly the thing vomited. A thick stream of brown liquid shot out and sprayed me, getting my shirt and my bare arm. Before, the locusts had been swarming in a natural, random manner, but at the sound of the vomiting, the insects immediately focused their attention on the liquid. I was now covered in the insects. Their buzzing was deafening, and the stench of the liquid was almost overpowering. It smelled like liquid smoke and bile. Dozens of locusts flew out of the thing's mouth, and joined the other ones now crawling all over me. I could feel the locust's tiny mandibles against the skin of my arm, scraping away at the substance. It didn't hurt, but damned if it didn't freak me the hell out. I screamed. As I sat there, Owen's body flashed through my mind. I realized something. The locusts hadn't been crawling around his mouth, they had been crawling out of it. With a sudden sickness, I understood that the grasshoppers hadn't killed Owen directly. They didn't have poison or venom, or even a way of really biting him. No. The thing had grabbed Owen and forced dozens of locusts from its mouth down into Owen's throat. Owen had slowly choked to death as the crammed insects crawled and fluttered in his esophagus, trapped in the narrow space by their own sheer numbers. I almost gave up hope right there. The thing was now slowly clawing its way through the cab toward me, its dead-looking hand reaching blindly out toward me. I tried groping behind me to open the door. I didn't dare take my eyes off of the thing, lest it jump me when I wasn't looking. I was almost completely covered in locusts too, all except for my right leg. Wait, why weren't the locusts swarming me there? For the slightest moment, I glanced downward. One of the pesticide bottles was puddling onto the floor of the truck. I had knocked it open when I had thrown it to the ground. When diluted with water, 5 ounces to about 50 gallons, most insects wouldn't notice the pesticide, but in its concentrated form, they knew full well that it was something to avoid. The thing crawled closer to me still. I had to take a gamble. Well, it clearly knew I was here. The way it felt around and the fact that it had no eyes told me that it might not actually be able to see me. I might be safe to make a sudden movement. I reached down, grabbed the bottle of pesticide, and flung its contents at the thing. Some flew out. The cap wasn't open all the way, but the thing screeched horribly and reeled back. But it was only for a moment. The thing didn't flee. I opened the bottle more and began flinging as much pesticide onto it as I could. The thing continued screeching. I wanted to grab another bottle, but the now frenzied locusts were too numerous and were weighing me down. In desperation, I began drizzling the pesticide on myself. Not normally a good idea. The locusts began to disperse. Another bottle, opened it completely, and began throwing as much poison onto the thing as I could. Finally, the thing began to retreat out the door. I was able to open the truck door and stumble out. I ran like I'd never run before. The din of the swarm's buzzing began to fade behind me. Ahead of me only miles and miles of lonely wheat fields. Once or twice I thought I heard shuffling footsteps behind me, but I only ever saw stalks of wheat swaying slowly in the night breeze. I eventually made it to a dirt road. My phone couldn't get a signal, so I walked the dirt road for 2 hours until I finally hit a paved road, where, 3 hours later, I was able to flag down a trucker who let me use his phone to call a ride before I contacted the police. The police never got back to me. They didn't even call me in for questioning. Owen and Will's bodies were never found, and their families never got any closure either. At least none that I heard of. I got acute poisoning from the pesticide, which resulted in several patches of dead skin that have since scarred over. I later learned that Harvey and his family, the owners of the fields, were reported missing. After their disappearance, the land became the property of the government, and from what I've been able to find, is now considered mostly useless. They just can't get anything to grow there. I hate driving. The only reason why I bought a car was in order to get to places more conveniently, without having to wait for buses. If you ask me what car I drive, I can't tell you more than what color it is. I had just left my parents' home, and I had a 2-hour-long car drive ahead of me. It was dark already, and the highway was surprisingly crowded at the pay toll. So I checked my GPS for another route. It led me to an old road that I never took before, and looked like I could cut 20 minutes. So I decided to take it. The road itself seemed well maintained, but the problem was, there were no lights anywhere. Even with my high beams, I could barely see through the devouring darkness ahead of me. I slowed down, unsure if there were any upcoming curves or animals that could jump in front of my car. About 10 minutes into my drive, I saw a person on the side of the road. He was holding his thumb out, trying to hitch a ride. I didn't really want to let strangers inside my car, especially in an isolated place like this one, so I ignored him and moved on. I wondered what the guy was doing in the middle of nowhere hitchhiking, but I shrugged it off and continued. 10 minutes after that, I saw another person on the side of the road with his thumb out. As I passed by, I realized it was the same person. His face and clothes were dirty, but it was undoubtedly the same person. Had I somehow gone back? I'd been driving forward this whole time, and there were no turns or curves anywhere. I checked my GPS, and I seemed to be on the right track. 74 kilometers remaining. Suspicious, but convinced there was a logical explanation, I continued. 10 minutes later, there he was again. Same person, and yet different. His forehead was bloody, and his clothes ripped in places. I looked at him holding his thumb out and sped my car up. At this point, I started to panic a little. I turned on my GPS again, and it showed I still had 90 kilometers ahead until the next turn. What the hell? Another person on the road. The same person again. Bloodier than last time. Arm which he held out, visibly fractured, with its bone sticking out. I looked away from him and continued driving. I looked at the GPS and it showed that I had 105 kilometers in front of me. What's going on here? I inhaled and exhaled deeply, telling myself there should be a gas station or something nearby. The road can't stretch on forever, right? 10 minutes had passed since running into the person on the road, and there he was again. He was bloody all over, and his clothes were ripped in various places. He had a huge scar on his forehead, and blood was running down his face. I ignored him once more, feeling his gaze on the back of my head as I passed by. I looked at the GPS. 187 kilometers until I reached my destination. I turned on the radio to have something to keep me company from the deafening silence, and I found a talk show. It put my mind at ease a little bit, made me feel like I was not completely alone. The person on the radio talked about the news, and I tried to listen to him, focusing on the road and hoping against hope I would not run into that guy again. Now if we move on to the sports news, our boys scored an amazing... Voice stopped for a brief moment, which made me think the radio cut out, but then it continued. Don't look behind. I stared at the road, but squinted my eyes, trying to figure if I had just imagined that. Do not look behind. Whatever you do, don't look behind. My blood froze, and I suddenly got a very strong urge to look in the rearview mirror. I resisted for a few seconds, and then fell into the trap and looked. The person who was hitchhiking was on my back seat, bloodier than ever, staring at me. I screamed and swerved off the road, falling into a ditch that stopped my car completely, forcing me to slam my head on the steering wheel. It took me a moment to regain my senses, and when I did, I jerked my head toward the back seat. It was empty. I dragged myself out of my car, assessing the damage. There was no way I could get it out of the ditch. I looked around, having a sudden feeling of unease, and then pulled out my cell phone to call for help, but no matter what number I called, the line was dead. So I did the only thing I could think of. I went back to the road on foot and started walking. A few minutes into my hike, and I saw headlights coming from behind me. I put my thumb out to hitch a ride, but the car just drove past me. I continued walking, and sometime later, another set of headlights appeared in the distance. I raised my thumb again, but the car didn't slow. As it drove past me, a shocking realization hit me like a ton of bricks. It was the same car from before. It's been an hour, and the same car keeps passing by. I work the late shift at the Majestic Movie Theater in Phoenix. Now, don't misunderstand. I don't mean I work the concession stand from 5 to 10, then go home for a full night's rest. No, I work the graveyard hours at midnight to 8 in the morning. You see, my local theater has had a history of, well, security problems. Nothing too crazy. A few break-ins, vandalism, and one guy even shot himself in the bathrooms a few years ago. Needless to say, all this has made the owner of the theater a little antsy, so he decided to hire some security guards to patrol during the night. Well, security guard. That guard being me. Now, I want you to get a mental image of what you think a security guard looks like. Okay, now, I want you to take that mental image and throw it into the garbage. I don't wear any type of vest or armor. I don't have a gun, nor a baton for that matter. My job isn't to be Rambo. My job is to patrol the theater to make sure the local teens don't break in, and paint obscenities in the Lion King movie theater. Other than that, if there were to be some actual threat, I've been instructed to just batten down the hatches in the manager's office and wait for the police to arrive. Not that I've ever had to. Either way, I don't think that's an option this time. My shift this evening started out simply enough. I made my rounds to the screening rooms, did a quick search of the bathrooms, chased off the two teens who seemed to think that the back alley of the theater as their smoking grounds. After I was sure the two youths had scurried off the property, I made my way back inside and moseyed my way through the Hall of History, as my boss calls it. You see, my boss has a passion for film. He doesn't just own the movie theater for the money, though I'm sure he wouldn't complain about that. My boss feels that it's his duty to educate the people of our community about the history of film. So in the hallway that leads up to all the screening rooms, there are posters for old movies, with small plaques explaining their importance to the history of film. We also screen some of the older films on Monday nights, our classics night, as my boss calls it, though he might as well just call it the geezer night, as the only people the classic night seems to attract are old geezers and ghosts. As I stroll past the old, dust-collecting posters, I noticed that down the hall, one of the framed posters was laying face down on the old, stained carpet. I immediately felt my stomach drop. If that poster was damaged, it was coming out of my paycheck. I rushed over to assess the damage. I flipped the frame over to see if the glass had cracked, and I'll admit, I jumped a bit. Facing me was Count Orlok's pale, fang-toothed face, with text above him reading, Majestic Theater, Nosferatu, 20 cents for children, 35 cents for adults. My unnecessary fear quickly dissipated as I looked up to see that this particular frame poster fell from the horror section. I gave myself a quick chuckle for my self-imposed jump scare, and hung the poster back up next to its horror companions. I figured one of the two punks from outside must have snuck in to try to get some stale popcorn from the concession stand, only to knock over one of the posters and run back out. All in all, nothing to worry myself with. Get a dental plan, Orlok. I remember snidely saying, before letting out another small chuckle. I decided that now was a good enough time to take a break from the rounds, so I waltzed my way into screening room number 5, took a long walk down the ramp to the front row of seats, and plopped my butt down in one of the old, squeaky, barely cushioned chairs. I opened my old beat-up lunchbox to reveal a sad, smushed-down turkey sandwich and a few crushed-up potato chips. I quickly devoured my food, wishing that I was actually watching a movie rather than staring at a blank, silver screen in the dark. After I was finished, I let out a long, long sigh. How had it come to this? When I was a child, surprisingly enough, I didn't dream of sleeping half the day away, only to spend the other half guarding some old, run-down theater. No, when I was a kid, I dreamt of being a police officer. Not just some security guard, an actual police officer. Hell, it was more than a dream. It was close to a reality. As I sat there, crust of sandwich in hand, and self-pity on my mind, the projector suddenly kicked on. I nearly jumped out of my skin as the loud boom of the previews began to roar. Instead of jumping from my skin, however, I jumped from my chair, doing my best to sound authoritarian and be loud enough to be heard over the obnoxious sound of gunfire coming from the screen. I yelled, "Who's up there?" Unsurprisingly, the response I was given was nothing but dead air. I quickly rushed out of the screening room and toward the stairway to confront what I was sure to be one of the two teens that had come back to prank me. I must admit, I was a little too excited that someone was trespassing in the theater. Finally, this job was going to have some excitement. I rushed up the stairway, eager to catch the trespasser. I ran down the cramped hallway that connected all the projection rooms until I finally reached number 5. I flung open the door, nearly taking it off its hinges, to reveal nothing, besides the stack of discs on the shelf, and an old fold-out chair, and the projector busily humming away. As it projected the beginning of the latest Fast and the Furious flick, there was nothing, nobody. As I caught my breath from the long run up the stairway, it finally dawned on me what must have happened. You see, the projectors don't need somebody to turn them on. They can be turned on manually, but usually, the projectors are set on a timer to begin projecting the movie at the designated show times. So one of the other employees must have thought it would be funny to play a prank on me and set the projector to start playing after hours. I had finally calmed down after my meaningless pursuit and shut the projector off. I was about to turn around and go about my normal rounds once again, when I suddenly noticed it. The projector room smelled awful. I mean, the whole theater has an off smell about it, but the projector room smelled absolutely awful. It smelled of marsh water and rotten eggs blended together. Suddenly, even more things began to dawn on me. The other employees would have had no way of knowing I would be in screening room 5 when the projector went off. Someone must have had to go into the screening room 5 to know to set the projector off. As I processed all this, I became aware of one last thing, a dripping noise coming from right behind me. It didn't sound like water dripping. No, it sounded like a thick, oozing liquid, slowly falling and pooling on the ground behind me. At this point, I accepted it. There was someone in the room with me. I slowly turned around to face what I assumed to be a mundane trespasser. I wish I hadn't. I wish that I had bolted for the exit the second I noticed that something was amiss. For a moment, I didn't see anything. Just the door that I had flung open, and a row of filing cabinets. However, I soon noticed it. A set of yellow, cat-like eyes peering at me from atop the cabinets, cloaked in shadow. Gelatinous, gooey drool was pouring down the side of the cabinet, pooling on the floor. Before I had time to process what I was seeing, the beast jumped from its perch atop the cabinets and landed on the floor in front of me with a loud thud. The beast slowly began to stand upright. Its spine made a sickly cracking sound as it stood, as if it hadn't stood upright in centuries. The thing was about 7 feet tall, its head almost scraping against the roof of the small projection room. It reached a hand out towards me, if you can even call it a hand. Its fingers were far too large and were sharpened to a point. The back of its palm was covered in blisters and boils that looked as though they could pop and shoot out thick pus at any moment. As it reached towards me, I backed away in sheer terror. This angered it, and in response, it lunged forward, finally revealing its full form to me under the dim light bulb that buzzed overhead. Now what I'm going to say next is going to sound crazy. It is crazy, but I know what I saw, and after what I've seen tonight, I'm willing to believe that anything is possible. The figure that stood before me was Count Orlok. He had long, pointed, bat-like ears that seemed sharp as a razor. He was completely bald, not a speck of hair on his body. The thick drool continued to pour out of his mouth, making a frothing sound as it slipped past his sharpened maw of teeth. His skin was pale, stretched, and looked almost paper-thin, as if crudely masking a beast even more horrifying underneath. He continued to close in on me, slowly backing me into the wall next to the projector. Whatever this thing was, it was clearly enjoying the amount of fear it was welling inside of me. He towered over me, bearing his long, razor-like fingers near my throat. I knew the only way out was through the door that, now, this beast was blocking. In a panic, I grabbed hold of the projector and threw it against the beast's head, completely shattering the projector in the process. He let out a guttural, inhuman screech as I pushed past him and ran into the hall towards the stairs. As I pushed past him, however, he blindly struck at me with his knife-like fingers, leaving a long gash along my back. As I ran, I looked back to see Orlok continuing his pursuit. He didn't run like a man, but rather like some wild animal on all fours. Slobber continued to pour from his mouth in heaps, leaving globs of it behind him as he ran. In my fear, however, I forgot to look where I was running, and before I had time to react, I unexpectedly stepped on one of the descending stairs, lost my balance, and was sent careening down the flight of metal steps. When I finished my tumble, my head slammed into the floor that led to the main lobby area of the theater. My head throbbed, and my vision began to blur. The last thing I remember seeing before blacking out was the shadow of Orlok slowly descending the stairs. I awoke sometime later. The first emotion I felt was unrelenting panic. I scanned the room, sure that I would see Orlok's gaping maw ready to devour me, but I didn't. In fact, I was still at the bottom of the stairway, sitting in a small pool of my own blood that must have leaked from my back. I breathed a quick sigh of relief, only for a sharp pain to rocket through my body. I had a huge bruise on the right side of my torso, and I had a gash on my head that was bleeding pretty badly. The bleeding on my back, however, had subsided. As I pulled myself off the floor, I began to question what I had experienced. Was anything that I had just witnessed real? If a blood-hungry monster really was after me, why didn't it finish me off when I fell down the stairs? Maybe I got this gash on my back from the fall as well. No, it had to have been real. Even my mind couldn't come up with something so deranged. I decided to put that all aside for the time being. Whether what I experienced was real or not didn't matter for the time being. I was sure of one thing, that the gash on my head leaking blood was very, very real, and if I didn't get to the hospital, I would have plenty of time to mull over my experience in the next life. I steadied myself using the hand railing on the stairs, and opened the door to the main lobby area. I managed to limp my way over to one of the cushioned chairs. I caught my breath for a few moments as I sat there, slowly pondering what to do now. Drive to the hospital? No. With this gash on my head bleeding, I'm getting lightheaded. Plus, my leg is all busted up from the fall. I'm not in a good enough state to drive. No, I had to call the ambulance. God, I was going to have to call an ambulance. I was going to have to dial 911. I was going to have to call my would-be co-workers for help. And I was going to have to either explain to them what I saw, a fictional Lord of the Night, and get locked in the loony bin for the rest of my life. Or explain that I simply fell down the stairs and battered my head open, be laughed at for my incompetence, and lose my job for being a liability. Yeah, that's me alright. The pig liability. I remember how she said that. That sickly sweet psychologist with her curled hair and pearl earrings. How she tried to stroke my ego by saying I was suited physically for the job. How she kept her big, false smile as she transitioned into saying how I had showed some concerning signs during my psychological evaluation. How she placed her cold, manicured hand on my shoulder and said I should seek farther care. And how I would not be accepted into the police force. I would be too much of a liability. None of that mattered now, though. I was bleeding, in the middle of this crappy theater, in the middle of the night. I had to swallow my pride and call for an ambulance. I took out my cheap flip phone and typed in those accursed numbers. 911. The phone rang once, then twice, and then once more. For a split second, I almost thought they weren't going to pick up. My fear was quickly vanquished, though, when the ringing finally ceased, and I was greeted with the cold, familiar female voice of a dispatcher. 911, what's your emergency? Hi, I need you to send an ambulance to Majestic Theater, near Route 5. I've been in an accident, I said, trying to hide my embarrassment over having to call for help. Certainly, sir. What is the nature of your emergency? She said coldly. I'm a security guard here at the Majestic Theater. I accidentally fell down the stairs and I'm bleeding pretty bad. You fell, sir? The dispatcher said, in a confused tone. Yeah, I tripped and fell down the stairs during my rounds, I explained, irritated by the question I was being subjected to. There was a moment of silence, and I almost assumed that I lost connection, but after what felt like an eternity, the dispatcher finally spoke. Sir, I'm afraid I can't help you if you don't tell the truth, she said, her voice now monotone in nature. I sat there, confused by what she said. What did she mean? I tried to think of a response, and I settled on the most intelligent response I could think of. What? Another moment of silence passed, and then she spoke. Sir, I'd recommend you find some place to hide. There's something in the fog. I opened my mouth to try to respond, but as I did, I heard the familiar beep beep of my cell phone. I looked down at its screen that read, "Call ended." My blood ran cold as I read the text on the screen. I think everyone knows that police dispatchers are not supposed to hang up. My mind began to race as I thought about what she said. What did she mean I was lying? How could she have known that? What was she talking about near the end? What fog? I finally looked up from my phone and saw it. There outside of the glass, automatic doors, was a thick, dense fog. I slowly rose from my chair, gazing out at the glass doors. I limped over to the doors, half expecting them to slide open and allow the fog to leak in and swallow the whole theater. But they remained firmly shut. As I limped closer to the door, I noticed that the foul smell from earlier had returned, permeating the whole theater. The nausea from the smell and the lightheadedness from the bleeding didn't make walking any easier, but I persisted. After a long trek from my seat to door, I was finally able to peer out at the parking lot, or, well, where the parking lot would have been. The fog was so dense that it seemed to swallow up everything outside. I could barely see the sidewalk outside, let alone the cars. There was absolutely no way I could drive in the state I was in. and even if I was fit enough, I'd be likely to get lost in the fog and bleed to death before I even got close to finding my car. I'd begun to turn around, ready to try to call 911 again, when I remembered what the dispatcher had said. There's something in the fog. The phrase sounded familiar. Before I had time to ponder on it anymore, I was startled by a sudden wet slap against the glass. I whipped around to see a hand firmly planted against the glass of the door. I stared for a moment. The hand didn't move at all. It simply remained smeared against the glass. As I stood there, frozen from fear and confusion, I let out a single word. Hello? As soon as I did, as if on cue, another hand smashed itself against the glass. Then another. Then 3 more. Soon there was a chorus of palms smashing themselves against the glass, slowly cracking it. Even in my blood-loss-driven stupor, I could tell that whoever these hands were attached to meant me harm. The hands continued to smack against the glass, reel back, disappear into the thick, gray fog, and then smack the glass again. I began to limp away from the doors as fast as I could. I tried to think of a route of escape out of the building, but quickly axed at the idea. Even if I did manage to get outside, I would just get lost in the fog. What would I do then? Just hope someone happens to be out for a stroll at 3 in the morning, in the worst fog that Arizona has ever seen, and help me? No, I had to fall back on old habits, get to the manager's office, and batten down the hatches. I limped towards the concession stand and leaned against it. Use it for leverage as I walked. I just had to make it to the stairway. I slowly made my way to the door that led to the stairway, all while the hands continued to pound away at the glass. Sadly, Lady Luck decided she was in a mischievous mood that night. As I made my way past the soda machine, I stepped in a puddle of Coke and Fanta and slipped, landing back first in the syrupy mess. The fall hurt bad enough, but the soda seeped into the gash in my back and sent white-hot pain through my entire body. My vision began to blur again, and my ears began to ring. I feared I might pass out again, but my senses soon returned to me. The first thing I heard after the ringing in my ears subsided was the glass of the automatic doors shattering. I heard the sounds of wet feet slapping against the tile of the floor soon after. It took me a moment, but I managed to grab hold of the ledge of the concession stand and pull myself up to my feet. In hindsight, I wish I accepted my fate then and just closed my eyes. When I got to my feet, I finally saw the source of the hands. Before me, slowly filing through the shattered automatic doors, was a crowd of lepers. Though I very much doubt they were alive. They were all gaunt. Most didn't seem like they had a pound of muscle or fat on their bodies. They looked like skeletons, and skin simply draped over them. As they piled in through the doors, some fell, and had glass shards embedded into their torsos. But this didn't seem to faze them. They just got back up and continued their unrelenting march. Their march toward me. I hesitated to turn my back on them, but soon turned and continued my slow limp towards the door, with the gash on my head still bleeding away. And with me barely being able to stand after the abuse my leg has taken, I imagine I looked quite a lot like them. The lepers were slow, but I was even slower. As I made my way to the door, they were slowly gaining on me. If I could just make it. Lady Luck decided to favor me for once. I flung the door open and limped my way through the doorway. I turned and grabbed hold of the door handle, ready to slam the door close. I gazed through the doorway. The fog was slowly leaking into the theater. I couldn't see the concession stands, let alone the automatic doors, but I was sure even more were piling in. The lepers never sped up, continuing their pursuits of me at a snail's pace. After I was done gawking over the macabre scene before me, I slammed the metal door shut. I leaned against the door and slid down to the floor. I could hear the lepers approaching, but I was sure the metal door would hold longer than the glass one. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath and letting what had just occurred sink in. I didn't have much time to rest, though, as I soon heard the sound of fleshy hands smacking the other side of the door. I rose to my feet and slowly ascended the staircase, holding onto the handrail for dear life. Once I reached the top, I stared down the hallway, with doors lining the walls to the projection rooms, and a lone door at the end of the hallway, leading to the manager's office. I half expected Orlock to jump out from the projection rooms, but luckily, he didn't. I began to limp my way down the hallway towards the office door. As I did, a sudden nostalgic feeling rushed over me. Yeah, that's why. Walking down that hallway, it reminded me of the day I was rejected from the police force. I remember that walk of shame very well. I walked down the dry, colorless hallway towards the exit sign after the psychologist informed me that I failed the psych test. I remember seeing a few other cadets averting their eyes from mine. Others gave me a sad, solemn look. They all must have known that I had failed, and was just officially rejected. No one stopped me though. No one placed a hand on my shoulder and said that it was going to be okay. No one tried to talk to me. No, they all just let me walk out of the police station and to my car. And thank God they did, because I needed to get out of there quickly. After all, I had just strangled the psychologist to death in the other room. That brings us to now. Right now. I've currently locked myself in the manager's office. I've managed to stop the bleeding from the gash in my head, and I'm still pretty banged up. It's been about 2 hours since I came in here, though, for all I know, time may as well be frozen. Considering all the supernatural things that have already happened, all he's got in here is some old filing cabinets, a desk, and an old laptop. I've nearly tried contacting the police on it, but there seems to be some type of interference that won't allow me to contact them. Whatever is preventing me from contacting the police is most likely the same entity that has caused all these monstrosities to appear tonight. As most of you have probably gathered at this point, whatever this thing is, it seems to be able to imitate movies, specifically horror movies. It transformed into Count Orlok from Nosferatu, and the lepers from the fog. I don't know what this entity is, or why it decided I needed to die. Maybe it's some phantom that has been watching over these movies since the theater first opened, and I angered it somehow. Or maybe it's the hand of karma, come to reap vengeance on someone who bears the mark of Cain. Or, who knows, maybe it's the ghost of the guy who shot himself in the bathroom come to hunt the theater, and he just doesn't like me. Why it decided to take the form of movie monsters to try to kill me? I don't know. Maybe it just has a sick sense of humor. Now you may be wondering, I've been in the manager's office for 2 hours. Why hasn't the entity just turned into Orlok again and faced through the door? Or transform into Jason Voorhees or Jack Torrance and chop the door down? Again, I don't have the answers. My best guess? It wants me to die slow. What do I mean by that? Well, about an hour ago I smelled that foul smell again. Soon after, a thick, pink, jelly-like substance leaked into the room from under the door. The blob. Now the jelly substance has slowly expanded. It's reached the roof and has been slowly swallowing up the furniture in the office. What little there is, it swallowed the filing cabinet first, then the desk while I was writing this. The filing cabinet has been completely dissolved at this point, and the desk is being digested as I speak. I'm currently backed up in the corner, with the gel slowly spreading across the floor, threatening to envelop the laptop, my only source of communication with the outside world. Then, I'll be next. I'd like to say that I'm not afraid to die, but I'd be lying. The truth is I'm scared shitless. I never wanted to die in a shitty movie theater by being digested by some Lovecraftian horror. However, I've been going over tonight's events in my head, and one thing has caught my eye. The dispatcher on the phone said she couldn't help me if I don't tell the truth. Thinking back, I know the voice of the dispatcher. Ah, yeah, I knew it all too well. It was the voice of that damn psychologist. So while I sat here with the blob slowly digesting the room I sit in, I wondered, what if, by the truth, she didn't mean that I needed to admit that I saw Count Orlok, but that I needed to admit what I've done. If I admit what I did, will this all end? I mean, if I admit it, it almost certainly means that I'll get the death penalty, but it sure beats being slowly digested by the blob. Shit. The keyboard has almost been completely enveloped. It's now or never. Look, I know that everything I've set up to this now sounds crazy. It is crazy. But if there is one thing that is true, it is this. My name is Tobias. On December 9th, 2015, I killed a psychologist named Mary. I did it because I couldn't cope with the fact that I wasn't going to be a police officer. I've been on the lam for 4 years now, working odd jobs until I finally found a permanent one. I worked the late shift at the Majestic Movie Theater in Phoenix. The wind came from the north. I stood in the yard, facing the lake, and I felt the wind against my back. It toyed with my hair, tossing it against my neck, and the ends felt like dry straw. The sky in front of me was white, and blue leached away by the searing heat. The color returned as I pivoted, turning to put the lake behind me, and stared out at the clouds covering the horizon. Flat-bottomed and low, heavy with rain, a gray carpet upon which billowing dollops of white flowed, pitted like cauliflower. This was a good sign, I thought. No threat of tornadoes. All that was left to worry about was the wind. I went inside. My mother sat at the kitchen table, her thin hands folded in front of her, and she stared steadily at the thin flesh-like tissue paper and the age spots like obscene freckles. Her tea rested nearby, the surface clear of the tendrils of steam that had been there when I'd set it beside her. I frowned slightly, but took the mug from her without a word. I poured it out in the sink and refilled it from the pot and returned it to the table, close to her elbow. "Is it going to rain?" she asked me. Her voice quivered. "I think it's going to pass us by," I replied. "Is the tea ready?" "It's right there beside you." She turned, tremulous, raising her hands a half-inch from the table as if to reach for the cup. Then she set them back down. Her head slipped back into its initial position, staring straight down on the table surface, and then she went still again. This was the extent of our conversation since I'd moved in. We talked in fragments, and I felt like I was trying to assemble shattered porcelain, trying to make a whole out of the pieces. I urged her, gently, to let me take her to a doctor. She refused in brief moments of intense lucidity. "I'm listening to the wind," she insisted. "That's all it is, listening to the wind." I fretted about the kitchen for a bit, wiped countertops that were already clean, stacked the forks so that they sat aligned in a neat pile, instead of a haphazard tumble in the silverware drawer. I glanced out the window from the kitchen sink. The back porch was a flat slab of concrete, with a few pieces of rattan furniture. The white paint flaked almost entirely away. The cushions faded with the ghost of a floral pattern. Wind chimes swayed in the breeze like pendulums. The brass bells clanged on their chain. A deep undertone for the lighter voices of the thin silver tubes that lines the overhanging roof in even intervals. To the right hung the metal hummingbirds, chattering haphazardly, and I regretted buying them for her birthday many years ago. They were a chaotic, jarring sound against the rest of the wind chimes. "What direction is the wind coming from?" my mother asked. "Towards the lake," I replied, not turning around. I felt her brief silence like a weight against my back. This was not a conversation that we'd have in pieces, not one that she would complete hours or perhaps days later. I waited. "Well, it's not a problem if it lets up before sundown," she sighed. "No," I agreed. "It won't be a problem if it lets up." Mother's decline began only a few months ago and progressed rapidly. I hired a house sitter and moved back into my childhood home to watch over her. Initially, I'd planned to sell my house, expecting this to be a long-term arrangement, but after the first month, I realized this would not be the case. I arranged for monthly payments to my house sitter, for weekly check-ins, and talked to my boss about working remotely and then taking FMLA if caring for my mother required all of my attention. Then I began the slow, futile process of convincing my mother to let me take her to a doctor. I remember her standing out in the yard, staring off into the horizon, and watching the movement of the clouds. I went to stand next to her, and after a moment of silence, I gently suggested that she let me make her an appointment. "I'd found someone," I said. "He was highly recommended. If she worried about the expense, I would cover it. I had a very good job, and no children to provide for, after all." She'd always been a little less sad about my decision to not marry or have children. It was never something she pressured me on, but I saw her longing for grandchildren and how she interacted with the children of other adults close to my age. It got worse after my father died. I feel guilty for making her sad. It's one of those things that can't be helped. Our choices are never enough for anyone. "I don't want to see a doctor," she told me, and her voice was strong. "I'm not sick." "But you are," I thought. She was distant most days, staring aimlessly off at nothing, watching the sky and looking for patterns in things that were otherwise meaningless. She hardly responded, and when she did, it was often in response to something I'd said hours or days or even decades before. "I'm listening to the wind," she said. That was the beginning of it. She listened to the wind chimes. She asked me to tell her what direction the wind was coming from. "From the lake," I would tell her. "Always from the lake." Then one evening, at sundown, I went outside and looked towards the lake and felt the wind against my back. It swooped over the small house, rustling the tops of the trees that it backed up onto. I felt uneasy when I turned around to face it, but I could not explain to myself why that was. I went inside and Mother was waiting there, in the sitting room, on a cream sofa. Her eyes were sharp and she asked me, as she asked me every evening now, which direction the wind was coming from. The north, I replied. Her mouth tightened into a thin line, and she stood. She walked deliberately, with a purpose I had not seen out of her since I'd moved in. I went to her, alarmed, and took her arm and gently urged her to sit back down. I was afraid of what would happen if she grew agitated. Her fingers latched around my wrist. I was surprised at the strength remaining in her body. My mother has always been a strong woman. It was a source of pride for her. We promised something to the wind, my mother whispered. He comes to claim it. I had never heard this from her. I was unnerved and thought perhaps it was best to humor her, if it would calm her down. Together, we checked all the windows. We made sure they were latched tight, and she felt for cracks, and if there was the slightest hint of air from the outside, she stuffed the frame tight with rags. She did the same with the doors, and it left her breathless. I told her to please sit down. I could do the rest. By then, the wind had picked up. The wind chimes banged against one another, merely drowning out the murmur of the restless trees. Mother was agitated, and I went to start the kettle so I could make her some tea. Perhaps the ritual was more to comfort myself, but I didn't know what else to do. I was unnerved by my mother's terror, and somehow, the act of securing the house had made the night, and the wind outside, seem menacing. The wind sounded like the tap of fingers against the kitchen window, and as I walked past it to the stove, I caught a glimpse of light in the corner of my vision. A glitter, 2 points like eyes, and the brief impression of movement. Startled, I glanced over. Nothing. Just the wind chime swaying outside. The attic. Mother said abruptly, I need to make sure the attic is safe. I told her I would do this. I didn't want her climbing up on a ladder right now. I fetched it from the garage and I hurried, digging it in, not wanting to be out there any more than I had to, with the wind banging against the garage door, like it was standing outside and beating against it with a pair of fists. I made sure the door was locked behind me, and replaced the towels around the bottom edge to stop off the wind. I went up to the attic. I climbed the ladder and pushed up the loose panel in the ceiling. It smelled of old wood and a faint hint of a fragrance. Rose, perhaps. I pulled myself up, sitting on the ledge of the beams and then pulling my legs in. A single light bulb was affixed to a roof beam, casting a warm glow over the dusty attic. Boxes were piled about the edges, and I felt the roof vibrating around me with the wind. I dropped back down into the house and fetched a box knife. Mother wasn't going to sleep anytime soon, and when I looked into the kitchen, she sat perfectly still with her hands folded in front of her and her eyes closed. She'd be there for hours if I left her alone. I had a suspicion as to what was in the boxes, as there weren't many mementos from their early life and my childhood around the house. I'm uncertain what drove my sudden desire to look through them. Nostalgia? Grief? I returned to the attic. Curiously, I didn't feel the breeze. I'd been in my own attic and I'd felt the air working its way through the cracks and whispering throughout the room. I edged closer to the slant of the roof, where it joined with the floor, and peered at the wooden underside. Thick tar streaked the seams, unevenly applied. I set the knife down nearby and I stood close enough that I could feel the house shaking in the wind, the roof mere inches from my brow, trying to determine how long ago they'd applied it. The wind struck the house with a roar like an enraged animal. A crack, a shattering of wood, something struck the side of my face. Cold wind blew in and then my hair was seized. A sharp, agonizing yank. I was on my toes, my feet barely touching the floor, spine arched in a vain attempt to relieve the pressure at the back of my scalp. I flailed, desperately stretching my fingers out for the box knife that lay on the boxes nearby. My fingers brushed its metal surface, edged it closer, and then I twisted my body and lunged, wrapping my hand around its grip. I barely felt the pain, my body taut with adrenaline as I reached up with both hands, seized my hair, and pulled it into a tight knot near the base of my skull, and I hacked it off with my knife. My hair parted. I fell heavily to the ground, landing badly, and my feet gave out, and I crashed sideways into a stack of boxes. They went over. I went with them, and for a moment, everything was falling and wrong side up, and then I was on the floor, half sprawled in the crushed cardboard. I stared up at the hole in the ceiling, and a man stared down at me. I could see only his eyes and the sharp edge of his cheekbone through the hole, and his skin was the color of the night sky. No, there was no skin, merely the outline of a man. Then he was gone, and there was nothing but the empty sky visible through the hole in the roof. My hair lay strewn on the attic floor, spread in a half circle around me. I reached up to what was left behind, shorn unevenly just below the ears. I began to cry. Rapid, painful sobs that caught halfway in my chest like taffy. I struggled against them, thinking that no, not now. I couldn't collapse now. Not over my hair. My beloved long hair. The wind sighed through the hole in the roof and caught the shorn strands in its fingers, turned them over, scattered them, and finally blew my hair away into the shadows of the attic. My mother was shaking when I returned to the kitchen. She looked up at me, raised a trembling hand, and tried to speak. "The wind," she croaked. "I heard him." And she began to cry. I made tea and set a mug in front of her, and then we sat there at the kitchen table together in silence, and listened to the wind clawing at the windows, with fingers that I now knew to be human in form. We talked about what happened in bits and pieces over the next few days. I repaired the hole in the roof with a few layers of plywood, and scheduled someone to come fix it properly at a later date. I checked the wind on my own now. I asked my mother to see a doctor less often. Instead, I asked her what she was listening for, when she sat there distant and lost inside herself. "I knew what she heard," she said. "I'd always known. Didn't I remember how scared I was of storms as a child? How I would hide in my room when the wind picked up? Only when it came from the north," she said. I knew that something was coming. It was an unpleasant memory, and I unearthed it reluctantly. I had been a frightened child. There were many nights when my dad sat in my bedroom with me, while I cried in fear, and told him that something was trying to get inside my room. He's taken towels and plugged the cracks in the window, telling me that would keep me safe. When I was older, I thought it was just a way to reassure me, and also a way to compensate for the aging house's quirks. This was not something new. Perhaps Mother had always listened to the wind. She just listened more intently now. Though I could not tell if this was because the wind was growing more aggressive, or if she, herself, was failing. I went into town and got my hair cleaned up, so that it sat in a tidy bob. My mother noticed it intermittently, but she never asked me the cause of the sudden change. In her mind, it had been this way for some time. "It was so pretty long," she said one day, touching the cut ends with a trembling hand. "When you were little, do you ever think of growing it out again?" I remember this conversation, and many others like it from over a decade ago. I remember the resentment, taking my mother's comments as disapproval, and maybe they were, and how I'd lashed out and told her to mind her own damn business, and I'd cut my hair however I pleased. "Yeah," I sighed. "I think I will." I returned to the attic on a day when the wind was coming across the lake. I opened up the boxes and pulled out old photo albums. I sat there under the dim light of the single light bulb and flipped through them. I paused on one of the photographs from when I was an infant. My parents stood beside a sold sign in the front of my childhood home. They were shoulder to shoulder, smiling, and my mother held me in her arms. Their hair was windswept. I squinted. There, behind them, was a smudge. No, not a smudge. A shape. An outline of dust and light. The shoulders and head of a man, peering over their shoulders and gazing down at the child in her arms. His hair long and entwined with the wind itself as it danced around them. I knew what it was they'd promised the wind. I took the photo downstairs to where Mother sat on the back patio, on the wicker furniture. She watched the wind chimes sway in the breeze. I sat next to her and set the photo in her lap, and her fingers unconsciously moved to cover it. I asked her about the wind and why they had promised me to it. Her eyes were vacant. She told me they didn't know as much back then about the things that could happen after childbirth. That she hadn't gotten help, and one day, at noon on midsummer, when she was at her darkest and bleakest moment, and wondering why I existed at all, she cursed me. She didn't remember the words, she said, her voice breaking as it did so often now. They came to her, and it seemed like what she should do, and so she cursed me, and it was the wind that heard the curse. They'd tried to keep me safe, lest the wind come and claim what it had been given. For so long they'd succeeded, but now it seemed like the wind was only waiting, and the day had come when it wanted what was rightfully its own. "I shouldn't have let you come home," she whispered. "You're sick," I protested. "Of course I'd come to take care of you." She shook her head and she seemed like a little child in that moment, helplessly denying the world around it. "I was weak," she continued. "I missed you. I should have gone to a nursing home. I know I should have, instead of letting you come back. But this house." She trailed off, her eyes fixed on the photograph in her lap. On their proud faces in front of the house they decided to raise a family in. "It's not your fault," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. The wind shifted. We both felt it. Around us, the wind chimes began to sway in unison, rocking on the ripples of air that curled around us. Mother sat there listening. I sat there listening, and neither of us had to say a thing, for we both understood that the wind was coming from the north, and that he was coming. I took her inside. I made her tea and then went back outside. I stood in the yard, facing the lake, and I felt the wind against my back. I looked at the clouds, gauging whether it would rain, noting that there was a little risk of tornadoes. Night came, and the wind had not shifted as I'd hoped, even though I knew in my heart that it would not. I checked the locks on the window, and stuffed rags in the frame, and checked the lock I'd installed in the attic entrance. Then I joined my mother in the kitchen, and we waited as night fell. Neither of us would sleep tonight, I thought. I wondered how long this could go on, being trapped in this small house like this, under siege by something neither of us really understood. I wondered if perhaps I was delusional myself, cooped up too long, and falling into my mother's delusions. The wind hit the house. It groaned. The windows rattled in their frames. It raced around the house with a shrill whine, like it was screaming its frustration. My knuckles were white, and my fingernails dug into the skin on the back of my hand. Across from me, my mother was still and silent, her breathing shallow and her eyes closed. The hours passed like this. We listened to the wind as it swept around the house, clawing at every crevice that might yield a weak spot. It smashed into the door in steady, rhythmic blows, and I shuddered at each impact. Then, close to midnight, my mother began to cry. She didn't open her eyes. Tears ran down her cheeks and dripped onto the table. "I spent so many years listening," she whispered. "When I heard him coming, I closed up the windows and stopped up the cracks. Then you left, but he kept coming to the house, and he was so angry. I'm tired." Another blow to the door. The frame groaned. Mother reached out and placed her fingers over mine. She stroked the back of my hand urgently. "So tired." Her voice was a whisper. "I've poured myself out listening, and now I feel like I'm all gone." Blow to the window. The glass pane cracked with a snap like the ice in winter. I jumped in my seat, heart pounding, but remained otherwise fixed in place, holding my mother's thin fingers. "I'm so sorry." My mother's voice was faltering. I felt like I was watching a candle gutter. "You deserve better than this." A moment of silence. The clock read midnight. I sat, listening, and realized that the only sound from outside the house was the gentle clink of the wind chimes. I stood and went to the kitchen window and looked out. There was nothing there, and the trees were growing still. The wind was quiet. The outline of a man stood only a few yards away, staring directly at the window. I could not see his face in the darkness, but I felt his smile. He dipped his head in a subtle nod at me, then he turned and walked away, and the darkness swallowed him up. Mother died a half hour after midnight. I didn't notice at first. She sat at the kitchen table with her back straight, and her fingers wrapped around her cooling tea. Her face was closed, peaceful, her eyes shut, as they'd been for most of the evening. It wasn't until I went to replace her cold tea that I realized something was wrong, when her hands stiffly resisted instead of simply releasing the tea mug. Then they fell away to either side, frozen in place like claws, and I realized she was dead. Today, the wind comes from the north. I am counting the hours until sundown, sitting in the kitchen with the photo albums from the attic strewn before me. I am the last of my family line. When I am gone, there will be no hand to turn the pages of aged photo albums and stare at the faint smudges in the edges of the photo, of the outline of a man hovering always nearby, watching, waiting. The wind comes from the wrong direction. It comes to claim a promise that was made. I have unlocked and opened the windows. The door hangs open. I do not know what will happen, nor what I hope to accomplish. I feel that I have reached the last chapter of a book, and there is nothing left to do but close the cover with a sigh. Accept that it has come to an end, set it aside, and give the wind what it wants. I reside primarily in Southwest Virginia, where I do work as a fiction author for a small publishing company. Seeing as how I've been suffering from a bit of writer's block lately, I decided to take a spur-of-the-moment trip to Virginia Beach, completely unannounced. It's about a 6.5-hour drive, which may seem slightly ridiculous for a simple retreat. As a young child, however, my family and I used to regularly come to this beach for vacation, so I suppose being there just strikes a nostalgic chord in me somewhere. I arrived at the coastal city around sunset. I was so taken in by the sight of the golden amber sky, being held gently by the illustrious ocean, that I almost didn't notice that I was in what now seemed like a ghost town. Now don't get me wrong, Virginia Beach isn't Venice Beach, or anything even close. However, it was the tail end of summer in a bustling beachside city, with a population of roughly 500,000, and somehow there wasn't a soul around. I'd been to Florida once when they were suffering from a severe bout of red tide, so I presumed there was something similar going on at this beach. That was the only explanation I could think of that would explain why the entire beach and boardwalk was void of people. I was actually somewhat relieved initially, seeing as how I was coming here to get away from the distractions of everyday life anyways. I pulled into my hotel parking lot, a run-down but still decent and cheap Holiday Inn. The parking lot was empty too. I'm certainly never one to complain about rockstar parking, but my suspicion and wariness was mounting. I walked into the hotel lobby, cautiously approaching the front desk. I waited there for what must have been 5 minutes. I knew that I had arrived a bit later than expected, but surely there had to be someone working, I thought. But there was absolutely nobody. I poked my head over the receptionist counter, trying to see if there was any sign of life in the nearby vicinity. All I saw was a note with my name and room number written on it, with a room key taped to it. I found this very odd, but more unprofessional than anything. I swept aside my minor aggravation, and tried to find the silver lining in my situation. Once again, I had to remind myself that I came here to escape any and all distractions in the first place. This included interactions with other people. Nonetheless, I couldn't escape this uneasy gut feeling I had that something was really, really wrong. I made my way towards the elevator, secretly hoping that the doors would open up to reveal at least one other person staying at this hotel. But of course, when the elevator doors opened, there was nobody inside. I reluctantly lumbered my overstuffed suitcase towards the elevator, prepared for my ride in solitude. My room was on the 12th floor, the top floor of this hotel, which meant that I had a long elevator ride up. This was when things started to become truly strange and unsettling. As I was coming up on the 4th floor, I could hear what distinctly sounded like footsteps running to the elevator doors, just as I moved up past the floor. I thought this seemed odd, but also slightly comforting to know that there was actually other people at this hotel. But then I heard the same thing for the next 3 floors. I shook it off as probably just being some kids running up and down the hallways, or something of that nature. The elevator then abruptly stopped once reaching the 9th floor. I expected the elevator doors to open and reveal a fellow hotel guest, but there was nobody. I slowly peered out of the elevator and down the adjacent hallway, scouring every inch of the carpeted corridor. Once again, there was nobody around. I shook my head, partly in mild irritation and partly out of confusion. Then I heard it again. Just as the elevator doors were nearly shut, the sound of footsteps came rushing towards me. Except this time they were louder, and followed with what sounded like a child's laughter. I was a bit spooked, and caught off guard to say the least. Again, I went with the most likely explanation of it being kids horsing around in the hallways. The rest of the ride up was non-eventful, thankfully. Upon reaching the 12th floor, I hurriedly made my way to my hotel room, and quickly locked the door behind me. I sat my suitcase down, and flicked on a bedside lamp, flooding the retro-looking hotel room in a blue fluorescence. The room smelled vaguely of stale cigarette smoke, which didn't bother me, since I'm a long-time smoker. I contemplated laying down on the bed for just a few minutes to get some much-needed rest. However, I knew that those few minutes would quickly turn into 20 minutes, which would then turn into a deep slumber. I shook off the desire and grabbed a half-empty pack of Camel Lights, along with my messenger bag. I then headed out to sit on my balcony, and hopefully get some writing done. Upon opening the sliding door leading out to the balcony, I was immediately hit with the salty ocean air as I looked out onto the shore. I sat down in a flimsy, green lawn chair and began working on an outline for a horror screenplay that I had been commissioned to write. About 2 hours passed by before I realized how much writing I had actually gotten done. I'll admit that I was actually somewhat impressed with myself, seeing as how little I had written in the past year or so. I saved my work and turned off my laptop, ready to head back inside for a quick break before returning back to my writing. However, I noticed something strange in the reflection of my laptop screen before I closed it completely. At first I thought it was just a smudge on my screen. Upon closer inspection though, I saw that it was actually a woman. She was just standing right there in the middle of my hotel room. Terrified and in a state of shock, I quickly spun around to find my hotel room completely empty. I was quite confused initially, and thought that perhaps my fatigued mind was playing tricks on me. I slowly turned back around, and looked at the reflection on my laptop again. She was still there in the reflection, completely static and unwavering. But when I turned back around to look for her, she was gone. I had no idea what to do, or what was even going on. Perhaps I was just overreacting, and there was a rational explanation for all of this. However, I couldn't think of any. I tried to take a picture of her with my laptop camera, but she didn't show up in it either. Only in the reflection was I able to see her. I began to try and think of a plan to get out of this situation and off of this balcony. Going out the front door of my hotel room didn't seem like a likely option. I wasn't certain just yet if the mystery lady would indeed hurt or attack me, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of menace coming off of her. I looked over the guardrails. I knew that jumping wasn't anything but a last resort. Leaping from the 12th floor would come certain death. In the back of my mind though, I knew that I'd rather jump and take my own life than to leave my fate in the hands of whatever was waiting for me inside. I tried to contact someone through my laptop, as it was linked to my cell phone that I stupidly left inside my hotel room, but as soon as I began typing out a message, my laptop suddenly died. Despite being nearly halfway charged, it didn't make any sense, but that didn't matter now. The screen dimmed to reveal the woman, except something about her was different now. It took me a minute to realize what it was. She had both of her arms outstretched, as if she was reaching for me. But she was still just standing there, completely frozen. I decided I needed to make a decision, and I needed to do it quick. I leaned one leg over the guardrail, struggling to gain my footing on the other side. I eventually got both legs around, so that I was facing the inside of my hotel room. I looked to my left and saw the leg of someone else sitting on the balcony of the room beside me. I called out to them to try and get their attention, but they didn't budge or respond. I knew that I needed to get over there, but I also knew that all it took was one careless slip and I would be plummeting to my death. I swung my left foot over and grabbed on the guardrail of the neighboring balcony. I was trying to get a firm grip with my left hand when I noticed that I could now see the woman. She was standing right at the sliding doors. It was still so dark outside that I couldn't make out any features on her. It was almost as if she was nothing but pure darkness. Afraid of her getting any closer to me, I decided to let my right hand go and try to swing my body over to the other balcony. My hands were too sweaty from the fear and anxiety, and I accidentally let go. The last thing I remember was falling backwards and looking up towards my balcony. I saw the shadow lady looking over the guardrail at me. She was just standing there, staring straight down at me, and then everything suddenly went black. I eventually came to after what seemed like days, to find that I was standing upright in my hotel room. I didn't know how I got there, but everything looked exactly the same, except it was darker in my room. Much darker, almost jet black. I looked down and couldn't even see my hands or feet. I tried to take a step forward, but found that I was completely unable to. It was as if I was paralyzed, yet still able to look around. That was when I noticed someone sitting out on the balcony. It was me. I didn't know how it was possible, but I was now watching myself sit out there and type as I did only a few hours, or however long before. I continued to watch myself act out everything in the exact same manner as I had done previously. I saw myself react to the shadow woman, who I now realized was me, and I watched in horror as I fell to my death. I tried to reach out to myself, but I was unable to move hardly at all, and definitely not quickly enough to save myself. I looked over the balcony just as I saw myself hit the ground. I watched as the blood began to seep out from underneath my mangled corpse. I sat down in the chair and picked up my laptop. I wasn't even controlling my actions at this point. It was as if I was just going through with the motions. I could see the reflection of the woman again on the screen. I knew it was actually me now, but I still felt afraid. Maybe more so now, as I was more confused than anything. I then began to type this out, as a cry for help almost. I don't know if anyone will even read this, and honestly, I don't know what you could do to help me even if you did. I fear that I may be stuck in some sort of loop that I'm unable to escape from. I don't know how I entered this time loop, or what I'm supposed to do. All I know is that I need to figure out a plan to get away from the shadow person in my room, and off this balcony, even if that means falling to my death again. Sometimes, we fail to grasp the effect certain events will have on our lives. Back then, I was blissfully unaware of the going-on in our little town, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The whole shit show started about 6 months ago, before the Faceless Man was even called that. Nobody would have guessed that a few bizarre incidents could develop into a string of murders. I guess I should start with the first time I heard about the whole ordeal, an otherwise normal afternoon. A full day of sorting letters at my dead-end job at the post office left me tired and depleted as I was watching the long shadows of the trees zoom by on my way home. So, why do you think he does that? Huh? I tore my gaze from the car window and tried to focus on what my dearest friend and colleague, Claire, was saying. Why do you think he moves the bodies? Who? The guy on the news? Still no idea what you're talking about, see? Claire let out a comical laugh. Matt, how can you be so oblivious to the world? I'm talking about that murderer who moves the bodies after he kills them. They found another one last night. It was on the radio this morning. The early dusk light shining through the windshield and illuminating her auburn hair made for quite the picture. I don't listen to the radio and I don't read the paper. Really? Anyway, I think he does it because he's one of those new age folks who hates tradition. And he just took it way too far. Don't you think? She went on. I mean, maybe he's right. If you think about it, spot burying is pretty stupid. I guess there's something I should tell you about the town I live in. It's a mid-sized town in the United States, with a population of roughly 20,000. You've probably never heard of it. We don't like strangers too much, and not too many people come to visit. We do have a story though. When the settlement was first established, the original founder, who must have been the biggest prick of the 18th century, instructed the then inhabitants to bury him at the spot where he drew his last breath. George Vancouver the son passed and was buried in the town hall, and it became common practice to follow in his proverbial steps. A few hundred years later, and not without the help of a few modern evangelical Christians, citing loosely interpreted phrases from the Bible, and the town where the dead push bricks instead of daisies still stands. The unique custom can make for some interesting experiences growing up in this town. For example, my senior year next table classmates was the grave of Jeff Rollins, a kid who croaked in class due to a rare type of aneurysm. Only a gravestone was placed. The body was cremated due to lack of adequate burial space. Our local convenience store has a grave in the middle of the frozen goods aisle, so if you're after ice cream and an instant dinner, you have to go around the back, and so on. It's almost crazy to think that hundreds of years of maintaining this bizarre practice led me to having this conversation with Claire. Says you, she went on. I think it's important, and in any case, you have to admit it's pretty disturbing. As much as I hated to admit it, it was pretty disturbing. I'm not talking about the murder, even for a non-religious, non-traditional man such as myself. If I exercised the practice, it was only to fit in. The idea of desecrating our tradition so blatantly seemed plain wrong. Just like an individual with no passion for the arts would be troubled at the sight of a man taking a shit on the Mona Lisa. And you know how they found the victim this time? Claire continued. He must have killed her somewhere in the house, but the police found her in the shed, with her stomach open and her insides. Claire, I really don't want to hear this, I said. I was already starting to feel nauseous. How messed up is that though, huh? I wonder what her family's going to do now. Like, where do they bury her? Claire changed lanes to avoid the final resting place of Emily, whose traditions against roadside etiquette earned her an honorary spot at the library junction. No idea. I let out a yawn as we finally pulled up next to an old Victorian-style home. Well, that's me. Thanks for the ride, C. No problemo, said Claire as I stepped out of the car and onto my porch. I turned back to wave at my friend. who gave me a smile and wink, then drove off. "Mom, I'm back," I said out of habit as I stepped through the door into the living room. Reality descended on me for the millionth time. My mom had passed away this summer. 5 years after my dad, the sight of an empty home still depressed me every time I walked in. Well, almost empty. "Hey, Coco," I said, and gave my cat a pat on the head, who meowed to let me know her bowl was empty. There's one thing that's sure about serial killers. Their appetite becomes harder and harder to satisfy as time goes on. As such, we didn't have to wait a full month before the next incident occurred. "Check the paper," Claire said one morning in between sorting letters. "There was another one last night, and guess who spotted him?" "Well," I said, trying to focus on what little desire I had to live as I was sorting the 100th letter of the day. "You wouldn't believe it. It was Aunt Betty," exclaimed Claire. "From Sloane Street?" I asked incredulously, and indeed, the paper had a jumbo-sized, and not quite flattering, photo of the old woman juxtaposed against a shadowy outline with the eye-popping caption, "Mysterious Killer Spotted." As it turned out, Aunt Betty, who was no one's aunt in particular, couldn't sleep during the night, a standard case of old person insomnia. She decided to entertain herself by looking out the window, from which she saw a man dressed in black carrying poor Gregory to the backyard. Once again, the killer did not disappoint with his particular flair for the macabre. Gregory, third victim to date, was abandoned unceremoniously on the steps of his porch as the perpetrator fled the scene. However, the large wooden cross found in the backyard, stolen from a church a few weeks prior, suggested that our hero was planning a theatrical reenactment of the greatest tragedy in the history of mankind, with the Son of God as a bald man in his 50s. Aunt Betty managed to get a look at the man before he vanished, and she swore up and down that when the man raised his head to look at her, he had nothing underneath his hood, just a dark abyss, like death itself. Granted, the old woman was pushing 90, and her eyesight was already packing its bags, but the dramatic tone added just the right flavor to a best-selling edition of the Town Herald the morning after. That's how the faceless man was born. Needless to say, the press had a field day with the news, and reiterated for the 100th time the killer's modus operandi: breaks into their home, stabs them or slits their throat, clean up the blood so the place of death is unidentifiable, and move the bodies to another room. Mortimer Snyder's of Mort's Funeral Home also gave an interview and spoke on the moral and cultural decline of our youth. Needless to say, the police's inability to locate the actual place of death and allow for proper burial made people very uncomfortable. "Jesus Christ on a bicycle," I exclaimed as I finished reading the article, without failing to draw a judgmental gaze from an old man who was vigorously licking a stamp in one of the booths. "Yeah, crazy, huh? She lives just a few blocks over from me. I've been double locking my doors every night. It's a good thing I have Dave with me to keep me safe." Dave was a gigantic Great Dane. Claire affectionately called him her Great Dave, to my not-so-great amusement, who would bark at the slightest disturbance of the house. I never liked that dog, but boy did I feel grateful for him then. "Maybe you should install a security system. You can never be too safe," I said, emphasizing the concern in my tone. "Maybe you should install a security system." She replied cheerfully, "Maybe I should." If I wasn't as broke as a church mouse, I thought to myself. Her concern was touching though. Such a pure-hearted person is hard to come by, not to mention her wit and her mesmerizing eyes, and oh my god, I hate being a wimp. "Okay, all done for the day. Ready to go?" I realized I was staring at her and snapped back to reality. "Yeah, thanks dude. I really appreciate the ride," I said. "Hey, you got it, man," she said with a wink. The months following the passing of my mother went by in a big and unexciting blur. The monotony of my life was not changed, but over time, I started to gradually get over her death. Admittedly, my coping mechanism was somewhat horrible. Binge watching shows on Netflix, emptying bottles of ye old liquid strength, and the other activity lonesome men tend to engage in. The slow passing of the weeks was punctuated only by the sporadic murders, which were closely followed by the town's increasing anxiety and interest in the faceless man, and home security products, whose killing pattern emerged through his activities. 2 weeks went by before the 4th victim was found, her throat slit in position to sit on the couch with the TV turned to static. And then another 2 weeks before the 5th was discovered, the details of his death too gruesome to put in writing. I will, however, mention that they involve a misplaced appendage. It became increasingly clear that the killer was after attention. The morbid and sophomoric sense of humor, meme culture to be blamed, and rashness of the killings allowed the police to release a profile of the killer to the press, who asked the general public to look for a boy in his late teens or early 20s, who answers the following characteristics: a misanthrope who is at odds with his parents, an underachiever at school or work, a loner with no friends, and a cynical approach to life who finds amusement at another's misfortune. If that sounds familiar, it's because the description fits at least 99% of the teenagers on this planet, and I'm willing to bet my entire life savings that if there's some other race living in a distant galaxy far away, it applies to their teenagers too. The slow crescendo of violence and the profane nature of the crimes instilled a sense of unease in all inhabitants, and the police's incompetence and inability to slow down the killing spree certainly did not inspire a sense of security in anyone. The lingering sense of danger permeated everyday life, like a poisonous miasma. At that time, even Claire's happy-go-lucky attitude seemed to darken, ever so slightly, as if she could sense that sooner or later, the slow buildup of tension would culminate in an ominous final act. A month has passed since the 5th victim was found, and the dreadful anticipation for the next incident seemed to be on everyone's mind. Except, of course, no one ever thought it was going to happen to them. Truly, humanity's greatest strength is our ability to believe that we are immune to danger. Either that, or I was just not that concerned for my well-being. Not to mention that the monotony of my life made me feel less like a person, and more like a robot. I did, however, care for my cat. So when I heard her meowing one night, I groggily stepped out of my bedroom and made my way downstairs to fill her bowl. The house felt exceptionally dark that night. The moonlight shone through the windows, and the trees cast long and ominous shadows. The carpeted floor did not make a sound as I tiredly made my way downstairs. I lazily slid my hand across the handrail and scanned the dark living room as I walked down the stairs. I became increasingly aware of the silence as I walked down, as if the air itself was holding its breath. I finally reached the bottom of the stairs and entered the kitchen. I snapped out of my dreamlike state as I realized that the dark kitchen was not empty. A man stood on the other side of the kitchen, towards the back door, and froze when I spotted him. He was about 6 feet tall and very thin. He must not have been older than 18. Under his hood, he wore a black balaclava that exposed only the eyes and mouth. My mind whispered to me the truth I didn't want to acknowledge. I recognized the man from the description in the paper, except, of course, he wasn't an otherworldly ghoul. He was just a kid. The most captivating detail of his character was, however, the sharp, silver, metallic commando knife he carried in his right hand. We looked at each other, and I immediately knew what was going to happen. In the movies, they always show the fight scenes in slow motion. They don't tell you how fast it happens in real life, how the killer lunges at you like a panther in the jungle. By sheer luck, I managed to react and avoid getting stabbed in the heart, instead feeling warmth on my left arm, the pain registering quickly after. I scrambled to the counter and the faceless man lunged again. At that moment, I suddenly realized I didn't want to die. All of my feelings, desires, and wants flashed before my eyes like a kaleidoscope. I thought of all the things I won't be able to do, and was immediately filled with immense regret. I knew, sure as death, that I am not going to survive this encounter. I closed my eyes and braced for the worst. Instead, I was met with the crunching sound of a kneecap smashing against a concrete slab of stone. I opened my eyes to see the man stumbling and, miraculously, falling neck first into the business end of his own killing apparatus. I caught a glimpse of the one thing my would-be killer didn't account for. A gravestone with the inscription, R.I.P. Meredith, beloved mother and friend. Neatly positioned in the middle of the kitchen. As everything went black, I managed to whisper a final thank you to my mom. I guess all moms do care for their sons, no matter where they are. A neighbor who heard the commotion called the cops, who arrived at the scene to find me passed out and covered in my own sick and urine, a detail the police have thankfully omitted from the official report. The irony of the killer finding demise at his own tool was only overshadowed by his failure to account for the very thing he was protesting against. I would later find out the faceless man was not a nameless man. His name was Elvin, a fact I would be reminded of every time I stepped into the town's one and only double-graved kitchen. The investigation would also reveal him as a deeply troubled kid, who was traumatized by having to sleep in the same room as his dead father. His deep hatred for our custom, coupled with childhood trauma and a possible undiagnosed personality disorder, propelled him into a downward spiral of madness. The details would appear in the paper, making me a local celebrity for exactly 1 week, until everyone moved on to the next big thing. In the morning after the event, I woke up in the hospital with a bandage on my arm. They ran all sorts of tests and concluded I was fine, despite a lovely scar on my left bicep. I couldn't be happier to see Claire sitting on the chair beside my bed when I woke up. When she saw him awake, she hugged me tightly, and I could feel warm tears on my cheek. I couldn't tell if they were mine or hers. "Maybe your tradition isn't so bad after all, huh?" she said. I managed a weak grin. Maybe not. She pulled away and held my hand tightly without saying a word, and for a moment, I sensed something deeper than concern for a friend in her smile. Maybe I do have a choice. I was headed toward the tall, swanky building in Chicago for an interview. I already had gotten 15 odd interviews while still getting nowhere, and my frustration levels were at an all-time high. This in-person interview, however, alleviated some of my depression, as the invitation to come to the firm's office to get to know them was a nice gesture. And I was actually in good spirits as I approached the all-glass building. My entry through the revolving door led me into a large, well-lit lobby. Something out of a Harry Potter movie. I got my temp entry badge from a grinning guy manning a large desk, and headed to the hall that housed 8 elevators, 4 on each side. My destination was on the 58th floor. Everything was larger than life, you see. I was elated as I entered the elevator when the door slid open. It was huge and empty, as I was coming in at 2 p.m. Not exactly rush hour. The elevator doors slowly clunked closed, and I was immersed in silence. For some unexplainable reason, my elation from a few seconds ago vanished in an instant, and a creepy feeling that something's not right gripped my insides. I brushed it off as my nervousness for the meeting, and looked at the buttons. It was actually a sleek touch display, and one had to scroll up and down the floor numbers to select the right one. Each floor number had names of the companies that were housed there. Neat. As I began scrolling up from my floor, I noticed something peculiar. There was no option for floor 42 and 53. And as I scrolled up farther and farther, some floor company names changed into a script that I didn't recognize, and switched right back, like a glitch. It's a glitch, you idiot. I thought to myself, it's not a script. Why did you even think of that? I chided myself for being silly at such an important meeting. I selected 58 and pressed the arrow on the screen. The elevator dinged once faintly and rumbled into motion. "Going up," said a soothing woman's voice from a speaker somewhere as the elevator gained velocity. The floor numbers on the display changed rapidly. L, 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 16, 24, 36. Rumble and screech. 48. More screeching. 58. Even in my state of sweaty nervousness from the weird elevator ride and the anticipation of the interview, I hadn't failed to notice that the rumbling had happened as the elevator passed the missing floors. It's just construction work, I reminded myself as the doors dinged open loudly, and the voice spoke again. 58. My ears were blocked and thudding with my heartbeat due to the rapid ascent. As I stepped out into the marble lobby, I approached the glass door with the logo of the company etched on it, tagged my badge on the scanner, and entered when the scanner turned green and the door clunked unlocked. I was greeted with a large open office space, with a ton of natural light pouring in from windows that connected ceiling to the floor. I walked up to the girl at the desk. She didn't look up, immersed in her computer screen with a bored look on her face. I cleared my throat expecting her to notice. She didn't. "Excuse me, ma'am," I said. She finally looked up, bored expression not changing a bit. "Yeah? I'm here for an interview at 2:30 with Mr. Mann." "Whatever." "Excuse me?" I did a double take. "Water?" Her expression suddenly changed into a large grin as she stood up excitedly as she walked around the desk to me. No thank you," I said, taken even more aback at this shift. "Mr. Mann will be right with you," She kept on grinning ear to ear. A door opened behind me, and a tall man in business casuals walked over. He was grinning ear to ear too, for some reason. "I'm Joe Mann. Nice to meet you. Come on in." I was led inside for the interview. The interview was actually unremarkable when compared to the eerie things happening around it. It went well, actually. But for some reason, my mind had lost the elation, and something was bothering me as I walked out of the interview room. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what wasn't feeling right, in the back of my head. As I was walking out of the main glass door with these thoughts in my head, the girl spoke up enthusiastically. "All the best, Flesh." What the fuck? I thought as I turned and faced her. "All the best, Mr. Fletcher." "For the interview result?" She grinned like she hadn't just spouted another weird sentence for the day. "I'm not Fletcher, but thank you." I hurried out. I didn't want to stay in this building any longer. After that interaction, my instinct had begun tugging at me to get the hell out. You know that feeling, when everything at face value is perfectly normal, but something sinister is happening beneath. It was with that feeling that I entered the elevator, which was already waiting for me. The door already open, no less. She was waiting with her mouth open for me. No, you idiot. Elevators don't have a mouth. I rebuked myself again. Why did I even bring that weird thought up? Someone must have gotten out and hence the elevator door was open. I rationalized with myself. I felt blank as I looked at the digital screen. I was sweating again. The elevator doors rumbled as they closed, enveloping me in silence like I was submerged in dry water. Was I drowning? No, I'm just in an elevator. That's it. I reminded myself and literally shook my head to clear my thoughts. I looked at the screen again and scrolled down to L, ignoring the missing floors. No glitches this time. I pressed the arrow and the elevator dinged, as the woman chimed soothingly, "Going down." As I was getting accustomed to the brief feeling of low gravity due to the downward motion of lift, there was an abrupt metallic screech, and the elevator came to a halt with a thud. I jumped out of my sweaty stupor, my senses alert. I looked at the display, and even before I registered what I was seeing, my subconscious already knew what number would be on screen. 53. Calm down, I told myself. It's only a construction malfunction or something. The door will open to a dusty floor with a bunch of hard-hat construction workers apologizing, and will assist you in going down. No biggie, I assured myself. But the door didn't open. I pressed the arrow button on the screen. Nothing. I tried scrolling up and down, but the numbers didn't move. I started sweating profusely now. Was I going to be one of those stories I heard where someone got trapped in an elevator and were rescued 15 hours later? I pressed the speaker icon on screen to try and activate the helpline or something. Nothing. Just silence ringing in my ears. "That won't help, dear." A woman's voice rippled with maniacal giggles pierced through the silence. The elevator woman's voice, no longer soothing. What the hell? My heart began racing now. My instincts could feel an immediate but unseen danger. Weren't these elevator sounds recordings? Who just left and talked to me? Was the elevator alive? What is even happening? If Uncanny Valley was a feeling or a situation, I would have said this was it. I looked around for the source of the sound or a camera. There was none. I tried pressing the microphone icon on the screen again. Nothing. I braced myself to hear the horrific laughter, but it was just silence. Now I pressed a bunch of icons on the screen out of frustration. Then I heard it. A static crackle like that of a radio. It was coming from a small speaker grill above the display. This was my chance. "Hello? Is anyone there? I'm stuck in this elevator. Hello?" I shouted hopefully into the grill. The crackling continued for a few seconds, then I heard a voice. A man's deep voice. "Make sure to wrap them correctly, or they spill blood all over the fucking floor." Okay, I was officially terrified of the unknown now. Anything could happen. I braced myself for the absurd, the paranormal. I listened farther. "I'll drain them completely next time. We should start collecting the blood as well. Could be useful. Save a bottle for my family." Both of the men started laughing through the radio crackle. My horrific trance was punctured by a loud ding as the elevator doors parted. I watched, unblinking, as the view unfolded in front of me. The floor was a construction site as I guessed, but something was wrong as I immediately noticed. There were drag marks leading from the elevator to the far end of the floor. The floor was covered in splotches of dry red color. Something brown was piled up on all the corners. I couldn't make it out. but I was sure I saw a skeletal arm jutting from one pile. I heard footsteps approaching from somewhere. My heart rate was jacked to max. My flight mode was activated, as I literally slammed on the display multiple times, bile rising up my throat, burning my insides. The footsteps were now seconds away. The elevator doors began to close. I was backed up against the elevator wall as the doors met in the middle. Going down, the voice chimed again, almost mockingly now. My heart was ready to rip through my ribcage as I anticipated the worst. The elevator rumbled down steadily until the display read L. I stared at it for a second, heart calming down. The display seemed to mock me as well. The doors opened to the well-lit, familiar, and safe lobby. I didn't hear any more sound from the elevator, like the elevator was just daring me to question the absurdity of what I experienced. As I stepped out, the halls were empty. Even the service desk wasn't manned, except for a janitor happily mopping up light red drag marks. As I walked out cautiously and stared at the scene, the man grinned at me, ear to ear. "Just some cranberry juice. How was the interview, sir?" I hadn't asked him what the liquid was. I hadn't told him I had been here for an interview. I didn't even know this person. I ran out of the building without answering, or looking back. 3 days later, I received a job offer from that firm with a $3,000 sign-on bonus. I'm not responding to that offer. Ever. House hunting is hard, no doubt about it. My wife and I searched for 5 months with no luck, so it was only natural that when we found a perfect house for a perfect price, we jumped at the opportunity. When we originally viewed the house, we immediately knew that it was perfect. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, on a huge plot of land out in the middle of the country. It was literally our dream house. Only problem was that it wasn't for sale. The home was a rental with an option after a year to rent to own. We figured it shouldn't be an issue, considering we were looking to buy anyways. All we had to do was follow the rules of the lease until that year was up. When we got to the realtor's office to review the lease and sign the agreement, we quickly scanned it for anything that seemed odd. It was all normal stuff like landlord must give 24 hours notice prior to inspecting the property, and tenant must give 60 days notice prior to vacating the property. We signed, and a week later we were in the house. It was perfect. My wife, who was expecting our first child, couldn't think of a better place to raise the baby. I saw a yard with tons of possibilities. A gazebo and fire pit. Maybe a pool sometime down the line. Things were great. There was even an apple tree on the property that seemed to produce tons of beautiful, healthy Granny Smith apples. We did live in a somewhat nervous anxiety, however. We had a cat, and the lease did present a clause that stated no cats were allowed. We figured since the landlord had to give 24 hours notice before inspections, we would be able to move the cat, Nikki, and any evidence of her existence to one of our parents' house the night before the inspection. The fact remained that we could be evicted from this perfect home because of the cat, and that left us on edge. Our second day came about and it was time to get back on the grind. My wife, Samantha, worked for a local city government, and I still had a few vacation days before I needed to get back to work. I decided I'd take the opportunity to unpack and take care of some chores around the house. Our morning alarm went off, and we knew that it was time to start our day. We both laid there for a moment, when suddenly we heard something coming from the living room. A slight scratching sound, followed by the loud creak of the front door, and audible footsteps moving across the hardwood floor. Did someone just walk into our house? Sam asked me, fear in her eyes. I'll go check, I said as I hopped out of bed and began scrambling to put on some clothes. I made my way out of our bedroom, through the hallway, and into the living room to find a petite young woman walking through the house. She had long blonde hair, and wore bright red lipstick. Her pale skin appeared to be glowing, but that could have easily been my eyes adjusting to the light. She was dressed professionally, and carried with her a large box. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to look and sound as intimidating as possible. "Oh, you guys are here," she said rudely, rolling her eyes. "Oh well, I'm here to drop off these air filters." She placed a large box on the floor in front of her, and began casually walking around the house. She examined the miscellaneous items throughout the house. Things were still in boxes, and the boxes were in no particular order. She made her way through the living room and into the kitchen. She stopped for a moment and looked around. Thanks for the filters. Can you please leave?" I said sternly. She glanced at me and scoffed. "Look," I said, In my lease it says that you have to give us 24 hours notice before any inspections. You need to leave now, or I'm calling the cops. I noticed Sam come out of the bedroom. What's going on? She asked, yawning. Your husband is trying to kick me out of your house. The woman said sarcastically. Sam, get my gun. I called to my wife, motioning toward the bedroom, and then called the police. The woman looked at me and rolled her eyes once again before begrudgingly walking toward the front door. I heard Sam's feet move into the bedroom and heard 6 loud beeps, followed by a bolt-on latching on the small electronic safe we kept in the bedroom. You know, she started. You really should be nicer. It'll get you farther in life. She opened the front door. Oh, and this wasn't an official inspection. She said as she stepped out, turning towards us. Otherwise, that cat that I smell would have put you both out on the street. She turned away and stepped out, slamming the door behind her. Who the hell was that? Sam asked me, emerging from the master bedroom with a gun in hand. We were both shocked at what just happened. A random woman who was not the property manager or the realtor we dealt with just came into our home. I have no idea, I started. Did you order air filters? Sam shook her head. I felt a large wave of dread creep over me as I looked at the box. Neither one of us had asked for this box, yet here it was. I didn't even think realtors provided air filters. I'd always bought them on my own in the past. We both moved toward the box hesitantly. The tension in the air was thick as we reached for the brown clipboard flap on the top of the box. I grasped it and pulled it back, revealing nothing more than 12 white air conditioner filters. Sam and I laughed for a moment, but soon realized unless we did something about this, there would be no stopping this exact same incident from repeating itself. Sam got dressed and soon was off to work. I also headed out, making my way to the local hardware store. I needed to pick up a few tools to install the mounting bracket for the television, and figured I might as well grab a new set of locks while I was there. Upon my return home, I quickly changed the door locks and checked them to make sure everything was working. They certainly seemed secure. I decided that the TV mount could wait until later that night, and that I would take advantage of the daylight to do some yard work. I made my way out back and examined the yard. There were 2 magnolia trees on either side of the apple tree that made for a picturesque view. The only problem was that the magnolias were extremely overgrown. I decided to trim those first. I grabbed a small handsaw from the wooden shed that sat catty-cornered to the house and began trimming. After about 45 minutes, the trees seemed to be in good shape. I raked up all the trimmings into a neat pile, but realized I didn't have any trash bags to put them in. I decided to leave them there, grabbing a large, bright green apple off the tree before making my way inside. I pulled a bottle of water from the fridge and plopped down on the couch, ready to relax for a minute and catch my breath. I examined the apple carefully before biting into it. The crunchy juiciness was so refreshing, but I noticed it tasted off, something like metal. And as I chewed, I noticed the texture wasn't quite what I was accustomed to in an apple. I looked down to examine the inside, when I noticed something that both sent chills down my spine and made me gag. The inside of the apple, rather than being white and crispy, was red and seemed to be soft, like human flesh. Blood-red liquid poured from the fresh bite, and it seemed to pulsate, sending the bright red fluid running down my hand. I jumped up and ran to the sink, spitting the chunks of flesh from my mouth, and rinsing thoroughly with tap water. Dumbfounded by what I was seeing, I ran the apple out to the trash can and tossed it in. Hopefully that was just some freak of nature apple, I said as I closed the lid to the trash can and shuddered. I spent the rest of the day doing chores, unpacking boxes, and hanging up framed photos. I tried to forget that horrendous sight, but it stuck with me. I couldn't understand why I saw what I did. I'd never seen an apple like that before, but then again, I've never had an apple tree before. Was I hallucinating? After hours of choring, I seemed to make some headway. Most of the boxes were unpacked, and most of the photos and other decor had been put in their respective locations. I noticed headlights glare through the living room window, and peeked out to see Sam pulling up in the driveway. She made her way inside, and had the usual greetings. I changed the locks, I said, giggling as I handed her a new key. Hopefully no more rude folks find their way into the house. Sam laughed as she set her purse down on the small side table next to the front door, and began adding the key to her already full keyring. Oh, I said, changing my tone. I also tried one of those apples from the tree. Oh yeah? How was it? She asked. They look yummy. I paused for a moment before continuing. Well, I think the one I got may have been rotten. I'm not sure. What does a rotten apple even look like? I asked, almost ashamed that I didn't know. She said, thinking. Well, they usually shrivel up and the inside turns brown and tastes really bitter. I felt a sense of dread creep over me as I thought back to the disgusting gore that I sank my teeth into previously. This was no ordinary rotten apple. Hang on, I said, running out the back door to the apple tree. I examined the tree and plucked a large, firm green apple from a low-hanging branch before running back inside. You want to try it? I asked, handing her the apple. She eyed me for a moment before taking the apple from my hand. She examined the apple, looking for any imperfections or signs that it may be rotten before sinking her teeth into it. Bright red blood squirted out as she dug her teeth deeper into the apple, and ripped a large chunk off the side. I sat there, staring at her in awe and disgust as she chewed the apple and swallowed. Yeah, that is a perfectly ripe apple, she said, going in for another bite. What? No, I shouted, grabbing her hand and pulling the apple out. You don't see that? I asked her, pointing to the red, dripping blood and torn flesh inside the apple. See what? She asked, staring at the apple intensely. It looks like a normal apple, and I want more. Gimme. She snatched the apple from my hand and took another bite. The sound it made as she ate was nauseating. It squished and blood gushed out of a gaping hole as she ate it. I stared in shock, entranced by what I was witnessing. How could she not notice it? Was I going crazy? I went into the bathroom and vomited, unable to bear the horrific sight any longer. When Sam finished the apple, she came into the bathroom to check on me. Babe? She started. Is everything okay? I looked up at her to see her lips covered in bright red blood. I turned back to the toilet to heave. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, trying to slap myself back into reality. I think I'm just seeing things. She shrugged before saying, yeah, I think so too, because there was nothing wrong with that apple. We started getting ready for bed, trying to forget the gruesome scene that played out before us. I couldn't sleep though. The vision of her eating that apple continued playing over and over again in my mind, along with the constant paranoia that someone would just come barging into our house once again. After a long struggle, I was finally asleep. I couldn't have been asleep longer than 30 minutes before our alarm went off and it was time to start our third day in the house. Sam jumped out of bed quickly and made her way to the bathroom. I heard the faucet turn on, followed by her laughing. Honey, come here, she yelled. I sluggishly rolled out of bed and made my way to the bathroom to see my wife. She looked different though. Her skin was glowing, not like a normal pregnancy glow either. This was a true glow. Light was emitting from her pores. She also looked about 5 years younger, almost like a high school student. What? Wow, I said, dumbfounded. How? What? I couldn't find the words. I know, right? She said, doing a twirl as if she were on a catwalk. This pregnancy glow is no joke. She moved her face closer to the mirror, examining it and tugging on her skin. The crow's feet that began forming over the past few years were non-existent now. The small bags under her eyes were no longer there. She looked refreshed and new. She continued getting ready for work and soon departed. I headed back to bed once she left, determined to get a little bit more sleep. Oddly enough, I knocked out almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. I was awakened a few hours later by the loud sound of a lawnmower going by my bedroom window. I was in a daze, confused at what was happening. This house didn't come with lawn care, so who was mowing the grass? I got dressed and headed outside. Standing by the shed, with the door swung open, were two children, maybe 10 and 12, one boy and one girl. They wore odd, outdated clothes, something like colonial-era attire, and both had blank expressions on their face. Their skin was pale and their hair was light-colored. They had heavy bags under their eyes, and stared blankly off in the distance. I noticed the lawnmower passing through the yard out of my peripherals. Riding on top was a woman with long blonde hair. She looked to be older than the woman who came the day prior, but wore the same clothes and had on the same bright red lipstick. "Excuse me?" I shouted over the roar of the lawnmower. She didn't acknowledge. "Excuse me," I shouted, louder this time, waving my arms over my head. She turned her head to meet my confused gaze and turned the lawnmower off. I made my way over to her and asked her what she was doing. "Well, we've got to get this place ready for the big day," she said, just as rude as the lady before. "What are you talking about?" I asked, bewildered by her vague answer. "What big day? This is my house. You can't have some big day here. You need to leave." I extended my hand toward the front of the house. "And take those kids with you." She looked at me confused. What kids? She asked, curiosity peaked in her voice. Those creepy kids by my shed. I turned and noticed the kids were gone. Frustrated and fed up with this whole debacle, I told her one last time that she needed to leave my property, before making my way inside and locking all the doors and windows. I got the gun from my safe, and had my phone ready to call the police, when I noticed her get down off the lawnmower and head towards the front of the house. Shaking her head as if she were disappointed, I breathed a sigh of relief as she left the property. Adrenaline continued pumping through my veins after she was gone, making it difficult, if not impossible, for me to concentrate on anything other than defense of my property. I sat on the couch most of the day, gun in one hand, cell phone in the other. I was ready for anything. Before I knew it, I noticed headlights gleam through the living room window. I looked at the large clock mounted on the wall and noticed it was already 5 o'clock. Wow, I sat here all day. I said as a strong sense of shame crept over my body. Sam entered the house, looking utterly defeated. The youthful glow had subsided, and her skin had returned to its normal appearance. She had deep, dark bags under her eyes, and appeared to be in pain. Is everything alright? I asked as she plopped down on the couch next to me. I have a splitting headache, she said, and I'm dead tired. I'm going to go lay down. I nodded, helping her up off the couch and into the bedroom. It was only 5 o'clock, but I decided I wouldn't let her sleep alone. I tucked her into bed and cuddled up next to her. They say oxytocin, released through hugs and other acts of love, helps a person feel better, so that was my goal. I fell asleep cradling her in my arms. My eyes slowly opened to the darkness. Through the sheer, white curtains, I could see a faint orange glow. I sat up in bed, noticing my wife was no longer cradled in my arms. I looked around for a moment, confused. I could hear the faint sound of chanting coming from outside. I got up and peered out the window. Outside, I noticed a large bonfire in front of the apple tree, with a dozen middle-aged women surrounding it. They seemed to be chanting, or humming something, but I couldn't quite make it out. I saw a familiar figure in the mix. Samantha. She stood in the group of women, holding hands with the aged blonde woman who had invaded our property the day prior. I looked at the clock and noticed the time, 11:58. Why would there be a gathering of women on our property this late at night? Or even at all for that matter? I stumbled through the darkness, back into my room, and pulled the gun from the safe. This was the final straw. I stormed out of the house to the campfire. I noticed something on the ground next to it. A small, black bag tightly wrapped around something. It appeared to be moving, wiggling up and down in a vain attempt to get free. Was it a child? One of the children I saw the day prior? Hey! I shouted over their inaudible chants. They did not acknowledge me. I moved the gun up over my head and fired a shot. The piercing crack caused my ears to ring, but still the circle did not break. Get off my property, I yelled, trying to intimidate the formation. Still they didn't budge. They seemed to be in some sort of trance. As I walked closer, I noticed their eyes rolled into the back of their heads, exposing only the whites. The eerie scene sent chills down my spine. I continued around the circle frantically when I approached my wife. Sam? I said, shaking her shoulder. Sam, come on, we've got to get out of here. She didn't budge. Samantha Lynn, come with me, I shouted, pulling her from the circle. As she broke formation, the group of women quickly turned to face me, eyes piercing through the orange glow of the bonfire. They screeched and scowled, exposing blood-soaked teeth. They reached towards Samantha, pulling her back into their circle. Andrew, I must stay here, she said monotone. Her eyes stared off into the distance. I must eat the fruit that the Great One bears for us. I must bathe in the fountain of youth. She joined hands with the two women on either side of her, and they continued chanting. I sat there, staring at the insane ritual in complete shock and disbelief. I heard a loud gong shatter through their chants, and one woman, who stood next to the small garbage bag that continued writhing on the ground, stepped out of the circle. She lifted the bag over her head and began saying, "Oh, Great One, we sacrifice this gift of youth to you tonight, so that we may remain forever young. Please accept our gracious gift, and continue to bear the fruit that keeps us alive." She hurled the bag into the fire. Smoldering coals shot out as the bag fell in. The small bag began to wiggle viciously, and I could hear the faint sound of a muffled screaming coming from inside. Suddenly, the night grew quiet, and all around us I saw hundreds of children come seemingly out of nowhere. They held hands as they encircled the small formation of women surrounding the tree. I recognized two of the children. They were the children I had seen outside of my shed, staring blankly into the distance. Fear and pain swept over my body as I made the chilling realization about what was going on. These women were sacrificing innocent children. They were doing it all in the name of the Great One. I remember the day prior, when Sam woke up and gleamed like a high school youth. The apple is what did that to her, and now she was part of this sick cult. This coven of youth seekers. No, I couldn't allow this. Remembering the gun that I held in my hand, I pulled the magazine out and checked how many bullets were in. 13, plus one in the chamber. I had enough to get the job done, but I couldn't afford to miss. I lifted the sight up to eye level and aimed directly for the one who threw that child into the smoldering pit. The shot connected, and I saw the woman fall to the ground. The women all turned towards me, fear and pain in their eyes, as they scowled and exposed their blood-soaked teeth. I turned the gun toward another, the familiar face of the woman who had invaded our property the days prior. I aimed at her head and fired. The shot connected and she fell to the ground. The women began to scatter, making it difficult to aim at them. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. "Andrew, why?" Samantha stood to my side, sobbing. "What do you mean, why?" I shouted, not breaking my aim. "These freaks are sick. They're sacrificing children, Sam. Doesn't that bother you at all? You're pregnant, for God's sakes." I fired again, hitting a small brunette woman, and she fell to the ground. "Andrew, they just want us to be happy. They want us to stay young," she said, continuing to sob. I ignored her cries, continuing to take out the psychotic witches that were running throughout the property. One by one they fell, until there was no longer any commotion. They began jolting and wiggling uncontrollably, aging before our eyes until they turned to dust. The ghoulish children still surrounded us, though. I thought for a moment before I had a revelation. I knew how to end it all. I went to the shed and grabbed the small handsaw that I used to trim the magnolia trees. I placed it at the base of the tree and began cutting. Blood poured from the tree as the saw dug into the thick bark, tearing and shredding the human-like flesh underneath. Sam cried out in pain and agony, begging me to stop. I continued slashing away at the trunk, ignoring the blood and gore that spilled out of the tree until it began to tip, falling directly onto the fire. It ignited immediately, as if it were soaked in gasoline or something. As it burned, it screeched and cried out in pure agony. Samantha fell to her knees, watching the horrific scene play out as the tree burned into ash. She continued crying and panting, asking why over and over again. I looked around and noticed the children, who previously seemed to have a look of dread on their faces, all began to smile. One by one, they disintegrated into ash. The slight breeze carried the dust through the night sky, and I knew at that point that it was over. Sam sobbed for a moment, before I noticed her come to. She jumped to her feet and looked around, confused. What's going on?" she asked, examining her body and surroundings. "Why are we out here? And what happened to the apple tree?" I had done it. My wife was back, and it was over. "Nothing, honey," I said, wrapping my arm around her. "Let's go back in and go to bed." I don't think I'm me anymore. Not really. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I hope I am, because the alternative is bad. About half a year ago, something happened to me that was so insane, so unbelievable that, well, no one believed me. You probably won't either. But I have to leave something behind to tell my story before I go. Before I'm gone. To a jail, to an asylum, or something else. It happened on one of my evening runs. I've had people call me an idiot for jogging at night, and for the longest time, I've just laughed them off. It's rarer than most people think to just get attacked by a stranger. Usually it's someone you know, someone you love, and when it's someone familiar like that, they're going to figure out a way to get you alone, even if you keep your exercise under the sun. Besides, I live in a relatively affluent neighborhood, in the kind of place where crime is something that happens to other people. Imagine me, a man in his mid-30s, wearing glasses and cursed with prematurely graying hair, migrating from top to bottom. I'm running a sedate pace, on a concrete path that winds through my local park, phone held out in front so I can use it as a flashlight. The shadows are strange, shifting and bobbing, as my handheld light catches trees and branches, throwing out dark, twisted shapes around me as I go. I've been running this path for so long now, that its very eeriness is a comfort. Like a scary movie you've watched enough to remember each scene line for line. That's when I saw it. The thing. The being. Huge. As wide as it was tall, and it was tall. I couldn't make out any details. It was simply too dark. The creature too far away for me to properly see anything, except a dark silhouette, dimly visible against a far-off park light. I wouldn't have even seen that, I don't think, if it hadn't been on the same path as me, moving at a speed I never could have matched, moving towards me. The realization that the dark shape and I would meet flooded me with raw fear, and my heart raced in a way that held nothing to do with physical exertion. Stupidly, I ignored that fear, that God-given gift which allows man to recognize that which may cause him harm, and provides him with the motivation and energy to run like hell in the opposite direction when he sees it. I don't believe in monsters, you say. Or I didn't. It had to be a man. I told myself at the time, a really big man. They exist. I know they do. People large enough to make the rest of us look small and weak by comparison. Just watch basketball. Or Game of Thrones. Just a very large man, out for a nice late-night run through the park. I never even considered that it might be a bear, or some other kind of dangerous animal. The area I live in is too urban, too developed. Nothing larger than a squirrel had been seen around there in decades. So the large man ran towards me, and I ran towards it, my breathing growing sharp and erratic, a sense of absolute dread filling me up like a water balloon, sucked around a tap of liquid fear. That terror built, and built, until I felt as if just one more drop might pop me, and I would turn around and run, screaming like a little girl. I wish I had. I really, really wish I had. The closer I got, the more I realized how incredibly wrong I'd been. What came towards me wasn't a man at all. It was a woman. A small woman. Petite even. Her long hair bunched up in a ponytail behind a cap with a Superman logo on it, despite the utter lack of sun. All at once, my dread turned to embarrassed confusion. How had I mistaken her so completely? The shadows, I'd rationalized. A confusing perspective, that's all. As she came close, I turned the harsh white light from my phone away, so I wouldn't blind her, and raised a hand in quiet greeting. Already I had shifted my thoughts away from monsters, to a more mundane curiosity. No one else, as far as I knew, ran the same path as me this late, and so meeting her here now was interesting. She responded with a wave of her own, along with a small smile. We came together side by side, her on my left, our shoulders practically touching. I wonder what it might be like to meet her again, along this path. I was single, and I thought she was pretty, and for the briefest moment, I imagined a montage of us slowly developing a connection as we met each other again and again, over weeks or months of shared nighttime runs. It would make for a good romance movie, I thought, if it hadn't already been made. Then she twisted, jerking with unnatural motion to grab me around the neck. We stopped, in a way that shouldn't have even been possible. One instant, we were running in opposite directions. The next, we were standing motionless, her hand around my throat, holding me still with iron strength. I gasped and gagged, too shocked and stunned to fully understand what was happening. And then something pulled at me. Pulled at me. And I don't just mean my body, I mean me, in a way I simply can't even begin to describe. When I think of that moment, all I can imagine is a young kid, sucking loudly at a milkshake through a straw. But the metaphor doesn't even approach the sensation I experienced. My vision faltered, and I blacked out for what I'm pretty sure was only moments. When I came to, I was alone, and on the ground, alone and scared. Alone and confused, but alone. The woman was gone. I picked up my phone and sprinted home, faster than I ever had before. And I don't mean that as an exaggeration. I mean that literally. I track my runs using my phone's GPS, and it had been pretty easy for me to check. And then, life went on, like nothing had happened. I don't know that I can explain how horrible that feels, to have something so completely, unimaginably strange and terrifying happen, and for it not to matter in the slightest. If you've ever lost a loved one, you probably understand what I mean. It feels like something should give, should shift under the momentous weight of what has happened, but the world is simply too big and uncaring to pay much mind to something so small as a death, or what happened to me, at first anyway. I made an appointment with my doctor and asked for a check-over. I'd vaguely encouraged her to focus on my neck, where the woman with the Superman hat had grasped me, but apparently that had left no mark because she'd found nothing out of the ordinary. According to her, I was in perfect health. I told the story to my friends, but they just laughed, asking me whether I'd emptied out my small stockpile of shrooms before the run. After a few months of absolutely nothing strange happening, I even believed them. I started to run again after that. It was horrible at first, and I found myself jumping at every shadow which, as you can probably guess, I made myself reacclimatize to it, forcing myself to believe my fear was irrational, faking it until I eventually made it, locking the memory away so I could get on with my life. Then I started losing time. Hours of memory simply erased from my mind. I'd be at home, or leaving work, or eating lunch or whatever, and then I'd be somewhere else. Somewhere I didn't remember going. A street I didn't recognize, a shop I'd never been to. Once I even ended up in a park, late at night, and for a moment, I thought it was the usual one that I ran through. It wasn't, as it turned out, just a random park. And those were only the times I actually realized something wasn't right. According to the psychologist I started seeing, I had something called dissociative amnesia, and it was likely that most of the time I didn't even notice that I'd forgotten things. This was because, well, I'd forgotten them. And it's hard to notice a thing you don't remember without explicit evidence that contradicts your own personal timeline. According to him, I'd probably been suffering with this condition my entire life, and just never knew until now. I don't think I believe him. He can't be right. Not about something so essential. Can he? God, I want him to be right. Please, please just let me be crazy. People have gone missing. Lots of them. Enough that our local newspaper had a reoccurring story. A kind of perpetual article. They update with fresh victims on a weekly basis. They call the person responsible the Vanisher, because no one has ever found a body. Some say that the Vanisher doesn't really exist, that all that's happening is an unusually large number of people deciding to run away to Canada, or whatever. They say that the publicity itself is what's driving people to vanish, troublemakers hoping to stir the pot. I know better. I think I might be the Vanisher. Or not me, but what I am. Shit. This is hard to explain. I feel crazy even thinking about it. Typing it out just adds the word batshit as an adjective. But it's good that it's insane. Insanity is the only thing that gives me hope, at this point. I swear I don't remember doing anything to anyone, but about the same time folks started going missing, I started dreaming about people and places I never knew. I'd never been to. Random faces, I thought, until one of them appeared right in front of me, on the TV. A mother, crying, desperately asking for people to come forwards with information about her son, claiming she'd pay any ransom the kidnapper wanted, so long as she got her boy back safe. I recognized her from my dreams. That prompted a search, on my part, an investigation into the people who'd disappeared, into their family and friends. I watched video after video, read article after article, anything with pictures or footage of people the Vanisher's victims might have known. I recognized far too many of them, even though I'd never seen them before in my life. I even guessed their names before reading them. How? How could I possibly know them? Dark thoughts imagined me as the serial killer, psychotically killing people during my blackouts, like I was in some cheesy crime serial. But even if that was happening, even if I was a modern-day Jekyll and Hyde, how the fuck did I know their family members? Was I casing them? Stalking them? Surely there wasn't enough time for that, and the hours lost to me. In my search, which began calm and rational, only to devolve into something mad and desperate, I found a web article claiming that the Vanisher wasn't new, that he, or she, had been active for years without anyone noticing, albeit on a much smaller scale. Desperate to find some evidence that would prove I was wrong, that I had nothing to do with what was happening, I clicked the link, turning blue purple. To my horror, the picture was a selfie of 3 women, smiling happily as they pressed their cheeks against each other. I don't know that I would have recognized the woman in the middle, if she hadn't been wearing a cap. One with a Superman logo on it. Her name was Haley, and she'd gone missing 5 years ago. The picture on the website was the last ever taken of her. taken mere hours before she left her friends to go home, never to be seen again, except by me, on the night she'd attacked, the night I'd convinced myself had never happened. The discovery took place over a month ago, according to the calendar on this computer, and since then I've been losing more and more time. I'm disappearing, fading away. I went to my sister, desperate to find someone who could help me, an ally, someone to hold on to, a shoulder to cry into, someone who could explain that I was wrong, that everything was okay. I can't believe I was so selfish. She let me into her house, and I closed the door behind me as I stepped inside. Houses have a smell to them, not bad usually, but unique, like a fingerprint. My sister's house smells of old wood and popcorn, and has that scent, familiar from countless movie nights, wafted over me. I relaxed. My last recollection of that day was my hand, outstretched and reaching for her. She was crying, though I didn't understand why. Later, I don't know when exactly. I was walking inside a mall when I saw my sister's face staring back at me from a newsstand. Family torn apart as Vanisher continues spree, the headline read. The one her face was plastered under. This was the article I described earlier, the one the paper keeps updated with the latest victims. It wasn't just my sister on that page. My own face was there too. A smaller picture, about halfway down, nestled amidst the grid of those other victims. The lost. Only I'm not a victim, am I? I tried to scream, to shout out that I wasn't missing, that I was standing right there, right in the middle of the crowd, but the words never came out. After briefly looking over the stand, I just stepped away, uninterested in my own damn disappearance. I caught a reflection in a window as I passed by, and watched with abject horror as I idly examined myself in it. A complete stranger, a man I'd never seen before, stood in my place, checking his hair. Once more I attempted to shout, but once more the sound refused to escape from my mind into reality. I simply continued walking along the street, hands comfortably cozy inside the pockets on my jeans that were far tighter than any I'd have previously felt comfortable wearing. My thoughts were muddled and confused. The stranger's actions felt like my own, right up until I directly tried to oppose them. Then I felt trapped, a passenger in a body that was, and wasn't, my own. Eventually, the world dulled, then outright vanished. A few hours ago, I awoke, lying on top of a public bench and covered in old newspaper, a dog's lead grasped in my hand. I have no memory of how I got there, and the dog I didn't know yapped and growled at me until I left. I went to a nearby library, looking for somewhere warm, and hopped onto a computer, the one I'm at right now. I spent the last hour writing this out, trying to sort through my thoughts, to leave behind an explanation. I hear voices screaming in the back of my head, so quiet but so loud. I think they've been there for a while, except I've only just now noticed. I think I recognize one of them more than the others. Amber, sis, if you can see me typing this, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The next time I fade away, I don't think I'm coming back. Not really. I think I'm going to be one of the screaming voices. I hope I'm insane. I hope that the next time I wake, I'll be wearing a straitjacket and stuck inside a padded white cell. But I don't think I will. I'm so fucking scared. Please excuse me if my writing might be a little off, or scan unusually. I'm new to the whole writing down my experience thing, especially considering that I determined to myself that I'd be quiet about it for the rest of my life, figuring it better to leave alone and not let people think I was weird or on drugs. Now I've seen plenty of stories about the strange and unnatural in the woods, and up until 5 years ago, I only put a little bit of stock into it. Growing up, my grandmother would tell me things about what goes bump in the night, in the dark. She was a huge fan of movies like The Haunting and Rose Red, and I always found it sort of unsettling, but I never disbelieved her fully. I had one of those spiritualist grandmothers who had quartz laying around her house to soak up bad energy, and she claimed to be a psychic and medium. She taught me a prayer once and I'll never forget it. At least now I won't. From ghoulies and ghosties, and long-legged beasties, and things that go bump in the night, Lord protect us. She'd always say that at the end of the nighttime prayers, whenever I'd sleep over, and it always gave me a little chill. All of this I understood after I learned what had happened to her when she was a little girl. When my grandmother was about 8 years old, she got lost in the woods of northwestern Maryland. Not a soul could find her, and neither hide nor hair of evidence was found to suggest a kidnapping from her home. She had been gone a long time and, after much hopeless grief from her parents, was presumed dead. It was only until about a month later that she was found by a hiker underneath a short old set of stone stairs that once led up to a barn out in the woods. Her fingernails and toenails were black, with what appeared to be dirt and soot, and patches of her hair were missing from her head. When she came to after being rescued, she told the police that the man with long arms and a big mouth would stare at her through the windows of the barn all night, and wouldn't let her leave. Of course, this particular statement, yes, amongst the whole story, was very strange, considering the only windows were on the second floor of the barn. She didn't mention at all how she got out there or what, if anything, the man said or did to her besides that. So, that leaves me with what I consider to be just as close, as I ever didn't want to get, to what goes bump in the night. It really bothers me, and I hate talking about it. But I figured you'd all get a kick out of it, considering the other kinds of stories that are popular on here. That, and if it's archived somewhere, I can just direct people who ask me about it to this thread. It was April 30th, or, well, I suppose May 1st, 2014. I was stationed to a certain area just north of my hometown, which I would prefer to keep undisclosed. It was quiet, sitting in my patrol car on the lonely little back road that people usually fly down during the day when cops are at their most busy elsewhere. This particular time of the year, however, some kids from the area were known to get a bit rowdy and head into the woods and make quite the racket that could be heard echoing down the hillside that my town was right next to. It's usually some kind of party that leaves them drunk, high, or a combination of the two. And more than one of them had been caught speeding, off their asses of course, in years prior. This was the usual routine, and what I was expecting was the usual suspects and their shenanigans. My car and I were sitting tucked in a little opening in the woods that led to the road, next to a small cornfield, comparatively to others. I was strategically stationed just so I could see a small country road church that was about 65 to 70 feet away from me, that kids like to break into and trash, usually leaving some kinds of blasphemous messages on the walls, graffiti, or other nonsense. It was getting really late, about 2:45 a.m. or so when it happened. I saw headlights twisting down the road behind me, so I immediately pulled out my speed gun to monitor how fast the car was going. The speed came out to be 70 miles per hour, certainly not the 30 miles per hour that the posted limit was. Here we go again, just another drunk teen that thinks they're invincible. I thought as a shitty old dark red Corolla came flying down the road. It was strange though. I know it couldn't see me in the trees, but almost like the driver expected me. It slowed down and headed into the church parking lot just past me as I put on my lights. I got this fluttering, eerie feeling in my gut as I approached, driving those 70 feet up to the church. He stopped the car vertically, facing the church, and I parked just behind him, noticing immediately that the car didn't have any tags. God, I still can't describe with words the kind of feeling I got when I saw what I did. I walked up to the car, standing in front of the tinted driver's side window. The driver rolled it down, and an absolutely acrid odor came billowing out of the vehicle at me. It was strong, smelling of blood and feces, almost giving off its own warmth. The, I suppose, man that was sitting in the seat was lanky, with a mop of greasy black hair half covering his entirely too flushed and ill-looking face. He was sweating and gripping the wheel tightly with both hands. Little gnats were flying around inside the car, and I could see other dead bugs lining the windows. It was disturbing to say the least, and I was sure something dead was just rotting out of eyesight. I asked the man what he was doing, who he was, and if he was alright, and he looked at me, just staring with wide eyes that almost looked like they had what appeared to be a goopy clear film covering them. It looked like it would be uncomfortable to blink, so I thought to myself that I'd be staring too, if I had the same shit on my eyes. I asked him again what he was doing, and again nothing. I looked down to see if he was injured, and could only make out what looked like inflamed lymph nodes in his neck, but they were moving side to side unnaturally, like it was something else just underneath his skin. At this point, I was pretty spooked. I'm not ashamed to admit it, and wanted to end my patrol, so I shouted a little louder than I thought I should have for him to exit the vehicle. I wish I hadn't. He did so, crawling out of the window like some kind of psychopath, and standing up in the parking lot almost as if his torso controlled the rest of him. Pulling him up by a string on his back, I stepped back a good distance, and he started what I can only surmise to be his version of walking towards me. Almost like he didn't have all of his motor controls figured out. He started to speak in a garbled and slow tone, and while I didn't exactly see them come out of his mouth, the mess of baby spiders that were on his cheek wasn't there before he started speaking. He was coming at me quicker now, so I pulled my gun and warned him to stay back. This, of course, much to my chagrin, didn't deter his advancement, so I fired a warning shot into the air. He wasn't too close, but he was close enough to me at this point that I could feel the warmth of his breath touch my face. He stopped, and I shit you not, got down on all fours and started crawling at me. And before you think it, no, not backwards like in some Exorcist movie, but just down on his hands and feet like an animal. I was cornered and alone, so I shot at him. Just a leg, just enough to stop him. Or so I thought. This not only didn't stop him, but he then started to quickly crawl away toward the church and then go past it into the woods. I just kind of stared, completely baffled and terrified by what had just happened. He stopped just before reaching the woods to look back at me, and it may have just been my nerves and the fact that it was dark out, but I swear his eyes were pitch black in that moment. I immediately went to my patrol car to fall for backup to search the area. I just stared forward at the church with my gun trained to the woods, ready for it to come back, but it never did. The big cross on top of the steeple seemed like it almost mocked me, like God had gone and left us down here with whatever that shit that I just saw was. After that though, nothing was found. No one in the area that matched the description. Of course, this did nothing to ease my nerves. A thorough investigation was done of the car as well, and while there were no human corpses in it, there was what appeared to be the mummified remains of small woodland animals in the trunk. Now I've read a couple of the stories on here about this kind of stuff. I gotta say, while I was reading these, I was really relieved that it wasn't just me that had experienced that kind of terror while on the job in the rural US. Make of it what you will, but I know one thing, and that's that there is a lot of scary shit out there. Not even necessarily paranormal or unnatural. Hell, I'm not sure what I saw was supernatural or just a crazed lunatic hopped up on drugs, but just things that won't hesitate to prey on you if you get in their way, so be careful. Last Saturday night, I was driving back home from a camping trip. Instead of taking the main road, I decided to take a shortcut through the mountains. It was supposed to shave 2 hours off of my trip. The rural route might have been fine during the day, but I didn't know the way, and the lack of streetlights through the wilderness made for a white-knuckle experience. One thing that never fails is that in godforsaken, remote places like that, there's little cell service and even less GPS reliability. As my car wound around sharp curves in the narrow, 2-lane blacktop, I cursed my decision to become Christopher Columbus. The GPS on my phone was rerouting continually, and I had to hope there were no more turns I needed to make until I got its bearings again. Roadkill was a frequent occurrence along the way, as I drove for miles without even passing another car or residence. It was just dense trees on either side of a lonely highway. I began to wonder if the road would ever straighten out, if there was any good to come from the nerve-wracking experience. At least it wasn't possible to fall asleep with so many corkscrew twists and turns. The GPS on my phone was so lost that I eventually fumbled around in the dark to shut the damn thing off. I guess I should have pulled onto the shoulder, but I thought I could multitask. Just as I had nearly found the off button on the side, I looked up to see something large in the middle of my lane. As a reflex, I darted to the opposite side of the road, but it had the same idea. The thud was both sobering and ugly. I screeched my brakes at least 3 seconds too late to avoid the collision. It was just a delayed reaction to an unlikely event. Besides the pulse-pounding rush of hitting a massive white animal in the middle of nowhere, in the dark, there was also the matter of its shocking appearance. Its gnarled horns shattered my windshield on impact, and blood and fur were streaked on the side of the car. The creature itself was gone by the time I'd pulled over to check on it. But that wasn't the unbelievable part. I swear to you, it was crossing the road on its hind legs. I couldn't begin to tell you what it was, but it was not a buck. I only had a 2 or 3 second glance at the creepy thing, but I know a deer when I see one, and this was not a deer. If I live to be 100, I'll never forget it. The solid white thing I hit was some sort of upright goat-looking beast. It had the reverse knees and hooves of a regular goat, and a long, narrow head with wide-set eyes. It also had upturned ears and a traditional goatee dangling from its chin like a regular billy goat. But it also had a humanoid-like torso. It evoked images of Alifa Levi's satanic Baphomet illustration. The mere thought of such a sinister thing like that being so nearby was terrifying. The most distinctive feature of the grotesque creature, however, were its ghastly eyes. I initially assumed they glowed from the radiance of my blaring headlights, but now I'm not so sure they weren't fiery red all the time. For the split second our eyes made contact, they pierced right through me. There wasn't as much fear in them over the imminent collision of my advancing Tesla, as there was a furious display of malice directed squarely at me. It bared its fangs until the impact. The whole thing shook me up so much that I crept down the rest of the mountain road at quarter speed. I wasn't taking any more chances with phantom wildlife. Frankly, I felt lucky to be alive, and was anxious to put some much-needed distance between myself and that thing. Pulling into my driveway was a huge relief, but honestly, I only slept fitfully. Over and over I replayed the chilling incident in my head. What was that hideous thing in the woods? I tried to convince myself I had hallucinated the whole thing, but the considerable damage to my car was undeniable. The dents and shattered windshield wouldn't allow me to dismiss my unwanted encounter. The next day I called my insurance company to report the white deer accident, so I could get it repaired. Naturally, there was a complication. Without an accident report by the state police, they would only consider paying my claim with an official inspection by an adjuster. I guess they had too many bogus claims to just take my word for it. Also, they probably wanted to verify it wasn't an alcohol-related hit and run of a human being. Of that much, I was certain. I'd had a few beers on the camping trip, but I knew my sobriety wasn't an issue. Regardless, the officer who accompanied the insurance adjuster requested permission to draw a blood sample. All of a sudden, it went from a simple insurance claim to an official investigation. I permitted the blood test to clear me and alleviate any lingering suspicions, but the whole thing made me pretty nervous. Obviously, I didn't tell them certain details about the horned thing. I saw the previous night walking on its hind legs. Either that, or that it had haunting, blood-red eyes. Even suggesting I'd hit an albino deer caused a serious level of doubt. The other unbelievable details would surely result in a loss of credibility on my part, and legal action, and/or incarceration. I doubled down on the albino deer lie. There were traces of blood, skin, and clumps of white fur embedded in the twisted dents and damaged undercarriage. Initially, that helped my case, along with the fact that my car was whisper quiet and wouldn't give an animal as much advance warning. They even found a small piece of the animal's horn in my back floorboard. I guess the impact threw it through the shattered glass. The two men collected samples and put them in specimen bags for analysis. I hoped that would be enough to satisfy their investigation, but it looked like they weren't quite through. I knew that DNA sequencing would disprove it was a deer. The question was, what would it reveal? Several days went by. I avoided calling because I didn't want to appear too anxious, but eventually I wanted my car repaired, and the matter resolved. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I broke down and called the claims number. The automated system said my claim was pending. That wasn't much help. I elected to give them a few more days. Finally, the adjuster called me. I could tell he had spent a great deal of time trying to phrase things in the most advantageous way. "We've ran those samples through the state analysis lab. There were some pretty big irregularities. They've informed us that the animal you hit was not a deer. They think it was some sort of wild, mutant goat." I had several days to anticipate that response, and immediately went into my planned reply. Huh, really? Well, as I said, it was very dark, and the darn thing darted in front of me before I could even hit the brakes. Whether it was a deer or any other wild animal, it should still be covered by my policy, right? I'd hate to think there was some sort of mutant goat exclusion clause. "Oh, we're going to fix your car, don't worry about that. I've already authorized the repair, but the state police have more questions for you. The lab tech who researched the samples for us told me the wild goat thing has highly unusual DNA and serious mutations. The authorities want to locate it for scientific study. You mentioned that despite the serious impact with your vehicle, it ran off afterward. Is that correct? Is there anything else you can offer?" I just sat there, unsure of what to say. Could I level with the guy? Would he believe me if I did? It seemed unlikely since I probably wouldn't believe it myself. Finally, he spoke up. "Are you still on the line?" After a long period of uncomfortable silence, I assured him I was there. I had just successfully convinced him to fix the damage to my car. There was nothing to gain by confessing no. I was torn between playing it safe and unburdening myself. I was so freaked out by witnessing that creepy ghoul that I really needed to tell someone else. As it turned out, the police wanted me to accompany them back to the accident scene. It was one thing to spill my guts about some supernatural goat man lurking in the woods. It was quite another to go back to that desolate place myself and tempt fate a second time. Worse still, the insurance guy let it slip that there had been a number of mysterious disappearances in that general area. The state police were hoping to find out if there was a potential connection. Considering how remote that godforsaken wilderness area was, it was hard to imagine it not being involved. I told him I'd think about it, but there was obviously a misunderstanding. The state investigator showed up at my front door the next morning, expecting me to go with him. He didn't look like the type to take no for an answer, so I grabbed my things and got in his government-issued, undercover car. The area looked a lot less menacing in the daytime, but I still didn't want to be there. Pinpointing the exact spot was hard. There were no mile markers or recognizable landmarks to distinguish one section from the other. Several times I thought we were at the right spot, but upon closer inspection, I had to admit that we were not. The officer I was with couldn't exactly be described as patient. Every time I misspoke, Dave became a little more gruff. Apologizing for being wrong just seemed to make him that much more tense and agitated. He definitely needed to learn how to relax. Finally, a curved section of the road looked very familiar. There were skid marks and some recent accident debris. I was pretty sure it was where I'd hit that grotesque beast, but with so many false stops, I was hesitant to commit on this one. "Is this it or not?" he grumbled. "I think so." "Look there in the ditch. I believe that's my mirror." Yeah. What are the chances of there being another Tesla mirror in the ditch around here? This is definitely the place I hit the, wild animal. We pulled off the road and into a nearby flattened thicket. Honestly, we could have parked in the middle of the highway with so little traffic passing by. In the entire time we entered the wilderness area, only one other vehicle passed us by. I was hesitant to get out of the car, but couldn't exactly explain my reasons to officer motivated. Tracking a wild albino goat seemed safe enough. Tracking a standing goat's-headed demon who was angry at me for hitting it with my car, not so much. "There's something I need to tell you," I offered. He looked at me with steely, blue eyes. "This thing is big. It doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before. I don't think it was natural. It was walking upright when I hit it." I half expected the guy to react angrily, or to burst out laughing at my unbelievable revelation. Oddly, he did neither. He stopped his cautious progress through the dense brush and turned to make full eye contact with me. "I know. I've seen it before. When I was on patrol duty a few years ago, I saw it at the edge of the tree line. It tried to hide, but my searchlight on the patrol car caught it in the beam for at least 10 seconds. I've been stalking that godforsaken thing ever since. There have been a half dozen people who've disappeared in this section of the woods. They have never been found. I don't know what that monster is, or what it did to those poor people, but I'm betting it's still allergic to hot lead. It bled plenty from the impact of your fancy electric car. I'm going to take it down." I was stunned. Not only did he believe me, he had seen it too. As a matter of fact, he was on some sort of obsessed mission to kill it. I might have been more impressed if I wasn't marching into the woods with him, unarmed. He sensed my hesitation and tossed me a pistol. I can't say it made me feel any better. Trust me, that thing will haunt your dreams and your waking hours until we end it. If you'd admitted the truth to anyone, they would have teased you about it mercilessly. I know. I'm still the butt of chupacabra jokes to this day in my department. Finally, I had to stop talking about it to anyone else. They were never going to believe me, unless they'd seen it themselves. I reached out to various insurance companies to be informed of any accidents in the forest area. As soon as I saw your report, I knew you'd seen it too. You were smart to lie about it being an albino deer. 1,000 thoughts whirled around in my head. This guy had been planning his mission for years. He couldn't confide in anyone else or trust them to help. I was it. I barely knew which end of a gun to point and which end to hold. Officer Dave apparently didn't care. He just wanted someone to join in on the hunt that believed him. Obviously, I did, but I'd entered his little crusade after involuntary circumstances. One thing was for sure, there was no backing out now. "Do you know how to handle a firearm?" he quizzed. There was a marked hint of skepticism in his tone. I guess he'd already summed me up, but was hoping for a yes. My expression surely answered his question. He barked like a commando. "There is no safety. It is loaded. Keep your damn finger off the booger switch until it's time to fire." Realizing something was lost in translation, he rephrased. "I repeat, keep your finger off the trigger. Is that clear?" I nodded while removing my finger from the cold reassurance of the so-called booger switch. We walked through dense foliage and trees for hours. I could hardly believe I was on some suicidal mission to locate and shoot Chupacabra with tightly wound Officer Dave. He was fully committed, I less so, but there was a false sense of security in backing up a man who did what needed to be done. I had great trust in him and hoped that I could offer him some positive level of support. Unfortunately, I wasn't dressed for stalking a 7-foot mythical creature with glowing red eyes and 2-inch long fangs. There were gnats and ticks. There were snakes hidden in the dense leaf bed. But all that was the least of my worries. I was tired, thirsty, and the sun was getting low in the horizon. Whatever level of courage or brave put on, I was faking, would surely erode with the sunset. Dave and I quickened our pace. We were trying to find its lair while it slept. We stood to lose this strategic advantage of surprise once it awoke. I didn't want to, but it had to be said. "Dave, we need to turn back. This is its home turf. We are ill prepared to fight this thing in the dark. Why don't we come back with some more reinforcements? Maybe a few people and a tracking dog." I sensed the onset of fierce resistance from his body language, but he knew I was right. We needed to get back to the car. I don't mind telling you, once the sun starts going down, it sets quickly and then darkness descends. The return trail back was marked with clear evidence of our ragtag expedition into the woods. The leaves were disturbed, and the tree limbs were bent or broken off haphazardly. Night fell upon us before we reached the car. I was pretty nervous, but at least I wasn't alone. Dave's posture was that of disappointment and defeat. As a man who comes prepared for nearly anything, he had 2 flashlights and some survival gear. I let him lead the way. It was harder to retrace our path in the dark. Meanwhile, I kept a close watch on our flanks. Every shuffle of our feet rustled leaves and snapped twigs. We weren't escaping the detection of anything. At last, the clearing came into view. I could see long streaks of moonlight shining upon the open roadway. I couldn't articulate how relieved I was to escape the unforgiving deep forest canopy. That is, until I saw Officer Dave's mangled Crown Vic. It had been destroyed. The windows were shattered. The sides of the vehicle were dented and scraped up. Indefinitely worse, one of the tires was punctured with a large hole. If there was any doubt whatsoever about the identity of the culprit, there were hoof prints surrounding the car on all sides. The whole time we were searching for this evil thing, it was watching us. "Come on, let's get that tire changed and get the hell out of here," I hissed. "We've got to hurry before it comes back." I looked over at Dave. It was as if he hadn't even heard me. He was lost in deep thought. I assumed it was just extreme reluctance to leave the job undone, but I was wrong about that. He had apparently heard something which drew his attention. I started to repeat myself again, but he silenced me with his finger up to his lips. Before I knew it, he drew his service weapon and pointed it at the trunk. The light bulb went off. I finally understood. Officer Dave believed we were about to be ambushed. As we went to retrieve the spare tire, I raised my gun and pointed it to the other side in support. It was brilliant. How did this thing know what we would do? It clearly understood human behavior. Dave silently mouthed the words, "gas tank," as he motioned for both of us to back away to a safe distance. If there was any doubt about his suspicion, it was extinguished quickly. The trunk began to shake violently from the inside. It must have realized what we were about to do. Dave fired at the trunk in rapid succession. His first 4 rounds pierced the huge compartment. I followed suit with the gun he gave me. My first 2 missed the car entirely, but my 3rd shot hit the side in an area very near the bullseye. I think one of us definitely struck the beast, because it began to bray and squeal. Dave fired 2 more rounds. He was clearly a seasoned marksman with close groupings. My shots were all over the place, but there was something to be said about spreading the rounds around, especially when you're attempting to take out a Chupacabra hiding in the trunk of a Crown Victoria. Officer Dave might have won the blue ribbon shooting match for his overall accuracy, but I definitely took home the unofficial grand prize. One of my errant bullets struck the fuel tank and roasted the entire car in a Hollywood blockbuster-style explosion. Despite firing a bevy of live rounds into the back end of an automobile, neither of us expected a blast of that intensity. The saboteur certainly wasn't going to be getting out of the trunk after that. I think Dave was a little annoyed though. He had some serious explaining to do for losing his government-issued vehicle, and also, the proof he'd sought for so long was basically charred into barbecue. We had a long walk back to civilization. It was at least 7 miles before we could get a phone signal. Dave seems like a good guy. We talked a bit. He and I are going fishing next Saturday, but we won't be taking any rural shortcuts coming back home. All I wanted was a garden. Looking back now, that must have been too much to ask for. Because when my garden finally grew, it came at an unforeseeable price. I had studied, struggled, and bloodied my arms, trying to tend to pre-grown rose bushes to get them to flourish in my yard, but no matter what, everything in my yard died, and died quickly, until a week ago. Now the fruits are ripe for the picking. My roses are as vibrant as if they came from Wonderland, and I wish I could give it all back. This horror story of all started pretty normal last Saturday. I saw an ad on Facebook for a small traveling market that tended specifically to the needs of gardeners and growers. They offered classes and supplies. They said their caravan would be in town for that day, and I wouldn't even have considered going if it wasn't for the testimonies in the comment section motivating me, making me feel hopeful. My garden grew overnight seemed to be a trending theme, so I set out on my quest. As I was leaving, crossing my yard to leave, I stepped in dog crap. The smell made me gag, and I could feel the anger and frustration building inside me. This wasn't the first time this has happened, and I knew exactly whose dog it was. Without bothering to wipe the nasty evidence off my shoe, I marched to my neighbor's house next door. Standing at the edge of her gate, I looked into her yard. There were 2 patches of sunflowers grown tall and proud, guarding either side of the entry. My neighbor's lawn glowed green with life, and she sat at a dainty table on her porch, serving lemonade and entertaining a few ladies from the neighborhood. The sun shone like a halo in her curly blonde hair, and she had a beauty. The culprit, her Scottish terrier, was up on its hind legs twirling in a circle. When it was done with its trick, the ladies she was having lunch with clapped delightfully. Everyone loved her. I always felt so inadequate when I spoke to her, and almost lost my nerve, if not for the smell of dog crap on my shoe wafting to my nostrils. Clenching my fists at my sides, I yelled rudely across the greenery of her yard. "Marianne, I need to talk to you." Marianne just smiled gracefully and waved. "I'll be right there, darling. Just one moment." She turned apologetically to her guests. She descended down her porch with the radiance of a queen, the dog following at her heels. Her dress swished sexy and sophisticated at her calves, and her garden made for a perfect picturesque background. Meanwhile, I stood there like an idiot, sweating and fidgeting in a large t-shirt. Her emerald green eyes looked me up and down. Her cute, perfect nose wrinkled just slightly in disgust at the crap on my shoe. That only sparked my rage more. "What can I help you with today, my dear?" Her voice rang melodious, like church bells. My voice came out a little too loud and too high-pitched. "Your dog has been crapping in my yard again." Her plump peach lips formed a perfect little O of surprise. "Oh, Princess. No, Princess is a good dog. Even if she did relieve herself in your yard, I'm sure she was just trying to help. You know, maybe she thought you needed a little fertilizer to help your yard grow." She paused to look pointedly over my shoulder at my bleak, lifeless yard. It's not like she was really hurting anything, right? You can't be that mad. I mean, just look at her adorable face. As we looked at the dog, it cocked its head and wagged its tail. Marianne laughed cheerfully, telling the dog how cute it was. "Just keep Princess out of my yard." I snapped at her, flustered and impatient, turning abruptly and stormed back to my house with her calling after me. "I hope your day gets better, love." I gritted my teeth. Even now as her garden starts to wither and wilt, I can't see clearly if I hated her out of envy, or because of her fake, nice personality. Despite her wish that my day get better, my mood did not improve much after reaching the caravan. It had seemed like a large outlet from the ad, but really only consisted of a pickup truck with 2 men selling rusty tools and 3 tents. The largest tent had an orange curtain made from old pennies strung together, and an old woman dressed in a long patchwork skirt sitting outside it. "Excuse me?" I approached her. "I was wondering if you had anything that could help me grow roses?" She stared at me blankly for a moment with dark, glossy eyes, before responding in broken English and a heavy, unfamiliar accent. Roses. Yeah, come, this way." She rose slowly, supporting most her weight with a cane, and disappeared into the tent. I hesitated, looking after her into the dark, a sudden desire to run away rearing up inside me. I shook it off and went through the curtain of coins. Inside, the tent seemed a lot larger, crowded with shelves, and the shadows seemed to slither and snake on the walls. It was dark, the only light seeming to emanate off the old woman. She dug around for a moment before coming away with a large pink box, which she held up with pride. "You want flowers to grow? This will grow your flowers." She held the box out to me, grinning too wide. For all my discomfort, I felt with a strange certainty that she was right, as the shadows swirled around the room in odd patterns. I knew this had to be it. Whatever was in that box would bring my garden to life. When my hand touched the lid, the shadows went wild, wiggling and squirming on the walls. I barely noticed them, I was so fixated on the box, on my final solution. As I lifted the lid, it felt like all the oxygen had been sucked out of the tent. Holding my breath, I looked inside, and it was... lawn gnomes? I asked, disappointed. There were 8 clay lawn gnomes, each one with a pointed red hat. The lady looked at me, grinning expectantly, waiting for me to say something. "They are cute?" They were not cute. They all had a wrinkled, sagging, squished-in face. Each one wrinkled in a different way. One had deep wrinkles in his forehead, between his brows to show years of scowling. He looked angry and tired, pushing a wheelbarrow. Another had a crow's feet, and was carved with lines to make him look like he had been smiling insanely his whole life. He was carrying a water pail. They were all unique and distinct, even if they were ugly. Alive. The woman spoke in a hushed, excited tone. "It will come alive. Alive." She grabbed onto my arm a little too tight and had a wild, fevered look in her eyes, and didn't let go of my arm until I nodded to show I understood. I assumed she was saying that my garden would come alive, and that she was just too old and crazy to understand what she was talking about. I felt disappointed, but the gnomes looked like a rarity, so I bought them for their uniqueness and hurried out of the tent. The men selling tools in their pickup trucks stared at me with unblinking expressions of pity that I didn't understand. The whole place made me feel so nervous that by the time I reached my car, I was almost jogging. Driving away, my uneasiness began to fade, and I laughed at myself for getting so wound up. When I got home, I took the gnomes out of their box, one by one, placing them in a congregation next to my porch steps. Studying my new prizes, I tried to shake off the weirdness of the day. I was amazed at the craftsmanship and the amount of time it must have taken to carve their wizened little faces. Sagging wrinkled eyes peering out from under tall pointed gnome hats, each face contorted into an expression of joy, anger, triumph, and sorrow. One of them wielded long garden shears, with a sagging look of malice. Another sprinkled seeds from a pouch with miles of bags under his eyes, and a blissful, dreamy grin. I imagined hiding them among my roses one day, when I had a garden. Hiding one in a vegetable patch, and the rest all throughout the yard. They would be like a mystical little creature that lived in my yard. I guess the joke's on me now. That night was when things really started to get weird. I woke up to the sound of footsteps running through my yard. At first, I figured it was just the neighborhood kids. It was still summer vacation, and they had epic hide-and-seek in the dark competitions every year. I watched shadows flickering through my blinds, and started to hear a strange singing. It must be playing one of those singing games that we all used to play in grade school, I told myself. After some time it stopped sounding like innocent singing, and started sounding like a low, sinister chant. I wish they would stop whatever unsettling game they were playing, and I pulled my blanket tighter around my body. I told myself I wasn't going to do anything tonight. I would let them play their strange game, but tomorrow, if they came back, I would tell them to go somewhere else. As the night wore on, I began to grow more and more unnerved at the activity in my yard. The chanting seemed to go on endlessly throughout the night, and I don't remember when I fell asleep, but all too soon after losing consciousness, my alarm was going off. Because of my night disturbance, I did not wake up on the right side of the bed that morning. I was hardly awake at all, and my eyes burned from sleeplessness. When I had finally gotten myself together to leave for work, I opened my front door, blinking as I adjusted to the sunlight. As my yard came into focus, I froze, not believing my sight. I've finally lost it. I'm officially crazy. I stepped back in my house, closing the door behind me. Let's try this again. I stepped back out of my house. My jaw dropped. My yard was green. I rubbed my eyes, but the image didn't go away. My yard was blooming and alive. Pink and red roses grew along my fence leading up to my gate. Blue daisy lined my walkway, with a fat, happy bumblebee dancing between flowers. Joy bubbled up inside me. This was everything I had wanted, everything I had worked for. To my left, a strawberry patch grew fat, ripe, red strawberries, hanging off the vines and ready to taste. My garden had grown, but how? I took my shoes off, stepping into the soft green grass, wiggling my toes. It felt real. It was all so perfect. All the time spent studying soil types, all the calluses on my hands. I had finally grown life. This was it. This was my dream. A dream, I thought, as a hummingbird darted past my face. I smiled. Yeah, I was dreaming. That was exactly it. What a beautiful dream. I had never lucid dreamed before, and thought it would be smart to enjoy it while it lasted. I was kneeling down, cupping the blue lilies to get a closer look at them, when Marianne approached at my gate, red-faced and angry, in a way I had never seen her before. I remember thinking, if this is a dream, I don't want to deal with this. And I closed my eyes to use a lucid dreaming technique to make her go away. This is my dream. You don't belong here. Go away. Except, she didn't go away. Even with my eyes closed, I could hear her yelling at me from my gate. Diane, are you an idiot or are you high? I see you standing right in front of me, and I know you hear me. I started to get a sinking realization that it wasn't a dream. I opened my eyes. The roses swayed in a breeze. This wasn't a dream. Marianne was crying. What did you do to her? What did you do to Princess? I felt so confused. I didn't understand what was happening. Hang on a second. I didn't do anything to Princess. What are you even talking about right now, Marianne? I yelled back at her. She started yelling again, but I couldn't focus. I looked at the roses that had popped up overnight. I wondered if other people could see it. My heart started racing. Maybe I was crazy. Maybe I was actually really crazy. Marianne yelled on. A few people had even started to come outside and see what was happening. I tried to focus on her words. I know it was you. You complained about her yesterday, and now she's missing. I know you took Princess. You always were so terrible and jealous of me, but that's not Princess's fault. You better have not hurt her. I started to get annoyed. I didn't have time for this. Marianne, I don't have your stupid dog, and I don't have time for this. She's probably just taking a crap in someone else's yard, enjoying her favorite pastime. I don't have her. Marianne's mouth popped open dramatically, as if to say, oh my. I'm warning you, Diane. If you did anything to my dog, you are going to pay for it. Yeah, whatever, Marianne. And just to test the waters, I casually asked, hey, what do you think of my garden? I held my breath. Please don't be crazy. Her face contorted with angelic rage, as she looked at my roses then back to me. I can't believe you have the audacity. I'll show you what I think of your garden. And she stormed away. I bent down and picked a strawberry, smelling and touching it. So the garden is real. I looked around in disbelief. When I looked back up, Marianne was marching back around the corner carrying hedge clippers. This is what I think of your garden. You're heartless. She emphasized the word by chopping off a rose. Dog-hating. She chopped another rose. Bitch. She started chopping haphazardly into the bush, ruining the flowers. I screamed for her to stop. I didn't even understand how my garden had got there, and she was already destroying it. She shook the blades at me. You better give me back Princess, and you better not have hurt a hair on her. She screamed at me before stomping away, and slamming her front door so hard, I could hear it from my house. That was the last time I would see her alive. As I tried to clean up my harmed rose bushes, I noticed a lawn gnome sitting under the bush. It was the angry one holding the shears. Its sinister little face startling me when I was bending down to pick up an amputated rose. I'd almost forgotten about them, and after a little more looking, I found that the rest of them were also placed through the yard in similar and obscure positions. Just like I had imagined. I didn't know what to make of all this, but I remember feeling like whatever God had been laughing at my life finally decided to be kind and reward me for my patience. How naive I was. Considering the strange circumstances, I took the day off work and spent the afternoon studying my garden, doing research on phrases like spontaneous garden growth and how did my garden grow overnight. Most of the websites that came up were tips on how to make your plants grow faster, or how sometimes seeds blow in the wind and take root in unexpected areas. Nothing scientific, nothing to explain what happened in my yard. As night came, I began hearing footsteps outside again. When I looked out the window, I didn't see any of the neighbor kids. My hair stood on end. My instincts told me something wasn't right. I closed my blinds tight. The footsteps stopped, and everything was quiet for almost an hour, and I was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Then the noises started up again with a vengeance, shadows flashing in my window, and the sound of a low, ominous chant that sent shivers down my spine. I looked through my home for a weapon, talking to myself. It's the kids, or Marianne playing a prank. Just go out there and tell them to leave. The only thing I could find to defend myself was Gandalf's staff from my Halloween costume last year. I held it like a baseball bat and opened my front door. Standing in my doorway, I could see movement in the yard, but it was too dark to see anything. I called out, "Who's there?" No response, except the same eerie chanting as the shadows continued to move in my yard. I stepped off my porch, moving closer to the shadowy figures, and from the luminescence of the streetlight, I was finally able to make out what was happening. The lawn gnomes stood in a circle around a hole in the center of my yard. Somehow, they weren't made of clay anymore. Their sagging faces were fleshy, and moved with pink eyes glowing out from under their pointy gnome hats. I stepped closer, holding my breath as I remembered the gypsy lady's words, as she had presented me with the gnomes. Alive. It will come alive. Yeah, alive. I felt numb from shock. It was magic, I remember thinking. It really was a magical gift. I started to smile as I watched them work. After a few moments, I noticed a thick, putrid smell coming from the hole they stood around. Curiosity inched me closer, watching the magic gnomes. They seemed undisturbed by my presence. When the content of the hole came into light, all the blood drained from my face and my body went cold. The remains of Marianne lay disfigured and decaying. Her limbs had been cut from her body, and maggots crawled from her eyes. Her beautiful skin was shrunk into her skull, and I only recognized her from the golden curls that were on the corpse's head. She had been so beautiful, but when I think of her now, I'm rocked with tremors, and can only think of her rotting face lying in that hole. She seemed to be decomposing right before my eyes, her torso swelling, with intestinal gazes, then bursting open, filling the air with a horrid smell. My knees buckled, and when I collapsed into the grass, my whole body heaved, tears running down my face, unable to breathe. When my dinner spewed onto the grass, all the gnomes turned their heads in my direction, hissing, snapping their razor-sharp teeth in the air, crawling to me at an unbelievable speed, their eyes glowing in fury. I crawled backwards to the sidewalk, heart racing and fighting back more nausea. I'm going to die. It will kill me just like Marianne. But as soon as I was off the grass, they relaxed their wrinkled faces and turned back to their business. A gnome with a shovel, and the gnome with the wheelbarrow, moving immediately and to clean my sick off the grass. I let out a sob, trying not to look at Marianne again, trying not to anger the gnomes again. The smiling gnome stepped toward me, his sagging grin showing his long fang-like teeth. "We are the guardians placed to protect this sacred land." His voice was deep and gravelly, like shifting boulders, deep and rumbling, and seemed strange coming from such a small, feral-looking creature. I tried to speak, but all I could say in my disabled state of fear was, "Marianne." The rest of the gnomes had resumed their ritual, chanting around my neighbor's decaying body. The smiling gnome nodded, saliva dripping from his fangs. The threat that attacked was given back to the land. It is fertilizer now. He motioned toward my lifeless neighbor, and if to punctuate his point, her ribs cracked open, and a sapling broke through her chest. Overwhelming nausea took me over, and I began heaving onto the pavement. The gnome did not say anything. It just stood there, its wrinkled, sagging face staring at me, pink eyes unblinking. When I finished, he merely stated, "I shall return to the ceremony now." "Wait," I choked out. "Princess." An image of the shaggy, floppy-eared dog flashed in my mind. The gnome nodded. "Fertilizer. They are only fertilizer now." Somehow I drew the strength to go back inside, but I couldn't sleep. I haven't slept much since that night. I searched through Facebook trying to find any way to get in touch with the caravan, but there was nothing. The next morning I peeked out my window, and a peach tree had grown in the center of my yard over Marianne. During the day, they seemed to be clay and inanimate. I had tried collecting them, placing them all in a pillowcase, smashing them with a hammer. By nightfall, I could see them reanimated and working diligently. I tried locking them in my toolbox, driving them to the middle of the desert and leaving them there and burning them in my fire pit. By nightfall, they always return. I don't know how to get rid of them. A neighbor stopped by and asked if they could have some peaches off my tree. I started having a panic attack and screamed at them to leave, slamming the door. It's only been 1 week, and I tried to ignore the increased posters for missing pets. I'm paranoid. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they come for me. I can't keep my food down, and I never leave the house or look outside at night. I had yearned to grow life, and instead, I fostered death. Marianne's yard grows a little grayer every day. As delicate flowers go unattended, I'm breaking. I can't handle this. Last night as I listened to them work in my yard, I finished a bottle of whiskey. In my drunken guilt, I had planned to call the police and make a full confession. Someone needed to know what happened to Marianne, and I needed to get it off my chest. When I had tried to dial 911, the number swirled drunkenly on the keypad, and I fumbled until the whole room started to spin, and I was sick. I woke up the next morning on the bathroom floor. What would the police do against evil garden gnomes? I just want this all to go away. Every morning, I wake up hoping my yard is empty and barren. Hope this has all been a nightmare. I know it's only a matter of time before someone offends them, and they kill again. Have you ever heard of the ship of Theseus? It's a thought experiment that proposes this question. Is an object with all its parts replaced still fundamentally the same object? This is the paradox that has been plaguing my mind ever since I made it back home. Ever since I saw my beautiful wife and daughter once again. Or at least, what I assumed to be once again. When I first opened my eyes, the world surrounding me was so dark that I had thought for a moment I'd gone blind. Looking around, I could see the faintest hints of my grayed out figure. I attempted to move my arms, but quickly discovered they were bound. Thin strands of what seemed to be fishing wire held my wrists to the armrest. Panic quickly set in, and I began thrashing my body around, only stopping when I felt the wires around my ankles and wrists tightening from the struggle. Attempting to calm my breathing, I scanned the area around me, hoping my eyes would adjust to the darkness and reveal something to me. Every inhale, I could feel stale air and dust particle coating my tongue. The dry air pluming into my chest started making it hard to breathe. I was still groggy, and when I tried to call out for someone's attention, I could feel the groaning in my voice, like two bricks rubbing against each other. From across the room, I heard similar noises to the ones I was making. The sounds of wire scraping against wood, the helplessness of a body fighting against its firm captor. "You'll make it worse if you move," I spoke into the voice, my voice struggling past the grains of debris in my throat. "What's going on? Who are you?" A man's voice replied, but it was like my voice had an echo when he spoke, an echo that warped into new words upon hitting the walls. I was taken aback when I heard him speak. Maybe my voice was too gravelly for him to hear it, but he sounded just like me. "I'm Carlos. I'm assuming you're stuck. I am too." My reply was more from me than a direct response to him. I wanted the man across the room to know I wasn't a threat, that whatever we were in, it was together. My fingers trembled around the end of the armrest, looking for a way I could slip the wires over a weak point in the wood. That's when the very tips of my fingers fell on a small and cold plastic circle, just within reach under the armrest. I inspected it as much as I could, and when I put pressure on it, I could feel it sliding in farther. It was a button. "Do you have a button?" I asked. "Under your right armrest?" I farthered the instruction. I heard the wires around his wrist scraping the wood for a moment before the man replied, stating there wasn't one. My confusion over the differences in our chairs melted away when the room became flooded with intense yellow light. With the lights buzzing around us, I and the man finally got a good look at each other, both of our jaws hanging open in awe. "What the hell is this?" The man across from me spoke. His voice had lowered substantially. He wasn't asking me. It was more like he was mulling it over. I could only stare, scrutinize each piece of the man before my eyes looked for some imperfection, something to differentiate the two of us. From the dark brown hair to the white sneakers with green stains from the lawn on them, we were the spitting image of each other. I was looking at myself, even the way my nose bent slightly to the left from when Andrew Mackey found me flirting with his girlfriend in high school. Every time he talked or moved, I would observe the wrinkles around his mouth or how the fabric altered around him. Every single thing was the damn same. Then it dawned on me. The lights didn't just happen to come on. Someone must have been around to turn them on. Once again, I looked around the room, observing as much as I could with my limited range of movement. The room was sterile, like a cleared-out hospital room. It was much smaller than I expected. It felt like my voice traveled forever before hitting a wall, but the room was no bigger than some apartment living room. "Can you see anything behind me?" I asked the man, trying to keep a calm composure, but still running over the possibilities in my head. A twin brother, maybe? That wouldn't explain the matching scars I've acquired over the years. "No, just more of the same walls," he said. I could sense in his voice that he too was bringing his anxiety to a more manageable level. Of course, he was acting like me too. "What's the last thing you remember?" I questioned. Maybe I could find an explanation if I knew how we both got here. The last thing I remembered was exiting work. It was a long day, and I was running late so the sun was setting. Then the van pulled up. "A van," the man spoke, the matter-of-fact way. "Where do you work?" "Ellington," he responded. He didn't even have to stop and think about it. He was already in his thoughts. Because I made him think of the van, which made him think about leaving work. Me too. The whole picture wasn't something I wanted to see, but I was putting the pieces together nonetheless. Which meant the man sitting in front of me was doing the same. We knew what we were looking at before we heard the crackle chime in around us.
"Not if you can hear me."
A voice with a difficult to pin down accent spoke. His voice seemed to emit from each corner of the room. I watched the man across from me nodding his head, up and down slowly, and I followed suit.
"Fantastic. For sake of simplicity, I'm going to make nicknames for you two,"
he continued.
"The Carlos with the button under his armrest will be called Mr. B, for button. The man without one will be called Mr. A. Not if you understand."
Once again, me and Mr. A nodded our heads in unison. We knew we were in no position to be making demands. Neither of us had seen so much as a door leading out of the room.
"Allow me to explain your predicament,"
the accented voice of God began.
"One of you is the original Carlos Hackers. The other one is a clone."
As we listened to the man speak, me and Mr. A locked eyes, like we were trying to see if a soul existed in the other person.
"It's up to Mr. B to make the decision."
Mr. A's face contorted. When I watched him scrunch up, I wanted to say he looked different. I wanted to say he was clearly a fake, but even in distress, his face was mine.
"Pushing that button, Mr. B, will kill Mr. A."
My fingers had been subconsciously meandering around the button since I first woke up. The cool plastic was calming me. It quickly became a source of concern. "How do we know which one's the original?" Mr. A spoke aloud. He said it just as I was moving my lips to say the same thing. Each of us was thinking the same thought, though. Did it matter who was the original?
"Ah, yes. Great question. The clone is rather perfect.
God whispered through the loudspeakers.
Memories, emotions, and physical attributes, all the same."
It was like a game of Russian roulette. Both of us intensely eyeing each other, for just something, anything to set us apart.
"The only difference being, the original got to live that life you both remember. You have 30 minutes to decide. If Mr. B doesn't push the button, he dies."
After that, we heard the fuzzing interrupted by a sharp click. We were alone again. The voice had said everything it wanted to say. We were an experiment, and now all that was left? Observations and results. It's hard to describe, but it felt like there was an argument going on between ourselves that only took place in our minds. We became increasingly aware of how futile it would be to make a case to the other. Everything I could say, he could confirm. The names of my wife and daughter, my crush in middle school, and my biggest fears. He could echo them back through crystal clarity. All we had to go off was the room around us. Let's agree on some, Mr. A asserted. I broke the trance I had fallen into and asked him to continue. The original should go free. There was no way to argue that logic. Of course the original should continue to live. The clone was just a product. It never actually experienced the life the memories would portray. So how do we figure that out? I responded. There was no doubt in my mind we were both convinced we were the original. How could I be a clone? How could he be a clone? Why do you have the button? Would he give the original the button? His proposal was sound. Would the clone have the button to kill its template? It seemed reasonable. The test would be weighted towards the original surviving, unless they were seeing how human they could make the clone. If it could make hard decisions like this. No, that doesn't help, I responded. But I could see in his face that he had already come to the same conclusion I had. Then we talked. We both knew it was useless, but we talked. And it was oddly therapeutic, having everything laid out before my eyes, exactly how I felt and thought about the events in my life, through someone else's lips. Put a lot into perspective for me. The conversation made me feel that I had to be the original. There was no way I could feel the things I was feeling if I was a product, right? More and more my finger drifted toward the plastic button. If I just pressed it, without warning. Either way, I'd be the one to live. Clone or not, I would be alive. Neither of us knew how much time had passed. It was impossible to tell, but as it went on, I started to worry that Mr. A was stalling me. If enough time passed, it was reasonable to believe he would live by default. He could see it. He was trying to hide it, but I would never be able to do so neither. Could he? His eyes nervously twitching to gaze at the button, watching my fingers moving about. What if none of this is even real? Just a test? What if it doesn't matter? He spoke. His voice was becoming grainy as he breathed in the stale air. All the power was in my hands, and he knew that he had to create doubt in my head. That's what I would do. How long has it been? I questioned. Probably around 20 minutes, he replied. I wanted him to say that it only had been a few minutes, then I could call bullshit. I just wanted anything to come along and justify hitting that button, so I could stop thinking about it. If I was the clone, walking around living this man's life, relishing in the things I didn't earn nor deserve. If I killed this man, and he was the original, what kind of monster would I be? It's okay either way, right? He spoke with a smile. Even if the clone leaves here, they'll be taken care of. With those words pressing into my chest, I thought of them again, and couldn't help but reflect his smile. I had decided, genuinely was ready to let time run out at that moment, that we neither of us had to choose. That's when he did it. Still wearing that smile, he suddenly threw his body forward, and gave a quick scream like he was some cheap jump scare. His actions snapped me out of my thoughts so harsh, that it made me reactively move backward and clutch the armrest. Before I could stop myself, I felt the cool plastic under my fingertips, being pressed in until a soft buzz was created. No, I pleaded as the buzzing halted. Hanging in the dispense, I watched Mr. Ray, looking around the room before returning his gaze to me with a smile. The breath we had been holding in since the button press was released. See? Just a test. No hit. Mr. Ray's body began rocking back and forth, a small prelude to the violent shaking that followed it. I could see the wires around his wrist glowing red hot, and he convulsed in the chair, still confined by the wires. All I could do was watch as he thrashed around, the wood of the chair bending nearly to the point of shattering in half. My words would fall on deaf ears, and my actions wouldn't be seen by boiling eyes. It felt like I was dying, like I was watching from outside my own body, as I was fried to death. I felt a phantom pain burn in my chest, as my emotions escaped, and formed into streams running down my cheek. And then, Mr. A was still, slumped over and smoking in the chair. I would have sat forever if I didn't see a small line of black forming in the corner. A door was opening, and the arms of the chair holding my arms were dropped. This allowed me enough wiggle room to slip my arms back and free them from the wires. Reaching down to tug at the wires around my ankles, I did my best not to inhale the scent of the burning body across from me, or think of the implications. The rest of my time spent in that building might as well have been some kind of fever dream. There was nothing but silence as I rose from my chair and left the room. A long dark hallway with a singular light at the end of it. I found myself surrounded by trees and thick foliage upon exiting the tunnel, leaving the small metal hatch behind me. Eventually, I found the outskirts of the forest where my car was waiting for me and drove home. My thoughts and feelings were left in that room. Part of me only interprets the events as a dream. When I saw my wife and child again, it was like I had never left. They welcomed me with open arms. Why wouldn't they? I'm me, right? I love them all the same. I laugh with them. I work hard. I'm a good guy. The same good guy I've always been. That I remember always being. So why is it? Whenever I catch sight of the small scar hiding in between my pointer and middle finger, I can't remember if I've always had it or not. The alarm clock sounded loudly through Jim's tiny apartment. He slammed his hand down on the clock to silence it. He groggily turned the clock into his sight of vision. The time read 4 o'clock. He sighed heavily. He sat up and moved to the edge of the bed, and stared down at the floor. His head was pounding from the night of booze and hot sex. He smiled at the lipstick-covered napkin, with the phone number on it that sat next to the clock. He had to be at work by 9, so he cleaned up and showered. He dressed and had a cup of coffee while he listened to the news. The news anchor spoke about comet dust that had entered the atmosphere. Jim paid little to no attention to the news, as it was just background noise. He gathered his things and headed out to his car. It was a chilly autumn day in the town of Willow Fog, and it seemed like rain was around the corner. He could smell it. But it didn't concern him because his job was indoors. Actually, it was in the basement with no windows. He arrived at work and the rain started coming down heavy. He ran to the front door, where Martin, the age-old security officer, buzzed him in. They exchanged a greeting when the second shift nurse strolled past Jim. She wore a smile on her face and a hickey on her neck. Jim had slept with her after his shift the previous night. He smiles back and punches the elevator button to go down. He enters and heads down and into his office. The morgue in the small town was often slow. Sometimes an accident from the main highway would bring some work. But most of the time, Jim spent his evenings filling paper and hanging out with Martin upstairs. Tonight would be no different. He headed back upstairs and surprised Martin with popcorn. "God damn it, son. Don't sneak up on me like that." Martin was 4 months away from retiring. He spent his evenings watching old monster movies at work. "Sorry, buddy. What are we watching tonight?" Martin glanced back and took a deep breath. The thing from another world. Jim pulled up a chair and sat next to the old man. Jim turned his attention to the door. He could see the rain had stopped. "Hell of a night, huh, Martin?" Martin didn't break his focus from the TV. "It's a hell of a night any time it rains, son." Jim had no reply, although he did agree. The movie was halfway finished when the emergency phone rang. Martin picks it up. "Willow Fog Morgue." He answered the same way he had since he started. "Alright, I'll let him know." Martin glances at Jim. "Local medics are bringing a body here. There was an accident on the highway." Jim sighed. He would have to prep an area for the body. Down in Coroner's room, he prepped a fridge and table for the body. The medics enter, pushing a stretcher with a body bag on it. "Here's your first victim for the night." The first medic proclaimed with little to no emotion. "What happened?" Jim asked, puzzled about the accident. The first medic's eyes didn't leave the paperwork, even though he answered. Apparently this person's body was in the middle of the road. It caused a huge 6-car wreck. There may be some more bodies about to join this one. Jim was somewhat shocked that this much action was taking place. Jim handed the paperwork back to the first medic when he noticed the second one staring at the body bag. He looked unnerved almost, as if he had seen a ghost. The other medic walked out the door, but the other stared at the body in a trance-like state. "Something wrong?" Jim asked, snapping him out of his hypnotic trance. The medic glanced up at Jim with a nervous look. "I don't know, honestly, but something isn't right about that body." Jim hadn't even unzipped the bag yet, but he could feel something was wrong. "What do you mean exactly?" Jim asked curiously. The medic glanced back at the body bag. "The body, it's like a fake body." Jim scratched his head, puzzled by the statement. "Fake? Fake like a mannequin fake?" The medic was about to speak when his partner came back through the doors. "Hey man, we got a lot going on, let's roll." His voice was loud and booming and caused both men to jump. Jim wasted no time prepping himself to inspect the body. He got his gloves, body tags, glasses, and mask on. He unzipped the bag to reveal a headless, suited man. This wasn't the first decapitated body, and wouldn't be his last. But for a freshly decapitated body, there was no damage to his neck. He checked the pockets, but there was no ID, not even a wallet. He cut the suit off, and couldn't even find a tag for a store. The body itself was clean, no bruising or injury of any kind. Jim cut into the body. The blood was dry and congealed, the bones soft and mushy. The strangest thing of all, though, was there were not organs. Jim finished his inspection and placed the body inside a fridge. It had been an hour or so since the paramedics had left. He was expecting them back soon, so he decided to head back upstairs. He locked the doors and placed his keys in his pocket. He decided to walk the stairs as his legs needed a stretch. When he got back to the front desk, Martin was watching the end of the first movie. He had eaten all of the popcorn, and Jim couldn't help but be a little upset. "Couldn't save any for me, Martin?" Martin laughed out loud. "Sorry, kid. I wasn't thinking about it." Jim sighed and then noticed something out the front door. "Hey, Martin, isn't that the ambulance from earlier?" Martin glared out the door. "Yeah, it is, kid." Jim walked closer to the front door, and when he noticed the ambulance was coming in hot. "Martin, is it just me or does it seem like the ambulance is going pretty fast?" Martin paused the movie and moved to the door. The parking lot was large for a small building. The red lights were getting closer. "Why the hell do they still have their lights on?" Martin asked inquisitively. Jim didn't have an answer, but it was odd. Then, with no warning, the ambulance overturned on its side and slid to a stop. "Martin, get someone on the phone now." Martin shuffled to the phone when Jim opened the door. What the fuck is going on? He thought to himself. But before he could even make it to the sidewalk, he could see the driver's side door fly open. The medic from earlier climbed out of the side. He shut the door and started running towards Jim. Jim wasn't sure what to do. The medic looked hurt, but it wasn't stopping him from running full speed towards the lobby. "Get the fuck inside now," the medic screamed out. Jim stood stunned when Martin came from behind him. "What's he saying, kid?" Jim couldn't answer, but the warning rang out from the medic again. "Get inside." Jim and Martin both walked back in when the medic came in behind them. "Lock the door. Lock it now," he shouted in a voice that was gasping for air. Jim locked the door and turned to Martin. Jim and Martin looked at the medic. His arm and face had cuts in them, possibly from the wreck. Jim snapped out of his frozen state and talked to the medic. "What in God's name is happening?" The medic looked up at Jim and Martin both, sweat pouring from his brow. "I don't know. We got back on the crash, and it looked like a war zone. The accident victims, the dead ones, they were alive and attacking the police and other ambulance drivers." Jim looked over at Martin. He could feel his body start to shake. "Did you get anyone on the phone?" Martin, still stunned himself, simply shook his head no. Jim looked back at the panting medic. "Okay, you have to slow down and tell me what's going on." The medic finally caught his breath. He stood up and glanced out the door. "We got the call for the accident. When we got there, the body was brought earlier was in the middle of the road. Other ambulance drivers and police with firefighters arrived. When we got back, the police car was turned over and in flames. The firefighters and cops were fighting the victims." Martin pulled a first aid kit from out under the desk. He opened and gave the medic some gauze pads and alcohol wipes. The medic caught his breath and continued. "We got out, and one of the accident victims jumped on my partner and bit him. I was able to get him back inside the bus, but he started convulsing." Jim grabbed his cell phone from his pocket. There was no reception. He stared back at the medic again. What happened next? The medic wrapped a pad around his arm. He walked back to the door. "He has this horrible black goo start oozing from his eyes, ears, and mouth. I tried to dial it in, but I got nothing. Then he started attacking me. I headed here because it was the closest place I could think of. He grabbed the wheel and caused the crash." Martin sat back in his chair when he fearfully shouted for them both to come back to the desk. The medic and Jim both watched as Martin turned the news reports up on the TV. The reporter behind the desk seemed frantic, and his face discolored. Martin turned the volume up louder to hear what was being said. "We have reports of mass outbreaks of violence throughout the country. We are not sure why this is happening, but stay indoors. We will report back as soon as we have more news. We repeat, stay indoors, and don't go outside for any reason." All three men looked coldly at the screen. Phones were down, cells, and landlines. The internet wouldn't even load on the main computer. They were cut off from the world, with no idea what was lying in wait. "What do you think this is? Some kind of zombie outbreak?" Martin asked the other men who stood beside him. Then, without warning, the door from the ambulance flew open. The other medic climbed out. He jumped down onto the sidewalk and started vomiting a black substance from his mouth. His right leg that appeared to be snapped in half dragged behind him. His body fell over and began to shake violently. His clothes and skin began to tear. "Fuck," Jim said aloud. "What is happening?" The body split open. Vines with thorns tore from his chest cavity. They pushed the body into a standing position. His head started to twist and spin, and like a melon, exploding on cement cracked open. Plant-like stalks exploded from his neck. Then a bouquet of flowers emerged from the bloody mess. All three men in unison screamed aloud. The plant monster began spitting the black ooze all over the parking lot, then slowly walked to the front door. "Martin, shut the metal gate. Do it now." Jim yelled for Martin, who quickly did as he was told. The monster made his way to the door and extended its vines up the metal lattice. The medic and Jim both stared heavily at the monster that blocked the front door. "Guys, you better come look at this," Martin proclaimed in a shaky voice. They gathered around the security desk when Martin pulled up the cameras from inside. Terror filled their faces as they watched the headless body from downstairs bust out of the cooler. More vines moved the body to the floor. The same action they watched happen outside was now happening with the headless man. The cadaver exploded open, this time from the middle. Black ooze gushed out as more vines exploded from the inside. This time a bulb emerged from the chest. The bulb opened and 4 giant red flaps emerged. "It looks like a giant flower." The medic chalked the words out. The vines wrapped around the fridge doors and yanked them open. The middle of the flower pushed rows of jagged teeth into the clear. The vines dragged a body across the floor and then lifted it up. It dropped the corpse onto the center of the petals. The teeth began rotating. The vines dropped the body inside. The rotating teeth chewed up the deceased like a wood chipper. It repeated the process several more times until it had its fill. It pushed itself up on a counter, opened up again, and a yellow pollen exploded from its mouth. The pollen coated the room. More plants began to hatch from the remaining corpses. "Oh my god, we're screwed," Jim said loudly, and slammed his hands on the counter. The monster outside had now overtaken the metal lattice. The monster in the morgue would soon have 4, maybe even 5 more like it in no time. The men felt hopeless, but Martin had an idea. "Fellas, I think I have an idea." The medic and Jim looked at Martin as he explained. Martin stood up and turned the camera on for the back lot. "My van is in the back. If we leave now, we can try and go somewhere else." The idea didn't seem bad, but this was happening everywhere. "Listen, Martin, we should get out of here, but I think we should try and kill these assholes first." The medic nodded. "I agree, but how?" Jim shut his eyes for a moment and tried to think, but nothing came to mind. There were no guns of any kind, and his saws were all downstairs. "Electricity," Martin shouted aloud. "We could set up the defibrillators to the doors and fry those suckers." Jim smiled. "I think that might work." A cracking noise came from the basement. Martin turned the camera back to the morgue. "Oh no, this isn't good." They all stared as the bodies began to reanimate. Each one that had been touched by the pollen were now moving. They all morphed in the same way, and now were pounding on the door. "We have to act now," the medic said to the others. "We need a plan, and we need it now." The glass from the front door started cracking as the first monster was growing in size. "Alright, Martin and medic, follow me." The primary nurse room had 2 defibrillators, both which were at full power. The glass in the front door exploded, and the vines slowly crawled down the hall. The medic rolled the machine into the hall. He powered it up as Jim put the paddles to the mutated vines. The vines shot back to the door. The men gave chase. Jim pushed the paddles to the metal frame of the door. The bolt blew the monster off the door. The vines lay motionless on the outside. Martin grabbed a bottle of alcohol from the first aid kit. He squirted the once human body down. He pulled a lighter from his pocket, lit some paper, and threw it to the monster. The monster screamed in pain as it burned to nothing. They all went back inside when the flour-covered cadavers busted from the morgue door. The medic dumped the water cooler on the floor. It puddled at the plant monster's feet. Jim pushed the paddles down and shocked the floor. All the monsters shrieked in pain. Martin began smothering the bodies with the remaining alcohol. He lit them all on fire. Soon the whole building was starting to burn. They ran to Martin's van and drove off. The building exploded behind them. Martin turned the radio on when a report came over the air. We have reports now that the dust from the comet early this morning had formed in our atmosphere. It is of unknown origin, but when it formed into rain, it caused plants to become carnivorous and parasitic. This is a worldwide outbreak. If you come in contact with someone who is infected, you must burn the body. They drive through town, only to see people running and screaming in fear. They wondered, how long would this last? Where could they go? Who could they trust? But more importantly, would life continue? Nowhere was safe. No one was safe. After driving for a few hours, they made it to the outskirts of town. They stopped and got out. They could see their small town. It was burning, and gunshots could be heard ringing out. A military convoy carrying people out of town passed them. In the very back, Jim saw something familiar. It was a man. The man was wearing a suit. The same suit he had taken off the headless corpse earlier. The corpse had survived the fire, and to make it worse, it had a brand new head. I spent many a Friday night of my late teens wandering. Oftentimes I was with a group of friends, trying to stretch our plans as far as they could go. Sometimes we'd end up at a friend's house. Sometimes we stayed at the church until they made us leave. Sometimes we strolled aimlessly through the park, or ended up in a different side of town. These late Friday nights probably contributed to my love of horror, supernatural, and the thrill of the unknown. Sleep deprivation with teenage rebellion likely contributes to a slew of things. But, in my opinion, you can't love horror without a bit of imagination. One Friday night, a group of semi-faceless friends and I were wandering the park, talking about nothing. The most confident shared their stories, while the less confident added their own quips and comments, and the rest laughed or listened to the meaningless chatter. We were sitting on a series of rocks and moss, encircling each other and each vying for the attention of the party, when one older boy with budding facial hair spoke up. Guys, I've got a scary story. There was something about the seriousness of his tone that felt like catnip to our ears. The chattering hushed and we all leaned forward in a rare moment of confused attention. The boy squared his shoulders and gravely accepted his new position as bard and storyteller. He took a deep breath. My older brother told me this story after he came back from his mission. He started. We were all part of a youth group from a big city. Street savvy, rebellious kids, but children of God on Sundays. He was serving in, I forget the name, Japan. He and his mission companion were assigned an area in a part of the city they had not been to before, in a new apartment. In fact, it was a new area for the mission, and the apartment had just been set up for the first set of missionaries to live. As he and his companion were taking their backpacks up the stairs to move into their new apartment, they crossed paths with an elder woman who was making her way across the ground floor. As she passed the stairs, she stopped to shake her head at the ascending steps. My brother looked at the woman, looked at the stairs, and then back at the woman. In his imperfect Japanese, he asked her why she was shaking her head. She looked back at him and said, what he thought she said, was that the stairs were bad luck, and then went about her business. They didn't notice it right away, but the steps to the second floor apartments had an odd number. 13 steps. At least one of us shivered at this spooky detail. The boy continued talking. That night my brother and his missionary companion had finished moving in. When they went to bed, everything seemed fine. It was just another stint in a different area. But then my brother was woken up too early that morning, about 2 or 3 a.m., by some kind of noise. His companion was still asleep, so he went to look for the source of the noise by himself. It sounded like a group of children laughing and playing. Why would kids be out and about this late? He thought. The laughter seemed to be coming from outside the building, so he walked to the window to check it out. But when he opened it, the voices stopped. When he looked down onto the street, no one was there. Already we were hooked. Our eyes relaxed from their straining to see in the dark, and we let our imaginations color the scene in our mind's eye. It was a bit cold that night, so he shut the window quickly and turned to go back to his room. But when he walked past the front door to his room, he heard something else. A thump. What was it? One of the younger kids asked in a voice sounding simultaneously sarcastic and excited. Quickly, one of the others shushed her in response. He didn't know. The storyteller replied simply. But somehow it was a kind of thump that stops you in your tracks. The kind that sends a shiver down your spine, like the feeling that you are being watched when you're alone. Whatever it was, my brother couldn't completely get back to sleep that night. The next morning he couldn't quite be sure if he had dreamt any of it, or if he was just startled by the sounds of a new building. He thought it was whatever, and didn't mention it to his companion. The day goes by normally, and by night, they're both ready to have a good night's sleep. This time my brother was out for the whole night, but he says that he dreamt of the thump again, twice. Later they run into the landlord, who checks in on them. The apartment is good, the utilities work fine. They're adjusting to the new space. Then the landlord tells them that he hopes it works out, since it's been a while since anyone has been able to stay inside that apartment for more than 2 weeks. My brother was like, "Wait, what?" Or he could have misheard the landlord. His companion was also confused, so they look at each other, and then his companion asked why, but their landlord just shrugged and said with a laugh, "Just a bit of superstition." Now the two are like, okay, that's weird, but whatever, because they have a job to do. The day goes normally. They return back to the apartment in the evening for food, and eventually get ready for bed. But this time my brother wakes up again really early in the morning, and he hears the children playing again. He quickly gets out of bed and goes to the window, but when he opens it, there is no one outside. He can't hear any voices. He can't see any kids outside. This time he knows he's not dreaming, so he shuts the window and then stands in the middle of the room. He waits for a little, but then he hears the thump again, followed by 2 more thumps. I would say I remember a chill going down my spine, but I can't remember anything else except how I envisioned the story in my mind. I can see the moonlight shining through the window, but it's not enough to illuminate the entire space. The majority of the apartment remains dimly lit to deeply dark. As if he suspected our rising questions, he continued. The thumps were coming from somewhere outside the apartment. My brother went to the door and listened, but he didn't hear anything. Then he looked through the peephole, and also didn't hear anything. Then he takes a deep breath and slowly unlocks the door. He leans out and looks up and down the stairs. Again, nothing. So he shuts the door and locks it. This time, he decides to tell his companion in the morning. When he explains it to his companion, the response is a bit skeptical. My brother was always really inquisitive growing up, so he says to his companion that they should figure out what was going on. He suggested that tonight the two stay up that night to confirm the laughter and thumps. It took some convincing, but eventually they both agree on a plan. Now it's the 4th night in the new apartment. My brother's companion has drifted off to sleep a couple times, but eventually 2:30 a.m. rolls by. So my brother wakes him up to listen for anything suspicious, and at 2:38, they both hear laughter coming from outside. They look at each other, and my brother has this "I told you" smile on his face, and they both go to the window to investigate. This time his companion opens the window, and the sounds stop. Neither of them hear or see anything. Now his companion rolls his eyes, and is about to tell my brother that he kept him up for nothing. But then they both hear it. A thump, then another one, and another one, and then another one. At this, his companion is pretty spooked, and they stay up for a while waiting for anything else. Eventually they go back to sleep and wake up the next morning to talk about it. Now my brother proposes an experiment. They see how long they can stay in the apartment. Most people left after 2 weeks, so all they had to do was hold down for another 10 days. My brother is like, "Heck yeah, we got this. It's easy," while his companion is a little wigged out. Now for the next few nights they take turns staying up. Sometimes they fall asleep, only to be waken up by the familiar sound of children's laughter. Of course, there is never anyone outside the window, and the thumping starts at 2:38 in the morning, sometimes 2:39, and there is always one more thump than the night before. They make it through a whole week before my brother's missionary companion says something. He says to my brother one day that he thinks the thumping is coming from outside the front door, in the stairwell. My brother can see that his companion is becoming genuinely afraid. I think something is climbing up the stairs. So they go to talk to their mission president, who agrees to pay the place a visit with them. Together, they all say a prayer in the apartment, asking for peace and safety, and things like that. My brother and his companion are both relieved, and the mission president leaves. That night they go to bed and sleep deeply, feeling much better. They wake up the next day and don't really think about the thumps and the strange laughter, and the day goes on. But then the next night my brother wakes up at the same time and hears the children again. But this time he goes straight to the door and opens it, and he just stands there, waiting. But this time he doesn't hear the footsteps, and he doesn't see anything in the stairwell. After about 15 minutes, he gives up and closes the door. But after locking it, he hears it again. Thump, thump, thump. And he goes up to the door to listen. The thumps are getting louder, but only slightly. They almost sound like footsteps. I knew it. Someone in the circle whispered loudly. The remark was met with some giggles and hushes. The story continued on. About this time they've been staying in the apartment for 12 days and nights. When the evening of the 13th night rolls around, the companion says to my brother that he's still on edge, that he can still hear the thumping at night. My brother says to him like, if we stay for 2 more nights, we'll have made it for 2 weeks. And his companion is like, why? And my brother just goes, well, I want to see what happens. A couple of listeners who are most engaged in the story start quietly saying, nope, nope, nopity nope. As if they could reach back in time to talk sense into the 2 missionaries. The 13th night comes around, and my brother sets an alarm for 2:15 in the morning. When the alarm goes off, he shakes awake his companion, and together they both go sit in the living room. At 2:38, right on schedule, they hear the children laughing outside, but neither of them move. After a few minutes the laughter stops, and the thumping starts. Thump, thump, thump. With each sound, they count the steps in their heads. Thump, thump, 6, 7, 8. And they hear the thumps getting slightly louder, closer. 9, 10, 11. The companion starts to freak out, but my brother grabs his shoulder to make him stay. The last few steps seem to be the loudest and the heaviest. They listen for the 13th thump and hold their breath, but hear nothing. They sit in silence, waiting for something, but nothing happens. They look at each other in relief and then go back to bed. The next morning they are both like, we made it 13 nights and we're still here. That kind of thing. But he was a bit disappointed that nothing happened. Now they feel like they can really focus on the work they're doing without any more distractions. There was a pause, and I realized I was absentmindedly biting my nails, a habit I thought I had grown out of after middle school. I gripped my hands in my lap and leaned forward into the seemingly endless pause, but they still had to make it one more night. The whole day they both felt weird and nervous, but they were so close, and my brother really wanted to see it through, so they decided to stay up that night until they heard the sounds. My brother and his companion didn't fall asleep accidentally either. They were both too wired. My brother's alarm went off at 2:30, so he had to leave the living room to stop it, but when he returned to the living room, he saw his companion sitting on the floor, freaking out. They heard the children laughing outside the window, but for some reason, it seemed different somehow. And when the thumps came, each thump was louder and closer than the one before it. Silently he counted the thumps, and watched his companion grow more and more frightened with each thump. By the 10th thump, he was visibly shaking and totally focused on the door. Thump 11. It was sounding really close now. Thump 12. Even closer to the second floor. Thump 13. And a slight creak. For a moment neither of them heard anything, but then my brother swears he started to hear some shuffling and creaking. But then his companion jumps up and screams, "No!" throws open the door, and bolts out of the apartment. My brother only takes a second to react, but on instinct, he runs after his companion and out of the apartment. Somehow they call their mission president and find a different place to stay that night, but after that, they were both like, we're not staying there again. So the next morning my brother, his companion, and the mission president go back to the apartment to do some cleaning and get their things. Then after that they get moved to a different apartment, and never speak about it again. My brother waited until he got home after his mission to tell me this story. I don't think even my parents know, but he told me about the last night, and the horrible, scary feeling he got right before his companion threw open the door. Then with a grin that shone amidst the darkness, he finished. He said it felt like something was about to come into the room. After this, I don't remember much about the rest of the night, or how I got home. We probably speculated over the story and quickly changed the subject to something less spooky. But I know that when I got home, I was very glad that my apartment had an elevator. Last night I stumbled haphazardly through the doorway into my house at maybe 3 a.m. I don't remember if I closed the door or not, though admittedly, I was a little high and drunk, so it's possible I didn't. I'm also not sure how on earth I made it up the stairs to my room, but I do remember crashing into the pillows on my bed and seeing the cracked old paint of the ceiling before I blacked out. This was a pretty typical sort of night for me. My wife and children had left me after I lost all of our savings, betting on the stock market, as she called it. Since then, I'd been struggling to find a reason to continue existing, so when I woke up, it was a rather unfortunate event for me. I groaned in disappointment, and wiped at my mouth. Some liquid was dribbling out of it. I assumed drool, though it's not like I could really see since it was still dark, and I realized I'd probably only been asleep for a few minutes. With a diminished sense of awareness, I stared up at the ceiling, pondering if the wetness on my lips was what had woken me for a while before I finally saw it. The peeled paint above me was changing. In fact, chips of it were outrightly flaking off and floating down toward me. Was the ceiling dripping? Had these pieces of paint been landing on me and woken me? In groggy confusion, I sat up and reached for the lamp. I did find it, but I either couldn't figure out how to turn it on in my current state, or it wasn't working, so I instead swung my legs over the side of the bed and got up to turn on the overhead light. Walking through the room in the dark was a little unsettling, and when I reached the doorframe, I hurriedly felt around for the switch, flicking it as soon as my fingers found the cool plastic. To my disappointment, there was no light, and to be sure I flicked it back and forth a couple times before giving up. Power must be out, I reasoned. Then I became dully aware that it didn't really matter anyway, because I could see. My eyes had adjusted. Sure, the house was generally dark, but through the gloom, I could make out the room in surprising clarity. I saw then that above the bed there were moths crawling out of the split in the ceiling paint. No, not just crawling. Writhing desperately to push past one another to squeeze out the gap. Put off, I turned away. Insects in general didn't bother me, but just the way these were so anguished in trying to escape, and thinking that it may have been the remains of a bug on my mouth earlier made me not want to be in the room anymore. However, as I walked down the hall towards the bathroom, the situation didn't improve. There were cracks in the walls all over that had insects of various species squirming out of them. Apparently, I hadn't noticed that my house had a serious bug problem, though I assumed that the weather may have encouraged them to show themselves, and made note that I should deal with that in the morning. When I reached the bathroom, I saw that there was nothing on the bench. No toothbrushes, hairbrushes, not even the hand soap or toilet paper on the roll holder. Perplexed, I decided to ignore the strangeness of it in favor of heading to the kitchen for a snack. I know, boy brain. Anyway, that's when I started to notice that the rest of the house was also different. It was cleaner. No, barer. The furniture and main structures were still there, yet things like the vase sitting on the entryway table and the questionable preschool drawings that once proudly adorned the fridge were missing. My first thought was that my wife had come by and taken everything that wasn't nailed down. She could be a spiteful woman, sure, but what kind of person takes literally every loose thing a person owns? Would she really stoop so low to take the kids' drawings? Anger started to bubble up inside me, cutting through the fog in my mind to giving me clarity. There was no way my wife would have done this. I must have been robbed. In a blind rage, I stormed off around the house. It all made perfect sense now. The power was out because someone must have cut the lines, and all my belongings were gone because they'd taken anything they could carry. My bare feet mashed through the gathering number of bugs on the floor, mercilessly, as I stomped toward the slightly ajar front door. I was going to have to go out into the dark in my boxers to see if I could somehow reset or repair the breaker box. However, as I reached the door and wrenched it open, I felt all the anger in me instantly evaporate. I had been expecting to see my front yard, the usually neatly manicured lawn stretching to the street, driveway with one familiar beaten up old Ford in it. Instead, I was greeted by an expanse of swirling gray mist covering the yard, and the street beyond so thickly that I could only just make out the faint glow of the streetlights. Now, the area where I live can get fog this thick, but it's rare, and not usually at this time of the year. With that in mind, I have no idea what compelled me to step out into it. I just had the sudden urge to move, so, with care, I stepped outside and began to walk down the street. The air was crisp and cool, with a light dampness to it. It felt like I was walking through an alien world, and that was a simultaneously wondrous and terrifying feeling. There was just something about the absolute still silence that made it eerie while at the same time mystifying. I walked into the mist in a trance-like state. It was so thick in places that I could barely see my hand in front of my face, and for some reason, this was able to captivate my attention so completely that I almost didn't notice it. The soft sound of footsteps from behind, only a fraction of a second out of time with my own creating a soft echo to my footfall. I hesitated a moment, unable to decide if I had truly heard anything at all, before subtly quickening my pace. It was then that consideration came to mind that I might not be alone, that something unseen could be stalking me through the mist, watching with malice and intent. This caused a sense of urgency to begin to grow within me, encouraging me onward with increasing speed, while my rational self struggled to maintain a calm facade, so that if I happened upon someone else, I wouldn't look like a complete psycho running for no reason. However, despite my best efforts, I soon found myself power walking along, and as my pace increased, the footsteps behind me became unmistakable, as their pace changed from matching my own to a light trot. It was at this point that I realized the pattern of footfall sounded like an animal rather than a human, and this didn't reassure me at all. There were known to be cougars in the area, wild dogs, coyotes, wolves, sometimes even bears. To be honest, that was the thought that scared me the most, that a bear could be loping toward me through the fog, and would be on me within seconds. My heart was pounding furiously against my chest, and I went from a brisk walk to a light jog. I was trying to not run, as things like to chase when you run, but I could hear its steps getting heavier as it followed, and panic was rising like bile from my stomach. With dread, I began to realize that it wasn't one creature pursuing me, but several. They were closing in around me, and I made the decision to attempt to round the streets and turn back to my house. I knew I needed to get inside, and I also knew they were trying to head me off. The animals were hurting me, and this filled me with a surge of renewed anger. By this point, it obviously wasn't a group of bears pursuing me, so I thought maybe dogs, and that if I could just find a stick, I could maybe warn them off. Pumped with adrenaline, I stopped, scrounged around for a weapon, and found a metal pipe. Well, more a piece of road sign that someone has run over and broken. Either way, it was the perfect weapon, I thought. That wasn't until I actually saw what was chasing me. As I stood my ground, I heard them slow their pace, approaching with caution, I thought, and this filled me with a confidence. They must have realized I wasn't such easy prey. The mist swirled heat of approaching animals. Their silhouettes were larger than I expected, and they moved in an uneven fashion, like every single one of them was limping. When the first one broke through the mist to where I could see it properly, I felt my stomach drop and my mouth go dry. It wasn't a dog, coyote, wolf, or any sort of animal at all. It was a person, crouched down, crawling along on all fours in a way that human joints shouldn't allow, and wearing the skin of a mangled black dog. Insects poured out of the skin, and the spot where the person's eyes should have been, falling to the ground and writhing about as the thing continued to advance. I took a step back in horror. They were extremely close to me, close enough that I could see the dirt in their splintered broken nails, and the decay of their teeth when they growled at me animalistically. I stood frozen like a dumbfounded fool, as two more of these things closed in from either side. It was dawning on me that the bugs falling off them were the same as the ones in my house, that they'd come out of the walls of my own home, and, more disturbingly, I also realized that they'd maintained pace with lackluster than slowed when I stopped, not because they were scared, but because they knew they had me. There was nowhere I could go. I knew it. They knew it. I was doomed. My face must have betrayed my thoughts, as the closest creature smiled in acknowledgement of my realizations, and I felt myself giving up when the faintest of sounds floated through the mist to my ears. It was a voice, a familiar voice. My wife. She was calling my name. Her tone was shrill and panicked in a way I had only heard once before when our youngest child had cracked his head open on a wooden step after tripping. Without thinking, I threw the metal pipe at one of the beasts, then took off running like I'd never run before. Behind me, the creatures erupted into a cacophony of howls, snarls, and snapping. They renewed their pursuit with vigor. But I didn't hesitate. I ran blindly with the cold air whipping my face. I can't even say I really knew which way I was running, but I somehow found the house. The door was still open. Insects in various stages of development now coated the floor entirely and crunched heavily as I followed my wife's voice to the bedroom. As I burst into the room, I was struck with confusion. Behind me, I could clearly hear that the things had reached the house and were trying to cram themselves through the front door all at once, while ahead of me, I could see myself lying on the floor. There were two paramedics beside me. One was compressing my chest repeatedly, as the other charged what I could only assume was a defibrillator. My wife was standing back in the corner of the room. She was disheveled. Tears were streaked down her cheeks. She was holding an arm around her stomach and the other over her mouth as she hiccuped and convulsed violently with the force of her crying. She was murmuring my name quietly under her breath between sobs, calling for me. The next thing I remember is waking up on my bedroom floor. My chest felt like it was ripping itself inside out, and I could later come to learn my ribs were cracked and that trying to swat away the paramedics so I could sit up wasn't recommended. From there, I was taken into a hospital to be treated, which is where I still am. As it turned out, I had overdosed and died at some point in the early morning. My wife had just stopped to come by at some ungodly hour to discuss reconciling our marriage and found me. Apparently she had a bad feeling for most of the night, and that prompted her to drive over while the kids were asleep. If she hadn't, I would most definitely be dead. She's asleep in a chair beside me now, and I'm awake because I'm afraid to sleep. I can't help but think that everything I experienced was real. After all, it was way too vivid to just be a dream, and that maybe everything I saw was real, that it exists alongside us at every moment, but only certain people, or people under certain circumstances, can see it. I say this because a few minutes ago I was laying, half awake, half asleep, just listening to the soft beeps of machinery and the rhythmic sleeping breaths of my wife, when I felt a light pressure on the end of my bed, followed by a chillingly familiar growl in my ear. My eyes snapped open, and at first I saw nothing. However, as I cautiously sat up, I could see that there were black dog hairs spread all over the pristine white sheets, and a single, large moth, half crushed and fluttering about brokenly as it struggled to live. And the smear of its insides was an unmistakable handprint, not quite human, but not quite animal either. I know they're in the room with me now, watching me, waiting. It just makes me wonder how many of them there are, how many there are waiting around, how many people see an out-of-place insect and think nothing of it, while I know the truth. I'm currently recovering in a hospital in Guam, and with nothing better to do, I finally decided to tell someone about what happened to me a month ago, even if it is just anonymous people on the internet. In fact, that's imperative. Too much of our mission is secret for me to be able to tell people I know in real life. Instead, all I can say is that I'm a soldier with the good guys, and we recently forced the bad guys into one last stronghold. It was a small walled town that had previously been filled with displaced women and children. This meant we couldn't bomb the area to Kingdom Come, or even attempt surgical strikes with missile-laden drones. Too risky, the brass said. Instead, we encircled and besieged. There was no attempt at negotiation. Eventually, we knew they were low on ammunition when they stopped taking pot shots at us. We knew they were low on food when the kids started making desperate raids just to get to fields outside the walls. We grabbed everyone we could. For everything else we needed to know, we had a man on the inside. His code name was Arnold. He let us know when the bad guys had finally had enough. In response, we relented on just one corner, a gap that led to plains where we could safely bomb a retreating enemy. It wasn't long before Arnold crept outside himself and told us when the bad guys were planning their breakout. It was part of a group that laid in wait along the planned escape route. We just needed to herd them in between two hills. After that, there would be no escape from the waiting attack helicopters. It was a simple plan, but one that we had executed several times before. Arnold wouldn't go back. He was terrified that the others were on to him. The higher-ups let him stay to give final security updates to us on the front lines. He was a nervous, skinny man, with wild unkempt hair, and delivered by far the strangest briefing I had ever sat through. He told us about how there were 600 men still fighting fit inside those walls. He explained how every third man would actually have bullets in his rifle, but there was still a healthy supply of grenades and mortars among them. He even went over the names and looks of the lead bad guys, because he still thought we were interested in taking prisoners. But then, he started talking about the weird rituals, and black magic their mystics and religious leaders employed. They were actually slaughtering potential food sources every night for a solution from above or below. This was to our benefit, because we would likely be fighting delusional and malnourished soldiers. Soon, it was time. As night fell, Arnold went beyond the hills in the direction of a waiting command unit. We hunkered down in our defensive positions, and watched as a small door opened, and a solitary scout tentatively walked forward. When nothing happened to him, he signaled to the door, and a line of bedraggled men with a variety of small arms slowly followed. This wasn't exactly the floodgates we were expecting, so no action was taken at first. But when the men started to spread out, we needed to literally get them back in line before they noticed how screwed they actually were. We fired warning shots, and were rewarded by their increasing pace. Then the world exploded. At least, that's what it felt like. Earth showered over me as I heard my teammates scream through a seemingly never-ending thunder. We had been shelled with a near-direct hit. Our other groups were similarly hit with accuracy too good for just luck to be involved. I immediately scanned the nearby town for spotters, when a zipping sound caused an instinctive belly flop. Those cowards were taking advantage and storming our positions, while even more poured out the door. I wasn't sure where to aim, but luckily, I didn't need to think for myself. My commander appeared out of nowhere and instructed some of us to deal with approaching threat, and the rest to focus on digging foxholes. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me behind a large rock. Another mortar shell hit. Thankfully, just pelting us with more dirt and rocks, but still way too close for comfort. The commander shoved a sniper rifle into my hands as he roared above the noise. "I heard you're the best shot in our unit." And then he just pointed me towards the town. I followed his gaze and saw a large church tower, the highest building around, with a dark shape filling the window to the bell chamber. I quickly raised the rifle to my chest and looked through the scope for just a split second before firing. That's all the time I needed. The dark shape fell away, and the commander slapped me on the back in approval. To my horror, a new shape appeared in seconds, on the flat roof of the same tower. This time, the shape was only half the size of the first. I lowered my rifle. The commander leaned into my ear and said, "Every enemy you kill will mean life saved, son. Do not stop firing." I started to protest, but he continued, "For God's sakes, man, that's not a kid. Didn't Arnold tell you they've got a dwarf on their side?" I nodded even though I didn't remember Arnold saying anything of the sort, but I was desperate for the lie to be true, while the commander nudged my rifle back toward the town. I looked through the scope. The shape was blurry, but could have been anyone at this distance. I even convinced myself some of that blur was a beard. So I fired. The shape fell down. I didn't know what to think when the next shape to take its place was even smaller. I froze for what seemed like minutes. The commander yelled at me, then he hit me, but I only responded by dropping my rifle. The small shape, far away, raised its tiny arms and pointed at us, while the earth exploded around us again, and again, and again. The commander disappeared, but only for a moment. Somehow he had Arnold with him. Our mole was clearly freaked out to be here, but he knew what needed to be done. He whispered into my ear, but I heard every word clearly. He told me about how he had lied during our briefing. Animals weren't being sacrificed. It had always been the kids of the town. They had been killed one by one to summon demons in their place. He assured me that I was looking at a demon right now. I grabbed the rifle and slowly raised it once more. As Arnold described the horrific rituals, I looked at the dark shape through the scope and witnessed the blurry thing on the other end growing. The body wasn't getting bigger. Instead, legs like a spider grew out of the thing's back and lifted it off the ground. I shot high, trying to hit center mass, but the thing ducked low. So, I fired again, and my aim was true. The whole quivering, shrieking mass fell off the tower. Actually, I wasn't sure if I could hear its inhuman shrieks from here, or if I was hearing the shrieks of our own sides injured. Either way, I could hear something, because the mortar rounds had slowed. I was making a difference. But another small shape appeared. This time I clearly saw glowing red eyes, and tentacles where hands should have been. I quickly fired again, and again when another shape took its place, and again, and again. There was no hesitation anymore. Once I had stopped thinking and just accepted my situation, everything got easier. I stopped feeling too. I might have stopped breathing. At least some part of me definitely stopped existing. I found myself wishing the next mortar shell would fall on me, but I kept their spotters from finding us, until that miraculous moment that nothing else appeared on top of the tower. The rest of our forces killed, or pushed back into the town. The insurgents. We had peace and quiet for a good hour. During that time, we regrouped, resupplied, and positioned ourselves for the final push. Almost on cue, the remaining enemy poured out of the town with surprising, frightening speed. To my horror, each and every one of them was monstrous like the shapes I'd been witnessing from afar, but now they were much closer, much clearer, and getting bigger with every leap toward my direction. It was me they were after. I was sure of it. The other groups were ignored, and the massive tentacles, insect legs, and long needle-like teeth only pursued the hill I was hiding behind. Although, there might have been another explanation. Arnold screamed about how they were after him, how they knew he had been the one to squeal about them. Either way, he was terrified, but there was nowhere to run to. The nightmare before us moved far faster than any man ought to. Our only salvation lay in our superior firepower, so we opened up. At this distance, I saw what had only been hinted at from afar. Bullets ripping apart heads, tearing through limbs, making rib cages explode with gore. By the time that demonic horde was on top of us, it was a third its starting size, but it did get on top of us. Our long guns were dropping for the flexibility of sidearms and hand-to-hand combat. However, all my group could do was hold them off long enough for our allies to surround and finish. While we waited, I was stabbed again and again by the sharp ends of snake-like arms and bitten several times by little mouths that resembled a piranha's. Several of my men fell to worse. Eventually, I lost my balance and fell when a squid-like abomination launched itself into my chest. I jammed my combat knife into its head and was rewarded with the inky black substance spraying all over me. But I was alive. Mostly. Too exhausted to get back up and wounded a dozen times, the only thing I could manage to do was pass out. They say when I was found, my finger was inside a grenade pin. One barely attached to a grenade on my waist. All I know is from when I regained consciousness, while I started rising into the air. I had been strapped to a gurney hanging from a helicopter, and flown to a nearby base for immediate medical treatment. Before I lost consciousness again, I looked down at my now dark red uniform. A knife was still there, having been plunged into my stomach, and bandaged in place so as to not farther damage anything. I had no idea when that had gotten there, but I just closed my eyes and didn't open them again for the rest of the flight. I was bounced around multiple hospitals until I finally ended up here. A nice quiet hospital in Guam that was equipped to deal with my injuries and rehab. I'm not the only one in my unit to survive. Far from it, in fact. I was one of the worst wounded, but one of those killed was Arnold. He had fallen to that horrific horde and was buried with them in a mass grave. Everything about our mission was classified to the highest level. I still lay awake at night, thinking of those small blurry shapes. When the helicopter was lifting me out of that mass of bodies, I had almost turned my head to see the carnage I had wrought, to see what those monsters looked like in the light of day. But I couldn't in the end. I was too scared of what I'd see. Don't enter my house. Whatever you do, reader, make sure nobody enters my house once I'm gone. Don't let the sounds get to you like it got to me. There are gaps in my memory, and I shudder to think about what could have happened during those times. But this is my story. I was home one day watching Netflix when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. There had been a flash of black, a piece of the night sky that disappeared the moment I looked at it. If I didn't know better, I would have sworn I'd seen a mouth in it. If I hadn't known then what I know now, I would have fled and never returned. But then it might not have been enough. I later found a small jet black feather in the corner of the room where the flash had been. It was extraordinarily dark, to the point that it seemed to blend into itself. I had ignored it at the time, leaving it on the table in front of my couch and continuing with my movie. The feather disappeared, and that was the last I saw of it. Then came the sounds. At first it was a strange chirping, but then it was an incessant ringing, like tinnitus. I didn't notice it at first, but it quickly began breaking my attention when it would get louder. You can imagine how hard a desk job is when something is constantly making noise. But that wouldn't happen for some time. The ringing would occasionally devolve into a barely perceptible screeching noise. The sound of overworked steel grinding into the ground way off in the distance. Life continued as normal. In the first couple of weeks, I could almost ignore it completely. Almost. The first night after hearing the noise was filled with pleasant dreams. It was always a sunny summer day in a public park. There was always a slight breeze, and I was always starting off by sitting under the shade of a large tree. It was always comfortable and relaxing. Children would be playing sports and families would go on walks. Songbirds would chirp nearby. The noises from the day were here too. It was always centered on a small pug that followed me around the park. I could accomplish many things in this dream world. I felt powerful. The pug would speak to me in a deep voice. It told me it was a spirit of peace at war against the noise of disruption. It gave me tasks to do in the dream world, to fend off the noise. It never occurred to me to disobey, but I wish I had done so. Maybe that would have stopped the ringing. The commands would get progressively more peculiar as time went on. One day I had to find and skin a bear for its pelt. I woke up wearing the bear skin, and it's been a very nice coat since then. Stuff began materializing around me that I didn't attain while dreaming. A hunting knife, an old micro-cassette sound recorder, a crow's feather, black as a piece of the night sky. And then came last week. 6 days ago the noises changed. It became unintelligible whispers, awful continuous mutterings. My mind became a screaming well of voices as I began to lose my sense of individuality. I went to bed that night and couldn't sleep. The talking, it was so loud. Earplugs didn't work. White noise didn't work. I was getting desperate for a means of attaining some peace. I managed to get no rest that night as I stared at the alarm clock, watching the seconds tick by. I haven't gone to work since that day. Not that I would have been able to do much in my current state. It was 3 days ago when my friends came to check on me. The conversation is a blur. I remember her comment about the house being a mess and that I look like hell. It definitely felt that way. I was mulling this over when she screamed. She was standing over a half-decayed corpse, the reeking body lying face up on the small kitchen island, shattered limbs hanging off the side, most of its skin missing. How did that get there? I don't even remember getting out of the house, so there's no way I could have been the one to do it. It became so crystal clear right then. She had planted the body there to frame me for a murder. My blood froze at the thought. How could she betray me like that, after all we had faced together? Then my thoughts paused and the voices quieted. What had we been through together? I couldn't remember how I knew her, only that she was once my friend. I don't remember what happened after that, but that I had gotten a brand new bear pelt when my memory resumed. The voices were quiet for the rest of the day. I retained my sense of self, drawing the closest to the privacy of my own thoughts as I had been since the noises began. It was the night that the voices began to make sense. They were talking to me, one of the myriad minds, some speaking to each other, some speaking to me, and some just screaming in madness. One voice came out in particular. It had a deep voice. It was the voice of the pug from my dreams. I listened to it. I didn't think anyone would have disobeyed an order from a voice so calming, so truthful. He told me what I needed to do to make the voices stop. The rest of the voices followed suit, endlessly echoing his decree. His request made me hesitate, but the pain was too much to bear. You have to understand, I didn't want to do what I did. I was so tired, and they told me it would stop. They promised me it would stop, but they lied. They told me if I would just do what they asked, it would all be over. You are in no position to judge me when you would have done the same thing. So I followed the voice's instructions. I left the house for the first time in a week, and found him wandering through the night. I don't know why they chose him. He had so much to live for, and so much left he could have done. But the noise persisted. I knew he was the target the moment a crow landed on his shoulder. All I had to do was get close while brandishing a hunting knife. When I had reached the jumping distance, I blacked out and woke up back home. Unlike last time though, the voices were no quieter, and I knew something bad had happened. I don't know what happened, but in my current clear thinking, it must have been something terrible. Why won't it stop the voices like last time? I have to make it stop. I want to sleep for the first time again. There was no summer day dream. There was only me, hunting and stabbing people over and over. I woke up tasting iron in my mouth, an acrid rotting stench in my nostrils. The voices were gone, but I knew they would be back. They would always come back. I need to put a stop to this soon. This is my last message to the world. Don't enter my house. Don't let the noises get to you. Stay away from the sound. The best defense is to hide from it. I'm pursuing the eternal silence now. I hope no noise will ever reach me there, where no action can catch up to me. I've always been a fan of conspiracy theories, and it's not that I believe that the Earth is flat or we faked the moon landing, but they are fun to research and hear what people have to say about these things. Area 51 and aliens, however, have both been some of my favorites. So it was a no-brainer when my girlfriend told me she wanted to go to Nevada to visit her parents since her dad's health has been rapidly deteriorating. The flight from Seattle to Las Vegas was bumpy and full of turbulence, which didn't help the fact I have never been a fan of airplanes. Once we landed, her parents picked us up from the airport and took us to their tiny suburban home just north of the city. The whole ride I began researching Area 51. I wanted to know as much as possible before I journeyed there tonight. I decided I would set off at sunset, using her father's car since he can't drive anymore due to his Alzheimer's. I was able to get an idea of where the base is, since it's surprisingly a pretty popular tourist spot. Within a couple of hours, I'd arrived along approach road to the base. Now obviously I can't just walk onto the base, but I know a guy that used to work here. He said there were tunnels all through the desert that led to Area 51. All I had to do was plant a small explosive in the correct spot, and I should be able to get in. I parked the car on the side of the road and began walking. I glanced back at the car. It was almost impossible to see in the shadowy darkness that consumed the whole landscape. My friend, who I shall call Mike, gave me specific coordinates that I should plant the explosives. Mike is a former soldier who was stationed here on the base. He was kicked out of the Air Force a few years back and refused to tell me why. When I had first told Mike about my idea, he pleaded with me not to go because it's not what you think, and those things will haunt you. Mike has been having some mental health issues for a long time now, so I brushed his comments off as him being crazy and not knowing what he's honestly talking about. Nonetheless, Mike, after a few beers, explained I could get in using the explosives. It was about midnight by the time I reached Mike's coordinates. I dug a hole with my hands into the sand and placed the bombs inside. I then lit the fuse with my rusty lighter and bolted behind a large nearby rock. The explosion was loud and rocked the environment, and I knew I had to hurry since someone would be coming to check this out. After carefully inspecting the small newly formed crater, I noticed the rusted steel hatch door. I was honestly shocked to see that Mike was right, and deep down, I wish he had lied so I could have just gone home. The door creaked open, revealing a ladder that goes down into darkness. I used my iPhone for light as I descended into the darkness below. Shortly after my feet landing firmly on the ground, I dropped into a small dimly lit hallway that stank of antiseptic, and the walls were made of grayish stone-like material. There was a sign on the wall, and it read, Homey Airport Facility, with an arrow pointing to the left, and Groom Lake Research and Development Site with an arrow to the right. After some time, I decided to follow the sign to Groom Lake. After some time walking the empty hall for what seemed like forever, I reached a steel door with a large sign saying, Groom Lake Research and Development. The door was hard to open, but after pushing against it with my side, I was able to get in. Before me was a maze of white-walled halls. I had no idea where I was going to go. Next, I decided to start aimlessly walking, and soon stood before me was a large room with a transparent window. It looked like a break room by the stove, microwave, and table, amongst other things, but I couldn't help but notice the small plastic card sitting on the table. And it was at that moment I knew I was a moron for thinking I would be able to see all the things I wanted to see without an ID card. The name on the ID was Dr. Richard Elder. Richard was a middle-aged, slightly overweight man with short, balding hair, but what stood out to me was his security level. It read Level X. As far as I was aware, there were only 3 security levels, A, B, and C. But this was new to me. I decided I would see what I could get into with this, so I entered the elevator. On the side of the elevator was a screen and a QR code reader. I put my ID under the reader, and a slight buzz was made as the screen displayed floors for each security level. And then at the bottom was labeled Project X. I selected this mysterious floor, and the elevator hummed as it descended. After about 5 minutes, the elevator halted to a screeching stop as the doors opened. I was greeted by poorly lit white walls, leading to a sizable, airtight steel door. I scanned the keycard, and it opened, revealing a large control room, but my eyes immediately were fixated on a large sign saying, Level X Creature Detainment Facility. I had no idea what that sign meant, but I just had to see. Inside were countless prison-like cells, except noticeably more substantial, and the bars appeared to be much more robust than what you would see in any ordinary prison. All the cells were empty except for one on end. This cell was noticeably more substantial than all the other cells, and I couldn't see the other end of it, but I knew something was in there. I could hear it. Like a stupid idiot, I turned on my phone's flashlight and began scanning the cell. I blacked out. I don't know how long I was out for, but I'd made a terrible mistake. I woke to an alarm and flashing red and white lights. I looked up and saw a huge sign that read, "Protective headgear must be worn inside the detainment facility." The door leading to the cell area got ripped off its hinges, thrown about 50 feet in the opposite direction. I needed to get out of here. It's not safe with this thing lurking around. As soon as I reached the main level of the facility, a musty smell of smoke consumed me. It appears the facility is running off a backup generator, now as the lights are incredibly dim, and the glistening red alarm lights overshadowed the LED lights on the walls. As I walked, I noticed shattered glass and bullet holes becoming more and more frequent, and then I saw a body limp against the wall. It looked like security. I approached the man to inspect him, and I couldn't help but vomit upon seeing his condition. A huge bite was taken out of his neck, revealing muscle and tissue, and the man's face was mangled and twisted in ways not humanly possible. His facial expression described pure horror. I did this, I thought. I caused this man to lose his life, and it's all my fault. I needed to leave. I lingered on passing blood-splattered walls, and dead scientists, security, pilots, and people of other various careers on base, all with a signature bite mark on their neck. I found the ladder I used to enter. I made it back to my car in 10 minutes. I need to leave, and I need to get my family and leave this godforsaken place. On my way out, I passed an F-35 jet crashed in the desert. The aircraft was engulfed in flames. At least they died quickly and painlessly, unlike the people that thing killed. Soon I passed by a tan Humvee, with no occupants to be found except for the gunner, who had been bitten in the neck, and his body looked like his blood had been drained from his body. The goddamn thing made it out. It's been a few weeks since the incident, and I've been trying not to think about it. I've been having trouble sleeping even though that thing can't get to me. Nothing was ever told to the public, and the Air Force made a statement claiming over 200 people lost their life due to a massive fire that broke out. None of the families were allowed to see the bodies of their loved ones. I'm not sure what excuse they gave them, but whatever it was, I'm sure it was complete bullshit. I've been seeing more and more news reports about people being bitten in the neck and sucked of all their blood. Lincoln County blamed rabid dogs, but I know the truth. The truth that that thing is still out there, in the Nevada desert. Once, my grandfather asked me a question. Where does the darkness go when you switch the light on? Now, it was just a riddle I knew, with no answer. But it was something that would come back to me night after night because, as a child, I was terrified of the dark. I don't know whether my fear of the dark caused the experience I'm about to relate. Perhaps it did. But what happened to me when I was around 7 years old was so terrifying that even though I don't think it was objectively real, it has stayed with me my whole life. As a child, it'd always take a long time to fall asleep. This was partly because of the thing I was scared of. Every night would be the same. After the lights went out, they would begin. I would lay awake, under the bedcloths, waiting for them to start. For a while, everything would seem normal. Traffic went past. Maybe a plane would drone by. But slowly, the silence of the night would settle like snow. The night came rolling in, a black fog seeping through windows and pooling on the floor. It gathered in corners like the cobwebs of cave spiders, drifted out of the wardrobes and from under the beds. It filled the room. Maybe tonight would be different. Perhaps I could begin to relax and accept the soothing invitations of sleep. Then, suddenly I would hear them. The night noises. A little thing, a gentle tap, so quiet it was impossible to say whether it was nearby or far off in the world outside my window. But I knew it wasn't. It was the thing that made the night noises. It was coming. I tried to breathe as quietly as I was able. The blankets were gathered around and underneath me, so I could lie upon them, forming a totally enclosed cocoon. There was the snap creak of a floorboard somewhere in the dark. That was its horrible footstep on my bedroom floor. I was too scared to think now, but during the day, I wondered about what that thing was. Why did it come only in the dark? What was it about nighttime that allowed it entry to my room? There was nothing different, I reasoned. The room didn't change with the lights off. Being in the dark was the same as closing your eyes, surely. But this argument didn't convince me. Common sense didn't apply here. Darkness did make a difference, at least. It did in the skewed, unreal reality where the thing lived. This was when my grandfather's riddle came to mind. Whatever nameless other world the dark went to, that was where the thing lived. In the light, in the dimmest of light. I could see the wall, or at least where the wall should be, but now, the blackness was absolute. It could have been a void of nothingness out there. It was impossible to tell. Without light in the world, to define surfaces and solid edges, to make them real, the thing could come through. It seemed like there were no solid walls, just endless darkness, and somehow that made a connection to its realm. The darkness in the room joined up with the thing's dark void, like a droplet of water connecting to a larger puddle. So, through the oceans of night it came swimming, from that world to ours. A nightmare made strange flesh. The noise was right at the end of my bed. That meant that I must never, ever look, for the thing would now be visible against the bedroom window. I had never seen the thing that made the night noises. I didn't want to, but I knew what it looked like, all the same. If I were to glance over now, it would be there, silhouetted against the dim orange glow of the streetlights upon the curtains, its hunched form quivering, 2 eyes, lambent orbs of yellow light, with bullet-hole pupils full of hunger and hate. This one particular night seemed worse than ever before. My heart was pounding, my body so tense it hurt. Now there was the faintest of sounds, a whisper, like the noise a sea mist might make, rolling in. It was sliding somehow, all grotesquely ballitic, down the side of my bed. Could I feel that movement too? Was there the strangest change of pressure as it oozed along toward the bedhead? What was it waiting for? At any moment it could snatch the bedcloths off me, like a napkin from a plate, and leer into my staring eyes. It wanted me to sweat in my bedsheet prison. I could imagine dreadful organs of taste and scent coiling in the air above me, drinking in my fear. The whole bed began to feel as if it was spinning, like the feeling you get when you step off a roller coaster. Something like a ringing sound, so deep it could not be heard but felt, went through my whole body, and after that, nothing. Although I was not conscious, I knew later that a long time had passed. When I awoke, it was like rising up out of deep water. I looked about, not sure what I was seeing. Around me there was literally blackness. I instinctively knew, although my young mind could not fully comprehend it, that I was sensing this not with my eyes, but with my entire being. This was not just absence of light, but an absence of anything at all. There was emptiness within me too, for I felt no fear. Just dull confusion, as though I was sedated, with muted curiosity, in the way one might explore a missing tooth. When coming around from anesthetic, I began to sense that I couldn't feel my body anymore. I don't think I had a body. Gradually, I became aware that below me, I thought of it as below, although there was no way to sense direction, was something not black, but red. It seemed at once far away and close by, a rectangular red shape that was visible through some kind of break or hole in the darkness itself. It seemed wet in some way, glistening, like oilskin. Then the light shifted, as though a shadow was passing over it. There was movement, and another shape, indistinct, was next to it now. Then came a sound. In any circumstances, the gut-wrenching scream would have been awful. But what drilled right into my soul was that I recognized who was screaming. My own mother, wailing and gibbering like something inhuman. At that, the red shape resolved into a familiar object. It was a bed, viewed from above. The sheets stained bright red, and on it, but mangled into the twisted bedcloths, another shape. A grisly, visceral mass that my reeling mind refused to acknowledge. I tried to scream, as my mother was, but I had no mouth to do so. But the blackness moved, and the void closed in on the red shape, like the closing of an eye, and it was gone. It was just me now. Just me and the thing that made the night noises. Alone, in the never-ending dark. Forever. the sparks of utter terror. The idea of such a fate seemed to free sticky cogs in my mind. Up to that point, everything had been viewed like a nightmare, passively observing. But now, I realized. I actually was aware that this was real. This was happening. My self-awareness rushed back, and there I was, conscious and terrified in that black nothingness. But I didn't believe the awful thing I had just witnessed. Something deep down just denied it. I don't know how else to explain what I felt. All this happens in seconds, but I can, even now, recall what my mind was instinctively thinking, as though something within me had said, right, that's it, I'm taking over. There was just me in the void, or I was the void, or there was no me apart from this fizzing, angry, suddenly ultra-lucid voice dictating what I should do. I knew, with cold certainty, that the thing was coming. The thing had brought me here, pulled me through into its nowhere world. In later years, I've wondered what the thing was going to do to me. I've theorized that because I seemed to be diminishing, losing my very self, then the thing, being a creature of nothing, was absorbing me somehow. But that's just speculation. Somehow I, or my inner voice, had an idea. A method of escape. Down there, where the scarlet horror had been, was what was going to happen. Would happen if I stayed here. So if that was some kind of potential reality or future, I needed to get away from it, but I couldn't simply move away if there was nothing to move in or with. Instead, I concentrated on the direction that I had designated as being above. I focused, willing the void around me, because I was the void around me, to rise, to lift me out of this nightmare. This time, it happened instantly, almost with a pop. The second I realized I had eyes again, that I could feel, they opened. They opened onto my bedroom, utterly dull and solid and wonderful. An orange cotton bedspread with tufts on it in the front of my vision. The curtains were still drawn, with gray early morning light showing through the sides. The only evidence of anything having happened at all was the sound of my heart thundering so fast, and loud, it was almost a whir. For a long while, I just lay there, looking at the undeniable reality of the familiar, sensing my own weight on the bed, the sheets on my skin, and the little prickles and twitches of my body. That was over 40 years ago. But as you can see, it's burned into my memory. I've never experienced anything like that again, and pray I never do. Barely a night goes by that I don't at least idly recall the mental image of the thing that made the night noises, or defiantly snap my eyes open, if I have the slightest fear of doing so in case it's there. It never is there, of course. But as I grow older, I do have a creeping fear. When the day comes, 40 years closer than it was then, when the whole reality that I can see and hear and touch is finally and unescapably taken away, what will I experience? Was I given a glimpse of something that will happen eventually? Happen to us all? More importantly, will that instinctive, fizzing inner voice be of help when it comes again? I run a private campground. My family has owned it for 3 generations now. It's about 300 acres. Most of that's shaded by forest, and the rest is an open field. We host events, like dog clubs, music festivals, etc. We've also got open camping weekends throughout the year. And in the height of summer, we're open full-time for general camping. A lot of people take advantage of that. It's a cheap and pleasant vacation. Hammocks get erected in the trees. Grills get unloaded from the backs of trucks. There's some pretty elaborate setups from the people that come back year after year. The return campers are smart. They know what they're doing. Everyone knows their job when they roll in. They unload as a group. Tents start to go up. Community areas and kitchens go in the same place year after year, where they've found the land suits their setup best. Tent locations might change, but every camper knows where their tent is going in their allotted land. It's a far cry from the disheveled masses that show up and simply expect everything to work out with no prior planning. By noon on setup day, the experienced campers are sitting under their day shades, sipping beer, while the newbies are relocating tents because they didn't leave enough room for walkways. I've tried to help. I put together a guide that everyone receives in the mail once I have their registration info and payment. Sure, the postage is a bit of an expense, but I feel having a hard copy makes them more likely to read it. Not having to fill out as much paperwork with the police is worth the money. I've titled the brochure, How to Survive Your Camping Experience. I wish people would take that name more seriously. The first page is full of practical advice. Stuff like 1. Have a sturdy, waterproof container that holds a spare change of clothes and a blanket. This will ensure you have something warm and dry if your tent floods. 2. Place solar lights near your tent stakes. This will keep people from tripping over them or the ropes at night. 3. If the ground is soft from heavy rain, reinforce tent stakes either by weighing them down or by using longer stakes. They can get pulled out of the ground by a strong wind, otherwise. 4. When planning your camp, locate 3 extra feet per tent. This leaves room for ropes and stakes. The second page is advice more specific to the area. This campsite has been in the family for generations after all, and a parcel of land obtains a sort of significance when it's been passed down from hair to hair. It is an old place in the world, perhaps not an ancient place, but old enough to have attracted the attention of those things that prefer old places to make their homes. We will have to sell the campsite before it becomes an ancient place, as it will be unusable at that point, but there are still many generations to go before that happens. This is the part that the new campers don't take seriously. They think it's a prank, some little joke of the reclusive camp manager, who perhaps doesn't spend much time around other people. The experienced campers try to tell them otherwise, but they don't listen. I feel my rules aren't onerous. Here's a sampling. 1. If you hear something trying to enter your tent at night, sit up and say in a clear, calm voice that you are not receiving visitors, but it is welcome to visit in the morning. If a stranger appears the next day asking for entrance to your camp, invite them in and give them food and drinks. This will give you good luck for the rest of your stay. 2. Fairy rings are generally benign. If there are the remains of a small animal inside the ring, however, inform camp management immediately. 3. Don't follow the lights. I can't believe I even have to say this one. Don't follow them. 4. If you see a group of people dancing in a circle around a fire, you may join them. If they welcome you in, dance with them until the music ends. Do not look at the musicians. If they do not welcome you, but instead stop and stare, back away slowly and then leave. If they follow you, you can try to run, but it is likely already too late. Pray that death comes swiftly. I confess it's a haphazard list, but there's a lot of vicious things out there, and they all function in slightly different ways. I do some things as part of camp management in an effort to minimize the danger of my campers. We set out traps for the creatures stupid enough to fall into them, so they can be dispatched to my uncle and his 2 sons. We're closed during Pentecost, on Midsummer Day, and other significant times of the year, but we can't do everything. We can't save people from themselves. Every morning I circle the camp on a 4-wheeler. My staff does the same, a couple times a day. We look for any new developments on the land, a tree that needs pulled down for example, and campers know they can hail any of us if they need something. I leave directly after I finish my breakfast and a cup of coffee. My house is on the campsite, so it's especially easy for me to take the morning shift. There's never many people awake yet, so it was especially noticeable when I saw a man approaching me ahead, walking down the middle of the road. He looked unremarkable, they always do, but he walked slowly and deliberately, his head bowed so that it was difficult to see his face, and he carried before him in both hands a human skull. I pulled the 4-wheeler over and waited, my stomach twisting with fear. Rule number 12. If you're approached by a man offering you a drink from a cup made out of a human skull, accept. It will taste foul, and you will not be able to eat without vomiting for the next 24 hours. But this is better than what he will do to you if you refuse. I have drunk from the cup before. It is how I learned of his existence, and subsequently added him to the rules. He stopped me on the road, and at the time, I thought he was a camper needing assistance, until he handed me the skull cup and made me drink. I did, as I had already learned when a being of power asks something of you, it is better to comply. It may not be enough to save you. Sometimes they invite you to partake in your own demise, but the odds of compliance are better. He lifted the cup to my lips, and I drank. One swallow, another. He kept the cup there. His thin fingers brushed my hair back when it slipped past my ear, and I drank it in entirety. The water inside tasted bitter and salty. My stomach twisted and I swallowed hard, struggling to keep it down. Thank you for the drink. I said when I was done, trying to sound sincere. He knew I lied, for he smiled briefly in wry humor, his dark eyes flashing with cold amusement. It was wise to not refuse, he replied. He told me what he would have done had I not drunk, and my insides crawled with horror as he spoke, and I wanted him to stop, but to interrupt would have been a dire insult. His words were etched into my memories, and for days after I wept whenever I thought of the fate I had so narrowly avoided. I still feel cold and small when I think of the things he told me. That evening, I threw up my dinner. I threw up the crackers I ate. I even threw up water. Finally, I stopped eating and drinking altogether and waited a full day to try again. I was weak and miserable, but I survived. Now seeing the man approaching on the road, I mentally cursed my misfortune. This was our busy time of year. I couldn't afford to be sick for a day. He stopped just before he reached me, raised a hand and beckoned for me to come closer. He didn't raise his head until I stood just across from him, and when he did, he flashed that thin, dry smile at seeing the expression of dread on my face. "Are you not thirsty?" He asked mockingly. "Not particularly, but if you wish to offer me a drink, I will not be so rude as to refuse." My heart hammered in my chest. "Let him release me," I silently pleaded. He put a hand over the top of the skull, covering up the carved opening and the water inside. "Be at ease. I did not come to offer you a drink. I came to give you a warning. Some of your charges have conducted business with the children." I stood there, staring blankly at him in incomprehension. He sighed, almost imperceptibly, and even though his expression did not change, I felt the weight of his disapproval when he spoke next. These ancient beings do not enjoy having to explain themselves. "The children with no wagon," he said, speaking slowly, as if that would help me understand. "Someone bought ice from them." "Oh," I said. "Oh God." "He won't save them." The man walked past me, his shoulder brushing against mine as he did. "No one will." Rule number 18. You can buy ice from the children that approach your camp, only if they have a wagon. Those are the children of other campers trying to make some extra spending money. They only upcharge by a few dollars, so consider tipping. If a group of children approach without a wagon, do not buy from them. Act like they don't exist. They will eventually leave. It wasn't until he was almost out of sight that I realized I didn't have any idea which campsite had purchased the ice, and there were a lot of people here right now. I did the dumb thing. I jumped on the four-wheeler, turned it around, and went after him. I pulled up along the side of the road, a respectful distance away, and called out to him. "Hey, what campsite was it?" He paused almost imperceptibly. "Are you thirsty after all?" he asked, and even though his words were mild, I understood it for the threat it was. "Nope, I'm good. Sorry for bothering you." I drove away before he changed his mind on granting me mercy. This was a terrible dilemma for me. I hadn't had anyone buy from the children without wagons before. Most people find their silent stares creepy, and the normal children are pretty aggressive with their ice routes anyway, so that no one needs ice by the time those other children show up. I had no idea what to expect. I had no idea how to undo what had been done. There was, however, someone I could ask. I went to my most senior camp. They're a group of friends that have been camping here for over 2 decades. The members have changed, to the point that the founders have all been replaced. But they've kept the traditions and are willing to work with me. As a result, I've given them the best campsite. It's up on a hill, nestled in a clear spot amongst the trees, so that their camp has shade most of the day, and there's spots to hang hammocks. A gas line runs up the hill, so I have to keep part of it free of trees, which funnels the breeze straight into their camp. It's noticeably cooler there than the rest of the site. It's also the most dangerous. I heard their shouting before I arrived. I slowed, cutting the noise of the engine down enough that I could make out words. I needn't have bothered. It was nothing but cursing. I couldn't tell if it was inter-camp dispute. Doubtful. They kept the drama to a minimum. Or if they were angry at another group. Plausible. They had a couple feuds going on with the younger camps. Or if it was something else. Bracing myself, I hopped off the vehicle and walked in past the line of tents that marked their boundary. There were 5 people in the common area, clustered around the beer kegs. They had a cooler that was outfitted with 4 taps, and they ran lines up through a steel plate that was packed with ice, providing access with chilled beer from the tap at any time. The kegs were all home brew. Right now, they had all 4 taps open, and dark liquid was spilling out onto the ground. There was an odd smell in the air that turned my stomach. Like a butcher's shop, I thought, finally placing the smell. Is that blood? I ventured walking closer. Yes. The woman that did the brewing kicked one of the kegs. All of them are blood. I told him I've come to talk to the thing in the dark. I had a question, I said, and I could also ask about the kegs while I was at it. Sure. She jerked her head at the back of their camp, where the trees crowded in close enough so that their shadows overlapped, and the forest floor was noticeably darker under the lattice of their branches. We haven't seen the solars go out all week though, so maybe it's not home. Rule number 10. Keep track of what time the charge on the solar lights typically runs out. If the solars go out before them, do not leave your tent until sunup. Do not open the tent, not even to look. Stay in your tent, try to sleep, and wait for daybreak. I crept into the forest, wincing at the branches that cracked under my feet. Some of the creatures in the campsite were less malevolent than others. So long as they were respected, they wouldn't kill you, or even seriously harm you. I'd spoken to the creature in the dark only once before, when I thought to put the senior camp near its lair. I asked if their proximity would disturb it. It replied that they would not, but nor would it hesitate to take any of them, were they out in the open when it passed by. I don't know what happens to the people it takes. Their bodies are never found. The entire camp dreams of dying, however, of slow and torturous death in whatever manner they fear most. I dream of the little girl and the beast, and when I wake, I know that I'm going to be talking to the police yet again. The creature's lair is nothing more than a mound of broken branches, easily mistaken for a pile of stacked debris. There are some signs, however. The air grows colder as you approach, sound falls away, encasing you in silence, so that the only thing you hear is your own heartbeat. Mine was growing steadily faster as I drew near, and it felt like the darkness in between the piled branches was reaching out, gathering up all the light and dragging it to its doom. Flowers littered the forest floor, the white, parasitic ones with bowed heads, feeding on the tree roots running below the barren soil. "Excuse me?" I whispered, my voice cracking. I coughed and tried again. "Sorry to bother you, but I have a question." A long silence. I waited, wondering if this was in vain, and perhaps the creature wasn't there. Then it spoke, and its words were rough, like stones rolling against each other, and I winced in pain. For it felt like my head was between those stones, and my skull would crack under their weight. It asked me what I wished to know. I told it about the children, that someone had bought ice from them, and also about the kegs, as an afterthought. "The children are displeased by their lack of prey," it finally replied, and I pressed my fingers against the bones near my ear, as if that could help relieve the pressure. "They rejoice at finally being given an opportunity." To do what? The pile of branches shifted. The earth shifted, and I stumbled, realizing in sudden terror that that small lump of debris was not nearly enough to contain the creature inside, and it was far larger, and perhaps far more terrible than I'd imagined. Its shrug had nearly thrown me to the ground. "The kegs are just the start," it sighed. "More will suffer, all will suffer, and then the dying will begin." My entire campsite was at risk. I felt cold inside. I could evacuate, I thought. I could claim there was something, a gas line rupture, disease outbreak. There were some options available that would explain why I was throwing everyone out. But then what about my livelihood? Would people return? I'm a little ashamed that greed factored into my choices. But this campsite has been in my family for 3 generations, and I wasn't going to ruin it all now. Eliminate the one that started it. The ground bucked, violently, and I was thrown to my hands and knees. Everything else will unravel. I stumbled to my feet, thanking it profusely. I gibbered my apologies for disturbing it, and my gratitude for its advice. Then I fled, fighting the urge to look back the entire time. Eliminate the one that started it. Those words rattled around in my head as I went from campsite to campsite, asking if they'd bought ice from children today. I received quizzical looks from the newer campers, but the older ones answered solemnly, understanding the gravity of my question. They'd read the rules. Finally, I found the camp that bought the ice, and they identified the person that had made the purchase. He was elsewhere at the moment, but I could stop by later, they suggested. I said it was fine. I wasn't ready to talk to him. I wasn't ready to take the creature in the dark's advice. I thought, how bad could it be? It was only just the beginning. Perhaps I could find some other way to resolve the situation. I spent the evening digging through my books of camp management and folklore, trying to find some sort of ritual or appeasement I could try. Yet the creature said that the children were tired of not having prey I denied them with my rules, and that this would only get worse and worse until people started dying, that everyone was in danger. Night fell, and I reluctantly abandoned my efforts until the morning. My worry made it impossible to sleep through the little girl weeping outside my window and begging to be let in. She's not in the rules. She only harasses members of my bloodline. I was almost relieved when the beast came and dragged her off while she screamed in mortal terror, signaling that dawn was near. I threw on some clothing and jumped on my four-wheeler. I even skipped making coffee. I needed to see what had happened overnight. The man with the skull cup stood on the road, staring off into the trees and calmly sipping the water inside like he was taking his morning tea. I pulled up close by and killed the engine so we could talk. "Skipped your coffee, did you?" he asked. "Want a drink?" "I am quite satisfied, but I will gladly accept if you wish to share," I replied with gritted teeth. That thin smile again. Now he was just messing with me. I looked in the direction he was staring. A slew of people, 12 in all, dangled in midair. For one brief, horrifying moment, I could only think of the time I'd found someone that hadn't heeded my rules. Their gutted body dangling uncomfortably close to my house, like it was a warning. How the police had let me do most of the work getting it down, while they waited on the ground with their damned paperwork. I don't make my staff clean up the remains. That's asking too much. These were alive. I almost wept with relief. They'd been pulled from their tents and stripped naked, then taken into the woods. Their bodies were covered with bruises and scratches from being violently dragged across the ground. Then they'd been hoisted up into the trees and left hanging by their ankles from the boughs. "Next time it'll be their flayed skins hoisted in the branches," the man said. "You should end this quickly." "I'm surprised by your concern." "I need people to share a drink with," he murmured. "I can't do that if everyone dies." I had to get my brother and both my uncles to help get the terrified campers down. They didn't fight much while we were doing this, just hung there limply, crying or whimpering softly. It made the job a lot easier. Dead weight is predictable, and we could pull them towards the ladder, get a good hold on them, and then cut the ropes and pass them down to the ground. Eliminate the one that started with it. As the abducted campers were taken off to the local hospital for treatment, I delegated the police paperwork to my brother and jumped on my four-wheeler. I returned to the camp that had bought the ice and called the man responsible aside for a conversation. I asked him if he'd bought the ice from some creepy children with no wagon, and when he said he had, I asked why he'd broken one of the rules of how to survive camping. It was rule number 18. Hadn't he read it? "Oh," he said bleakly. "That one. Well, there are a lot of rules." I took a breath, held it a moment, reminded myself that the majority of people have good intentions and don't do things simply to be contrary or cause trouble. That is my responsibility as both camp manager and a decent human being, to be understanding and help people, because we have a common goal. I want them to have a safe and fun camping experience, so they come back, and they want to have a safe and fun camping experience so they can come back. This man didn't ignore my rules simply out of spite. It was an accident, an unfortunate accident. I asked him why he'd glossed over that rule. My tone was polite and friendly, without a hint of condemnation or judgment. That's the important bit. People respond in kind. So long as I didn't accuse, he wouldn't become defensive, and we could have a productive conversation. I've done a lot of reading on conflict resolution and behavioral change. He hadn't taken them seriously, he admitted. He'd certainly read them. Intently, in fact, because he thought it was a joke, but it was a clever joke, and he enjoyed it. But real? No. He pointed to his tent, showing how it had 3 feet of clearance between the other tents, rule number 4, and that they'd brought a longer hose, so they didn't have to split the closer one more than 3 times, rule number 6. The will was there, my system was flawed. It didn't change what I had to do. I thanked him for talking to me and walked away. Then I went into the woods and gathered some things. It took a while to find them all, but I'm familiar with my campsite. and I know where these things are likely to be found. Then I return to my house with the mushrooms in hand. They're called Destroying Angel, Amanita virosa. I crushed it and took the resulting juice. Careful not to touch it with my bare hands, back to his camp. I poured it into his reusable water bottle, swirled it around to coat the sides, and then left it to dry. They wrote the initial symptoms off as mere food poisoning. By the time his campmates took him to the ER, he was suffering from liver and kidney failure. They did their best, but I had put a generous dose in that bottle, and his body simply could not keep up, not even with medical intervention. He was dead within 36 hours. The police dropped by, of course. I talked with them for a bit. We commiserated on how difficult it can be to protect people from themselves, and that was the end of it. They understand what it's like in the forest. I feel I am to blame. I know rules are ineffective, but they were easy, and that's what I relied on. I wrote off the deaths as isolated incidents, instead of warning signs, that I wasn't doing enough to determine if my rule list and other measures were accomplishing their intended purpose. You know what does help people change their behaviors? Storytelling. It's one of the most effective techniques. Far more effective than a list of rules, which according to research, is the least effective method, and the most prone to antisocial behavior, which is basically people deliberately sabotaging the system out of spite. Instead of telling someone, do this, you tell the person a story that demonstrates the behavior you want, preferably true, as that carries more weight, and the more personal it is, the more the individual will relate, and subsequently accept what you are trying to tell them to do. I'm a camp manager. I don't have a list of rules because I'm trying to ruin your fun. I have a list because I'm trying to help you from coming back to camp, and finding your tent collapsed and full of rainwater, and having no dry clothes or nowhere to sleep. I'm trying to keep you from spending half a day setting up tents, because you didn't plan where everything would go in advance, and I'm trying to keep you from doing small, simple things that could result in a horrific, and most assuredly, agonizing demise. It all began with a murder-suicide. At the time, I wasn't home. If I had been at home, I'm sure that I would have been with my parents now, but I live on my own, and only know what happened from the police that were in my family's home. Walls that were once covered with childhood drawings and family pictures were now stained with the blood of my once loving parents. The forensic team occupied the kitchen, where the heinous crime took place. I watched as my parents were wheeled out in black body bags, leaving the home they built together. Police filtered through the house, trying to find any evidence of the motive. All I could do was just mentally shut down. Both my parents were gone now, and I didn't have the safety blanket of a brother or a sister to comfort me. I was an only child, so I was now even more alone. My sole comfort comes from the music I play to keep me going, but after encountering such a tragedy, my only companion in this crazy world of ours won't even help me. With the house now being foreclosed, I was forced into an apartment paid for by the state. Everything I had ever owned, now sitting in boxes in a medium-sized apartment, while I try to find order in my life. Music echoes in my head while I begin to put the apartment together. I know soon I'll have to go to the funeral, so I'll need a black suit. Thankfully, I have a friend who works in a clothing store and can get me a discount. She already is aware of the situation, and I go in for a fitting. After about an hour of finding the right suit, I pay for it and head back home. That night, I decide to look over the police report of the incident. What had happened according to the report is quite intense. My father was in the living room, watching something on TV. He then left his chair, revolver in hand. He walks into the kitchen, where my mother was making dinner for when I returned from work. She had turned her head to see my father, and saw only the end of a loaded gun. She didn't get to say a word before my dad pulled the trigger. The bullet went right through her right eye, and into the wall behind her head. Blood sprayed and left a large hole. My dad then turned the gun on himself and pulled the trigger. The bullet went through the center of his head, causing not only a blood splatter and a bullet hole, but brain matter came from the hole in his head. No motive has been declared at the time of the crime. All that was known was they both died in a murder-suicide. And from my personal experience, they never fought or anything. Their marriage was perfectly fine. No fighting, so why did he kill her and then himself? That question bounces around my head as I try to sleep. A week passes, and it's the day of the funeral. I get out of bed, still trying to get over what had happened. I had shed all tears possible, and couldn't bring myself to even try to farther comprehend the incident. I take a shower, shave, and drive to the graveyard. The entire drive over, all I can think about is how my dad would just snap and kill her. The actual funeral is just as depressing as I imagined. My extended family showed up to say a few words through tear-filled eyes, and then silently sit down as another speaks. Finally, we get to me, and I try to say what's on my mind. Nothing comes out, and I sit back down. The rest of the service goes on, and everyone asks if I'll be okay. I moved out a few years ago, so I'm fine on the living situation, but dealing with the fact that both my parents are gone will never leave me. My family says some parting words, and they all depart. After everyone leaves, I go back to my apartment and just sit in silence. The light from my TV provides the only brightness in my darkened room. I decide to just sleep off the day, and pray work will be better. The next morning I call my boss and say I'm not feeling well. "Charlie, take all the time you need. I heard what happened. Don't worry, we'll be fine without you. Just come back when you feel better." My boss has never been this kind, but I just go with it. I get another call from our lawyer regarding my parents' will. I say that I will meet her in an hour and go into the shower. After a quick wash, I blow dry my hair and check how far her office is from me. Since it's only 2 blocks away, I decided to walk over. After my arrival, I'm greeted by our lawyer Anna. She's only 2 years older than me and far more successful. But I never let that get to me. We go to her office and look over the distribution of my parents' belongings. The house will be up for auction for a month. If no one buys it, the house will be torn down, and with the junk my parents collected, I inherit everything and decide the fate. Great, more junk to sort through, I joke to myself. Anna and I finish up our meeting, and I walk back to my apartment. Instead of bringing everything to my flat, I decide to go through it there. I have a month before it's sold or gone, so I've got time. I make the drive to our old house, and try not to be reminded of the horrific tragedy that occurred not too long ago. Thankfully, the scene has been cleaned up, so I don't have to deal with that. I start going from room to room, seeing what can be donated or kept. After making my way through nearly every room, I have a big donate pile and a small amount of items to keep. Some old movies from our collection, books, and family photo albums. The last room left is my dad's private room. As a kid, I wasn't allowed in. Finally, I break the seal and go in. The room contains a single chair, an old TV with a built-in VCR, and a closet. I open the closet to find a series of boxes, and in those boxes are homemade videotapes. No label on the head, but there was one on the spine. In Sharpie, the words, "Hollow Hours," followed by a number. Quizzical and perplexed by this, I take the 5 boxes of tapes and the TV from my apartment. I pack up everything in my car and drop off the giveaway pile to the Goodwill. I passed on the way back to my flat. After dropping the giveaway items off, I head back home to begin my makeshift investigation of the remaining boxes from my dad's room. I park and bring up the boxes and the TV to my apartment. After hooking up the TV in my room, I open the other boxes. More tapes with the Hollow Hours label. Eventually, I realize that there are 100 tapes of this program. At this point, I just assume it's some old show. Wanting to write down my findings, I open my phone and make a note called Hollow Hours Investigation. Wanting to see what the hell this is, I begin by looking online. Surely someone else on the internet might know what this is. After a few hours of searching, no one knows what I'm talking about. Desperate for answers, I leave a few posts on various old media message boards in hopes that would yield some results. Wanting to get into the tapes, I leave the internet and put in the first tape. The tape begins with a message saying it's the end of the broadcast day. So this is some, off-air program. Interesting. I make a note on my phone of this discovery and continue the tape. The screen cuts black, and a title card reading, "Welcome to the Hollow Hours," comes on screen. The tape goes on to show some grisly images, deaths from throughout history, and security camera footage of people dying. Various means of death are presented on this video, with one really sticking with me. A man is crushed by a car, the camera focused on his head being crushed. I pause the video and run to throw up. I'm a lifelong fan of horror films, but it's more disturbing knowing it's a real person dying. no makeup or special effects. The video goes on to show more gruesome deaths, and I make notes of my findings. The tape ends with another title card, thus concludes the Hollow Hours. Come back tomorrow. I eject the tape and keep it aside from the rest of the collection. The rest of the day, my mind is filled with questions on what this program was for, and what the endgame is for it. That night, I try to sleep after seeing hours of horrific images. After struggling, I just choose to stay up and try to find out anything more about this show. Was it some local access program that's lost to time? That seems plausible. So I looked up my old town's television station, known as Greenbell TV. No program named The Hollow Hours. Shows up on the site, not even anything that matches a description of the show. Damn it. I mumble and pace my apartment. Am I missing something? Was this program picked up at a garage sale years ago from another part of town? After doing research on when recordable videos first started, I narrowed my search window. From my digging, I placed the start of the timeline at the early 1990s. Judging from the footage found on the first tape, it seemed to be taken before my timeline is set up, but it could have been found footage from a snuff film. My curiosity gets to me, and I go back to my room to watch another tape. Well, I think I should go in order, I say, and get the second tape. I put the tape into the VCR and I'm greeted with the same message as before. Much like the first tape, horrific images and graphic deaths are displayed on my screen. Somewhere of families being tortured by burglars, recording the whole event. The video starts shortly before the burglar enters, and it shows the address of the house. I pause the tape and write down this new piece of evidence. After writing that down, the tape goes on, and more grisly images are burned into my head. The tape goes on, and my gaze won't leave the screen. After 7 hours, the tape ends with a "see you soon." I eject the tape, turn off the TV, and sleep to get my energy back. I'm awoken to a notification from one of the forum posts, asking about the Hollow Hours. The commentator tells me that he recalls something akin to Hollow Hours, and describes what he saw. He says it was early in the morning and many years ago, so he's unsure if it even aired. I thank him for his help, and take a shower to wash away my odor. I've been cooped up watching these tapes for almost 2 days, and I need to clean myself up. All during my shower, images from the first 2 tapes rattles through my brain. I decide to drive to the house that was broken into during the second tape. It's a bit of a drive, but I just have to know. I gather myself and begin my journey to the break-in site. After an hour of driving, I arrive at the crime scene, or rather, the house that the incident took place. I leave my car and knock on the front door. The owner asks what's going on. As a lie, I say that I'm out of gas and my phone's dead. The homeowners let me inside. I sit with them and call for assistance. In reality, I just left a voicemail for Anna. "So can I ask you a question about the history of this house?" I ask, and they look at me like I'm insane. "Yeah, there was a break-in about 30 years ago. It was big news around these parts." Anna comes to where I am to help me. Actually, she just came to see if I was okay. "Yeah, just going through my parents' belongings." She shrugged and pulled out an empty gas can. I pretend to fill up my car and drive back home. So these tapes are actually old videos. Better keep watching. I think to myself as I enter my apartment. I close the blinds in my room and put on the next tape. The familiar greeting and more violence ensued. After a few hours of merciless violence and carnage, my brain just shuts down. It's like a walking coma. All I can do is insert tape after tape. By around tape 25, I awaken from my comatose state. I took notes, although I don't recall doing so. Reading them over, I'm taken aback by the horrific acts of horror, shootings, death by cars, death by consumption, and one labeled as just the most sickening thing I've seen yet. I dare not relive whatever that was, and keep going on. Days pass, and I finally arrive at the final tape, tape 100 of the Hollow Hours. Who knows what could be on this tape? Answers to what the hell this was, or just more acts of dehumanization. Anxious, I put the tape in. Instead of the familiar "Welcome to the Hollow Hours" from the previous 99 videos, this one starts with a man. He's standing in what can only be described as a cult robe. His face was obscured by the oversized hood. He speaks to the camera about his cult. One statement sticks out to me. I want you all to spread the violence." He lingers on this phrase for a solid 10 minutes, after which the tape ends. I sit back in my chair and let what happened wash over me. This man wants to just spread hate, and his way to do this was from some underground television show? Desperate for answers, I go back online for more help. My forum posts yield no responses, which angers me. God damn it. I scream to myself, and throw my phone down. After taking a minute to scream, I see something in the box I didn't notice before. Taped to the wall of the box is a note, written by my dad. It must have been obscured by the color of the box and the faded tape. I peeled off and opened the folded piece of paper. Scribbled on is another address. The cult. I think out loud, and put it in my phone. Another long drive, and I arrive at a dilapidated warehouse. I park my car close by in case I need to escape. A door underneath a lamp seems like the only entrance, so I walk over. One knock later, and the door is open. I take out my flashlight and slowly make my descent down the stairs. Finally arriving on stable ground, a dark red light comes into view. "Who goes there?" A voice calls out, the red light following close behind. "Sir, I wish to know more about the hollow hours." I respond, in hopes I can continue my investigation. The red light gets closer and closer, held by a hooded figure. "You wish to know more?" the voice asks, and I nod in response. The next thing I know, I can't see, and I'm being taken farther into the warehouse. The object obscuring my vision is removed, and I'm sat in the middle of a circle. Everyone is covered in a hood similar to the man I encountered earlier. "Welcome to the cult of the hollow hours," I hear from another booming voice, followed by the circle murmuring to themselves. The booming voice's owner comes into view, and the discussions from the circle cease. "Yes, sir," I say, afraid of what will happen to me. The source of the booming voice comes to me and removes his hood. He's a rather muscular man, and stands out from the other meek members of the cult. "I see. And how did you find out about this cult? Did you watch the tapes, or did someone tell you?" He asks in hushed tones to me, kneeling down to be at eye level. I swallow my heart, which has now lodged into my throat. "Okay, sir. Let me explain how I wound up here. It all began with a murder-suicide." My grandparents live in southern Michigan, I'd say 40 minutes from Toledo. The house itself is on a lakefront, and the lake connects to other lakes, and eventually all the way out to the Erie. It's home to a lot of college resorts, and a lot of OSU students have lake houses up there. Normally, there would be barely anyone up there because winter makes it a bitch to live there. I go in the winter for hunting mostly during November, and I haven't stopped, but this year, I am reconsidering. I start planning for these trips around June, so that I can set aside equipment for it, and avoid any farther financial issues that might come up in between May and December. These hunts are really important to me, and I've been making these trips for years with my grandpa. But he's gotten too old to keep going in the winter, and he wanted me to keep up the tradition. So in last November, I went up there to hunt. My grandparents locked their house when I got up there, but one of the neighbors they are good friends with has a second house across the street. It's really just a garage with an overhead room, but they furnished and finished the top room above the garage. They gave me the keys and let me stay there for however long I was going to be up there. About 2 weeks. I unpacked, turned the lights on, and I used the oven as a heating source. I went to sleep, and the next day I started out on hunting. I use an old bolt-action big caliber. Not exactly a hunting rifle, but I still use it. I love shooting it, and hunting just gives me a reason to. I can't use it at a range because of the caliber, and it's illegal to use in home defense because the bullet could exit the home and go into a neighbor's house. 7.62 by 54R is a powerful round, and that's what still throws me off about this whole thing. Anyway, I went out the next day, all the way up to the northern part of the peninsula. My grandpa took me up there when I was 16 for squirrel hunting, and that was one of the defining experiences of my life. We had a lot of fun up there, and I got to take home 6 pounds of squirrel meat that fall. But I was up there for elk, and I saw a lot up there. When I hunt, I'm really selective in the process. I like a certain look in an elk, and I'll watch groups of them for a few hours to find the right one. This has cultivated a good idea of how to keep myself quiet in the woods, and I had a camera with me. I could be a good wildlife photographer. Some of the elk I've seen have been such an experience that you'd think it was a staged photo shoot. I finally found the one I wanted, this beautiful bull elk. Maybe 5 feet tall at the shoulder, 6 pointed antlers, just amazing. I was maybe 80 yards from the herd, and while a scope would be nice, Mosin scopes might as well be a toilet paper roll with a pin poke through the middle, and glass pieces in either end, and my rifle isn't set up for that either, so I'm stuck with my plain old eyesight. I lined up the shot, and I barely saw it enter my peripheral vision. It pulled my attention away from the herd. In the woods, about 30 degrees to my left, and about 40 yards ahead, was something white. The only reason I saw it was because it walked in front of a gray outcropping of rock that stood out against the snow. Whatever it was bipedal, and quick. I barely got my eyes onto it before it vanished into the white of the ground. Hunters don't go into the woods without some kind of identification. I wear an orange sash across my back if I know I'm not alone. But I thought I was alone, so no sash. The guy gave me a fucking heart attack. But I was still thinking about the elk. There it was, drinking with the rest of the herd. Another elk had swapped out with an on-guard duty. I didn't want this guy taking my game. I wasn't going to kill him, that'd be out of the question. But if I took a shot, killed the elk, he'd stay away from it, try and find me, and we could talk, then go our separate ways. It might have been selfish, but you have to understand, I'd been stalking this herd for nearly 4 hours. I was cold, and the only thing making the entire effort worth it was the 6x6 antlers on that bull's head. I didn't want to leave with nothing, so I shifted my view back to the elk, exhaled, and squeezed the trigger. The report was deafening. It reminded me how silent the woods were before it. Just the loud and proud crack of a rifle, and the firm push of the stock into my shoulder. The herd noticed it, and I was ecstatic to see that I hit my target. It dropped immediately. I wasn't sure where I hit it, but wherever it was, the bull dropped like a rock. The rest of the herd took off, and soon my kill was alone by the river. I left the bushes where I did, and hiked down the hill towards the riverbed. While I was heading towards it, I stumbled, lost sight of the body, and when I looked back, it was gone. Instead, there was a bloody streak leading across the ice to the other side of the river. The way it was set up was the river ran parallel to me. My side was a gentle hill leading down to the water, and the other side was a cliff. It was only 6 feet high, almost sheer, but angled just enough that climbing it wouldn't be impossible. On the top, I saw the bushes rustle. Whatever was there led farther into the woods. Shocked, I ran down to the river where the elk had been. My eyes followed the blood trail as if it went across the river, up the hill, and into the bushes on the other side of the river. I thought maybe I hadn't killed it, and the bullet just knocked it over for a little bit. But it was bleeding profusely. It might be on the other side of the hill for all I knew. So I did what hunters do, and I went after it. I think I might have gone maybe half a mile, and the blood trail was consistent to follow. A small pool of blood on the snow, maybe a splatter on a tree, but when I got to that half-mile point, the snow had an imprint in it. With blood all around it, the snow where it should have been was nearly all melted by the amount of blood that had pooled around where the body should have been. That's when I noticed a white figure again, passing in front of a tree to my right. In my peripherals again, he was 20 yards away, but I lost him in the snow. The guy was freaking me out, and I was really put off by him. He knew there was another hunter in the area. He had to have heard the shot. There's no way he didn't. He didn't try to contact me. Didn't let me know he was here at all. No shouting, nothing. I already drove all the wildlife away by now. There was no point in hiding here, so I did what I thought was sensible. I shouted to him. "Hey man, over here." Nothing. He didn't say a thing. Once again, he didn't do anything. That was it for me. I had no idea where this guy was. He was wearing camouflage, and he wasn't responding to me. If he dies, it's his fault. Nobody's got to know. I forgot about the elk. Then to my left, far to my left, I see him in my peripheral vision again, pass in front of a tree. He's too far out of the way for me to gauge how far away he was. I turn, aim, and he was gone. Again. I'm starting to lose my nerve, and it's just barely showing. It took me a second to realize that there's no physically possible way for this guy to have circled me so quickly unnoticed. That's it for me. If I see him, he's getting shot. I'm in panic mode, and my brain is still deciding between fight or flight. The next time I see him, he's in front of me, 10 yards. I got a good look at him, and felt my arms freeze. He's not wearing camouflage, or at least not any winter gear. This guy was naked, and there was something wrong with him. His skin was pure white, no hair, and his hands were covered in blood. I could see black veins in his legs going up to his hips, and he had no genitals like a doll. I watched him open his mouth, as wide as it could possibly go, and just repeated me, "Hey man, over here." The words just fell out of his mouth, and I broke out of my freeze-up. I squeezed the trigger, and hit him in the upper torso. I turned and ran. I didn't see if he fell, if he followed me. I just left. I ran until I got back to my car and I drove back south. 230 miles later, I get back in the middle of the night. It's even colder. I'm too exhausted to do anything more than get inside. Lock the door, trudge upstairs, and go to sleep. I didn't even take my clothes off. I just fell onto the couch and I was out like a light. During the night though, I woke up plenty of times. I'd open my eyes because I felt uncomfortable in my sleeping position. I'd move myself around, readjust the pillows, and go back to sleep. About the 5th time I woke up and had to go to the bathroom. I did what I had to, and while I was washing my hands, I thought to myself, maybe you overreacted. Maybe that guy needed help. Maybe I should go back. I was very tired, so I barely noticed myself saying the last thought. Maybe I should go back. I thought I mumbled it or something, so I dismissed it. I went back to sleep. I woke up the next day and found, to my surprise, an elk sitting in the driveway. Well, not sitting, more like smeared on the fresh snow. The thing was torn apart. Its antlers were snapped off, and all of its entrails were spread around it. I'm lucky that I didn't eat anything that morning. I'm used to gore. I butcher my own game, but this was different. It looked like roadkill. But the house that I was staying at was on a gravel path. The max speed is 15 miles an hour, or you punch holes in your radiator with gravel. Elk aren't this far south either. Someone took this corpse from as far away as 50 miles, butchered it on my driveway, then left it here on display for me. I packed my stuff and left. I made sure to shovel what was left of the elk into the tree line nearby before I did, and I was on the road a week early, on the way back into Ohio. I got a sinking feeling while I was reflecting on the whole event. I remembered when I woke up to go to the bathroom. When I mumbled to myself, I realized that my voice sounded funny, like it wasn't underneath my ears, but rather to my right. It doesn't make sense because the bathroom has a wall that functions as a divider between the bathroom sink and the bathtub. I chalked it up to the acoustics, but now that I've been thinking about it, the voice was a bit weird. Like when you watch a recording of yourself, and how it sounds deeper than when you hear yourself talk. I don't know, but I am not going back up there this winter. I'll be staying in Ohio, and I think I'll hunt in the south instead. I didn't take anything home with me other than my rifle, and I've had issues listening to recordings of me recently. I won't be going up north for a while at least. I advise you, if you go to Michigan to hunt, to watch your surroundings, and avoid going alone if at all possible. Make sure you bring something that hits hard. If anyone has experienced something similar, let me know. It had been close to the bent old elm tree, where I noticed a tiny white hand poking up from the ground. A series of robberies that had occurred around our area had put us on edge. When I'd heard scuffling sounds from the surrounding woods around our house early that morning, my shotgun had been quickly loaded and placed in hand. The tips of the leaves had already begun to darken and shrivel on the bright green trees, with some even having drifted to the ground on the gentle morning breeze. Rocky had led the way, his tail wagging high in the air, and nose trailing along the ground, just as eager to protect our home as I was. He alerted me with a bark, having picked up on something's scent. My eyes had drifted along the ground, before catching sight of the unfamiliar object amongst the long, swaying grasses. I had squinted for a few minutes before making out a human shape. My heart had all but exploded within my chest. The shotgun had dropped to the ground as I rushed forward to dig the small shape out of the twigs it had been buried in. I found myself clutching the rigid wrist of a small doll. Two glassy brown orbs stared out at me from a pale porcelain face, framed by long, curling eyelashes. Her long strawberry blonde hair had been done up into elaborate ringlets that trailed over the puffed sleeves of the pink Victorian-style dress she was wearing. Her rosy lips were curled into an enigmatic smile, as if she knew something no one else did. Despite a few specks of dirt on her skirt and some twigs clinging to her shiny hair, she was in near-perfect condition. She could have been sitting on the shelf of some antique shop between a dusty, leather-bound book. I couldn't imagine who would dump it here. I had been a typical little girl. My childhood had been long consumed by a love for dolls. Barbies, Bratz, American Girl, and Polly Pockets had populated my room, covering the surface of every ledge and dresser. The best days of my life had always been when my grandmother would let me play with some of the older ones when I'd gone to her house. I would spend hours dazzled by their perfect, fragile faces and long trailing gowns. The ones that I'd found here would have fitted in perfectly within her collection. As my finger traced the smooth outline of her rosy cheek, warm memories flooded back to those sweet, simpler times where the biggest worry I'd had was accidentally breaking one of them. I felt the same childhood urge resurface to take the lonely little doll home to live with me. However, my girlfriend, Enid, was less than pleased by it. "Burn it," was the first thing she'd uttered when she saw it propped up on our mantelpiece. I'd only rolled my eyes at her words. "It's a doll, honey, not a monster." "It looks like it should be locked away inside a glass case," she scoffed. "The kind that says, 'Do not open under any circumstances.' This isn't a horror movie, this is real life. Well, that thing looks like it crawled right out of the former." She turned away from it with a barely suppressed shudder of disgust. "I'm getting the matches," she murmured. "You do that, and I'm getting a divorce." I shot back. She paused as she had been exiting the doorway, looking back over her shoulder at me with a deadpan expression. One eyebrow quirked upwards. "Please, you know you could never leave me. I'm the one thing kept you from killing yourself. If I wasn't here, you'd probably be inviting a hockey mask wearing stranger with a machete over for dinner right now." I shook my head with a laugh. As caustic as Enid could be, I could never stop loving her. Even for a second, she was my best friend. She was always the smart one. I know that now. Still, looking at the doll, I couldn't understand what had unnerved her so much. I only felt a surge of maternal protection toward this small, delicate features. Being a huge child at heart, or just an over-sentimental idiot, I decided to give her a name, after my favorite doll as a child, Samantha. I was probably the only one in the house who took to her. Rocky, who would normally lap up and lick the face of anyone with a pulse, would cower outside the door of the room where Samantha was, and no amount of coaxing would get him to enter. Even Kiwi, our parakeet, who would chirp the ear off anyone, stood silent in its cage whenever the doll was present, and Need still refused to go anywhere near her. I couldn't understand why either of them were so apprehensive. All those horror stories about dolls had seemed so laughable to me, when my own had given me nothing but joy. To me, there was nothing wrong with her. Samantha was a doll, and nothing more. It was almost a week after I had found Samantha under the tree, when Enid had shaken me out of my restful night's sleep. "I heard something downstairs," she hissed, her eyes flashing with panic. We sat there, listening out for anything, with only the hushed sound of our breathing breaking the quiet. When we heard it, a loud, distinct bump from downstairs, like something falling over. Thoughts of intruders in ski masks after our valuables resurfaced in my mind. I pushed open the bedroom door and I was already down the stairs, making a beeline for the gun cabinet when I heard the sound again, from the living room. I saw something small on the ground. After taking a few hesitant steps towards it, it suddenly became familiar. Long, reddish blonde curls falling over its face. Samantha. She must have fallen off the mantel in the night. I brushed a stray curl out of her flawless face, her eyes sparkling up at me. Kiwi quivered in the corner of his cage. Blue-gray feathers flared as he watched me put her back. He hopped back as far as he could on his swinging bird ledge, and let out a low squawk. "It's okay, Kiwi," Samantha's only a doll. She won't hurt you. It felt like everyone around me was going insane. Samantha was an object. There was no way she could hurt anyone. So why were they all so afraid? One morning, I had woken up to the sight of Rocky's limp body strewn across the bedroom landing. When I had turned him over, I saw white frothing from his mouth. We'd broken more than a few speed limits on our way to get him to the vet, but by the time we'd arrived, it was already too late. The vet had sighed, his face solemn. We had taken Rocky for checkups since he was a puppy, so he understood our grief. He had been just as confused as we were. The only rational explanation that he could scrape together was a black widow bite. That night, Anita and I sat together and cried in a way that we hadn't done in a long time. We hadn't just lost our pet, we had lost a best friend. We buried him in the backyard, where we could always see him frolicking from the kitchen windows. It just didn't make sense. In all the time we had lived in this area, there had been no black widow spiders, but Rocky was dead. It didn't stop me from calling an exterminator the next day, after we'd buried him. Between Rocky and the scratching that I was starting to hear downstairs, I knew that I had a valid enough reason. After practically prying our house apart and searching every crack and crevice, the exterminator had shaken his head. "I can't find any harbingers," he admitted. "There doesn't seem to be any spiders. You're definitely sure that it was a black widow bite?" "There has to be," I protested. "Nothing," he admitted. "The whole place is practically airtight." Kiki wasn't doing any better than we were. He refused to eat. Instead, cowering in the corner of his cage, he didn't chirp or talk anymore, instead switching between silence and screaming. The sandpaper floor in his birdcage was littered with his own bloodied feathers that he'd pecked out, his body dotted with painful pink patches. He and Rocky had always been close, to the point of even sitting on his back. I thought it was his own way of grieving. With the pain of losing Rocky still raw in my heart, I had turned to Samantha for comfort. I had found my fingers threaded through her soft hair and stroking her cold, stiff skin. Whenever I looked at that tiny, upturned mouth, everything was alright again. I was probably the only one who could stand being around her. "Can you just put that thing in the attic? It creeps me the hell out." Anid snapped. I could already feel her disgusted sneer burning through my back towards Samantha. I placed down the rag I'd been using to polish her face and turned back to her. "Oh, yeah. She's just sitting there and looking adorable. That's really unsettling." Unlike the other times we'd had this conversation, the scowl that Anid was wearing didn't slide from her face. "I'm serious. I hate looking at it. I can feel its eyes follow me around the room. I don't know what dimension would consider that thing adorable. Give it a rest, will you? She's just a doll." I didn't mean to say it as harshly as I did, but the damage had already been done. Anid's upper lip curled into a grimace, and she exited the room with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Anid, wait." But she was already gone. Anid was hurting too. She needed time to heal from what had happened. I knew Samantha was driving a rift between us, and as much as I adored her, I wasn't about to put a doll over the woman I loved. I started to weigh up my options. eBay was a good place. Though she wasn't exactly pristine, I knew that I would get some good money for Samantha. That night was spent just as sleepless as the last, eyes darting around the room to Anid sleeping back, lying next to me. My skin stiffened from the cold atmosphere between us, wondering when it would thaw out. I had leaned back into my pillow, my eyes about to close, trying to finally rest when I heard the same clatter and scratches. It was white noise to me by this stage, and I had been about to drift off when a sound pealed up that seemed to echo into my very bones. A little girl giggling. I was out of that room like a bullet. Every creak of the staircase made me flinch, but I forced myself downstairs, determined to prove to myself that it was just my own sleep-deprived imagination. There was no way that I could have heard it. My phone in hand, I guided myself to the hallway light switch. My chest sagged as light burst in, revealing everything where it should have been. It seemed that Anita and I were the only two people in the house. With my own curiosity satisfied, I was about to head back upstairs to the comfort of a warm bed, when something small scuttled past my feet into the darkness of the living room, so fast that it was just an indistinct blur of limbs. I stood there, my ears picking up the slightest movement of whatever was moving in there. I swallowed. After palming around the walls for the distinct outline of the light switch, I resorted back to the light of my phone, as it fell on Kiki's cage. I noticed the doors were open, or rather, crumpled open, having been torn off by something. Kiki was nowhere in sight. Shining around, something silvery flashed into my view. It was suspended from every surface of the room, trailing from the top of a mantelpiece to the walls in long gossamer like threads. A wriggling movement distracted my attention away from it, and the torch of my phone revealed a trembling Kiki suspended in a cocoon. My knee joints locked in place, mouth falling open. Something dropped down from the ceiling, hanging from a thread like some demented marionette. Her tiny arms were open toward me, and head dropped, long reddish blonde hair falling as a veil over her face. I knew what, or rather who, it was, but still couldn't believe what I was seeing. Samantha's neck creaked up, brown eyes fixed on me. I could only watch his 8 long black legs unfurled themselves from the tear in the front of her dress. They extended at least 2 feet outward, longer than the rest of her body. Her flawless porcelain features cracked open into a jagged chalice array, vibrating with a low hiss and already dripping with venom. "Babe?" The intruding voice terrified me more than what it was in front of me. Whipping around, I saw Enid standing in front of me, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes as she squinted into the darkness. Her eyes expanded as she made out what was inside, the color draining from her face. Her mouth fell open and she stood there, paralyzed by fear. What the hell? Before she could even finish, Samantha had plummeted to the ground, scuttling on her belly with lightning speed before lunging at her. Within seconds, she had Enid pinned to the floor, who was screaming and struggling to hold back her snapping jaws. A sudden fear-fueled adrenaline burst snapped me out of my shock. I raced to the gun cabinet, struggling to load the bullets in as her screams echoed from just a few rooms away. When I finally fitted them into the chamber, I rushed back to find Samantha inches away from sinking her razor teeth into Enid's skin. I aimed the barrel toward the tiny head with my trembling hands. As my finger enclosed around the trigger, a brief image of Rocky flashed through my mind. The force of the shot blew the creature almost 3 feet into the air, before landing in the entrance of the living room. Running to my girlfriend, I scooped up her trembling body into my arms. "It's okay. Breathe. It's gonna be okay." I held her at that moment, like I would never let go. She suddenly went stiff in my hands, and my heart dropped. Her head was tilted toward the living room doorway, a hand clasped to her whimpering mouth. Looking up, I caught the sight of the small shape slowly rising from the floor. Samantha stared at us with a single, cold dead eye. The right side of her mouth almost entirely blown off, leaving it a warped crescent. Before either of us knew it, she was already running at us. I shuttered my eyes, holding Enid close, preparing for the inevitable, that horrible laughing all around us. I opened them to find us both still alive, with the click of her contorted limbs disappearing into the next room. The confusion of it all gave way to pure fear when the truth dawned on me. The dog door. Pushing myself to my feet, I raced after the sound. I saw the miniature outline of her form next to the flap, held aloft by her arachnid limbs. Her head snapped around at me, still wearing that sweet smile, one that now made my stomach turn. Then, with one final titter, she pushed herself through before I could catch her. I found myself sprawled on the floor, clutching at nothing, the abrasive chill of the night air slapping against my face with each swing of the aluminum flap. With Samantha having long disappeared into the shadowy coverage of the trees. After we'd peeled back the webbing, we found Kiki, somehow still alive. But he refused to leave the safety of his cage for any reason. He was so quiet that we would have to check on him from time to time, to make sure he wasn't dead. Anita and I tried to continue our normal routine. Neither of us knew how to address what had happened in the first few days after the incident. My mind often wanders back to that night, where she slipped through my fingers. I still don't know what it was that I found in those woods and let loose on the world, but I don't think that I want to find out. The gun is never far from my reach now. It needs recovering too. We've been learning to talk about it, and her nightmares are becoming less frequent. Still, it doesn't stop her from flinching every time she sees a doll in a movie or a TV. She can't even say the word without a tremble slipping in. She has a reason to be afraid of them now. I do too. I'll never forget the day my parents came home with that life-size animatronic clown. The thing was hideous. It stood well over 6 feet, was paper thin with gangly arms and scrawny legs. The suit it wore was pinstriped, and its top hat was similar to the one Abe Lincoln wore. Its face was painted pale white, and it had a smile that stretched from ear to ear, revealing a smattering of yellow, pointed teeth. Initially, I didn't realize it jumped forward while simultaneously laughing maniacally when you approached it. After being tricked by my dad and nearly losing control of my bladder, I turned off the switch and left it that way. It was the beginning of October. That meant it would be an entire month of this thing standing, lurking, in our living room. Every Friday night my parents would go on a date. They say it's to keep things fresh in their marriage. Whatever their reasoning, I know that it means an entire night of basically doing what I want without interruption. Most of the time that consisted of watching horror movies I'm not allowed to see, ordering pizza, and playing on my game system until I crash out. But on this particular Friday, it was a horrific experience. It was one that, to this day, is still hard to talk about. I was plopped on my beanbag chair, controller in hand, dominating online play with Halo. Not to sound cocky, but dominating was usual. I hadn't died the entire round until my parents barged into my room without even knocking. They startled me, causing me to take my eyes off the game and immediately be struck down by a rocket launcher. "Alright, son, we're headed out," my dad announced as he rubbed my head. "Money for pizza is on the counter, no wild parties, and most of all, have fun." My mom gave her usual spiel. I shook my head in understanding and resumed gameplay immediately. This prompted them to walk out of my room. After several more rounds of playing, I realized my bladder was going to explode and was forced to walk downstairs to use the restroom. As I walked past the clown, I could have sworn something moved in the corner of my eye. I wasn't sure what, seeing as it was out of focus. I turned and looked at the clown, examining if anything was out of place. Everything appeared right where it should be. I went into the restroom and once I finished, I started washing my hands when all of a sudden, I heard the clown's maniacal laugh. My heart skipped a beat. I opened the bathroom door and cautiously walked back towards the living room to see what triggered the clown to laugh. There was nothing, or nobody around, only the clown and I. The weird part is that I turned off the sound to the clown after that first scare. I guess it's possible my dad would have turned it back on to mess with me. I headed back to my room and ordered pizza through the app and resumed gameplay. The doorbell rang a few times and I sprung up from my beanbag chair. I snagged the cash off the table and opened the front door. A geeky looking delivery driver stood in the doorway. "That'll be $23.20, he said, holding his hand out. I handed him the money, told him to keep the change, and hurried back inside. 4 slices later, and several wings. I nearly couldn't move, I was so stuffed. My eyelids started to become heavy, and I drifted in and out of consciousness. During a moment, my eyes were closed. The sound of glass breaking brought me back to life. I jumped up and, rather than run out and play hero, I stood fear-stricken for several moments. My heart thundered in my chest, sweat oozed from my palms and forehead. Nothing happened during that period, so I headed for my door. Silence had befell the home. Silence to the point that I could hear my own breathing. I still moved cautiously, even despite being no further noises. Slowly, I approached the shattered glass on the floor. It was a plate. A plate that wasn't left out in a position it could have fallen on its own. I turned to the clown and it just stood there, smirking. Had I gone crazy for suspecting the clown? Of course I had. I laughed at myself and a thought came to mind. What if I or somebody else had left the plate to where it could have fallen? I swept up the glass and dumped the pieces in the trash. I took one more look at the clown and headed upstairs to my room. By this time, my adrenaline had woken me up. I had grown exhausted of video games, so I started surfing the internet. Within minutes, I drifted off into sleep. A scratching noise woke me. It was a loud, continuous scratching. It sounded as if it were coming from inside the wall. I walked out to the hallway just to see, and there was nobody. The scratching had stopped. I inched down the hallway and the scratching resumed. I followed its sound and it was in fact in the wall. I tapped on the wall and the scratching stopped. A moment of silence passed, and then a tap that mirrored mine came from inside the wall. I tapped 3 times in rapid succession. Again, 3 taps that mirrored mine came from inside the wall. "Hello?" I yelled as close to the wall as possible. I expected to hear a voice that echoed mine, but it was completely silent. I tapped and scratched a couple more times. There was no more noise. There was nothing. Only me standing there looking like a dummy. I was still creeped out nonetheless. I hurried to my parents' room, but they weren't there. It was just me in our 2,000 square foot home. Where had they been all night? They would have usually been home by this point. I tried calling, but their phones went straight to voicemail. I called my friend Edward, and surprisingly he answered. Without admitting I was scared, I did something I knew would get him over. Challenged him to a round of Halo multiplayer. Edward arrived rather quickly. "That's a creepy-ass clown," he remarked as we walked through the living room. "It ain't too bad." I tried to be tough, despite being more scared than he appeared. "Do your parents have any alcohol?" Edward asked with his fingers crossed. Edward was what most would call a troublemaker. He always claimed to those that said that he'd just like to have fun. It didn't bother me none because he was a great friend. Honestly, the only friend I had. "They don't," I answered, and tried to sound as convincing as I could. He looked at me with disbelief. "Bull, they always have a stash here. You just point me in the direction, and I'll take it from there." I shook my head no. He waved me off and we headed upstairs and dove right into gameplay. He whooped my ass the first few rounds. Usually, that's how it went. I'd start off slow, and by the 4th round, I would be kicking his ass. Edward paused the game and stretched. "Gotta use the bathroom." "The one up here is broken. You'll have to use the one downstairs." Edward sprung up and walked out of the room. I stared at the pause screen for what seemed like an eternity. Edward still hadn't returned from the restroom. I stood up and went downstairs to check on him. The bathroom door was open, and Edward was nowhere around. "Very funny, but you can't scare me," I yelled throughout the house, over my thundering heart. No response. He was really trying. To be honest, his tactic to scare me was working. I looked towards the clown, and in his grip was Edward's hat. Slowly, I approached the gangly, skinny figure. It stood tall in front of me, as I stopped and debated or not on grabbing the hat. I started to reach for it and the clown fell forward by a few inches. My heart jumped out of my chest and I leaped back. I yelled out an exclamatory word before I decided to man up and lean in to grab the hat. I took a deep breath in and held it. I snatched the hat quickly. Immediately, I felt a dampness. I looked down at my hand and my fingers were covered in blood. I looked to the clown and his gaze was upon me. It even looked as if his grin had gotten a little wider. "Edward?" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "It worked. I'm scared, okay?" Still no response from Edward. I pinched myself to see if I'd wake. I didn't. I hurried back to the room where my phone was. If my parents didn't answer, I knew 911 would. I snagged my phone and dialed my dad as quick as humanly possible. Again, straight to voicemail. I didn't hesitate to dial 911 and report the emergency I was having. My friend was missing, and there was blood, I shouted into the phone, at the operator. After informing me an officer would be out quickly, I threw my phone onto my bed and hurried back downstairs. I ran through the kitchen and slipped on a puddle of blood. My head hit the floor, knocking me unconscious. When I came to, blood was dripping from the ceiling onto my forehead. I rolled out of the way and wiped my face with my shirt. I looked at the ceiling, and a couple more drops fell and hit the floor. I pulled myself up onto the counter and reached to try and move the ceiling tile. Something heavy made it impossible. I exerted all my strength and it budged, but only a little. One last time with all my strength, I pushed on it, and from the ceiling fell my friend's body. He hit the floor with a loud thud. "Edward?" I hopped off the counter and shook my friend. He was unresponsive. I turned to look towards the clown. He stood in its same spot, smiling. I grabbed a kitchen knife from its holder and held it up as I walked. The knife shook as my nerves were getting the best of me. This time when I approached the clown, I didn't just stand silent. I yelled and demanded he do something. His head slightly turned, and his eyes dropped down to where they were looking at me. I went to stab it, to see if I could hurt it, and its arm dropped down from its side, hitting my wrist and knocking the blade out of my hand. I stood absolutely still, fear-stricken by what just occurred. A loud popping noise drew my attention to the feet of the clown. Its right foot had come off the stand, followed shortly by its left foot. Despite it being closer, I couldn't bring myself to move. It's almost as if I was truly frozen in place. It took another short step towards me. Its arms made a cracking noise as it outstretched them towards me. Once within reach, I luckily became unstuck and started to run. Its pace picked up as it followed in pursuit. Its movement was weird and unsettling. It didn't put one foot in front of the other. Instead, its feet never moved as it hobbled after me. I managed to make it to the front door and sprint out of the house. I was immediately met by a police officer. He placed me in the backseat of his squad car and went inside. He found my friend's body, but told me there was no clown. The clown was gone. He didn't believe me when I told him what had happened. Nobody did. Who can blame them? My parents showed up the next morning to find me detained in a cell ranting and mumbling about the clown. My dad told them there was never a clown, so I sit in a psych hospital room now. Every waking moment is spent staring out the little square window as I await for that clown to return. I bought a project house in Detroit last year. This is a pretty common thing to do. Detroit has been coming back since the recession, and I wanted a piece of cheap real estate before what happened in Corktown happens in my neighborhood and drives up the prices. Having a project house was new for me, but as someone who has worked in construction for all my life, I know most of what to do. And if I don't know it, I know where to get a guy who does. It was a good time. That first summer, I'd have get-togethers with my friends at the house after work. We'd all sit in the backyard and drink. Sometimes my buddies would help do repairs, and I'd take them out for dinner downtown. During the summer, I focused on structural renovations that could not be done in cold weather. I had a lot of work to do outside, as the backyard was a complete mess, but I figured it would be best to do that during the fall, after all of the vines and weeds have died. When fall came, I took to cleaning out the backyard one weekend. The whole thing was covered in vines, which had luckily shriveled and died with the end of summer. I used trimmers and pitchforks to get rid of them, and piled all the dead plants along with a bunch of trash in the bed of my pickup truck. Upon clearing out some of the vines, I noticed that I once had a fenced-in backyard. Most of the rusted chain-link fence had been cut through, rusted out, or collapsed to the ground, and gotten buried by plant growth. What caught my attention was the gate that the face was linked to. The gate did not match the chain-link fence whatsoever. It was about chin height, and made of plain, solid iron. It was incredibly rusty, and stained my gloves bright orange when I ran my hand along the side. 6 vertical iron bars, and 2 cross-links made up the door portion, and it was positioned between 2 more vertical iron poles that connected to the fallen chain-link fence. A few flimsy hinges held a heavy door to its post, and there was a mounted plate with a slot where one could put a lock. A loop was welded to the other post for the locking mechanism. The gate was held shut with a long, rusty bolt through the loop. I immediately found it unsightly, and went up to the gate to see if I could move its posts. Despite how flimsy it looked, the posts seemed to be set in concrete, and getting them out was probably going to be a pain in the ass. I absentmindedly pulled out the bolt, and pulled the gate toward me. A hideous, horror movie creak emitted from the hinges, and I was immediately hit with the smell of burning electrical wiring. A very specific smell, I know, but as a construction foreman, and a longtime Detroit resident, I know the smell. Back when Detroit had a huge arson problem, it was the scent that lingered in the air after the fires. As unpleasant as it is, I brushed it off at that moment. The few remaining houses on my block were pretty decrepit, and it did not seem unusual for an electrical issue to be happening nearby. I went back inside to check my house just in case, and I found nothing wrong. Later that evening, I was packing up my tools and getting ready to head back to my home in Royal Oak. I went out back to grab my pitchfork, and I noticed something odd. There was a small, white triangle in my backyard, lying next to the gate. The daylight was fading fast, and the white shape stood out glaringly obvious in the mowed weeds of my backyard. I went over to check it out, and was bewildered with what I found. It was a pile of gray ash. Now, ash in Detroit was also not an unusual occurrence at one point, but those days are long gone. I was looking at a pile of fine, gray ash. It was spread across the grass in a funnel-like shape, with the tip of the funnel beginning at the gate, which I had left very slightly ajar. I touched the ash and ran it through my fingers. The larger flakes disintegrated into white dust and drifted into the air, releasing the light scent of burnt wood. I peered into the empty lot which was beyond the gate. Nothing but an empty lot. Certainly no large campfire or burning pile of garbage. I scanned the rest of my lawn. No ash, except the triangle emitting from the gate. At this point, I was slightly freaked out. I headed home and tried to push the thought from my mind. It wasn't really the pile of ash that unnerved me. It was the thought of how it got there. Sure, it was weird and didn't belong in my yard, but it was just ash. Someone put it there. likely when I was inside the house. This involved a stranger on my property, but who would bother with leaving a pile of ash in a stranger's yard in a blighted neighborhood? I deducted that wind must have brought it in, but I still couldn't shake the feeling in my gut I had gotten from seeing that triangle of ash. I returned to work the next day, and had pushed the thought of the gate and its ash from my mind. Midweek, I stopped to my project house to do a quick once-over, and make sure all was well. When walking through the backyard, I noticed that the pile of ash was gone. There had been some storms and wind during the week, so I found its disappearance to be somewhat comforting. But I quickly noticed something a bit more concerning. The gate was wired shut. Someone had wrapped cheap gardening wire several times around the gate and the iron poles it rested between. Someone had definitely been in my yard while I wasn't around. If someone was messing with the gate, what else did they get into? I kept my phone in my hand and very carefully checked over the house. Everything was just as I left it, nothing broken or missing. I toyed with the idea of installing an alarm system in my house, though I currently had nothing of value inside, not even furniture. The house was still in the major renovation process. There wasn't much that could be hurt inside my house, unless they were arsonists, and wished they would just set my porch and the exterior of my house on fire. I thought about it for a bit, and decided that a motion sensing surveillance camera would be a good move, so I could see still shots of the trespasser, rather than have to sift through hours of video, or purchase and wire up an alarm system. The following day, I bought the camera and a mount, and installed it on one of the windowsills facing the backyard. That weekend, I felt a bit too burned out to make progress on my house, and decided that I would just go collect the SIM card, and check the camera before planning any large repairs. I was half expecting to see a bunch of people fooling around in my yard, and figured I'd need the upcoming time to think about installing a better fence. All of the dead foliage, rusty fence, and trash that I cleaned from my backyard probably acted as a natural barrier that kept most trespassers out. I loaded the images. Rows and rows of identical looking pictures of that rusty old gate popped up. I scrolled past them. These cameras are super sensitive to any movement. Even a wind that rustled the leaves in the abandoned lot behind the gate could have set off the camera. Immediately, a picture caught my eye. There was a person in this photo. A dark figure in the right-hand side of the frame looked to be walking through my yard toward the gate. I could only see the person's back. It looked as if they were coming from my front yard, which faces the street. Several more frames showed the figure approaching the gate. More shots showed the person turning around and exiting my yard through the right side of the photo, back the way they came. I checked the timestamps on the photos. This person walked into my yard just after 2 in the morning and was gone within 2 minutes. It almost looked as though the stranger had come into my yard to check on something and get out. They looked to be only looking at the gate in every single photo. Perhaps this was the person who had wired the gate shut. Why the hell would someone care that much about a gate in the backyard of an until recently abandoned house? I looked up from my laptop through my truck's windshield. The gate in the backyard looked dull and rusty in the autumn sun. Something about it seemed insidious to me now, and I just wanted the thing out of my backyard. I closed my laptop and put the SIM card back in the camera on the window. I grabbed the wire cutters and my shovel from the back of my truck, and decided that I'd spend this afternoon attempting to get rid of it. I approached the gate from the empty lot that lay beyond my backyard, and cut through the layers of gardening wire. The gate sagged on its hinges more and more with each layer of wire I cut through. I finished snipping the wire and crossed over to my front yard to begin digging out the poles. I dug down into the soft earth in my backyard, my shovel scraping pebbles and bits of broken glass on the way in. When my shovel had reached nearly a foot into the dirt, I was sure I had cleared the depths of the concrete base, but continued to hear scraping when I turned my blade into the pole. Frustrated, I decided to tackle the pole from another angle. I pushed open the gate and stepped through. Immediately, the acrid smell of burning chemicals hit my nose and I gagged. My eyes burned. My shovel thudded to the ground as I involuntarily began rubbing my eyes. When I opened my eyes, my breath lodged in my throat. The sky was dark and filled with bluish smoke. The lot I was standing in was no longer empty. I was in the backyard of a once beautiful turn-of-the-century house. Heat radiated off my face as orange flames licked up and down the wooden siding and poured from every window. I looked around. I was in my neighborhood, but every empty lot had a house in it, and every single house was on fire. I heard nothing but the roaring of flames consuming thousands of houses. I looked southeast, scanning the horizon for the tip of the Renaissance Center. It was not there. A hot wind whirled around me, carrying fine, white ash. I wheezed as smoke began to fill my lungs, and I turned around. On the ground lay the gate, which had fallen off its hinges. This story is extrapolated from a missing persons case in the city of Detroit. Surveillance camera footage contains the last known images of the subject, in which he disappears after stepping through a gate between his backyard and an empty lot. All that could be uncovered at the scene was his pickup truck and traces of ash on the ground. Stories of skinwalkers, Bigfoot, and many other mythical beings seem to be a hot topic when it comes to scary stories. There seems to be tales to share no matter where in the United States you reside in. I live in northern Minnesota. Although we have some myths, such as the Iceman, the Mystery Monster, and even Wendigos, I have always chalked these up to nothing more than stories. I mean, why would I believe otherwise? I didn't even believe in ghosts. I thought it was all a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, made up to keep people on their toes. Maybe just ancient tales to keep people from trespassing, or making bad decisions, such as camping alone. I've always lived a rather careful and isolated lifestyle anyway, so what stock did I really have to put into these tales? The story that I'm about to tell is going to sound crazy. I'm going to try and explain it to the best of my recollection, even though adrenaline leaves more minor details in a bit of a haze. You see, I'm having a hard time digesting that something like what I encountered exists, because this leaves all other possibilities on the table. Skinwalkers, Bigfoot, everything. They may be real as well, and that thought terrifies me. As I said, I live a very isolated life. This means I don't even know my own back roads very well, if at all. So when the main road was closed whilst I went to pick up my brother from the bar in the city about 20 miles away, I silently chewed myself out for not bringing a GPS. I do, however, have a general sense of direction, and figured if I just headed south and went back a little to the west roughly 20 miles in, I could figure it out. I won't bore you with directions. The important part is, as I mentioned, I would have to take foreign back roads. Let me start from the beginning of the night and tell you some more about myself to add some more context. I was a 19-year-old shut-in. I spent most of my nights playing video games and feeding my caffeine cravings. I did have a part-time job working at a farm a few miles down the road. The pay wasn't great, but it did pay for new games when I wanted one, and other miscellaneous things. I was in that in-between spot in life where I knew I was an adult, but trying to find out what I wanted to do with my life was a daunting mystery. My skill sets were, and are, far and few between, and living in the middle of nowhere, opportunities were at a minimum. One late June night I was up playing video games as I normally do. I think the game was Destiny, though it doesn't matter. It was roughly 12:30 a.m. when I got a text from my brother asking me to pick him up from the bar. Keep in mind bar closes at 1 a.m. He informed me he had no other ride, and I was his only option. It was just like him to pin something like this on me last minute. I wanted to chew him out for going out drinking all the time, but I felt it wouldn't help the situation currently at hand. Instead, I told him I'd be there ASAP, and to not venture off. He has ventured off in the past, leaving me to look for him on the streets, since he's awful at replying to texts. I slammed the rest of my can of Mountain Dew, grabbed the keys to my shitty 2002 Corolla, and headed out right away. About a mile in is where I made the realization that the main road was closed, so I took a second to think. Threw on my blinker, and took the gravel road closest to it. If memory served me right, I thought I remembered this being a straight shot with maybe one turn at the end. Not a big deal, right? Of course not. If I made it in time, it really doesn't matter which route I took. A couple miles into the road, I was starting to really like the scene of my environment. The area I live in is fairly forested, but the trees here just seemed denser somehow. The road was as dark as it could possibly get, and it made me feel like I was in a horror movie. Which brings me to where things started getting strange. About 10 miles down the road, I started swearing the shadows weren't coordinating with my headlights properly. It's tough to explain, but it's like they were going outwards up top and inwards on the ground in front. Now, I'm no expert when it comes to how shadows should react, but it was one of those gut feelings that something about this wasn't right. Before I knew it, I came to the end of the road. There was a T-section and I promptly took a right. 1 mile down that road, and it brought me directly into the city. Simple enough. I had a moment of self-congratulatory celebration, as I was proud of myself for figuring it out on first try. I knew the city fairly well. Well, I say city. but it really only has a population of 15,000 people. Around here though, that is a city. I got to the bar and found my brother just coming out with a few of his buddies. Perfect timing as well. I pulled in, hitting the curb as I did so, making it sound like my car was going to fall into pieces. It grabbed the attention of my brother and his friends, and they all started laughing as my brother waved them goodbye and made a light trot to my car. He hopped in, I backed out, and we were back on our way to the secluded road. We made some conversation as I drove with my window halfway down, as to not get a contact drunk. Believe me, I've seen my brother drunk many times, but him going all out tonight was quite apparent. It wasn't long before I came across the T section again and took a left. My brother made a joke about me having to not take the main road, and how this is probably the first time I've seen a new road in years. I would have made a joke back, but I knew he was right. A couple miles in, I start noticing the shadows again. Brushing it off as nothing was my plan. But then my brother spoke up. "Does something seem off to you?" he said. I was a bit taken aback, wondering if he was noticing the same thing I was. I responded with, "What do you mean?" He sat up a bit, surveying the shadows above us as he leaned forward. Maybe I've had too much to drink. At this point, my curiosity was piqued. "No, come on. What's on your mind, bro?" "I don't know. These shadows just seem off to me." My suspicion was correct. It couldn't be a coincidence that we both noticed the same thing. He started shuffling around, looking more and more uneasy. "We should turn around," he said. This was an odd request. I mean, I'm sure there are other routes we could take. At this point though, we were about 5 miles into the stretch. It seemed like a waste of time to do so. Odd shadows can't hurt us, right? He started to open his mouth again, when his eyes widened and he yelled, "Stop." I didn't hesitate. I hit the brakes as hard as I could without losing control. What happened?" I asked. "There's something in front of us." I looked ahead and couldn't see anything past the gravel cloud. We sat and waited for it to clear, my heart beating faster and faster with each passing second. Just as it seemed as though it would totally dissipate, something happened that I will forever have nightmares about. A face, about 2 feet long and 2 feet wide, slammed into my windshield, with so much force it caused the windshield to start to crack. The face seemed to be made of shadows, as if it jumped off the ground and formed before us. There was no hesitation between me seeing this and shoving the shifter into reverse and punching the gas. As we were backing up at speeds too fast to truly control, the shadow started seeping in through the cracks. We were both panicking as my brother took off his shirt and began pushing it against the cracks. How he made this quick decision whilst being wasted still puzzles me, but maybe the adrenaline made him sober up fast. I started to slow down so I could, as safely as possible, turn around. I whipped the wheel to the left and threw the car in a 90-degree angle, kicking up more gravel clouds as I did so. I went to shove the shifter into drive when I realized my car had stalled out. Turning the key over and over again, I was looking around for where this creature was. Then I saw it, through my open window about 10 feet away, inching closer and closer, with a grin that told me it knew it had us trapped. I took my hand off the key to reach for my window scroller to close it. Say what you will about this cheap design, but if I hadn't had it in that moment, I may not be typing this out right now. The creature, noticing that the window was going up, moved with much more haste, closing a split second before the creature got to it. This seemed to anger it. It began screaming in a high-pitched wail that deafened me for a few seconds. Whilst all of this was happening, my brother had the mental capacity to keep trying to start the car. Noticing that it was still in drive, I pushed it into park. He turned it one more time, and the car started. Putting it back into drive, I took off once again in the opposite direction. We drove at speeds way too fast, as we heard the stomping of this beast trying to keep up. It wasn't long before we reached the T section again, and I took a right turn going as fast as I felt I could control. Knowing we weren't out of the woods yet, I stayed on it until we reached the city once more. Finally, hopefully, in safe territory. We parked on Main Street to catch our breath. My brother apologized profusely for making me come get him. It wasn't his fault. How could either of us have known something like this could happen? How could anybody? Luckily, there were many more routes we could take back home, and he knew them all. We took the one with the least amount of trees, and made it home safe and sound. It's been a couple years since then. My brother and I don't talk about it, but we always advise people to stay off that road any time it is mentioned. He's quit drinking. Actually, I don't think he's had a sip since that night. I'm still a shut-in, but I do now have my own apartment in the aforementioned city. I work an office job there, and though it's nothing special, it works for now. That night left many scars on me. Every time I see a shadow, I wonder if it has come back for me. I've come to the conclusion that as long as I stay off that road, I should be safe. There have been a few disappearances in the area over the last year or so, however, and I think it is directly linked. As for Wendigos and other things of the like, I now believe they could be out there too. I still don't know what that creature was. A demon? A superpowered shadow person? Perhaps something else? It's tough to say. All I know is it doesn't hurt to keep your guard up. Most importantly, it doesn't hurt to stay off less traveled roads. What bothers me more than anything is not knowing if the shadows in the corners of my room at night are just shadows, or perhaps something more malevolent, waiting for its opportunity to strike once again. We had been driving from Ahwatukee, Arizona to Flagstaff to visit her parents. It was a typical hot and bleakly dry Arizona day, with not even the faintest sign of a cooling precipitation. Flagstaff would be cooler than Ahwatukee, for sure, but I've yet to grown accustomed to the scalding aridity of the state, and anything above 70 is too hot for me. Nadia, however, loved the warmth, and so we decided to spend the weekend with her parents, instead of mine, who reside in my home state of Maine. We drove through the desert, taking note of nothing worth relating, and making relatively good time as we steadily sped past mile markers. Nadia's parents said breakfast would be ready at 9 a.m, so we left at 6. And we're only just pushing into 8 a.m, and about 15 minutes of travel left. I didn't see the rock. Didn't think to expect a boulder in the middle of the road, or anywhere else in the vicinity of flat desert through which we drove. It was as if the thing materialized in front of our car. We collided with it violently, and Nadia was thrown through the windshield, her seatbelt torn loose from its bindings in the sheer force of the collision. I was luckier, if you could call it that, and remained in my seat, though my forehead cracked the windshield. The car was totaled, its front end almost cartoonishly crumpled. A black plume of smoke rose from the engine, and a heat filled the interior. Somehow conscious despite my skull having rammed into the glass, I unbuckled my seatbelt, exited the vehicle on legs, no more stable than a newborn's, and stumbled over towards where I thought Nadia had landed. I saw her first, and it wasn't until my eyes adjusted to the glare of the oppressive sun that I saw the man standing over her. He wore black slacks, a white, long-sleeve buttoned shirt, and black leather gloves. He turned to me, gave me a gesture that meant, one moment, and then knelt down and began choking Nadia. Dazed from the crash and not entirely comprehending the scene before me, I just stood there. Nadia turned to me, eyes wide, while her fingers frantically clawed at the hands of her suffocator. Finally, compelled to action by the look of terror in her eyes, I snapped out of my delirium, stumbled as fast as I could to her attacker, and attempted to pry him off her. He pivoted, keeping one hand on her throat, and withdrew, then fired a gun, striking me in the stomach. I fell back onto my ass and sat there, more shaken by the sudden impact than the actual wound. He kept the gun aimed at me for a moment longer, then placed it slowly back into the holster I hadn't seen before, and returned to strangling my wife. When she finally died, he stood up, dusted himself off, and offered me a hand to assist me in standing. I took it, for some inexplicable reason, and we stood facing each other for a while, neither of us uttering a word. His eyes were normal enough, small circles of hazel set in large spheres of white, without any sinister aspect about them. Short-cut brown hair rose an inch from his scalp, and every other physical trait was unremarkable, and somehow unbefitting of his actions. This worldly, standard man had just murdered my wife, and yet he didn't look like any kind of demon in human form. You shouldn't be out in this heat. He patted me on the shoulder, then walked past me. Turning was a laboriously painful exertion, and by the time I had fully turned around, I only saw a portion of his back before he strode into the conflagration that had once been the car. The flames and smoke consumed him, but he didn't scream, and I couldn't see anything resembling a scorched corpse as I hobbled around the vehicle. He had disappeared into the wreckage, bodily. The heat was debilitating. A thick, sun-fallen haze descended upon the desert, combined with the heat of the burning car, and enveloped me in a roasting blanket that sent me to my knees. My stomach gushed blood, soaking through my t-shirt and falling in an unimpeded stream onto the road, where it seemed to simmer in hot pools atop the asphalt. I lost consciousness, then, from either the unendurable heat or the loss of blood, or probably both. I awoke in the car, on the passenger side. Nadia was driving. We were on the same stretch of road where, in a few miles, I knew a boulder would disastrously impede our progress. I've been susceptible to minor, transient hallucinations. When under the duress of extreme heat, it's coded in my genes, this intolerance. And I tried to tell myself that the horrible event of a few moments ago was merely a sort of heat fever dream. That I had nodded off and, in my mind, fabricated a hyper-real nightmare. But I distinctly remember the drive, specifically being behind the wheel, all the way back to when we first departed, when I had insisted that I drive so that she could rest. We had spent the previous night packing, and I nodded off earlier than she did. I sat in the passenger seat, scanning the road ahead for the ill-arrived boulder, but it was nowhere to be seen. We drove steadily, passing only the scattered cacti of the region, until a tire burst, and our vehicle was sent flying uncontrollably into the desert beside the road, and I was thrown from the car like a rag doll. I landed on my back and a shadow passed over me. I first thought it to be a bird, but its speed and size was not that of some avian creature. The sound of shattering glass and crunching metal followed the passage of the shadow, and I realized that the car had soared over me in that instant. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the vehicle, desperately hoping to find Nadia as unharmed as I had been. The car lay upside down, 2 wheels still spinning, while a third was crumpled irreparably, and the fourth missing. I rounded the vehicle to the driver's side, and was met with the battered, almost unrecognizable face of my wife. I vomited, and turned away from the car, only to face that stranger from what I had thought was a heat-induced nightmare. The heat, it does terrible things to the mind. You really shouldn't be out here, friend. Let's get you somewhere cool. Somewhere cool, apparently, was the clutches of this man's gloved hands, because in an instant he had seized me, thrown me to the ground, and began strangling me. Just as he had done to my wife. I struggled, tried to wrench his hands free from my throat, but he was incredibly strong. His relaxed, almost stolid face gazed down at me, and as my vision blurred and a pressure built within my chest, I found myself grateful for his presence over me, because it shielded my eyes from the infernal sun that burned overhead. For some reason, I fear the solar blight more than my killer. Again, awake in the passenger seat. Nadia's eyes are unseeable behind her sunglasses, though I doubt she's been aware at all of what has been going on. The road stretches on immeasurably, and the sun punishes the expanse with its hot violence. My chest hurts, and my head swims in the murky, semi-lucid state that follows a recently passed delirium. I forgot about the boulder, about the tire-puncturing object in the road. There wouldn't be time to argue. I simply had to act. Without warning, I reached over to the steering wheel and yanked it towards me, steering the car off the road and into the thick bramble scattered about. Hoping to slow the car's speed in the brush, Nadia screamed and struggled with the wheel, but I'm much stronger than her, and the car eventually came to a sluggish stop in a rough, prickly thicket, though not without harm. Nadia had been banged up pretty bad, and blood dripped from a wound on her head. Her eyes flickered, and her head lolled about. She had surely been concussed. I felt a stinging pain in my neck where my seatbelt rose up and tightened around my throat. This damn passenger seatbelt was annoyingly unreliable, though otherwise, I was alright. Or at least I thought. I awoke in a hospital sometime later, and Nadia and a doctor stood over me. She was bandaged, but otherwise seemed fine, though both her and the doctor looked down at me with troubled faces. "Honey, how are you feeling?" She spoke softly, though I detected fear intoned in the words, which worried me. "I'm fine. How are you?" She responded similarly. The doctor questioned me, asking me general questions about myself to determine whether or not any possible brain damage had occurred in the wreck, and I answered easily and accurately. Then, when the general inquiry had finished, the questions regarding my intentions came, and the third person in the room, who I had not seen before, made himself visible. I screamed. Dressed in the exact same clothing, was the man from the road, who had strangled my wife and I. shot me in the stomach, and strode to his own fiery destruction. The doctor and my wife attempted to calm me down, and after several moments, I quieted. The murderous man announced himself as a detective, and that due to the nature of the incident, the nature owed to my wife's retelling of the story, it was being treated as more than just an accident. When I asked why, Nadia blurted, "You intentionally ran us off the road. You could have killed me." Tears swelled in her eyes, and the doctor escorted her into the hall, leaving me alone with the detective. "I know who you are, you son of a bitch. I beat you." This was an unprecedented level of anger for me, and I was surprised by my own words right after speaking them. The supposed detective did not reply, simply looked at me with the same passive, inscrutable expression. He rose, patted my chest, and went to the door. He knocked, the doctor opened, and the two shared a brief exchange. The doctor re-entered without my wife, who I could see standing in the hall, face hidden by her hands. Before closing the door, the detective said to the doctor, "Let him get plenty of rest, that he can do terrible things to the mind." He walked into the hall, and as the door slowly closed, I saw him wrap his hands around Nadia's shoulders, leading her away from the room. I was released from the hospital a few hours later, after insisting that I had rested enough. My doctor advised me to contact him, should I have any newly emergent symptoms, and to avoid exposure to sunlight, something to which I happily agreed. My wife, however, had left at some point, and neither the hospital staff nor the nearest police station, from which I assumed the detective hailed, knew of her whereabouts. The person I spoke with from the station did not know of anyone matching the description of the detective that I gave, and I realized that he never offered his name. I proceeded via Uber to the house of my wife's parents, who hadn't heard from her either. Perhaps she simply needed some time away to process what I had done, or whatever had caused my actions. Perhaps something sinister is going on. I do not know. I'm a mobile patrol security guard, which basically means I drive all around the city checking doors and responding to alarms for businesses that can't afford full-time guards. I work graveyard shifts, so you can probably imagine the weird stuff I see on a nightly basis, but nothing tops what I just saw. Tonight started off like normal. I got into the office, picked up my patrol gear, filled out my reports, and had a cigarette with my coworker, Cody, who's on another route. I'm not a smoker, but it being Saturday night, I felt I had to prepare for the fuckery I would probably have to deal with. We maintained our routine conversation, which includes bitching about our boss, our time in the army, school, or whatever crazy situation we found ourselves in the night before. I spend my 12-hour shifts alone for the most part, so I always try to meet up with him when I can. He told me he had been getting a much higher volume of alarms and open doors on the routes I was running tonight. Didn't surprise me. Winter had just started, which means more homeless people were breaking in to get out of the cold rain and snow. It was clear tonight, so I wasn't worried. But still, I readied myself for alarms galore. I put out my cigarette, got into the car, and started my route. I called my wife to chat for the first hour of my drive. All my hits at the beginning are 30 minutes apart, so it's pretty quiet. She didn't answer. I figured she had work in the morning and I forgot. I have a really bad habit of forgetting her schedule, and she tends to get angry about it. I knew that meant I'd get an earful from her if I called again. I rode in silence. I had an overwhelming feeling of dread, as if I had forgotten something, but after pulling over and checking my gear, I realized I had everything. Still, that feeling made me uneasy. I didn't just feel off, I felt like something was wrong. I have a tennis club I have to lock up at midnight, but the time was 2 a.m. It had proven to be a busy night after all. 3 alarms, and a close call with some angry tweakers made me late. It wasn't a big deal though. The club was closed during winter, so the gate was probably already locked. I was frustrated I wasn't going to be able to get my usual order of chili fries from Del Taco, because the cops that responded to the crackhead situation took their sweet time. I arrived to the club, and got out of my car and was creeped out by the absolute silence of the club. It was in a really nice area outside of the city, so homeless and gangs hadn't touched it yet. Still, the silence always gives me the chills. Before I could turn around from my car, the silence was broken by a loud creak. I froze. I grabbed for my baton and quickly turned around. The gate had been blown open by the wind. I chuckled to myself. I almost lost my shit over a gate. Then I realized that the gate was locked last night, and no one should have unlocked it. My fight or flight activated. Thinking someone could be in there, I drew my baton and my flashlight. After searching the courts and seeing the lights in the building out, with no windows broken, I concluded that I was overreacting. There must have been a cleaner that came in today. I called my supervisor and explained the situation. He seemed creeped out. Then he said something that gave me goosebumps. "The cleaners come in on Wednesdays." He told me that he'd pull the security tapes in the morning, but nobody had entered the property since I did, according to the gate sensors. I hung up. I nervously laughed it off, and quelled my anxiety by coming up with a situation that the owner must have come through earlier, and turned off the gate sensor. I wrote an incident report, and moved on to the mansion to check all the doors. After pulling on all the doors, I got to the last one and my heart stopped when the door swung open. The adrenaline kicked in again. In my 3 years of patrolling this property, I had never come across an open door. This place was owned by the kind of rich people that would never leave themselves open to theft. There were too many valuables in there. My baton was out again. My mind was going a mile a minute. If some burglars had broken in, they were serious. I called my supervisor again. He assured me it wasn't possible. The alarm hadn't gone off, and the motion detectors had picked nothing up since Wednesday. I was just confused at this point. I was told I needed to sweep the property since there were no signs of forced entry. Reluctantly, I ventured in. The first thing that hit me the second I stepped foot in was the alarm. I set it off. I started feeling nauseous from my anxiety. Alarms tend to be incredibly unsettling, so whoever is breaking in will be less inclined to stay long. Still, it was one of the creepiest I've ever heard. 2 screeching beeps followed by, "You are trespassing. Exit the property now, or never leave this house." The warning was repeated 3 times. I thought it was an odd threat. What did they mean by, "never leave"? I swept the living room. Everything looked untouched. There was a painting of an old homeless-looking man that I could have sworn was staring at me. I was so uneasy I was ready to start sweeping rooms with my Glock in military style, just to feel a little bit of control over this mansion. Obviously I didn't. I'm not a SWAT officer looking for FBI's most wanted. I moved on to the kitchen, and was instantly hit with a horrifying smell. My senses were overloaded by the overwhelming darkness not lit by my flashlight, the deafening alarm, and the stomach-turning smell. I started to get a headache. The floor was a mixture of a wet and sticky. I was reassured that a cleaner must have come through and used some mixture on the floor recently, but my reassurance was thrown out the window when I hovered my flashlight over to the counter. Rotten food covered it. Mystery meats covered in maggots and flies. Black, unidentifiable fruits, and rats feasting on the buffet. I had to stop myself from hurling onto the floor. I had seen enough of that godforsaken kitchen. I slowly backed in the common area, not moving my flashlight an inch from disbelief that what I was seeing was reality. I put my back up against the pillars and dry heaved for a minute. Looking back, I guess I'm glad I didn't make it to Del Taco for those chili cheese fries. Suddenly the blaring alarm stopped. The silence was more deafening than the alarm itself. I couldn't process what I had stumbled upon. Never in my life had I been so scared. I wanted to kick down the nearest door and collapse into tears. It is too late. I nearly jumped out of my clothes. That alarm was really starting to get on my nerves. Good. I hope the police come to this hell house. I yelled in frustration at the alarm. They are not coming. This was louder than the previous voiceover. It took me a second to realize that this inanimate pre-recorded alarm just replied to me. Is this some kind of joke? I angrily shouted. Where are you? I'm not the type to mess with like this. My voice was weak and shaky. I felt helpless. I had pulled out my weapon and it shook uncontrollably in my hands. I wanted so badly for someone, anyone to jump out and rush me, just so I didn't have to feel this suspense anymore. Nothing. The alarm didn't reply. 5 minutes passed. It felt like an eternity, but I stood like a statue. A shaking, crying statue. The silence was broken by my phone's ringtone. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure OP2. I dropped my weapon out of shock. I was livid that I had chosen that ringtone. It was my supervisor. I answered. Are you done yet? No. Hurry up and check upstairs. His voice changed when he said that. I was speechless. I grunted and hung up before he could respond. I turned to my left and there was a staircase going up and another going down. I still had the basement and second floor to go. Screw that, I thought. As I mentally prepared myself to head up, I heard footsteps above me. That was enough for me. I didn't care. I sprinted out of that house faster than I've ever run before. I left the door open, the gate open, and hopped in the car. I locked the doors and turned the ignition. I was so paranoid I checked the back seat. My gear was all that was back there. I pulled out of the driveway, and then I did something I wish I hadn't. I looked back at the house. To my horror, in the second-story window I saw it. A figure. His eyes were the only feature I could make out. They were yellow. They cut right through me. The figure raised his arm to reveal the silhouette of a knife. He waved at me. Then he smiled wider than any human ever could. His teeth were more yellow than I knew possible. In a panic, I reversed out of the driveway and continued in reverse down the street until I got to the main road. Without a destination in mind, I drove. I'm sitting in a 7-Eleven parking lot right now writing this. I don't know what to do. I texted my supervisor that I swept the house and I'm writing the report, but I don't know what to say. I can't send the cops. I don't know why, but I just can't. I believe that what I saw was pure evil, because I have no rational explanation for it. Honestly, I don't want an explanation. My wife won't answer her phone. My coworker won't answer his phone. My supervisor won't answer his phone. And I'm pretty sure the 7-Eleven guy is staring at me because he thinks I'm on drugs. He won't stop staring. I think I have to quit, but I need this job. My wife and I just bought a house, so I can't afford to be jobless right now. But I can't go back there. I just can't. My girlfriend gifted me a drone for my birthday this past April. I'd wanted one for quite a while, but I couldn't justify spending that much money on myself. I had one picked out that I wanted, but had no intention of dropping a few weeks' pay on what ultimately amounts to a toy. The one she ended up getting me was even better than the one I'd had my eye on. I was ecstatic, but I also felt a little guilty knowing she'd spent that much money on me. Like the drone I had picked out, this one could be piloted by using only my iPhone, or I could attach my phone to the included remote, which would allow the phone screen act as a live feed from the camera on the drone. Where she splurged, however, was by upgrading to the model that included a set of VR goggles. With these, you fly the drone from a first-person perspective. It's like you're sitting in the cockpit of the drone. I spent that afternoon flying the drone around my neighborhood, mostly just circling the property around my house, having never actually piloted a drone before. I was afraid to fly it off too far. With my luck, I'd crash it someplace where recovery would be next to impossible, or I'd go beyond range of what the signal would allow, and I'd lose my brand new present. I'd be unhappy, and my girlfriend would be furious. Over the coming weeks, I got a little more confident and a little more courageous. I would fly to the outer limits of the drone's capabilities. I could get as far as the middle school almost 2 miles away with no issues. Once, I flew all the way to Freedom Park. I would hover at 100 feet or so, watching the dog walkers and bike riders as they made their way around the paved loop that weaved around and through the park. Some kids started punting a football, trying to knock my drone out of the air, out of sheer meanness. I thought about doing a high-speed flyby to taunt them, but decided that losing my drone wasn't worth the effort, so I flew home. By mid-July, I had grown bored with my neighborhood flights. I live less than an hour from the Blue Ridge Parkway. There, I could easily find a more scenic route to pilot. A quick Google search told me that drone flights are prohibited on the parkway, but the place I had in mind is rarely traveled. The likelihood that I'd encounter a park ranger was so slim that the legality of drones didn't really matter. The Tuckasegee Balds are a series of large, open fields on the ridgeline of the mountain between Blowing Rock, North Carolina, and Grandfather Mountain. The hike to the Balds isn't hard, but it is long. I'd planned for at least a 4-hour hike to get to the first bald. The trails were rarely used, and the balds go mostly unvisited. Hikers generally flock to spots with easier hikes with better views, so it's uncommon to meet anyone atop Tuckasegee. I didn't really care about the views on the balds anyway. It just happened to be where I'd take off. I could fly to more popular destinations, Rough Ridge, or the Lynn Cove Viaduct, but still be far enough away to avoid getting caught. I didn't care if a park ranger saw my drone. I'd be 1.5 miles away on top of a mountain all by myself. I packed a few extra batteries to keep myself in the air as long as possible before heading off to the parkway. After hiking most of the morning, I made it to the top of the balds just after 1. At the edge of the first bald, about 200 yards off the trail, was a large, uprooted tree that had fallen over. It was mostly covered in shade from the forest, but still in the open enough that I could take off without catching any of the overhanging tree limbs. I set up my drone in the clearing and sat down, Using the fallen trees as a backrest, I slid my goggles on and took off. I spent the next hour and a half flying around and videoing the scenic peaks that dot the parkway. Well, those that were within my range anyway. I could only fly for just under 30 minutes on each battery, so I had to make periodic trips back to swap them out before taking off again. After loading my fourth and final battery into the drone, I decided that I should at least get some video of the balds themselves. Sure, there are better views throughout the parkway, but that isn't to say that the Tuckasegee balds aren't beautiful themselves. The balds essentially dot the ridgeline, with a patch of forest separating each from the other. From a hiker's perspective, there are a series of large, open fields that seemingly pop up out of nowhere as you hike through the forest, and the trail passes each one of them. For this reason, the balds have been numbered and named based on the order you pass through them. From east to west, there's the first bald, followed by the second bald, and so on, all the way through until the final, seventh bald. From a drone's perspective, the balds look like a giant skipped a large rock along the mountainous ridgeline, skinning the earth each time it made contact in progressively smaller areas. As I flew from my position against the tree in the first bald, I passed over the thicket of trees separating it from the second bald. The heads-up display in my goggles told me I was flying at a little over 150 feet above the ground. Just as I passed over the tree line and entered into the second bald, my heart fluttered as I saw what I thought was a person walking along the trail, heading in my direction. In my moment of panic, I removed my thumbs from the controls on the remote, causing the drone to stop and float in place. As I looked closer, it was apparent that I was not looking at a person. What I was looking at, exactly, I still do not know. The creature had the legs of a deer or an elk, but walked upright, bipedal, standing at least 12 feet tall. Its upper torso and arms were somewhat human-like, but not quite. They were different. I honestly don't know how else to describe it. I could see its ribs. I don't mean that it was lean and that a rippled outline could be seen under the skin. I could literally see the bones of the rib cage, like the fur-covered skin that was supposed to conceal that portion of skeleton, had rotted or been torn away. The head, which was looking directly at my drone floating in the sky, also appeared to be that of a deer, only considerably larger. It, too, appeared to have portions of uncovered bone, as I could clearly see a large swath of skull, revealed along the right side of its face. Tatters of skin and fur hung from the opening, like an animal, if that's what it was, had been partially flayed. Giant antlers meandered from the base of its skull, twisting up and backwards from its head. The antlers were dark brown, and they pointed towards the ground, while the creature's head remained tilted upwards towards the sky, to stare to where I was watching. I don't know where I got the courage to not immediately fly back to where I was seated, pack up, and run back to my car. Instead, I lowered my drone to get a closer look at whatever I had caught passing through the meadow. When the display on my goggles informed me, I had descended to 50 feet. I again allowed the drone to hover in place. The creature took a step forward, unfolding what looked like wings from its back. The wings had no skin or membrane between the bones. Instead, it looked like a bird whose wings had been plucked of all of its feathers. They fluttered without ever fully expanding, and then tucked back behind the creature again. Had they opened completely, I'm certain they would have been at least 18 feet, tip to tip. When the creature began to move again, it did so quickly. I don't know whether to describe its movement as a jog or a gallop. I suppose that entirely depends on how many human qualities you choose to give to whatever that being was. But I could tell that regardless of the speed the creature was moving, it could definitely move much faster, and it was headed directly toward my drone. I immediately picked up altitude, quickly climbing to 200 feet. The creature had dropped its gaze from the drone and was instead focused on the trail ahead. Its strides were long and deliberate as it chewed up the distance, traveling directly towards the first bald. Directly towards me. Fortunately, I had developed a decent bit of skill and confidence in flying the drone since the times when I was afraid to fly it off the property at my house. I turned the drone back towards where I was seated and pressed the thumbstick all the way forward. I passed over the tree line almost immediately, and then began to speed over the half-mile of open expanse of the first bald. I followed the ruts of the hiking trail, so I wouldn't lose my bearings, knowing I was seated a few hundred yards just off the trail. As I neared the end of the first bald, I turned slightly to the right to fly directly to where I had taken off. I could see my body leaning against the fallen tree at the edges of the forest, and stopped when I had the drone positioned just overhead and began my descent. I positioned the camera to look forward as the drone dropped to land in front of me. In my goggles, I could see the treetops come into view as my drone descended to land. As the camera angle became level with my body, I could see over my shoulder into the forest behind me. 20 feet behind the fallen tree, where I sat, stood another, slightly smaller creature. I ripped my goggles off as I rushed to stand. My legs were cramped and nearly useless from being seated in the same position most of the day, and I nearly fell. I grabbed a broken limb on the fallen tree to pull myself up, and turned just in time to see the monster charging towards me. I'd love to tell you what happened next, but I have no recollection. Maybe it's best that I don't recall. I struggle enough to cope with the portions of the story I do remember. What I can tell you is that a team of rescuers found me 5 days later, after my girlfriend reported me missing. Luckily, I had told her where I had planned to go, so the search party had a good idea of where to go looking for me. However, that isn't the search party who found me. I was found 12 miles south near the Glenville Gorge by a group working to locate an injured hiker, which, naturally, they thought they had found when they came across me. From what I've been told, for hours the only response I would give to any questions was, Esquina. When I did begin to talk, I had apparently explained that I hadn't been lost at all, that I had been traveling with the Anui. My drone has never been found, so neither has any of the footage of whatever it was I saw in the Tuckasegee Balds. I wish it had. I suspect that perhaps then people would believe me, rather than discounting my story as the result of some head injury. I know what I saw, and I know that I'll never step foot on the Blue Ridge Parkway. Many things come out past midnight, various animals and humans alike. What I'm referring to specifically, though, are things that should not exist, terrifying creatures beyond the comprehension of the most wicked of imaginations. Have you ever been out past midnight? If so, surely you've felt that odd feeling as if you're being watched when you're alone. When you're alone is when you're most vulnerable to them. You see, they don't like to hunt groups of people. It's much easier when their victims are isolated. This is why you probably won't see anything odd when you're out with friends this late. Why would I know this, you ask? Well, I had my own experience many years ago. This experience shook me to my core. What happened made me reevaluate everything I thought of our reality. It made me believe myself to be mentally unsound. My Thanksgiving break had just started, and my plans were to spend the first few days at my friend Tyler's house. This was all back in high school, so I had no means of transportation besides my parents. Originally, they were supposed to take me over there, but they decided to take a little surprise vacation of their own. I got a text midway through the day from my mom saying that she was unable to give me a ride, and since my dad was going off with her, he couldn't either. This left me with two options. I either walk over to Tyler's, or I simply just don't go. Initially, I went with the latter. Me and Tyler played Xbox for a few hours. I was a pretty lazy kid, cursing and killing each other in both private and online matches in Call of Duty. Before I knew it, the clock had already struck 11. I made mention of this to Tyler, saying I should probably get off, and do some of the homework I was assigned over break. Tyler then threw some insults at me saying that I should walk over, that I was a wuss, etc. Typical shit-talking between two 15-year-old boys. Somehow, Tyler eventually convinced me to just say screw it and walk. It was a 2.5-mile walk, so I figured I'd be done in roughly an hour. I packed all my stuff, told Tyler I was on the way, and left. It was about 11:30. I should have never said yes to coming. Just thinking about how I could explain these events is giving me feelings of dread. A little information first. I live in a very poorly lit area. It was a small city called Norco, pretty much the literal ass crack of California. Most of the lights were in the inner city, and at the time, I lived in the outskirts. The light posts in my area were far and few between, and a lot of the land I had to traverse before making it to Tyler's was barren. It was the type of empty space that would give anybody walking on it late at night an eerie feeling. Just to add on to this, despite the lack of light, I thought I was brave enough to go without a flashlight. I was a very naive kid, as you can tell. The first 20 minutes went by without issue. This is about the time it took me to get out of the populated area. Once I hit the more desolate area, I could tell something was off. I swore that literally a minute ago, I could hear all the sounds of the night. Crickets chirping, wind blowing, all of that. However, it had come to an abrupt stop. This gave me a very unsettling feeling, so I checked the time to see how long it had been since I had left my house. It was 12 on the dot. This meant that I had about 20 to 30 minutes left of walking to do before I was at Tyler's. The distance wasn't an issue for me, but the unnerving silence was. All I could hear at that point were my footsteps and my breathing. I'd never been in such a quiet setting before. It was almost as if the world froze around me. I kept walking for what felt like hours, and decided to check my watch. It was 12. How? With the distance I thought I had covered, it couldn't be the exact same time it was when I initially checked. As I was in the midst of trying to figure out if my watch broke, I heard a noise in the shrubbery to my right. This caused me to jump, due to the prolonged silence I had gotten used to. I was no longer the only one breathing. I heard a long, labored breath, something that sounded like it was coming from a dying animal. Now I wasn't a veterinarian, and it was midnight at this point. I wasn't going to go and check out where the noise came from. Horror movies had at least taught me some common sense. I quickly moved from the sidewalk in which I was walking on, moving towards the center of the street instead. The creature I had heard from the shrubbery moved as well. It came out of the area in which it was hiding. All my red flags had been raised. I was about ready to haul ass out of there. At this point, I was looking directly at it. When it stepped out into the dimly lit area, I could barely make out any features. Remember how I said the light posts were far and few between? Well, I was at the point of my journey in which the streets were still scarcely lit, and details were somewhat visible. The first detail I noticed was the extremely elongated shadow that this thing casted on the ground. The creature must have been at least 8 feet tall. It looked human in overall appearance, since it was standing with its back to the most recent lamppost. Its face was too dark to make out specific features, even with this as a factor. I could see that it was smiling. It wore a tattered up, tan trench coat, which went down to its waist, an unkempt vest, what seemed like shredded up dress pants, and torn up shoes. All of the clothing it had on was clearly too small for it. In the brief few seconds that I was staring back at this thing, a few events transpired. These events have haunted me well into my adult years. At first, I noticed its head was slowly tilting to the side, all while maintaining that same damn crooked smile. The same smile that makes my blood run cold whenever I think about it. For those asking why I didn't just book it at this point, try putting yourself in my shoes. I was a 15-year-old kid who had never experienced true fear at any point in his life. I truly did not know what to do. I was frozen. What happened next is kind of a blur. I recall hearing a horrifying mix of bones breaking, as well as a blood-curdling, inhuman scream. I saw the creature get on all fours, positioning its arms and legs at impossible angles. It then started galloping towards me. The damn thing was charging me. It took me a minute to react to what was occurring. I finally hauled ass, something I should have done from the start. I glanced behind me to check the distance I had made from it, but it was moving at an extremely alarming pace. This was a pace faster than I've seen most animals on fours run. It was catching up, and quickly. I brainstormed and had the bright idea of tossing my duffel bag full of Xbox equipment, clothes, and toiletries directly at the creature. It had seemingly hit it in the head, buying me a decent amount of space from it. I kept sprinting until I saw a car's headlights turn the corner for the street I was on. I waved frantically, screaming as loud as I could for help. I heard the creature's bones making a sick, meaty noise while smacking the pavement. It was right behind me at this point, as I could feel its labored breathing on the hair on the back of my neck. My screams got louder, and my waving more frantic, until silence. The car was around 100 feet from me at this point. The creature had seemingly just disappeared altogether, or run back off in the shrubbery. I didn't care. I was alive, and that's all I was concerned about. I was crying, out of breath, and frankly, a complete mess. But who wouldn't be? The driver, clearly seeing my current physical state, pulled up next to me and asked if everything was alright, and if there was anything he could do to help me. I was a big blubbering mess, and I couldn't even form a complete sentence when responding to him. I thanked him profusely for coming when he did, but he clearly didn't understand why I was so thankful. I don't blame him. Who would? The events I just wrote down here are truly bizarre, and I probably seem like a madman to you. I asked if he would drive me home as I was just a few minutes drive away, and he obliged. I almost forgot about my duffel bag due to all the hectic events that took place. As I got out of the car to retrieve it, I looked up the hill into the shrubbery. As I stared up that hill, I swear that I saw that crooked smile through the greenery, staring down at me. After I made it home that night, I called my parents up and pleaded for them to come home, simply telling them that I was chased by a man who was attempting to rob me. I knew they wouldn't believe my story about the creature I saw. Shortly after their return, the cops came as well. They asked for a description of the individual who chased me, not wanting to go into detail about the horrifying proportions of that thing. I just told them that it was too dark to make out any distinguishing features. Apparently, they also interviewed the man who saved me, and he told them that I was running from nothing, just complete darkness. His testimony was among one of the reasons my parents coaxed me into therapy. That, along with the fact that I wasn't near the same person I was before my parents left for their vacation. Eventually, everything went back to a somewhat normal state, despite my traumatic experience. Needless to say, I never left my house past midnight again, unless of course I was in a car. Even in groups of friends, I still declined going out without a solid means of transportation. The events of that night have always stuck with me. It's been years, and late at night, I still hear those sickening bone pops and inhuman screams, right as I'm trying to get some shut-eye. I've moved around quite a bit since then, trying to get to larger cities, just to avoid the unnerving empty scratches, as well as the dim lighting that my old hometown used to provide. No matter how far I move from where it happened, I can't seem to shake what occurred on that dark night over Thanksgiving break. No amount of medications, therapy sessions, or research into what the hell that thing was has helped me cope with the trauma of it all. It's almost as if now that I know creatures like that exist, reality seems like a stranger to me. How little we as humans seem to know about our little crevice of this universe terrifies me. I constantly wonder what else there is that we simply lack the means to perceive. All of this brings me to the main point of writing and sharing this with you all. Consider this a sort of warning for those of you who are night owls. Things are not what they seem when it's dark out. Please be careful. Share this with those you care about, and most of all, be wary of the creatures that come out past midnight. I work at a prison. Nothing big or fancy, just a minimum to medium security facility. A few things to note. We don't have any high-profile criminals that I'm aware of. Mostly it's used for minimum custody inmates, who go out on work release at all hours of the day or night, and medium security inmates who are doing their programs to try to rehabilitate for when they are released. We've had some higher security inmates, but it's not too normal and they are put in a different housing unit altogether. That's empty most of the time now. On the grounds is an old abandoned military base. It ceased being used somewhere in the 60s, as I've heard, but I don't have an exact date. The buildings are still there though, and inmates are not permitted anywhere near it, other than some work crew inmates. Some of them have crap in there that's rotted through the ages. The prison uses the land to keep stuff, plow trucks, storage containers, etc. With that said, our outside patrol has to make at least 2 sweeps through the night, one before midnight and one after. I've been that guy a few times, and I'm not sure if it's the dilapidated buildings or just it being night, but you see some weird stuff there. I've done rounds and could swear that I saw someone in the buildings. With it being a minimum to medium facility, we were not issued a firearm for our outside patrol, so I had to clear the building with a flashlight and pepper spray, in case an inmate had walked away from the minimum side. There was nothing there, but clearing each room with just pepper spray was creepy. Looking back, I wish I'd found an inmate in there. I'd rather be creeped out by something tangible than the perspective of ghosts. I stick to the medium side as much as I can. I was trained in a maximum security facility, so the medium side feels more familiar. I've done rounds and heard bangs in empty units. You need to check that obviously, and again, obviously, they are empty. Throughout the facility and in each cell are emergency call buttons, which inmates can use if they are having an emergency and need immediate help in between our rounds. Maybe an inmate feels like they are having a heart attack, for example. They get abused for sure, with inmates using it like a doorbell. But we still have to respond. I was sitting in central control one night, and a call button from an outside rec yard started going off. There shouldn't have been anyone out there. It was the middle of the night, but I had to send an officer to go check it out anyway. He opened the door, looked around the yard. Surprise, surprise, nobody was there. He closed the door and walked back to central. While he was on his way back again, it started to ring again. The same call button. He went back to check again, and confirmed it was nothing. As soon as he started walking away, it went off again. I wasn't out there, but he told me it sounded like someone slapped the door, but nobody was there. We just chalked it up to, it's an old facility, weird stuff happens. The way an old sergeant of mine put it, we're in a cage where evil people come and die. If any place is going to be haunted, it's going to be a prison. The last experience I'll talk about happened about a year ago. We have an assisted living unit on our medium side. We use it to house inmates who, as the name implies, need help with basically everything. Inmates who have severe dementia, inmates who are dying of cancer, and in the end stage. I was doing my rounds there one night, and an inmate told me his roommate was asking him to tell me he was cold and having some issues breathing. This inmate who I talked to had pretty severe dementia, and his last roommate had died about a week before. I tried to chalk it up to an inmate who was losing his mind, but that stuck with me. There are many other stories I could tell, both about this facility and my days in the Supermax where I trained and worked for years, but I'll leave it at those ones right now. I'm a 22-year-old male who lives in a small house, surrounded by miles of expansive fields and greens. I work as a financial advisor, and I'm a huge fan of the countryside, so as soon as I could afford to move out, I did. The listing for this house indicated that there were 2 bedrooms, 1 living area, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Everything was kept on 1 floor. And then there was a hatch on the ceiling near the back of the house that led into the attic. The price was extremely affordable, and the location was stellar, so without hesitating, I got in contact with the family living there and took them up on their offer. They were interested in moving to the city for their kids' education and needed to move quickly before the school year began. I had been in this house for 2 weeks when the noises started coming. It started one evening when I was sitting on the sofa watching TV at about 8 p.m. when I heard a quiet rustling sound coming from above. It was the sound of something scurrying across the floor, almost as if it were a mouse. Not bothered and simply attributing the noise to a mouse, I carried on watching TV as per usual. However, not 15 minutes later, I heard a similar sound once again, but this time it was audibly louder, sounding like soft footsteps instead. Annoyed, I figured there must have been multiple insects and mice in the attic, and chastised myself for not getting an inspection done before moving in. The exterminator nearby was out for the evening, so I set a reminder on my phone to set an appointment with him as soon as possible to sort the issue out. I'm not easily scared by rodents and insects, but I certainly have heard horror stories about what uncontrolled mice can do to a home, so I was looking to get rid of them. Once the reminder was set, I was comforted in knowing the problem would soon be gone. I went back to relaxing and winding down for the evening, slowly drifting out to the soothing sounds coming from the TV. Suddenly, I heard a huge crash and bolted upright, jumping out of my groggy state. I checked the time, and it was 9:30 p.m. The sound had come from the attic, and sounded like something had just been shattered on the floor. Knowing there was nothing of mine in there, I started to think about what could have made that sound. I was getting anxious, as this was starting to sound less and less like mice, and more like a large animal living up in the attic. I needed to get the issue solved once and for all, and before the thing started to break whatever was left in the attic by the previous owners. Acting on this, I walked to the closet in my bedroom, where I kept my old Little League baseball bat, and headed over to the hatch. Grabbing my phone and turning on the flashlight, I illuminated the dark on the ceiling. To get up to the attic, you need to pull down and reveal a foldable ladder that you could climb to go up. I sighed, annoyed by the disturbance to my evening, and stood up tall to reach the hatch. Just as my hand touched it, something from the attic seemed to have jumped on top of the hatch, because the wooden door pushed downwards, like a large animal was standing on it. I could hear a loud growl coming from up, signifying that there was indeed a massive animal in my attic. Having been brought up in the country myself, I wasn't a stranger to animals roaming around freely, and was rather quite comfortable around them. Unfazed, I noticed that whatever was on the hatch seemed to have walked off, so I reached up once again and pulled the retractable ladder down. I climbed up the ladder and stepped into the attic, which was quite spacious and tall enough for me to stand fully upright. I shined my flashlight around the room, trying to identify where this animal was hiding when I found it. Or rather, when it found me. It was this beast, the size of a small bear, hunched on all fours with razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes were 2 bright blue circles, each roughly 6 inches in diameter. The beast had a mouthful of teeth as small as thumbtacks, but as sharp as a razor. It was salivating, looking greedily at me, almost as if it wanted to use me as a meal. Horrified, I jumped back and shouted, letting out a string of curse words I didn't even know I had in me. The beast raised itself on all fours and let out a guttural shriek. That's what confirmed that this was no ordinary animal. It seemed like a crossbreed between multiple animals, with ominous, dark energy radiating from it. It screamed and lunged straight at me, mouth wide open ready to close down on me. I'm ashamed to say that I froze. It was the fight or flight response that saved me. My hands took over and swung, hitting the beast with a satisfying impact. The beast howled and staggered back, and I took this time to gather my instincts and follow up on the staggering beast. I jumped forward and swung again, eyes becoming blinded by fear. It just kept swinging over and over, even after I knew the beast was no longer moving. The sounds of its waning howls echoed through my ears as it kept trying to fight back, but the adrenaline pumping through my veins overpowered it. In shock, I stood over the dead beast with horror and fear. I had never seen anything like it, and it was sure to give me nightmares for as long as I will live. I grabbed the beast by its neck and lugged it over to the corner of the attic. I didn't want to take it out because it might attract too much attention from people passing by. And considering I had no use for the attic, it would be the perfect place to keep it. That was 3 days ago. I'm writing this unsure what to do because just an hour ago, I started hearing faint, soft footsteps coming from the attic. I think there are more of them. I hadn't actually thought it would work, is the thing. In fact, knowing Sonia and Brianna like I did, there was pretty much a guarantee of it not working. When we were 7, it was light as a feather, stiff as a board. When we were 12, it was a glow-in-the-dark Hasbro Ouija board that we all pressured Caitlin into buying since she lived in the biggest house. When I turned 16, the first of the 4 of us, it was a midnight drive over the Haddon Creek Bridge with baby powder on the hood of my car to catch any ghostly handprints. The 4 of us made up quite the junior paranormal squad for most of middle and high school. Nothing ever came of it, of course. Until now, I guess. We all went along with it because it was fun to pretend, and fun to be scared, and fun to have friends, but we never needed it like Brianna did. I'd only ever seen Brianna cry once. I still remember her shaking and sobbing, and snotty-nosed, pressed against our first grade teacher. Her father had gone home from work at lunch, walked into the backyard, and calmly blown his brains out. The supernatural stuff was a game for us. It was something else for Brianna. Sonia was the most supportive, and she and Brianna became the inseparable 2 of our group of 4. They would sneak out on late-night excursions to supposed paranormal hotspots, while Kate and I were busy worrying about an algebra test or prom, or any number of things happening back in the land of the living. We'd kept in touch after high school, always going back to visit at the same time. Easier for Sonia and Brianna since they both attended the local college. 6 days ago, we all met up in town for Thanksgiving break. 4 nights ago, we brought something back. It had been Brianna's idea because it was always Brianna's idea. But Sonia brought it up first, suggested it like it was her own. Caitlin and I shared a knowing look, and I remember wondering why we'd never been closer. Like Brianna and Sonia were, Caitlin was a good friend. So the 4 of us found ourselves, frozen to the core, standing in the middle of some unnamed dirt road in the pitch black of 2 a.m. We stumbled over tractor ruts and jumped the occasional coyote wail until Brianna found what she was looking for. A secondary dirt trail crossed over the one we were on to make a perfect X. I felt like we were children playing at being pirates, or children playing at being ghost hunters again, until Brianna shuffled off her backpack and dumped the contents into the dirt unceremoniously. Candles and twine rolled out first, with a soft thud that kicked up dust. A long, serrated knife fell among them, alongside a jar of something dark and wet. A far cry from the Hasbro Ouija board that Caitlin still kept at the bottom of her parents' coat closet. Sonia instructed us to sit crisscross, while she unspooled the thread and lit the candles in proper order. Brianna muttered something and arranged the jar and wicked-looking knife in her lap. When Sonia had finished, we all held hands and Caitlin let out a giggle at being told to recite some incantation. Brianna glared at her, suddenly serious, and I realized that this was not some 12-year-old sleepover game. It was suddenly obvious that we were 4 grown women sitting in the dirt surrounded by candles and cornfields. If I was braver, I would have laughed it off. Would have stood up and shook my head and offered to buy breakfast for everybody at some 24-hour gas station on the drive back. But I've never been brave, so I sat still instead. We went through all the usual steps, the kind that you see in dumb horror movies where a group of teens summon some untold evil. We recited words in other languages. We stood and sat, and stood back up again, and traded positions around our makeshift circle. Sonia blew a handful of dust into all of our faces, and Brianna poured the contents of the jar onto the ground between us. It fell with a slick sound, and the smell of it gagged us. One summer, while I helped my grandmother tend her vegetable garden. I dug deep at the roots of a plant and unearthed a potato that had gone halfway to mush. I remember puking onto the dirt. The smell of rot has no equivalent. Your whole body knows in an instant that the thing in front of you is wrong, inedible, festering, and dead. I don't know what was in the jar, but I know the smell of rot. Brianna dragged the knife across her hand instantly, and held her bleeding palm out over the lump on the ground. I remember Caitlin screaming, "What the fuck?" over and over, if only because Caitlin didn't cuss, and it's a little funny to think about now. It wasn't funny then. Brianna grabbed Caitlin's hand angrily and cut her too, deep. Caitlin howled like a wildcat, and cussed and stomped and cried, but she didn't step out of the circle, and she didn't leave. Brianna reached for my hand and I held it out freely, if only to spite her. She dragged the teeth of the blade against my palm, which sliced apart like a piece of ripe fruit. I bled over the mess on the ground and pressed my throbbing hand into my jacket. Sonia took her cut with a sycophantic smile at Brianna, who didn't return it. We used our good hands to cover the bloody mess on the ground with dirt, and blew out the candles in the reverse order they'd been lit. We spooled up the string and dumped it all back into Brianna's backpack, which was when Brianna said she heard something, beneath the screams of cicadas and baby cries of distant coyotes. She swore that she heard movement in the far tree line away from the car. We all stopped to listen. Caitlin gripped my arm like a vice and pointed with her bloody hand to what might have been a shape moving in and out of the trees. It might have been a shadow, or an animal, or the effects of a long and slightly traumatic night and the night blindness of 3 a.m. I don't know. What I do know is that Sonia took off toward the tree line in a sprint. There's a saying about getting rabid in your blood, about needing to run without much thought to where or why. Even in the dark, I remember the whites of Sonia's eyes, huge and wild, like a spooked horse. She ran for the movement in the trees like she was running from something, rather than towards it, like she was running for her life. We called after her and chased her for a way, but in the end, only Brianna followed her into the woods. Caitlin and I waited and held on to each other and whispered "what the fuck" back and forth between us. But I had the keys, still the designated driver after all these years, and I had Caitlin, not alone in the middle of nowhere. Brianna and Sonia would be fine, or they wouldn't. But we would run for the car, would drive away from dirt roads and ghosts and home towards civilization and tetanus shots. We heard Brianna before we saw her, and froze to the spot before we recognized run and go. Caitlin and I didn't let go of each other's arms, but we ran like all of hell was behind us, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Brianna breaking the tree line, and running behind us holding her left arm weakly to her chest. It wasn't until we were in the car and already driving away that I thought to ask about Sonia. It wasn't until I asked that I noticed the blood. Brianna's arm bore deep cuts and scratches like she had fended off an animal, and her once blue jacket was now only a dark stain. There was red splatter on her chin, and she was shaking, looking out the window behind us like she expected us to be followed. Caitlin cried and wanted to go to the police. I didn't cry, but I also suggested calling the police, or animal control. We still didn't know what happened. Brianna covered in blood and wounds, shaking in my back seat, but somehow more frightening than frightened, convinced us not to. At 4 in the morning, I dropped Brianna off at her apartment and watched her limp tenderly up the stairs, bloody and ragged. 10 minutes later, I let Caitlin out at her parents' house. We didn't say anything, but I knew that she was already thinking of who to contact, what to do. She squeezed my arm with her cut hand and winced, making us both give out a breathy laugh. She was dirty and sweaty and exhausted and more than a little traumatized, but she squeezed my arm and smiled at me as she got out, which is how I'll remember her. She was a good friend. The police found her that night, almost exactly 24 hours after our little late-night excursion. Her head was missing, and so were some of her organs. She had been slit from her throat to her stomach and pulled open, rummaged around in. I cried then. I called Brianna. I got no answer. I went home and slept in the bathtub, fully clothed. That was 2 days ago. I went to Brianna's apartment yesterday only to find it ransacked. It looked like she had fought something off. There were deep cuts in the drywall and the outline of her fingers gripping the bedroom doorway. Some of her acrylic nails were left on the carpet, bloody and with bits of real nails still attached. There was blood in the bedroom, sprayed across the wall like a bad slasher flick, and soaked into the carpet in horrible stains. I left and locked the door. It was nearly 3 in the morning when I heard a loud thump on my own back porch, followed immediately by another identical thump. The automatic light flicked on at the second sound, and I looked through the sliding glass door at Sonia and Caitlin. The heads, despite being tossed onto my porch, both faced the house, their eyes and mouths open, their necks a blood-clotted mess, their tongues fat and swollen between their teeth. My phone buzzed. A message from Brianna. I need all three to finish it. I stumbled back, the shock from finding the decapitated heads of my friends and realizing that Brianna was alive, proving too much for me at once. The automatic porch light flicked off, and I sank to the floor beside the couch, too frozen to move or think. I never was brave or smart. I reread Brianna's message and thought about the way that she screamed and sobbed when she learned about her father. I thought about how she'd never cried since then. I thought about how serious she had always been about contacting the dead, finding proof, and fixing it. I thought about the way she had cut us all, and run after Sonia but come back alone. I thought about the end of the ritual we had done, and the bloody, buried mess we'd left that bound us all to that spot and to each other. I thought about how I could have missed the person that Brianna had become, or maybe had always been. And then, I didn't think about much else as the porch light flicked on again. Caitlin and Sonia still stared up at me, glassy-eyed and open-mouthed. But now, just behind them, coming up the steps was a figure in a darkly stained jacket. Its left arm hugged tightly to its chest where Sonia had clawed and fought for her life. In the dirt, like an animal. It held a wicked-looking serrated blade in its right hand, and it smiled at me like a friend. I live just outside a major metropolitan city, in an average neighborhood. For the past couple of years my life has been running pretty smoothly. Now I'm the kind of guy who prefers to do things by himself, so I don't get into the dating scene very often. And when it comes to friends, I prefer quality over quantity. So while I can probably count on both hands the number of people I hang out with, they're all really good friends. The short version is I'm the prototype introvert. Aside from the Maine Coon cat Dora, I live alone. Which is exactly how I like it. Now, we all have our good days and our bad, but until the day before yesterday, I'd have given my life an A+ rating. But a lot can happen in the span of a few days. Beyond the backyards of me and my neighbors are woods. Not creepy or forbidding woods, just a patch of forest where you'd see the occasional deer or bird. On a nice enough day, I'd look at the woods from my window for a while, which I enjoyed doing. Somehow it was relaxing. But I'd never gotten around to actually going in those woods. I wasn't afraid or anything. Like I said, it wasn't anything scary. So one quiet weekend I walked Dora, and yes, I'm the kind of guy who walks his cat on a leash outside. And as we trekked the woods together, I noticed a seemingly abandoned house, smack dab in the middle of the trees. It was a small one-story house. It was very sketchy looking. Its windows covered only by screens. On the trashy wooden porch was an even trashier padded rocking chair, unoccupied and sitting in silence. The door was weak and looked to be half off its hinges. I could tell by the stench of rotting wood that no one lived here, or at least they shouldn't have been. Dora jerked forward a bit as she spotted a rat scurrying out from under the foundations. I wasn't interested in watching my cat maul a rodent to death, so I held her back. But when I noticed that several other rats followed, I was terrified of rats and mice. And this was beyond unnerving, so I decided it was time to go. But before I could make my way back up to my backyard, I suddenly heard moaning. It sounded like the kind of noise a person makes when they were sleeping, and you try to wake them up in the middle of the night. It was coming from the other side of the house. This gave me a chilling feeling, that dwarfed that of the rats, and against my better judgment, I investigated. At the back of the house was a window, but this one didn't have a screen. It didn't have glass either. What it did have only made me all the more unsettled. On the window were bars, metal bars like that of a prison cell. I heard the moaning again, only this time it was louder. It almost didn't sound human, if that makes sense. Now it was really time to get the hell out of there. I picked Dora up and turned around to head back, but as I did, she suddenly hissed at something behind me. I quickly turned around to look and briefly saw a figure quickly dash away from my view. Dora was still growling in my arms. As I went back towards the front of the house, I saw that the old rocking chair was no longer occupied. A scrawny, ancient-looking man sat there. He was wearing a red flannel shirt, worn-out jeans, and tattered loafers. Short white hair peeked out from a brown wool beret. He spotted me, and spoke to me curtly. He was not friendly. "This is private property," he said, almost snapping at me. "And you've upset Wilbert. Get the hell out of here." I can only guess that this Wilbert was whoever, or dare I say whatever, I had heard moaning. Dora was still growling in my arms, so I returned to my home and tried to calm her down. She was still agitated come the evening, and shied away from me when I tried to pet or comfort her. I truly have no idea what my cat saw that she could have been riled up for so long. All night it ate away at me, and I couldn't sleep. At the crack of dawn, I finally gave in to my curiosity. The day's first light was only just beginning to fill the sky when I made my trek back down to that house. I was more sneaky this time, since I know about the old man. By the time I got down there, it wasn't night anymore. But it was still too dark to see, so I used the flashlight on my phone as a source of illumination. The smell of wood rot crept back into my nose, and again I heard the moaning. I crept slowly over leaves and broken sticks, and made my way back to the barred window. I cautiously went closer up to the window, and shined my light at the source of the noise. What I saw, I can only describe as some sort of feral man. He was sitting against the corner of two walls, hugging his knees to his chest. He was sickly looking and emaciated. Dead, half-eaten rats, rabbits, and squirrels were scattered about the floor. The nails on his fingers and toes were sharp and untrimmed. He had a short, unkempt beard, and shaggy and tangled hair so long, it almost looked like a mane. Aside from the smell of him, which was beyond unbearable, the thing I noticed most of all was the collar around his neck, which was attached to a chain, which was in turn attached to the wall. And on the collar, I noticed something that chilled me to the bone. I read the name, Wilbert. I immediately recalled the old man mentioning that name from before. I was stopped from my train of thought when Wilbert suddenly spotted me. His eyes were crazy and wild. Abruptly, he stopped moaning and looked at me. Then he curled up his upper lip and bared his teeth like a dog. The first thing I noticed about his teeth was that they weren't square like a human's. They were sharp like an animal's. As he bared his teeth at me, he growled. Suddenly I fell back and dropped my phone to the ground as he lunged at the bars on the window, barking furiously. And when I say barking, I do mean actual barking, like a dog. He continued to bark as he reached his hand out from between the bars, desperately trying to get a hold of me. Suddenly I heard a voice call out, "Wilbert." I recognized that voice as belonging to the old man. I heard him barge out from the front door and angrily walk toward the back window. God damn it, if that idiot's back here again, I swear to Christ. I heard him grumble, but by then, I was already scrambling back up to my feet and running back to my house. I didn't even bother trying to find my phone. All I was concerned for at this juncture was my life. My heart suddenly went into my throat as I heard the words, "Get him, Wilbert, get him," come from down the hill, followed by charging and wild growling and barking. I jumped over my fence and raced to my basement door. Wilbert was close behind. As I slammed the door behind me and locked it, I saw through the window the horrifying sight of Wilbert jumping from all fours, a foot over my fence, and running over to me. He spotted me, and barked and growled as he scratched at the door. I ran to my room and locked it, remembering with dread that I didn't have my phone. I didn't have a handset in my house, so that phone was the only way I could have called the police. I still heard Wilbert's barking from outside. I desperately hid under my bed like a child and waited it all out. After a while, it seemed as though Wilbert had given up as the noise eventually stopped. I fell asleep at some point and woke up around 1 p.m., still under my bed. When I emerged to face the day, the first thing I noticed with relief was that Dora was unharmed. It took some courage before I was able to look out the back door, and when I did, I saw my phone right outside of it. On it was a sticky note. On the sticky note was a message that said, "Don't come back, ever." Believe me when I tell you that I didn't. After this experience, I'm not sure I know the world I live in anymore, and I'm turning into a downright nervous wreck. I'm still trying to find a new house as far away from that place as humanly possible, and in the meantime, my days of looking at the woods from my window are over. That house smells like death. I told my friend about the place I passed on the walk to her house. The stench was getting worse. She said that an old person probably died there, and had no one to check on them. We decided to check it out together, so we traveled a couple blocks until we reached the lilac-painted home. The yard was littered with weeds. No car stood in the driveway. We noticed a sign in the corner of the window, black paper with red lettering. It read, "Dog, keep out." Once over the fence, we wandered in the backyard. pushed our way through overgrown bushes and noted that all the windows were locked and had closed blinds. There was a sliding glass door at the back of the house, where we stopped to peek inside. Something moved and ran at the door. It was a messy and matted Bichon, which then bounced in front of the glass and attempted to bark at us. We could barely hear a weak, hoarse sound emitting from its throat. Beyond the dog, I noticed a purple cup rested on the floor ahead of the dining room table. The contents of the cup had spilled over the floor and attracted the attention of an ant colony. I tried to open the glass door. It wouldn't budge. My friend grabbed my hand. She was breathing erratically and she said, "Let's get out of here. We'll call the cops or something." "Why? Are you scared?" I asked her. I noticed she was squeezing her wrist as she spoke. "No, I'm tired." "You can go," I said. "But don't call anyone yet. I'll do it after I finish looking around here." I watched her push through the bushes and disappear from sight. I decided to try all the doors. Of each, it was oddly the front one that I found unlocked. I walked in and was forced to cover my nose with my shirt. The stench was too much. The first sight was a family portrait stuck to the wall. A bald, grumpy man. A glamorous, sad woman. A bald, frustrated baby. I continued to walk through the house with a tiny dog wheezing and biting at my feet. I found a can of unopened dog food in the kitchen, opened it, set it on a plate, and left it on the floor. In the process, I'd let my shirt off my nose. I breathed shallowly as I stepped onward. Every door inside of the house was shut. In the first bedroom, the furniture was missing. The carpet was missing too. It appeared that someone tried to patch up the floor with plaster, among other materials. Everything was cracking. In the second bedroom, everything was normal, apart from a plant that grew through the carpet. I walked over and tugged on its stem. It was a green, tough sort of weed with sparse leaves and a thick stalk. The dog followed me again but refused to enter that room. I couldn't open the door to the next room no matter how hard I tried. The next door was the same. I kicked at it in frustration. Then I punched it and punched it again. The door was thin and hollow, so I soon created a hole. I smashed my hand through and hit something hard beyond the door. The smell was stronger. I pulled my hand away and paused in front of the door, stuck in my thoughts. I could smell it from the street. How am I the first to discover this? This is ridiculous. I then heard a sound, a groan. It came from down the hall, beyond a door I had skipped. I jogged over and tried to open it. It wouldn't budge until I shoved into it with my shoulder. When it opened, I feared for my lungs, and for my insides, when the smell of that bathroom hit me. I gagged. I saw a thing writhing around in the tub. Dark green bony arms, and ripped, shredded skin. And I saw blood. So much blood. Both dried and fresh. Movement. Frantic. Chunks of skin, intertwined with leaves and green, pumping veins and fluid. Fluid all over. Splashing droplets. Moist air. There was a face, but there were no eyes. There were veins where there should have been eyes. Then veins sprouting from the nostrils. Veins traveling into the mouth, and stems jutting out from the throat. There was a hideous mixture of plant and skin, covering everything. Yet I could tell. It was her. It was the glamorous, sad woman groaning, writhing, reaching for me. "Are you..." I stepped closer to her. Oh God. I slipped as I tried to step again. I landed on the cracked tiles, but then soaked in a puddle of muddy water. In gelatinous globs. I witnessed more muddy water splash from the tub as she twisted, writhed, and groaned. Her arms reached for my legs. I tried to move them out of the way. I tried to move away on the wet and sticky linoleum floor, but in the process, I slipped again and we made contact. She clawed at me and broke the skin on my right calf. My legs bled, and felt as if they were burning. I shouted, kicked out with my other leg, and managed to crawl away, coating my knees and arms with more of the wetness and mud. When I thought I was safe, I stood up at the bathroom's entrance, looked back, and I noticed. One of those tough-stemmed plants was in the tub with her, half hidden behind the partially torn down shower curtain. I then noticed a note on the bathroom counter. I could see enough to tell it was a suicide note, but I didn't look for long. I hurried out and picked up the dog, who I found cowering at the end of the hallway. She tried to wriggle out of my arms and to bite at me, but I persisted. I ran. I tore out of that house. My right leg throbbed, and I looked down to see if I was leaving behind a trail of red. As I rushed down the block, I became lightheaded, and everything seemed so much faster, louder. I persisted. As I went, I grabbed for my cell phone but discovered it wasn't in my jacket. I finally got to my friend's house and banged on her door. When I got inside with the door closed behind, I let the dog out of my arms. The dog ran to hide in a corner behind a table. My friend saw my leg. What the hell? Call 911, I told her. Call now. As she dialed, I got down on the ground and tried to apply pressure to my leg. The bleeding lessened somewhat, but I wasn't relieved, because soon after, there came slight but repeated twitches in my calf muscles. My friend told them I was bleeding and began to give her address. I motioned to her to hand me the phone. I said, the lilac, purple, whatever the fuck color. House on 15th Street. A woman's in there and I don't know what the fuck happened to her. I was told to slow down and then pressed for other details. You won't believe me if I tell you exactly what I saw, I said. But she's half plant. But she's alive. I don't know. My friend grabbed the phone from me. I'm sorry, she said. Are you sending someone over here? I'm not crazy, I yelled at her. You smelled it. You were there earlier. Tell them. It smells wrong over there. Why don't they get over there? The twitching in my leg was stronger. My friend noticed. There's something wrong. She described the twitching to the operator. My whole leg jerked upwards on its own, and the twitching increased with more force. I raised my hands for my leg and inspected the cuts, which then had a green hue, and if I squinted, I could see miniature vines poking through the raw parts of my skin. Cut it off, I yelled. You have to cut it off. I told my friend. No, she said. You have to calm down. It's okay. They'll be here any minute. My leg twitched violently. I was coated in sweat. Nausea increased. I got on my knees and crawled. My friend tried to stop me and hug me, but I pushed her away and dragged myself to the kitchen. I scrambled to grab the sharpest knives. She tried to stop me again, but I threatened her with a knife and ordered her to back off. I took the sharpest one and held my breath as I tried to hack it into the skin beneath my knee. At first, I could barely get the knife as deep as I wanted, but I continued to desperately stab away, bit by bit, as the blood rushed out. I kept cutting as much as I could. Reflecting on that moment, I don't remember the pain so well. It's a blur, but I distinctly remember when I hit the bone and couldn't get through. In frustration, I took the knife to the bottom of my leg and attempted to slice upwards. I couldn't get it off me. I couldn't get my calf off. I went through all the motions, clenched my teeth hard, and kept going at myself with that knife. Then I screamed, grunted, and tried to force everything I was feeling out through my throat. I was seeing dots and, I swear, those vines were poking through hard. Those vines were growing quick. I began to vomit and it was green. I was seeing green, red spots, and dots covered my eyes, and I was locked in severe tunnel vision, spinning, and feeling my spirit speeding through that tunnel. And the next second I was slammed back into my body. I swear I felt I was being ripped apart. There was a sensation of my esophagus swelling up. I grabbed at my throat. I could barely breathe. I was convinced those vines were sprouting, and I felt myself becoming green, sprouting. I swore my skin was tearing, shredding. Tunnel vision. I was pulled back into the tunnel. Then, all was dark. I woke up in a hospital and I was amazed. When I looked down, I wasn't green. I wasn't shredded all over, but I discovered I no longer had a full right leg. They had completed the amputation. I found I had lost too much blood, almost died, and suffered complications. The recovery process wasn't quick, but I was alive, and in a relatively normal state. For that, I was thankful. We never found out what happened at that house. The news never reported on it, and nobody we asked seemed to know. Neighbors reported seeing crews working on the house after the night I was hospitalized. It was cleared out and put up for sale. Did you ever call anyone when you smelled that awful smell? I asked them. Some had made calls, others didn't. One admitted to opening the front door and looking inside, but she was too afraid to wander deeper. She said police came to the residence. She saw their vehicles outside and assumed the situation had been dealt with. 2 days before my incident, I never explained to the neighbors exactly what I saw, but I later recounted the events to my friend. She believes I had a psychotic episode after discovering dead bodies in the home. I didn't see a dead body. And if she doesn't believe me, maybe someone on the internet will. Maybe someone out there has an explanation. Does anyone understand what the hell was going on there? I made the decision to become an exorcist before I finished high school. I've known I had spiritual powers since early childhood. The transparent, screaming people that nobody else could see was a bit of a hint there, but it wasn't until 10th grade when the idea of using it to make a living crossed my mind. Now, I had been trained before that. I started my exorcist training when I was 10 or so. A therapist with experience in those matters told my parents that the invisible things I was seeing were actually real, and referred us to a retired exorcist she knew, who trained me in the basis of defending myself from spirits. But up until high school, I always figured I'd get a normal job and just use exorcism to defend myself from whatever happened to notice me. Then, during some class in 10th grade, I've honestly forgotten what subject, we read an article about just how much money exorcists can make. That was enough to make the decision for me. That was a long time ago, of course. Now I run my own business. It's just me, but I have business cards and everything. Kea Awara, licensed exorcist. I passed the government's official exam and became a full exorcist 6 years back, and I've been at it ever since. And one thing I've learned from dealing with my customers is this: nobody has any clue how ghosts or exorcism works. I figured I'd write this up to give some clarity on that, maybe drum up some extra business, and share a few stories while I'm at it. The first thing people don't get about ghosts is, they seem to think that the ghost is basically just a see-through version of whoever it used to be. It's not. That flying screaming head might look like your Grandma Myrtle, but trust me, there's nobody home. You can't reason with a ghost any more than you can reason with a leopard. They're not humans anymore. All they ever experience is endless, indescribable pain. Because of that, they tend to lash out and attack people, which is why you hired me. So please, stop trying to ask the angry ghost where she hid the will, and let me do my job. 99.99999% of ghosts are not capable of rational thought, and that 0.00001% that are, you do not want to be within a country mile of them. If I encounter a ghost capable of speech on a job, I'm not staying there to finish it. I'm getting the hell out of there, and once I'm far, far away, I'll tell the government they need to send in their special agents to deal with it, because a ghost of that power is above my pay grade. Number 2. Scooby-Doo hoaxes actually happen. On 2 separate occasions, the ghost I was hired to exorcise was literally a businessman in a costume trying to lower property values. Turns out, that's not actually illegal, at least in my state. So they usually get charged with disorderly conduct or something instead of pretending to be a dead person as part of the elaborate scam. Number 3. A lot of people want to know why their house is haunted. The common misconception seems to be that ghosts have unfinished business. That, I'm sorry to say, is completely incorrect. The actual reason is a little long, but the short version is because radiation. I can go into more detail if people really want, but basically, the reason ghosts appear is because of the special type of radiation. Number 4. Building on the prior point, there seems to be this belief that only specific people become ghosts, people who died violently and such. I'm afraid that's not true. Absolutely everyone who dies will become a ghost. They'll probably be a really weak ghost that only massively spiritually powerful people can sense. Most people do, but yes, you will become a ghost when you die. And yes, it will be worse than you can possibly imagine. On the plus side, that means I have job security. Alright, those are the basic points. I could ramble much more, but I'd like to share an exorcism story or two. Normally I'd start off with the Hellgate story, since everyone likes hearing that. But I'm a bit concerned that if I posted that story publicly, on the internet, a certain company might send their lawyers after me, so I'll hold off on that for now. I think I'll go with 2 stories here. First story is a simple one, but memorable for just how strange it was. I was hired by the new owner of some factory to exorcise a ghost that had attacked the night guard. I arrived around 8 PM and got to work checking the place out. A pretty standard factory. Some construction work indicating they were revamping it. Nobody there except the night guard and a few cleaners. I made my way inside, introduced myself, confirmed my fee, and started walking around. Now, factories are really spooky in the dark. I think you'd agree with me there. All the machines start looking like weird monsters, and every creak sounds like something about to jump out at you. After a few minutes, I sensed a weak spiritual presence in the break room. I took a deep breath, slowly opened the door, stepped inside, and froze. Now, one common belief about ghosts that's actually true is that they tend to look the same as they did when they died. It's not a universal rule. I've seen a lot of ghosts that were just masses of hands, or ghosts of elderly people that look like children. But about 80% of the time, they keep the appearance from the moment they died. And this poor schmuck must have died while working as some sort of mascot, because when I entered the room, I was greeted by a 7-foot-tall glowing banana with googly eyes and a stupid grin. I was completely frozen, just trying to process what I was looking at. That was a mistake. A key rule of exorcisms is that if the ghost is powerful enough to be visible, it's powerful enough to hurt you. Even if the ghost looks like a giant cartoon banana, it can still kill you. While I was still trying to figure out how to react, the ghost flew at me. The air pressure dropped, making my ears pop, and I was hit by something ice cold and invisible. All the air vanished from my lungs, and I hit the ground hard, coughing and fighting the urge to vomit, as the human banana howled and flew at me again. I rolled to the side, making a protective gesture with my hands, and struggled to my feet as the ghost recoiled. I ran back to the factory floor, diving behind some machinery. The ghost howled again, and all the machines in the factory suddenly came alive. I dove away from the machines before the ghost could turn it against me, and ducked behind a pile of crates. I heard a loud hissing noise as the ghost slowly emerged from the wall across the floor from me. I braced myself, and jumped out from behind the crates, yelling a charm and making a gesture with my left hand. With a faint popping sound, the spectral banana vanished, and yes, that's a sentence I wrote. So yeah, a pretty standard exorcism, but a very unique ghost. I still want to know how Banana Mascot ended up dying there, but I couldn't find any articles on it, and the owner of the factory was as baffled as I was. Second story is a more serious one. It was about 1.5 years ago, around Christmas. It was snowing heavily and the temperature was well below freezing. Christmas lights were up all over the city, casting green and red glows onto the dirty gray snow that blanketed every surface. Off in the distance, White Christmas played on a broken down speaker system, other than a few unfortunate homeless people shivering in their makeshift shelters, and some enforcers of the local mob boss. The streets were deserted. I was driving to my cousin's house for a pre-Christmas dinner when my car suddenly stopped. Now, one common trope in ghost stories is that electronics tend to break around them. Unfortunately, that part really is true, but the extent of the damage varies depending on the strength of the spirit. A weak ghost might make a flashlight flicker. An average spirit can burn out light bulbs or make batteries drain quickly. So imagine what sort of ghost could make an SUV stop dead. Very slowly, I stepped out of the car. My spiritual senses were screaming at me to get as far away as I could, which unfortunately wasn't an option. You see, one of the requirements of being a licensed exorcist is that if you discover the presence of a ghost that could pose a danger to public safety, you are legally required to deal with it. If the government found out I'd knowingly ignored a powerful specter, and someone died as a result of it, well, losing my license would be the least of my problems. The maximum punishment, as far as I've read, is a $50,000 fine and 10 years in prison. Though I'm not aware of anyone being given that. The point is, now that I was able to sense the spirit, I was legally obligated to investigate it. I pulled my winter coat out of my trunk, locked my car, and began to look around. The road was deserted, lit only by a pair of dim streetlights and a few flickering lines of Christmas lights. As I watched, a string of red and blue bulbs flashed and went dark. A soft breeze blew, swirling the snow around me. The presence I felt hadn't moved, as if it were waiting for me. I turned my head toward the direction the feeling was strongest, a dark alleyway. I made a sound that was a half sigh, half hiss, and walked up to the alley as slowly as I possibly could. As soon as I approached the entrance, the temperature dropped even colder. My nose and eyes stung as the water in them started to freeze, and a sudden burst of pain shot through my ears. I bit down on my tongue to keep from yelping, and forced myself to inhale. Even that act was difficult, as the coldness of the air and the sudden change in air pressure meant that just getting enough oxygen was a struggle. Once again, I debated running away and just calling for someone more experienced. But the odds of getting someone this late at night, and near Christmas at that, were too low. Plus, there was always the risk of the ghost moving out of the alley in search of victims while I was busy protecting myself. I took a step into the dark alley, then another and another. My feet seemed to sink into the ground, much deeper than the snow could possibly allow, Lifting my feet was like pulling them through wet cement. My head pounded, and spots flashed before my eyes. I focused on my breath, forcing the air in and out as I pushed slowly through. Slowly, as my eyes adjusted to the unnatural darkness, I could make out a small shape on the ground, up against the wall. A child, probably less than 10. There was no point in checking. I could tell she was dead. As I got closer, I saw her foot was caught in the broken gate of a storm drain. My best guess is she got stuck and froze to death. The spiritual power I sensed was strongest here. A recent death, then, still staying by its body. I extended my hands, palms inward, left hand over the right, fingers splayed, and began to chant. As I finished the chant, the spirit became visible. The girl, as expected, but twisted and contorted until she looked like a giant millipede. Hundreds of black circles covered her spectral body, milky white eyes darting around within like squirming maggots. The spirit rose up into the air, then began spinning rapidly before flying towards me with a sound like a fire alarm. I dropped to my stomach and pressed myself into the snow as the ghost passed inches above me, rolling onto my back and throwing my hands upwards, twisting my fingers around each other. I did another chant. The ghost twitched, then reversed direction and threw itself at me again. I rolled to the side and jumped back to my feet, pressing my hands towards the ghost and continuing the chant. Each word was a struggle, forced through frozen lips by empty lungs. The spirit convulsed, twitching, then suddenly unfurled, growing far larger than I had expected. Before I could react, it wrapped itself around me, pushing into my pores, inside my nose and mouth, into my ears and eyes. Every nerve in my body shrieked in agony. I felt my lungs begin to collapse, my body temperature plunge. Everything became black, and blood began to seep from my nose. Drawing on everything I had, I forced myself to stay conscious. The words of the chants echoed in my skull, and I visualized the gestures, pushed the image of the ritual into the darkness that filled my mind. Slowly, agonizingly, the cold and pressure fell away, and sensation, mostly pain, started to creep back into my body, and my sight began to return. Sucking in a mouthful of frigid air, I yelled the finishing words of the chant and collapsed face first into the snow. After a few minutes, I was recovered enough to stand. The presence I had sensed was gone. I knelt down by the corpse and said a short prayer for her, then went back to my car to call the police. So there you have it. 2 quick stories from my work. Dangerous as it is, frightening as it is. I genuinely do love my job. I imagine it's a lot like being a surgeon or something similar. It's a high-pressure job, and when you succeed, you really are making a huge difference, and often that difference is saving someone's life. And the pay's not bad either. If you ever want to hire an exorcist, consider me. Everyone knows about that stupid trend on Twitter, texting your number neighbor. The phone number went away from yours. Many of my real-life friends and online friends were doing the challenge, some getting funny results and some making new friends, and some just not getting answered at all. So I thought, what's the harm in trying? I sat on my couch and punched in the number that was one higher than mine, and sent a message. Me. Hey number neighbor, what's up? Then I sat back and waited for a reply. It was hours before I received anything back, and I wasn't too disappointed. I wasn't expecting anything anyway. Then, at exactly midnight, my phone went off. Unknown. Hey number neighbor, I can see you. I sat up in my bed and read it again. I can see you. What? My phone went off again. Unknown. Why are you ignoring me, number neighbor? I didn't reply. Unknown. Do you not want to talk now? I can see you're scared. Unknown. I'm outside your window. My eyes widened as I read the last message. It couldn't be true, right? It was probably just to scare me. Either way, I was checking my window. I had my phone in hand with 911 on speed dial in case something happened. I turned on my flashlight and cast it around the darkness outside the window, finding nothing. As I expected, it was just a joke. My phone went off again. Unknown. Wrong window. Smiley face. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest as I went to check the other windows. Nothing. I decided to block the number to spare myself a lot of much unneeded anxiety, as I could see that my number neighbor Most likely wasn't going to be a friend. I fell asleep a while after that, only to be awakened by thunder. It was raining. I looked out my window and listened to the soft pitter-patter of the rain as I tried to fall back asleep. Then I saw something. It was in a split second when lightning flashed. A figure in my window. A humanoid figure, with long arms and legs, and smooth white skin. They had holes for eyes, and were smiling. Right next to them was a message written in window fog. I guess you didn't want to play, huh? Then it was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I moved to the living room and watched TV to distract myself from what I had just seen. It had to be a misconception. Only it wasn't. For the rest of the night I sat in the living room, paranoid out of my mind, flinching at every sound. I dozed off briefly, only to be awakened again by scratching at my door. I did the smart thing and I didn't check it out. It was probably just a tree. I checked back in my room the next morning, and the message was still there. I guess you didn't want to play, huh? I can still hear sounds in my house at night, like someone is crawling around. I don't know if I should call the police or not. I don't know if they'll believe me. Before June 28, 2019, I was an avid urban explorer. I would always look down back roads for abandoned houses and soon-to-be torn-down barns. I'm also a photographer by trade, so naturally, I brought my camera along with me to capture the experience. So when my grandfather invited me up to his summer lake home in the White Mountains, I was gleeful. Not because of the mountain scenery, or the private lake with multiple jet skis. No. I was giddy at the thought of being able to explore one of the most sought-after abandoned destinations, Surf Coaster. Surf Coaster was a massive abandoned water park about 2 miles from Wares Beach. The park covered about 10 square miles, and was rumored to be the urban explorer's paradise. I arrived at the nearest public parking lot, at Cumberland Farms, at around 6:40 p.m. I used my phone to see a topographical satellite view of the large abandoned parking lot of the water park. I was led down a few side streets and back roads until I saw the sign. Hidden among vines and bushes was a blue sign with yellow-tinted bulb lights surrounding it that said Surf Coaster. Next to it was a rusted and rather puny 2-foot-high gate with a faded "No Trespassing" sign. I'll pretend I didn't see that. Stepping over the obstacle, I was presented with a parking lot with a few scattered 80s-looking hatchbacks and sedans. They were rusted with their windows smashed in, and graffiti plastered all over them. The parking lot stretched about 70 feet in front of me, and then stopped to another fence. To my right, there was a wooden fence, and to my left, down a step hill, was an urban explorer's dream. Water slides covered with ivy and moss, pools filled with deflated inflatable toys, and sunning chairs with towels still on them. As I started down the embankment, I stopped at what must have been the ticketing booth. Inside the ajar door was a small room consisting of a chair with a comb on it, an open cash drawer underneath the counter, and a roll of tickets behind the chair. As I stepped inside, I noticed something in the open cash drawer. It was money. Water damage money. I gently picked up a 50 and held it up to the golden hour sunlight to see the blue security strip running down the bill. It was real. Why in the world would the company leave money at their closed park? I thought to myself. Placing the bill back in the drawer, I continued down the hill. The next 2 hours were fairly standard for urban exploring. Chipping paint, dirty water, rotting wood, all except for one small detail: the towels. On most of the lounge chairs by the large pool were people's towels, as if they had just left them. I thought nothing of it and ignored it. After I'd seen the last enormous moss-covered water slide, I only had one more place to go: the bathrooms. Now at this point in my adventure, the sun had already set, and a cool breeze was making the hairs on my arms stand up. As I traversed the crumbling pool deck on the hillside bathrooms, I noticed something odd: the bathroom doors. The doors were rusted steel with large locks on them. When I got there, I was right. Large rusted locks were holding the bathroom doors shut. But why the bathrooms? I wanted to explore them, but they were built into the hillside and were mostly underground. So there was only one entrance. As I looked around for a rock or some heavy object to try and dislodge the locks, I realized that the ground surrounding the bathrooms were scattered with bullet shells. They were still shiny, and using my scarce weapon knowledge, they looked to be .30 caliber rounds. My stomach turned as the park could actually be closed due to an active shooter or terrorist. Wouldn't that have been on the news? I mean, that's a big deal. I settled myself, as they could have just as easily been rounds fired by some rednecks who used the water park as their gun range. It was New Hampshire after all. I soon found a rusted fire extinguisher and successfully knocked the men's room lock off. Inside was an assortment of more towels, swim goggles, duffel bags, and dried up sunscreen bottles. The whole room smelled like vinyl for some reason, and I could barely snap a few pics before bolting out of there. Odd that they would lock that up, but it could serve as a home for homeless people or drug dealers. I was just going to skip the women's room assuming it would be more of the same. But then the thought hit me. What if it was something else? What if it was the same? I had to know. After retrieving the fire extinguisher from the bush I threw it into, I knocked off the second lock and opened the heavy door. A blast of air hit me. There were two things wrong with that air. One was the fact that it made me as cold as I had ever been, and that it smelled like a rotting animal. I stepped out of the way to let myself warm up for a few seconds. I saw a good photo opportunity there with both doors open, so I took it. Setting my shutter speed to capture the light just right, I was about to take the photo when through the viewfinder, I saw something that made my blood curdle. Movement from inside. There was a grayish, brownish movement coming from inside. I dropped my camera in frozen fear. The faint lighting the full moon gave was enough to reveal the creature that slowly emerged in front of me. It was crouched down to fit inside the doorway, so I could only guess it was 9 feet tall. Its face was that of a wolf, and it had teeth that jutted out of its lips. Large green deer antlers topped its head, and its fur was greasy and slimy, like that of a dog's saliva. And as I stared at it, it let out the most terrifying sound I have ever heard. Its wail was high-pitched and raspy at the same time. Adrenaline rushed through me. As I turned to run back up the cracking stairs to the hill, my feet pounded on the moist soil as I neared the parking lot. I glanced over my shoulder and only then could I see the complete mass of the creature. It had to be at least 10 feet tall, and its strides on all fours told me that I had to run faster than I'd ever run before if I wanted to live. So I did. I ran all the way back to the main road, and all the way to the gas station, all while listening to its ear-piercing wails grow farther away. I practically dived in my car and nearly stalled it trying to peel out. I drove the 2-hour journey back to Lincoln, with my foot to the floor most of the way. Even though I'm back in civilization, I still don't feel safe, and I regret going there. I also regret dropping my camera, so if anyone wants a Canon 1DX, check the abandoned bathrooms at Surf Coaster. But beware of the Where's Beach Wendigo. My name is Harrison, and I'm a long-haul trucker. While I sometimes get routes all over the place, my most common run is Vancouver to San Francisco. It's an easy trip most of the time with very little challenge involved. I tend to prefer driving into the night because there's less traffic. Of course, driving around in the middle of nowhere during witching hour means I've seen my share of crap. UFOs, Bigfoot, the works, man. But none of that stuff has ever scared me near as bad as the people you see walking along the shoulder of the road, far from civilization. I noticed my first one on my junior run down south on the number 5. It was a lady in a blue summer dress, just strolling down the side of the highway underneath the full moon, not a care in the world. Now, we were on a stretch that was miles and miles away from anything in either direction, and I was the first vehicle on the road that she'd likely seen since dusk. She didn't even look up to acknowledge me though. Instead, she just kept on walking with a sort of vacant smile. I chalked it up to some hippie from the Oregon Trail, hopped up on something from a nearby campsite, and kept driving. But she was only the first. It's not every trip you spot them, but sometimes you see a few on a single go. It always struck me as strange because you never see them during the day. Or maybe you do, but they don't stick out as much under the sun. Even so, once you know they're there, you'll start noticing the hell out of them whenever you're driving far from civilization in the dark. The other truckers call them moon wanderers, but I prefer shoulder walkers, since that's always where they are. Almost like trains on a track, they walk that little white line to wherever they're going. They're different shapes and sizes too. Men, women, tall, fat, ugly, pretty. Just folks you'd see anywhere. Sure, they're creepy, but for a long time, I didn't pay them any mind beyond noticing them on occasion in the split second that they were visible as I cruised past. But one night a few months ago, I passed by what looked like an old lady. She was in a hospital gown and looked just like someone on death row. Sunken, given up on life sort of eyes, frizzy white hair and pale skin. She was smiling just like her grandkids had called her name. Her pace was a slow shuffle along the shoulder, and just looking at her, I could imagine the sound of her hospital slippers running over top the gravelly road. I wanted to keep driving because, well, to be honest, she gave me the willies. But hell, she reminded me of my own sweet grandma, God rest her soul. So I brought my rig to a slow stop and, collecting up the flashlight I keep in my glove box, stepped out of the cab. I could hear her coming before I could see her, as I'd driven a few meters ahead of her due to the long stop time. Scrape, scrape, scrape. I could visualize her wrinkly feet in those hospital slippers, shuffling ever onward. Quickly I checked the Maps app on my phone, and saw that the closest town to where we were was over 50 miles. No way this old lady was walking that. Putting my phone in my jeans, I held up my flashlight, and started walking towards the sound of her footfalls. Hello? Ma'am? I called out, hoping that she would speak up. No such luck, just more scraping. My hairs were on edge now, as I waited for her to enter into the dim light of my flashlight. I nearly cried out as her ghostly appearance came into view. Not because anything was different from before, just because she looked so much more sickly up close. Ma'am, are you okay? You're in the middle of nowhere, you know. She didn't say anything. She kept smiling and just moving forward steadily. Now my heart was beating hard. She's just senile. Senile, and she needs my help. I thought out loud, but my feet were frozen in place. They were going back to the truck, or they weren't moving at all. She was getting closer though, and as she reached within 10 feet or so, her wrinkled hands began to reach slowly up. Her fingers wiggled in my direction like a grandma reaching for her grandchild's face. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything, just grinned at me with pale gums. Fuck. I stammered as my legs gave out. As I fell onto my side, she reached down for me with surprising speed and dexterity. Before I knew what was going on, she had her bony fingers around my ankles, and my ass was getting dragged down the road. Desperately, I pulled back, but her grip was superhuman, and the addition of my weight didn't seem to slow her walk in the least. She stared down at me with those beady, sunken eyes, mouth agape in a smile. I kicked at her with all the fight I had in me, and luckily connected with her jaw. To my horror, it was like kicking solid concrete, but luckily she let go despite having no visible injury. I crawled backwards towards the middle of the road and she kept walking down the shoulder. Her hands fell back down to her side and her mouth closed into a tight-lipped smile. But her gaze stayed locked on mine as she slowly shuffled out of my flashlight's beam. I waited as the scraping bit by bit faded from my ears, and after what ended up being half an hour of stunned silence, I worked up the nerve to get up and go back to my rig. No sign of the lady. But when I climbed into my cab and sped down the highway, it didn't take long to catch up with her. Her eyes were still stuck on me. They probably had been the whole time as she walked away. The last that I saw of her as I gunned it away was her thin, chapped, smirking lips. It messed me up for a long time. According to some other guys I know, I'm the first to try and interact with a shoulder walker, and if God is good, I'll be the last. Since then I've seen plenty more, strolling down the highway in the pitch dark. I even saw a kid once. But there ain't no way I'm ever stopping again for them, and if you're smart, you won't neither. The really messed up thing is that since that night, the shoulder walkers are always looking right at me when I drive past, which they never used to do. Almost like since that old lady saw me, they all did. I'd hate to think what would have happened if I not managed to get free. But I can rest easy knowing I've put my warning out there in public. Maybe I'll save a few folks with this story. Here's hoping, right? I work as a helicopter pilot for a search and rescue unit in Anchorage, Alaska. After a small two-seater plane had crashed in the forest, my team and I found these journal entries in a small notebook. It was stuck between the frozen fingers of a 26-year-old man who had massive injuries. I thought the crash had brought these gut-wrenching gashes upon him, until I read the horrors hidden in the notebook. Day 1. The last thing I remember was telling Jerry that we were going to die. I must have blacked out. or hit my head, because I don't remember anything between now and then. When I woke up, Jerry was dead, and I somehow miraculously survived the plunge into the barren icy wilderness. The wind feels like daggers on my face. I saw a cave about 40 feet away from the wreckage, so I grabbed my shredded backpack and hobbled on my broken ankle. After collapsing once I made it to the cave, I did an inventory check. 2 bags of beef jerky, an empty thermos, 2 changes of clothes, and my schizophrenia meds. My parka has kept me warm enough to try to nurse my ankle to where I can at least walk on it, but I won't last long out here. I woke up in the middle of the night shivering, but I knew the cold wasn't what had woken me up. I felt on edge. The same feeling you get when you're walking home late at night, and you think you saw something, only there wasn't anything to see, only the sound of the wind. Day 2. After getting around 2 solid hours of sleep, I looked for some kind of kindle I could start a fire with. Finding wood wasn't a problem. Finding wood on the snow-covered floor of the wilderness that I could carry in my condition was definitely more challenging. After an hour or so, I was able to gather my findings into a tidy little fire pit. I tried to make sparks and ignite the bundles of broken sticks, but resorted to friction heat to create an ember. My 4 years as a Boy Scout was paying off. After the fire had been burning for around an hour, I felt my stomach roar with hunger. I ate half a bag of beef jerky and decided to take a nap to make up for the lack of sleep from the night before. I snapped my eyes open as I heard a scream in the distance. I thought I was dreaming at first, but after giving it some thought, it had to have come from the forest. I couldn't put my finger on what exactly the scream sounded like. I knew it couldn't be a human, because there isn't a human within a few hundred miles of me, but it didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard before. I watched enough horror movies to know that wandering into the snowy abyss as the sun was setting was a huge mistake, and I decided that I would do my best to ignore it. It feels as if nights last significantly longer than daytime here, like 3 or 4 times as long. My perception of the time feels so wrong that trying to keep track of what time it might be is a waste. The eerie feeling of the previous night has come back. The only difference is that it doesn't go away. I started to drift off when I heard the snow crunching outside of the cave. I limped over to see if someone had noticed the wreckage and was looking for survivors. That's when I saw it. A creature that made me nauseous when I laid eyes on it. Its legs looked like long broomsticks. Its hair went down to its waist. Its arms were about the size of a human's, but its fingers were triple the size of what I would consider normal looking. I didn't see the face of the abomination that was standing before me, and I was grateful. I slowly backed away and went back into the hollow cave. I stayed up all night, sharpening a branch with a rock in case the thing wandered into the cave. Luckily, I didn't need to use it. Day 4. I have eaten all of my jerky, and used most of the pages in the notebook for my mini fire pit. Writing down my experience in this terrible place is the only thing keeping me at ease. I slept through all of the 3rd day, and thought most of the 3rd night. I was glad I didn't have another encounter with the figure I had seen the day before. I did wake up with a small cut on the side of my head near my temple, and I don't remember how it got there. I figured it was an injury from the crash that I didn't notice. I've been looking for signs of wildlife, and there's nothing other than the being I saw 2 nights ago. No tracks, no scat, no sounds, nothing. It is unnaturally empty and quiet here. Last night I woke up with the same godforsaken feeling, only I heard the footsteps walking toward me. I turned my head and there it was, coming for me. I couldn't move. I couldn't blink. I couldn't even breathe. It had me paralyzed somehow. What the hell is this thing? I saw its face. Both eyes were pure gray, almost as if it had heavy cataracts. One small hole was in place of its nose, and its neck was curved at an almost 90-degree angle. Its skin looked as if it was pruned, and had a yellow and green tint to it, almost like a scab after you have an open wound in the pool for a while. Its mouth was very small, and was placed at the top of the chin. Its long black hair covered most of its nude body, but left its face open. It stood at the cave entrance, and looked at me with dead, hazy eyes. The light from the flames of the campfire danced across his dry and cracked skin. Then, he just left. I was able to get up when the light shined into my sleepless eyes. I am terrified of nightfall. This event is told to me from the perspective of my father during the early 2000s. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning when I was leaving from work. My colleague, let's say his name is Ronald, was also held up late, like I was. He asked me to drop him in the way, and I generously let him into my car, and got in myself in the driver's seat. I started the car and headed towards the main road. As I've already mentioned, it was past midnight, which is probably why the roads were absolutely deserted. Usually I am not a rash driver, but since there were neither cars nor people ahead of us, I figured I could speed up a little. Ronald didn't mind, so why not? 15 minutes later, I was still driving through the empty road in speed. Real speed. I kept driving and before I knew it, we had reached the highway. We still hadn't seen any cars in the way, which was very strange because we were not in a little town. How come we didn't see anyone? This thought didn't even come to my mind at that moment, because I was happy with the speed I was driving with. I kept driving farther into the highway when suddenly, a woman wearing white appeared in front of my car. I was still driving with speed, so I couldn't hit the brakes and... too late. Did I just kill someone? What just happened? I couldn't even think at that moment. I was frozen. About 15 seconds passed and it felt like hours. I finally returned to my senses and turned to face Ronald. By the look on his face, I could tell he was just as terrified as I was. Why wouldn't he be? What just happened? I heard Ronald say. I don't know, I answered. A second later I started getting out of the car, and Ronald also followed. We looked front. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I bent down to look underneath the car. Nothing again. Where was the body of the lady I had hit? Where could she have possibly disappeared? It certainly wasn't my imagination, because Ronald had seen it happen too. We decided to get back into the car and drive ahead. We drove in silence until we saw a gas station ahead of us. We got out and told the worker of the gas station about what had just happened. A worried look appeared on his face when we finished. "You're not the first person to experience that," he said. "There are so many people who come to tell me this exact tale and..." He paused. "And I believe that those who stop there for too long don't survive. There were about a dozen missing persons complaints filed last year from the families of those unfortunate ones. The evidence says that they disappeared in the highway just behind you. Neither my father nor the colleague of his can explain what happened. I was about 7 at the time my father told me this. I don't know if what happened was the doing of an actual ghost. Maybe it was a trick of light. Maybe both Ronald and my dad had the same vision at the same time. Maybe the worker of the gas station was just making up stories. I honestly don't know." I've been in this forest for 2 weeks, on this same trail. My name is Sawyer and I'm 17, and I have a fascination with hiking. I live in the northwest of the United States, in a very isolated part of Washington, and I am calling for help. It all started on a trail next to my own small town. It was a nice summer day toward the end of August. I decided to celebrate the end of my summer break by taking a hike through the mountains that surround my hometown. The hike was supposed to take 2, maybe 3 hours, and I wish it had. As I finished the drive up the mountain, I saw a family leaving the trail. The father and mother looked pale, while their son was crying uncontrollably. I was concerned at first, but just thought they weren't used to the great outdoors. I grabbed my bag of snacks and water, and started walking toward the trailhead. The husband of the family suddenly shot out of their car straight at me. "Stop, please." I turned around toward him as he grabbed my shoulder. "You don't want to do this hike. I promise." At this weird request for me to turn back, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a wallet. He shoved a $100 bill my way. "Take this and leave. I beg you." I stared blankly at him while his words sunk into my brain. Sure, I guess." I spoke quizzically as I held up the bill to check for the blue mark. I saw the mark and stood there, stunned at the weirdness of this encounter. "Thank you. I guess I'll leave then." I turned and walked toward my car. As I closed the door, I heard the last thing I would ever hear him say. "Don't come back. We will end this." I didn't understand what he meant at the time, but I wish I listened. I decided on the drive back to return at dusk with a flashlight and my father's revolver for a nice nighttime hike. I returned later that night and found no sign of anyone else. I didn't think twice about it, as it seemed normal that no one would start a hike at 9 p.m. I grabbed my things and headed out towards the tree line that surrounded the trail. As I reached the trailhead, a chill crept down my spine like a frozen spider. I shook the feeling and started down the trail. As I walked, I noticed little differences from the last time I had walked this now familiar trail. A tree would be crooked, or a bush would be bare. as if its leaves had been swept away by an ominous wind. I continued, thinking nothing of this as I hadn't been there for a few months. The trail was a 5-mile loop wrapping around some waterfalls, which marked the halfway point. At this point, I stopped to enjoy the cool summer night, and felt a splash of cold water on my face as the spray of the glacier melt overwhelmed my senses. I continued my hike back, and as I walked, I noticed that even more trees had become twisted vessels of their former shells. I saw brown bushes spotting the landscape like a stain, and thought it more weird than usual for a trail in Washington. I continued for the rest of the 2 miles I had left. As I saw the trailhead, my tension from the mysteries of the woods vanished. A wave of relief washed over me like the cold spray of the waterfall. I blinked as this sensation fell over me and opened my eyes to the sight of the waterfall I had left behind only just half an hour ago. Startled, to say the least. I jumped up and thought to myself how weird this was. Maybe I passed out. Summer homework was stacking up, and I could have needed a nap for my body to catch up. I got up and started my trek back. I had only walked a few minutes before a wave of realization swept over me. All the trees, the bushes, were bare and twisted, like a spreading disease that had spread from my dreams to the reality that surrounded me. I started to run, worried that something was seriously wrong. As I saw the trailhead, relief overwhelmed me once again, and I woke up in front of that goddamn waterfall. I decided to test something. I was sure that I was not dreaming anymore. I walked off the trail and into the thick woods. I followed the river that the waterfall led into. After about 10 minutes, I heard rustling behind me. This startled me as I knew no one should know where I was. I started to panic and I ran. I ran for miles. I turned to look after a while and tripped. As I fell, I saw the shadow of a man with blood-red eyes. I fell for a while. At least it felt that way. I saw the deadly fall that would end my life right before I landed against the jagged rocks. I woke with a start to the sound of the waterfall that I had gotten so used to. Everything was the same, except for one frightening change. The water was blood-red, like the eyes of the monster I had seen before my fall. I ran up the trail, not stopping, not looking behind me. As I ran, I heard footsteps getting closer, but I kept going. As I reached the end, I could hear the monster creeping up behind me. I felt it grab me before waking up once again. Everything keeps getting darker. I've kept going, but I saw the family that warned me. They were torn into pieces and laid out along the trail. I don't think I can keep going. The air is getting thicker, warmer, and I don't think the monster catching me faster and faster is a good sign. I think the beast is toying with me. I shot it multiple times. It didn't even flinch. I'm scared. I don't want to die, but I know I will. I don't know how the family escaped, but I have to try. I will update you all if I escape. But please, don't go hiking by yourself, and don't go at night. This is Sawyer, signing off for the last time. Possession. It's the strangest thing. Being out of control of your own body. What could it possibly feel like? Agony? Peace? Nothingness? These are the questions that raced through my head ever since that day in 2011. The day I witnessed the impossible. The day I lost my best friend to something beyond reason. Something beyond our reality. 7 years ago, my friends Ellie, Chris, Mark, and I went on an unsuspecting camping trip in the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. We had all been true outdoorsy types, and liked a challenge whenever we went. It was our yearly tradition. Apparently, it had been someone else's too. That was the biggest mistake of our lives, camping on the night of a blood moon. We came into Pawpaw, stupid name I know, around 3 in the evening. We hadn't gotten anything for lunch yet, so we stopped at a McDonald's in town. I swear no matter how small a town is, it will always have a McDonald's. There were only 2 other locals dining there, and we could hear every bit of what they said. We should have taken them seriously. Blood moon tonight, said the elderly woman of the couple. You know what that means, Lester. I know, the man groaned. Stay out of them damned woods. I heard the same stories you did, Edna. He seemed disgruntled. That's right, Edna told him. They say things come out on a blood moon. Bad things. She joked with him, and reached across the table to tickle him. It must have been nice to have such a relationship when you get that old. I wasn't going back there anyway. Ain't nothing in season yet, unless you want to be picking at the leaves. He ignored her tickles entirely. "You're no fun," she told him. She poked one gnarled finger into his shoulder, and that's all there was to their conversation. It lasted all of a minute, but would have changed our lives forever. We were such fools. "The old folks are always the superstitious ones," Mark chimed in. I hadn't been the only one listening to the elderly couple chat. Yeah, they can't help it though. They were raised in a time when there wasn't any proof to prove them wrong. Same with their parents and so on, Chris had told us. We all agreed with him and laughed about them later. We got in our car and drove it down many of the back roads, looking for a place to pull off and begin our trek. Around 4, we found a spot to set the car for the night. It was one of the worst roads I had ever seen, and looked nearly abandoned. As we unloaded, we talked and joked around. We were having the time of our lives. Just the simple joy of nature and friends. In the back, we had only a few things. A cooler with snacks, a bottle of water each, 2 tents, and 4 sleeping bags. We divided the load as evenly as we could, and made our way through the first edge of underbrush. I realized now that it was colder in those woods. A lot colder. None of us cared though. It was a scorcher of a day, and we were glad to be out of the heat. We should have brought bug spray, Ellie piped up about a mile into our hike. I know, these things are thicker in fog, I exclaimed. The bugs had begun swarming us almost instantly, and were a constant cloud buzzing around our heads. We'll deal with it for now, Mark told us from the front of the line. It's just a day. How far are we? Or do you know where we're going? Chris hollered to him. No, but I'll know the place when I see it, Mark told him confidently. We passed by one rather open spot, but Mark determined it was just barely too small. We should have stayed there. It would have been alright. We trekked another 2 miles before we finally found the right spot. By then it was a little past 5, and we began to set up camp. Our little clearing was just big enough to accommodate our tents. It seemed perfect. Too perfect. Alright, we got ourselves a nice little base camp, I said to everyone. Should we get the fire going? Yeah, I'll gather up some firewood, Ellie said enthusiastically as she trotted off into the woods. We could hear her breaking off dead branches and gathering sticks. What do we do now? Chris asked. He was newer to camping than the rest of us. Anything you want. Look at nature, help get the fire going, try to find a stream, anything. Mark told him with a hand on his shoulder. I guess I'll get some stones to make a fire pit with, Chris said, looking around. I walked to Mark and handed him his water bottle. Mine was a little under half empty. Cheers, I told him jokingly as I tapped his bottle. Cheers, he repeated. We sat around at camp for a while as Chris and Ellie got stuff for the fire. Mark and I got the tents out of our packs and assembled them in the clearing. Once constructed, we rolled out everyone's sleeping bags inside. They got back right around the time we were finished. Got the stuff, Ellie told us, dropping her bundle. Chris did the same. Mark and I got to work constructing the fire while they rested. Finally, we had ourselves a nice little camp that a woodsman would have been proud of. We lit the fire. In the instant before we did, the forest seemed to stop. No birds, no squirrels, no deer, not even a leaf rustling in the wind. We all felt it, an unnecessary tense moment. A few seconds later, life started back up. The noises of the forest returned, and life went on untouched. Spooky was the only thing Chris said. We all nodded in agreement. Later, we just forgot all about it. In hindsight, if I had to guess, that was when they showed up. I'd bet anything on it. The rest of the evening we sat around our campfire feeding it occasionally, laughing often and talking always. We sat and leaned back, pointing out stars and marveling at the moon's orange shade. At one point Ellie even busted a bag of marshmallows out from the cooler. We roasted them on sticks and ate them just like that because no one had brought anything to make s'mores. What kind of camping is it if you don't have marshmallows? She asked, and we all laughed. We were feeling good and having fun. We didn't know it then, but the chaos would start in only 3 hours, right at the stroke of midnight. We climbed in our tents around 10, worn out from our hike. We had no trouble falling asleep on the uneven ground. We were fast asleep when Chris got out of his tent to take a whiz. It was 11:30. Mark must have heard something because he roused me from my sleep. He was sitting up and had an ear cocked to the woods. Mark, what time is it? I whispered raggedly. He put a finger to his lips and shushed me. Mark, what? He shushed me more vigorously this time. Listen, he whispered. It was barely audible. I cocked an ear with him and heard something too. Footsteps. Footsteps and voices. I could hear whoever it was trudging through the brush and growth. Mark, it's probably just Chris or Ellie. I told him trying to comfort myself more than him. I knew I was wrong before he said anything. No, it's more than one person. Why would they be talking? He had a point. I was somewhere between confusion and fright. Can you tell what they're saying? I asked him. Even in the dark of the tent, I could see him shake his head. It's just mumbling. I can't hear them. He told me. What should we do? I asked him. I was getting nervous by then, and my palms started to sweat. Nothing yet. Just wait. When we can't hear them anymore, we'll go out and look around. He sounded just as nervous as I felt, and it gave me a little relief. What about Ellie and Chris? Should we wake them up? We were still whispering in our little tent. The voices had gotten farther away. Yes, definitely. I don't want to be out there with just us. So we sat and waited. It seemed like an eternity, but it couldn't have been more than 2 minutes. Eventually, the voices vanished. Alright, now we go, I said. I unzipped the door very slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible. I stuck my head out and looked around twice. There was nothing there. I began to crawl out and waved Mark on behind me. We snuck to the other tent and unzipped it. Inside lay only one shape. It was Ellie. I shook her awake and she looked around. Sam? She asked after blinking twice. Is that you? And me, Mark said, poking his head around me. Why are you here? What time is it? She was still confused. We heard something, I said. Where's Chris? He's right here. She mumbled, bringing her hand down. It fell in an empty sleeping bag. Her eyes widened, and awareness flooded them. Chris? She asked. Where is he? We don't know. There were people just out here. Voices. They went that way, Mark said, pointing down the slope. Did they take him? No, that wouldn't happen, would it? Her terror was almost full-blown. The look on our faces confirmed her fears. We have to find him then. Let's go. Yes, let's go, I said. We clambered out of the tent and back into the clearing. The blood moon lit the night in an almost unreal way. We started down the hill, not saying a word. Halfway down, a light appeared way ahead of us. It was fire. A torch. Whoa, hold on, Mark whispered, placing a hand in front of us. What is it? Fire? Who's lighting torches out here? Ellie questioned. Mark and I had no answer. The fire began to move as it was carried, and briefly we caught the silhouette of the figure holding it. After a few more feet, it stopped, and was placed in something. We were maybe 200 yards away from all of this. Another torch was lit, and brought about 8 feet from the other. It was well lit, but too far away to make out anything. We need to get closer, I suggested. Are you crazy? We have no idea what these... Ellie began, and was cut off by Mark. He's right, Mark said calmly. We're too far away, and we still haven't found Chris. Now I wish to God with every fiber of my being that I hadn't been right. I would give anything just to go back and leave. But the past is the past. We crept the rest of the way down the embankment to flat ground and stalked closer. From our new position, we could see them. In a large clearing was a ring of about 40 people, all in hooded cloaks. They stood, heads bowed, and hands together, chanting. In the center of this ring was a square wood frame. Suspended in the middle by ropes on his wrists and ankles hung Chris. He looked more scared than anyone ever could. He was sobbing as the group chanted. The group of men chanted in unison. It was no language I've ever heard before. In my mind, it must have been the language of devils and all that is unholy. That is all it could be. Chris continued his sobbing. Then a new figure stepped into view behind Chris. This man was obviously the leader. His robe was billowy and had many intricate gold swirls and designs running across it. The chanting stopped as he approached. He came around from Chris's left side and left our view momentarily. When he re-emerged, he had produced a large knife. Chris cried harder. Stop, my child. The man's voice was deep and powerful. Chris stopped and looked right at him. He tried to speak, but merely mouthed the word why. The man turned our way for a second, and I got a glimpse of his face. He was old. His face had been scarred by the wrinkles of age, more than any man I'd ever seen. He stood still in front of Chris, looking him in the eyes. Then he looked up towards the moon and mouthed a soundless scream. Then he began to chant, and the group joined him. They repeated the chant twice, and then stopped. The man in the gold-lined robe raised his knife and brought it down slowly. It traced through Chris's flesh, opening dark red wounds in his chest. They did not bleed. Chris did not scream. The man stopped when he had 3 different symbols on his chest in a triangular pattern. They were foreign and unrecognizable to me. They were strangely sharp yet curved at the same time, each ending in a curl. Chris hung from the frame limply. "It is time." That was all the man said to start it all. There was a great rush of wind and a feeling of raw power. It passed through the woods like a gale and buffeted at everything. Everything but the man and Chris. They were stock still for this hurricane force wind. It seemed like they were in a pocket of calm, the eye of the storm. I remember seeing some of the cultists even fall over, but most kept their footing. Then it stopped, and Chris looked around. He said 2 words I'll never forget. "There's nothing." Then he began to thrash and spasm violently. The whole frame shook, and the group backed away in awe. He writhed and screamed, muscles tightening and pulling. I could see every vein in his body, grotesquely outlined beneath the skin. He then began to grow. I wasn't sure at first, but it was happening. He bulged and lengthened. It looked like his skin wouldn't contain the muscle underneath, but it did. It was hard to tell for sure, but I think he stopped at around 8 feet tall. The ropes were slack enough so that he could stand now. He broke the thick lines with ease. What used to be Chris now stood in the middle of a wary group, breathing deeply. It looked around a couple times, then threw its head back and roared. There is no other word to describe what it did. It hadn't screamed or yelled. It had roared. It was long and guttural. Once it was finished, it sniffed around. When it moved, its clothes ripped in little places. Later they would become rags. Then the thing turned and looked right where we had been hiding. The group looked with it. "Who's there?" asked one of the cloaked figures. We turned and bolted back up the hill, while the group yelled and pursued us. The used-to-be Chris thing roared again, and charged after us. We made it to the top of the hill, and in our panic, Mark ran in a different direction. To this day, I'm not sure what became of him. But I still have hope that he made it out. Behind us, the thing plowed through trees, and members knocking everything out of the way. We arrived at camp and kept running. I remember picking up some of the still smoldering embers of the fire as I ran through it. The noise got closer and closer behind us as we ran. We shouldn't have come this far in. We'll never make it, I thought to myself. About a mile back through the woods, the noise stopped for a second. Ellie turned and slowed down just as I heard a tree fall. The thing picked it up with ease and hurled it right at her. It hit her with the force of a freight train, and I watched her upper body get pulverized. I turned just in time to see it grab her still living remains and crush them beneath its hands. Something thick and dark ran between its fingers. I ran faster as it began to close the distance. We were passing landmarks I recognized from the hike down as we got closer and closer to the car. Then I formed a painful stitch in my side and was limp running through the woods. It made it all the easier for the thing to catch up to me. I heard its approach and knew it couldn't have been more than 15 feet behind me when I could see the car. I felt in every part of me that I was about to collapse, but it was my only hope. Stitches in both sides racked my body as I made my desperate escape from the beast. In that last bit of underbrush before the road, I actually felt his fingers scrape my back. I almost fell and regained my balance when I crashed through the tree line, panting heavily. I scurried around the car and fumbled it open. I fell in the driver's seat and gasped painfully. I looked back in the trees expecting to see it fly out and flip the car, but it did no such thing. I scanned the forest and found it. Standing right where I was only moments before was a hulking abomination staring loathingly at the car. Its amber eyes stared out from the trees as some invisible force held it in. I flipped at the bird and closed my eyes. I'm so thankful for that barrier. I spent the night in that car trying to recover from my 4-mile sprint. I slept at some point and woke at the crack of dawn. I scanned the woods again but saw nothing, only the carnage it had created in its fury. I thought of Ellie and wondered if I should get her body. No way, I'm not going back in. There might not even be a body left. She had been hit by a flying tree after all. Then I thought of Mark but brushed it off. The thing came for me, and I had given him plenty of time to escape. I hope. I started up the old car and drove straight through Pawpaw, and didn't stop until I got to my town of Wheeling. That's where I sit now. 7 years later, recounting the night that changed my life. I'm still scared of that thing. It's always here. I always see his amber eyes, full of hate and murder. I see them in the dead of night, in the corner, out my window, anywhere they'll fit. Those weren't the eyes of my friend. They were that of the devil. I still wonder if Mark made it out. It's been 7 years and no contact, so my hope is starting to fade. I try to keep up with the news from over east as much as I can. It's hard with such a small town as Pawpaw. There have been 5 more groups of campers, and 3 solo hikers that have disappeared in those woods. One of the groups went missing only last week. That's why I'm writing this here and now. I guess those folks just weren't as lucky as I was. What follows is a retelling of events that took place over 3 months ago. I can tell my mind is slipping, and it's hard to type correctly. I've had to rewrite this sentence a few times already, but this story needs to be told, as a warning to any who read it, or find themselves in a similar situation as I did all those months ago. It all started when I left my girlfriend's house on a humid April night. The dark, barren road stretched out before me, seemingly never ending as the pavement rolled under my car like an endless loop. Trees and fields lined each side of the road, just out of my headlight's reach. The moon was full, shining brightly on the dark earth and illuminating everything in a slight blue shimmer. Honestly, I could probably turn my headlights off and drive perfectly fine once my eyes adjusted to the minimal light. These were the thoughts that roamed my mind every time I left my girlfriend's house. Her parents' house was out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and I usually left late into the night so I could spend the most possible time with her. The only real thing to be afraid of out here was a deer and the occasional stray cat, but my mind still connected all sorts of mysterious and horrific things that could be lurking in the darkness. It didn't help that I was listening to a horror story podcast as I drove either. Naturally, I was freaked out, but I did my best to think about the great night I'd had with my girlfriend. It wasn't much. We just cuddled on the couch in her basement, ate mac and cheese, and finally got around to watching Stranger Things. It was such a good show, and watching it with her made it a million times better. We watched the entire first season, start to finish, by the time I left. We were both excited to start season 2 when we next met, but also sad that it would be over a week before then. It's worth mentioning we were both seniors in high school at the time, so school and jobs often made it difficult to find time to spend together, and the time always went by far too quickly when we managed to find some. My train of thought and my car both came to a screeching halt as I slammed on the brakes. When I finally came to a stop, I took a moment to snap back to reality as my focus came back to the present. The thing that had caused me to stop was a dying deer in the middle of the road. I'm not sure how I had seen it, nor how my legs had slammed the brakes purely on instinct. Regardless, the poor thing was barely alive, its chest rising and falling with panicked breaths as its head rolled back to look at my car. It was covered in blood but had no wounds that I could see. Thoughts whizzed through my mind as I tried to understand what was happening. Maybe the animal had been hit by a car, but that didn't seem likely, as there was no other car around or evidence of a crash. Plus the deer was in the dead center of the road, almost like it had been placed there. Unless there was someone out here doing some illegal hunting in the night, there's no other rational explanation to why this deer was here. Flashes of light from the field to my right suddenly pulled my attention away from the animal. Bright beams of light quickly shone through my windows, blinding me. I held my hand to cover my eyes and quickly turned left, but found that there were lights on my left also. Peeking between my fingers, I realized there were many light sources, at least 10 plus on each side of my car, and they were getting closer. Panic set in, and I swiftly pulled my car into reverse. I slammed the gas pedal and flew back away from the deer and lights. When I was about 100 feet away from the scene, another set of headlights appeared out from the trees behind me. For a second, I thought it was a cop and felt relieved. I slowed my car to a stop, and the other car did the same behind me. The relief that had previously washed over my body instantly froze, as I realized the car was not a cop. 6 men piled out of the vehicle, shining more flashlights into my retinas. I shifted into drive and pushed the gas again. My only option now was to try and swerve past the deer and away from the men, so I did just that. With blazing speed, I came upon the deer and men in the field once more. The people tried to swarm my car, but I was too fast. I sped around the deer and quickly left the men behind. They stood in the middle of the road, just behind the deer, and watched me go. Relief once again rolled over me as the adrenaline began to seep out of my veins. I breathed deeply, trying to calm my aggressively beating heart. I had made it. I had escaped the mysterious men. In my panic, however, I hadn't noticed the podcast had started skipping. I picked up my phone, trying to turn the story off, but it stopped on its own as I lost connection. Looking at the top of the screen, I noticed there were no bars and the words, "No service," shown in bold text next to the empty bars. My first thought was that the people were somehow jamming my phone signal in an attempt to keep me from calling for help, but that's when I noticed the snowflakes accumulating on my windshield. I turned my wipers on, and the thick flakes slid away, revealing a very different world. Despite the fact that it was the middle of April, around 8 inches of snow blanketed the ground, even on the road. My car began to lose traction, so I pressed the brakes and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The car then fishtailed fiercely, and I lost control. My car flew off the road and slammed into a ditch. Thankfully I wore a seatbelt, but that didn't stop the severe whiplash I'd felt when coming to a sudden stop from at least 50 miles per hour. I leaned back in my seat and held my head, which was pounding with pain now. My vision was blurry and doubled, but quickly came back to focus after a few moments. I turned the car off and checked my phone again. Still no service. With little choice, I opened the door and stumbled out of the ditch and onto the road. That's when I realized my nose was bleeding severely. I felt a thick, warm liquid flowing freely down my face, the metallic taste infesting my mouth. I spit it out onto the snow and noticed another thing was off. The light of the moon, which had shown a brilliant blue before, was now a crimson color. I looked up to get a good look at it, and sure enough, the celestial object was also shining the shade of red. More blood filled my mouth, so I looked back down to spit it out and began to shiver. It had been a scorching hot summer only 5 minutes ago, so I was wearing just a t-shirt, shorts, and my usual sneakers. With snow up to my ankles, and a strong wind billowing over the open fields I stood between, I quickly began to freeze. Going over my options, I remember that I kept a throw blanket in the backseat of my car, so my girlfriend could wrap herself up in it when she got cold. It didn't get used much outside of winter or fall, but I was always too lazy to take it out of my car. Thankful for my laziness, I went to the vehicle and opened the back door. I felt the soft fabric of the blanket and pulled it out. It wouldn't do much, but it was something. Rustling in the grass on the opposite side of my car made me freeze. I slowly picked my head up and looked out the passenger side window. There, peering through the glass, was something that resembled a person. The being that leaned in and peeked through the window at me looked human, but only without skin. The exposed muscles and tendons almost made me vomit. If my fear hadn't kept it down, I knew the creature was staring at me, despite the fact that its eyes were rolled back into its skull and its expression was blank. As soon as I'd felt its gaze upon me and recognized it, its eyes rolled down into a normal position, and its mouth curled up into a wide, cartoonish smile that stretched up to the base of its ears. Pure joy radiated off the thing, but it was partnered with a malevolence that chilled me to my core. It then continued to stare at me with its petrifying face, before speaking a single word.
Hi.
Its voice was deep and demonic, but also with a slight echo effect, almost like two voices speaking at once. Before I could react, the thing had crawled onto the roof of my car. Without thinking, I jumped into the back seat and pulled the door closed behind me with my foot. The automatic lock clicked into place as the creature's head slowly slid into view from the top of the window frame, its facial expression not changing in the slightest. It repeated the greeting and slowly winded a fist up, bringing it down quickly onto the window, shattering it. I screamed as the glass flew into the car, and a wet hand gripped my left ankle tightly. I kicked my leg ferociously, but the steel grip on my leg didn't loosen in the slightest. After a moment, I suddenly felt a shooting pain come from my left hip, and weightlessness as I flew through the air. I landed hard on snow-covered pavement, causing all the air in my lungs to come out in a wheeze. I got myself to my hands and knees and heaved heavily. My limbs began to go numb, which subdued the piercing pain that shot up from my left leg. I guessed it was dislocated based on what the creature had done to me. I looked over my shoulder back at my car and saw the monstrosity on the roof. It was in an unnatural spider-like position, its limbs jutting straight out from its body and bent perfectly 90 degrees at the joints. It still stared at me, its facial expression not changing.
Run.
It said. Not needing to be told twice, I got to my feet. My left leg protested numbly, but my adrenaline-fueled panic kept me going. I sprinted as quickly as I could despite my injury back toward where I had escaped the mysterious men before. I don't know how far I had gone since then, but I thought that if I could get to them, they could help me. I was about 50 yards away from my wrecked car, when I heard the creature screech a blood-curdling scream. I looked over my shoulder to see the monster leap off the car and begin scuttling towards me at an ungodly speed. Its eyes had rolled back into its skull, and its head lolled wildly as a burst of hysterical laughter came from it. My fear pushed me harder as I broke into a full-on sprint, ignoring the protests from my leg. I screamed and ran as I heard the monster getting closer and closer with each passing second. My mind raced and my legs pumped harder than they ever had, but it wasn't enough. The creature tackled me into the snow and continued to laugh hysterically. I tried to roll onto my back, but it held me down onto my stomach. I continued to scream until all the air had left my lungs. My yells for help slowly turned into a whisper as my throat burned and my vocal cords felt like they'd torn. Once I stopped screaming, the creature stopped laughing. I turned my head to look up at it, only to see it staring down on me.
Wake.
It said, before hitting me hard in the face. When I came to, I was laying in my bed at my house. My alarm was blaring for me to wake up, so I turned it off. I moved my left leg slowly, and found that there was no pain whatsoever. I then moved to my bathroom carefully, and found no other wounds on my body or face. I sat on my toilet and put my head in my hands to think about what had happened, and, at the time, I thought it was all just a terrible dream I'd had after getting home the night before. That was 3 months ago, and for those few months, I've lived my life as normally as ever. I'd forgotten about the dream after a while, but now I know that it wasn't just a dream. For the last week, I felt unbelievably sick, with a fever in the hundreds for days straight. My girlfriend went on vacation with her family about 2 days ago, and I'm thankful she's not here, because when I woke up this morning and went to brush my teeth, I noticed a large piece of skin missing from just below my left eye. The exposed muscles and tendons not hurting in the slightest. But since then my skin has felt heavy and wet, like I'm just swimming in a full sweatsuit. I've begun to scratch it off fiercely, peeling it off in chunks, and I can feel my mind slipping farther as I finish typing this. The skin on my fingertips is flaking off in bloody globs all over my keyboard. I don't know if I'll be able to escape my town before I fully turn, but I'm going to try as soon as this is posted. Wish me luck. It all started with me deciding what to do over the summer. I didn't care how I spent it, as long as it was memorable with people I care about. 2 weeks in, my best friend Stacy suggested that our friend group should go camping, since none of us have ever done anything like that before. I agreed, and so did everyone else. We had a week to prepare and get everything we would need for a 3-day trip. The people that were going was my good friend Stacy, Jack, Patrick, Alyssa, and my crush Emily. I packed a big tent that could fit 3 people, some extra food, a lot of water, a machete just in case, and a small paintball gun in case there's wildlife that could disrupt our trip and potentially do harm. The night before my trip, my friends all showed up at my house, and they said they wanted to catch the sunrise as we drove up to our camping spot. Being a little weirded out, I nodded and got ready. Before I left, I was heading back to tell my mom I'll be out for a while. And my friend Jack said he already told my mom, and that she said to have fun. The trip there was normal, although mostly silent since a lot of us were pretty exhausted by the fact it was nighttime. We arrived to the spot and admired the sunrise. I checked my phone to see reception, but there was none, and I just shrugged it off, since we're in the middle of the woods. I told some jokes and we set out to do our things, like have a small snack and enjoy the day. Night 1. By the time it was night, we all went to the campfire Patrick set up, and we were telling ghost stories. I spotted Emily sneaking glances at me, and was maybe blushing. I couldn't tell. But I didn't try to think much of it. By the time it was time to sleep, I heard someone unzipping my tent. I looked to see Emily in a baggy PJ that showed a lot of cleavage since her top wasn't buttoned correctly. She wanted to sleep in my tent, since the tent she was sleeping in, it was with Stacy, was not good because of all of Stacy's snoring. Me being the love-crazed guy I am, let her sleep next to me, but a good distance so I wouldn't accidentally poke her. She backed up and we were spooning. I tried to slowly back away, but she got my arm and wrapped it around her. She said she didn't mind it, and that it was okay if it were just me. I was mainly nervous because she shoved my hand between her chest, and she was always a modest girl who was shy around physical contact. The rest of the night was normal, but very distantly I heard a high-pitched noise. It was unclear what it was since there was night animals making louder noises, such as owls, and what I think was deer. I woke up to my hand inside her shirt, and this made me freak out for two reasons. One, because Emily wasn't awake, and two, that I might have accidentally moved my hand there in my sleep. I slowly moved so that she wouldn't wake up, but she did and laughed it off, saying it was an honest mistake. Me weirded out by how she doesn't normally act this way, didn't question it, and just got ready for the day. My friends decided to hike and I joined them. The morning got from okay to weird, since all of my friends were acting weird, and what I mean was that all their personalities seemed bland and not their own. Stacy, who had a fear of snakes, walked in tall grass where it was most likely snakes were. Patrick, a constant show-off, wasn't showing off. Rather, he's looking around for something. I don't know what for. And what I found mainly weird was Alyssa and Jack, was that they were being the most chattiest in the group. They were usually dead silent and didn't say a word to each other, or anyone. Emily was being really clingy to me, which I questioned since after this morning. She usually kept that kind of stuff to herself, but she was being more revealing. The sun soon set and I decided to head back to my tent early and relax. An hour later, Jack walked in and asked if everything was okay. I told him everything is fine. I was just feeling a bit drained from the hike. I then asked Jack if he thinks anyone else is acting suspicious. He looks at me, but I feel a sinister aura about him. He smiles innocently, and his pupils seem a little too big to be normal. Since there's a lot of sunlight outside, nope, everyone is acting normal. Although Emily does seem to be into you. I try not to act weird, and end the conversation shortly after. I tell him I'm heading to sleep early. He soon leaves the tent, and everyone gathers around the campfire. I lie down to pretend I'm asleep. They're all talking normally, but as I doze off, I see all of their heads turn towards me, and tilt so unnaturally that it shakes me awake. I blink and they're all back to normal, and saying they're turning in. Night 2. I can't sleep. I didn't want to after what I witnessed. Emily walks in again saying she can't sleep, and asks if she could sleep here again. Me being a bit freaked out, doesn't say anything but nod. She bites her lips and looks at me. She leans into my ear and says she's always wanted me, and begins undoing her top. I stop her, since that isn't how I want to picture Emily. I tell her that I'm not interested in her like that, and that I see her as a friend. She nods and lays down next to me. Hours go on and I fight the urge to fall asleep. Rubbing my eyes, I decided to open the tent to let in some breeze. And when I do, I see everyone's shadow from their tents. They aren't laying down. They're all straight up and staring at me. I slowly move my hand to shut the tent door, and look back at Emily, who's asleep, but she's making a sound of something no human can make. These aren't my friends I'm with. Thinking quick, I unzip the back of my tent that faces away from camp, and grab my machete just in case. I get my bag that contains my keys and phone. I sneak out and very slowly walk backwards from the camp. I turn and run when I know I'm far enough away. Soon later, the loudest shriek tears around me, and I hear footsteps approaching me. I hide behind a log, and those same footsteps get louder and louder. What was a few minutes felt like an eternity, and they soon dash back the way they came, and soon after I book it to my car. The sun rises and I see my car, hop in, and turn the ignition. I press the gas and go faster than I should. I look back and see the faces of my friends, except it's not them. They're attached to these skinny creatures that tilt their heads viciously and point at me. I keep going till I make it home. My phone buzzes so many times, and when I reach the second gas station I check it. So many texts from everyone, and missed calls from my mom. I've been reported missing, and all of my friends were wondering where I was. The shocking part was that there was a recent text from an unknown number saying, "We'll get you next time." I don't know who or what they are, but this made me check code word with my friends to make sure they are who they say they are. I never got to find out what those things were, and what they wanted, but I knew if I fell asleep, I wouldn't make it back. This started when I was around 20. It was my first time leaving the house and having my own place. I came up with a challenge when I was just lying around and trying makeup on. The challenge is to make a strange face every time you see your own reflection. It has to be the same face every time you saw yourself in the mirror, or a random reflective piece of metal, as long as you can see yourself. You had to make the same face. The goal of the challenge was to trick your brain to think that's how you look all the time. It made sense to me, since you only get to see yourself in reflective items. I'm not the expressive type, so this was pretty interesting. I told my friends about it. I didn't want them to think I lost my mind all of a sudden whenever I looked at something. The first day I started doing it, I thought it was funny. I smiled widely, showing my teeth. I made the face when I turned my phone off. I almost broke the expression. I held my laughter. I made the expression while looking at the window. While brushing my teeth, I tried replicating the expression, since I can't really smile widely while brushing my teeth. Whenever I passed through the mirror, I still made the face even though I'll see it for a split second. I did it everywhere. I did get a couple stares, but I didn't mind. I think it worked. When I imagine myself, I see myself having a bored and tired looking face. But now, I see myself smiling, almost like those clowns or stock images of children. But it wasn't enough. My brain is still aware that it's just a challenge, so I kept going for 2 months. I did it for so long, it became a habit. I did start to creep myself out when I stared at my own face in the dark. The power was off one night after a thunderstorm, and I needed to wash my hands. I stared at my own eyes in the dark while I was washing my hands. You know how you stare at yourself for so long, you look like a different person? That's what happened, but I brushed it off as nothing. It still raised a few hairs behind my neck. It was only your brain making it scary, I thought. I still kept doing it. When the laptop screen turns black, I smiled. Before, it felt funny, but now the expression feels sinister. My face looked like a realistic mask that you would buy in Halloween. That didn't stop me from doing it. A few weeks come and go. My friends and I plan to go to the amusement park. Mind you, they still know I'm doing the challenge I made. They tricked me into going into the House of Mirrors. I was laughing since my face looked extra weird since the mirrors were made to make a person look bigger, smaller, wide. One of the mirrors made me stare at myself longer though. I was doing the expression, right? Well, nothing changed. My face wasn't big or small. Maybe they just placed a regular mirror, was my first thought. I called a friend over, let's call her Margot, and told her to look at the same mirror. Her reflection stretched. She laughed at herself. Whoa, this mirror is crazy. That mildly sent chills on my back, but I brushed it quickly. Margot called all of us and asked the stranger to take a picture of us. She quickly posted the picture and immediately turned off the phone. We went out and explored the amusement park more. When it was time to go, we bid our goodbyes. While I was going home, Margot sent me a text, saying that I have to check out her post on Instagram. If you're wondering, I'm still doing the challenge. I didn't look at the post yet since I didn't think much of it. As soon as I arrived, I opened the app. I looked at the post, before looking closely at the picture itself. I only noticed it when a comment on the post said, "What the hell is wrong with the mirrors?" To my horror, all the mirrors had my expression. Even the ones where my back is turned. My actual expression in the picture is just me normally smiling. No exaggerated expressions, like the one I've been doing every time I saw my own reflection. It didn't even look at me the longer I stared at each mirror. Red eyes, it made the reflection look psychotic. The longer I stared at the photo, the more I realized how messed up each face was in every mirror. But that one mirror, which I'm guessing was the strange mirror I encountered, was all messed up. The eyes were fully black. The corner of each mouth stretched to the point you could see all of their teeth. All I could say is that it didn't look like a face anymore. I quickly turned off the phone. I didn't bother changing my clothes that night since I didn't want to see myself doing the expression. I went to bed. I didn't have any dreams that I would remember, and no nightmares either. But I know I felt like someone was staring at my back before falling asleep. I stopped doing the challenge altogether, but I still catch myself sometimes making the same face from muscle memory. I tried forgetting the whole challenge. I didn't want to be reminded of the horrific photo. I might forget about it, but the photo is still in my mind. I removed all of my mirrors the next day. I didn't want to take any photos anymore using the front camera. I would try not to look at myself. Margot deleted the photo afterwards. She deleted the post as well. She told me that it gave her nightmares. I asked her what she saw. I wanted to make sure I saw the same thing. She told me all the details. She didn't think it was me. It's been years. We never figured out what happened to the photo, or how it happened. I still fear mirrors to this day. It's been 5 years since this happened, but my therapist says it's good to talk about it, and I feel the nightmares go away when I do, so here we go. It all started like a normal weekend. My wife and I didn't have the kids. Our good friends of ours, Bill and Teresa, brought up the idea that we should go canoeing. It had been a while since we had been, plus it sounded nice to have a few beers on the water while catching up with our good friends. Coolers loaded down, canoes in the back. We had Bill's truck stationed at the pickup point while we drove back up to the drop-off point. The journey was around 5 hours long. When we were younger, we would always canoe down this way. I knew the turns like the back of my hand. Says it's going to rain here in a few. Scattered thunderstorms. Bill spoke up. I shrugged my shoulders. It should be okay. The creek is down anyways. Why don't we go up farther, to the other drop-off 2 miles up? I didn't like the fact of being on the water longer than we intended. That means we would be cutting it close to being at the pickup point, very close to dark. Out of the couples, I was the strongest swimmer by far. Being MCWIS certified, I was more than capable to handle whatever came our way in terms of water, but I wasn't worried about that. I was worried that being on the water, especially at night, could be dangerous. A fallen tree in the water could pose a very serious threat, especially in a tip-over. Add alcohol as a factor, and you've got a recipe for disaster. I don't really think we should. Ah, come on, it won't be that bad. We could always walk the boats to the nearest road, Bill argued. It's about a mile to the nearest road once we're down a ways. Do you think you'd want to do that hammered? If not, we can always just come back for them later. Against better judgment, I agreed. We got to the drop-off point that was near an old abandoned airfield. The bridge going across was shut down due to the stability of the bridge being too dangerous for cars to pass over any longer. Bill helped load the canoes into the water, while my wife, Paige, and Teresa were spraying suntan lotion on and laughing of stories of our children. I went back to the truck to grab the oars. That's when Bill put a hand on my shoulder. Hey man, don't worry about carrying. We're gonna be drinking, and I don't want a sheriff to pick us up and you get into some trouble. How do you know I was carrying? I know you always do. Plus Teresa gets a bit freaked out over that kind of stuff. You mind? I took my handgun out and placed it under the seat. Smirked at Bill. Ready? Thanks, buddy. He smiled and helped me carry the cooler along with the oars down the water's edge. It was a bright sunny day. It was perfect. I pushed the boat into the water and handed the oar to Paige, and we were off. What time should we be there? Paige spoke up. All goes well, we should be docking just before dark, so roughly 8:30. She smiled, opened the cooler and tossed me a cold beer. 2:30 p.m. We had been floating down the creek for a decent amount of time. We had found some rope swings along the way, and decided to stop and jump into the water. Bill and I decided to try out the rope first, just in case it was dry rotted. All seemed well, so Paige and Teresa took turns swinging and swimming in the water. Teresa let out a blood-curdling scream. There's a fucking dead animal in here. Sure enough, it was a carcass of a deer. It looked like it had been dead for some time. The body bloated, waterlogged, and foul-smelling. Teresa and Paige got back to the boats, and refused to leave them for the remainder of the trip, for fear of contracting something from the creek water. That's kind of weird, don't you think? Bill asked. The body had no gunshot or puncture wounds, so poaching was a rule out, but the legs were broken, snapped clean into at the joints. Looks like it fell, broke its legs, and drowned out here. Could have been from the bridge maybe. Giving my best opinion. No matter, let's go. 5:30 p.m. We were a little more than halfway when we decided to stop again to take a break and stretch out our legs. The sun had disappeared, and storm clouds took place of the once clear blue sky. We would have been almost to the boat ramp, had we stuck to the original plan. Thunderclaps silenced the birds. The wind picked up. What started to worry me now was too much rain would raise the water level, and make the conditions of getting back to the pickup point dangerous. Especially because I knew that Bill had carried a city girl who wasn't much of a strong swimmer. I trusted my wife, but I wasn't in a situation to put her in harm's way if I didn't have to. I turned towards Bill. Maybe we should wait this out. Nonsense, man. Just a bit of wind and water won't harm anyone, he argued. Too much wind and rain could potentially send a tree right down on your head, man. I don't want to risk putting ourselves at risk. If you want to go, maybe we should just walk. Bill wasn't having any of my suggestions. I'm not doing that. Me and Tess are gonna just head on that way then. We will see you guys at the pickup point. I wasn't going to argue with a grown man. I'm not his father. I told him what my concerns were and insisted that he stayed. Ultimately his choice to put him and his wife in harm's way. We watched them as they floated down the water. Teresa waved at us. "Be safe, guys," Paige hollered out. 6:59 p.m. We waited out the storm in the hour that we had left and decided to float down a bit more to a place we could drag the boat up to a point in the nearby field and pick it up by truck. The water was getting significantly higher with each passing moment. "Babe," I spoke up. "Could you check the weather? I just want to know if we are going to be getting hit with anything else." Paige pulled up her weather app. Says it's going to be clear for the rest of the night. Good. Anyway, can you call Tess and ask her where they are? See if they made much progress? It's going to her voicemail. Try Bill? Bill too. Fuck. I muttered under my breath. Not having a cell phone is one of the worst things in a situation like this. If someone gets hurt or needs help, there's no way to get a hold of anyone unless you walk a few miles in either direction. Where we were at the moment was in the middle of nowhere. Not a road for miles, unless we went directly to the pickup point. I could make out something in the distance upstream. A piece of shiny metal sticking up out of the water near some driftwood. As soon as we get into view, my heart dropped. I could make out the OH numbers on the side. It was Bill's boat. We docked quickly on the side of the creek as I rushed up to the boat to check it out and see if they were inside. The boat was abandoned. No paddles, cooler, nothing. Paige was frantically trying to call either of the two to see if we could get a hold of them, but to no avail. It was hopeless. "I'm going to call the sheriff," Paige spoke. I screamed Bill's name, then Teresa's. Nothing but the water rushing against the boat and over the slimy rocks responded. My voice was going hoarse as I kept screaming, but nothing was working. "What are we doing, babe?" Paige asked, tears welling up in her eyes. "We're going to follow the creek and see if they didn't just walk themselves down the creek to the river." I looked around for footprints. Anything to show that maybe someone had left on foot. Then I found it. 2 sets of footprints. "Babe, I got something," I spoke up. We followed 2 sets of prints along the muddy creek bank until they came to a halt. The footprints then became sporadic, and the brush was laid down as if there was a struggle. A set of footprints led away, but a path was formed through the tall weeds, leading in the opposite direction. "Stay close," I spoke softly to Paige. We followed the path through the weeds. The sunlight was fading fast. We didn't have much time before we were forced to head out to the field and walk to where the sheriffs were called to. A search party was already on the way, so I'm sure they could have better luck finding them than Paige and I ever could. The matted down weeds full of mud finally ceased at a drop-off into a runoff ditch from one of the fields. I could make out something in the dusk. Something laying in the water right before the ditch bended into the creek. White swim shorts. It was Bill. Holy fuck, there he is. I slid down the ditch embankment and started running through the water towards him. My mind couldn't process what happened next. Something drug him over the side, into the dark water. I stopped, froze, and my skin crawled. I muttered to myself. The darkness was setting fast. I could only make out the shining of water when something black crawled out of the water and made a squishing noise as it crawled up into the muck. I at first thought it was Bill, until it stood up. It was taller than Bill, or any human. It had a humanoid figure to it, but it looked unnatural. A guttural growl emitted from it as it made a step in my direction. I turned around and ran. I ran as fast as I could towards my wife and screamed for her to run to the field and don't look back. Paige screamed as she did exactly as I said. I could hear the water being disturbed behind me as I ran. Whatever it was closing fast. I crawled my way up the embankment, slipping at a point, but successfully managed to get up on my feet and run after my wife, who was already in the clearing of the field. I managed to catch up. Looking behind me, I didn't see that I was followed. What was that? Paige asked, frantically crying. Shh, stay quiet, get down. I pulled her into the rows of corn. Paige asked me again, this time at a whisper. I don't know, just be quiet and let's walk. 10:42 p.m. We had walked for quite some time. I could see the searchlights up ahead, little orbs of light bouncing around, radio chatter in the distance. We had almost made it. We're almost there, babe. Come on. I grabbed her hand and tugged. Squish. The sound came from the left of us. The same sound I heard from earlier back where we found Bill. Run now. I shouted as we sprinted towards the lights ahead. It was trailing us, and it was gaining fast. The adrenaline cocktail flowed through my veins. I couldn't have whatever this was take Paige. I stopped and turned around. The only thing I found was a stick that was nearby. I stepped on it and made a sharp point. Immediately I was knocked to the ground, my makeshift weapon knocked away. It was on top of me, its sunken-in eyes, black, slimy, muddy flesh on mine. Its breath the most putrid smell I've ever smelled before. It opened its mouth as black bile dripped on my face. I screamed, I kicked, but nothing was of use. Its weight was far greater than mine. This is it, I thought to myself. The creature shrieked a deafening cry as it rolled over on its side, stick protruding out of its other side, Paige standing above me. Let's go, she shouted. I quickly got to my feet. We got closer to the flashlights, yelling, waving our hands, anything we could do to get the attention. I took one look behind me and could see the monster was gone. 100 yards and closing in on the search party. We finally got their attention. Flashlights all on us. Sheriffs, emergency personnel swarmed us. Paige said that some crazed killer was following us, that it had killed our friends and was trying to kill us. Sheriffs bolted in the direction she pointed. Hours of searching, they didn't find any sign of the killer or our friends. The next day they drugged the river, trying to recover the bodies of our friends. Nothing seemed to turn up. The only thing they recovered was the boat, the cooler, and the oars. My wife and I were questioned, but ultimately the case ran cold, and they couldn't find any evidence of a killer, so they decided that Bill and Tess were too drunk, and ended up flipping the boats and drowning in the water. We ended up adopting their 2 children, and simply tell them that it was an accident on the creek. I stopped by the drop-off point just the other day, and walked across the old bridge, I guess to come to terms with what had happened. I overlooked the creek. I thought about what could have been different. I had remorse for my friends. Laughing in the distance broke me from my trance. Upstream I saw 3 kayaks coming towards me. As they passed, they held up their beer in unison as a toast. I waved and watched them pass. Something out of my peripheral caught my eye. In the underbrush, I saw something writhing around in the mud, then slink into the tall weeds.